A voice called out from the darkness, pulling him from an endless sleep. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself reborn, back in the body of his younger self. Before this, he was Song Yun Xiang, humanity's greatest warrior and the wielder of a spirit general. For decades, he alone was the shield protecting the last remnants of mankind, cowering in their fortresses. But in the end, the tide of war became overwhelming. With his final breath, Song Yun Xiang chose to drag the entire swarm of monsters down into oblivion with him. Now, he found himself back in the familiar uniform of the Mecha-Martial Academy. He'd returned 60 years in the past, to Yuanding City, a border town of the Tandu nation. On the Academy's training grounds, two mighty spirit generals were locked in a fierce duel. As steel clashed against steel, a massive crowd of students roared with excitement. In a corner, a young man named Lu Yan watched in awe, completely captivated. At 18 years old, he was just a beginner-level yellow-rank spirit master from Lu family village. His eyes were glued to the arena, recognizing one of the Mechs as a majestic presence-type spirit general. The blue one was a standard-issue model from the Mecha-Martial Academy. This was the first time he'd ever seen a spirit general up close, and a thrill shot through his entire body. On the stage, the two giants continued their relentless assault. The blue spirit general swung its massive sword, a decisive strike forcing the red mech to retreat and defend. Sensing victory, the blue pilot pressed the advantage, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. The crowd went wild, recognizing the signature move about to be unleashed. The blue armor leaped high into the air, twisting into a vortex as it launched its sky-toad leap, a great whirlwind slash aimed right at the red armor. But while everyone else cheered for the blue mech, Lu Yan saw something different. He suddenly shouted, claiming the red armor was deliberately baiting its opponent into the attack. He declared with total certainty that the blue armor was walking into a trap. The students around him scoffed, telling him he was spouting total nonsense. Noticing he wasn't wearing their uniform, they grew suspicious. They accused him of being a spy from a rival academy sent to cause trouble. Just as they were about to throw hands, a massive explosion rocked the entire arena. A huge piece of armor went flying through the air, and everyone assumed the blue mech had won. But when the smoke cleared, the red armor stood victorious, its blade pressed firmly against the blue mech's chest. The entire stadium fell silent, utterly stunned by the shocking upset. The red mech had snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. The students who had just mocked Lu Yan immediately turned on him, blaming his crazy talk for jinxing the match. But when they turned around to vent their anger, he had vanished. Lu Yan had already slipped away, knowing that if he stayed, he'd be torn apart by that angry mob. Unfortunately for Lu Yan, his escape plan was a disaster. No matter which way he turned, he just got more lost, running into one dead end after another, unable to find the big red door he'd been told about. He hit yet another dead end, completely speechless. What kind of madman, he wondered, designed such a confusing, impossible-to-navigate campus? His head was spinning, and he was completely out of options. So, Lu Yan decided to brute force it. He stopped looking for a path around and chose to use his soul force to go over. Golden light flared around Lu Yan's body. He leaped dozens of meters into the air, soaring over the wall and nailing a perfect landing. He couldn't help but feel pretty proud of that flawless jump. But as soon as he looked up, his eyes were met with a sight he was not prepared for. He had jumped right into the middle of the female students' changing area. Seeing the shocking scene, Lu Yan froze solid for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, a girl named He Yan, the 18-year-old class president and a late-stage yellow-rank spirit master, sensed a presence and turned around. Her eyes met his, and Lu Yan's face went crimson, followed by a massive nosebleed. Shaking with pure rage, He Yan rallied her friends to hunt down the pervert. Fleeing for his life, Lu Yan desperately tried to explain it was all a huge accident, but fate was cruel, and he ran straight into yet another dead end. He, Yan, and her squad caught up in seconds, armed and furious. They weren't interested in explanations. All that could be heard were Lu Yan's terrified screams and his pathetic pleas of, "Don't hit me anymore." A little while later, on the top floor of the administration building, Lu Yan was dragged into the director's office by He Yan and her crew. His face was a swollen, bruised mess, as if he'd fought a swarm of hornets. He explained that he was a new student from Lu family village who had just passed the special entrance exam and was here to enroll. He quickly added that he didn't peep on purpose, that it was all an unfortunate misunderstanding. Across from him sat Gu Shijing, the acting director, with her assistant, Xiao Yue, by her side. The secretary began to read aloud from Lu Yan's file. Lu Yan, age 18, a beginner yellow-rank spirit master. His aptitude was assessed as second-class external. He passed the special exam with a score of 92 in academics and 97 in martial arts. His father is a retired, peak yellow-rank soldier of the Tiandu nation, a former corporal who once earned a third-class merit. Hearing that his aptitude was second-class external, Director Gu Shijing recognized his potential. This boy was a promising candidate. If he was nurtured correctly, he could likely break through to the Xuan realm before turning 20. She decided to place him in Class 10 and told her secretary to process his enrollment. But the sly look in the director's eyes gave Lu Yan a bad feeling. He wondered what she was planning. Then, she gave the order to untie him, which made He Yan almost jump out of her skin. She couldn't believe he was getting off so lightly. Even with his explanation, He Yan was furious, but she had to hold her tongue in front of the director. He Yan desperately wanted to give Lu Yan another beatdown, but she was stuck. All she could do was puff out her cheeks with steam practically shooting from her ears, which was actually kind of cute. Director Gu then assigned Lu Yan to He Yan's class. Worse, she put He Yan in charge of him, ordering her to give him a school tour, get his uniform, and deliver him to Instructor Wu. He Yan's entire body trembled with rage, but she couldn't defy a direct order. She reluctantly agreed. With that settled, the director had Xiao Yue hand over Lu Yan's file. Xiao Yue took the physical file, compressed the data into a small card, and handed it to Lu Yan, warning him to keep it safe since it contained all his information. He Yan shot Lu Yan a look that could kill, as if she wanted to make him disappear on the spot. Then, her ice-cold voice made him freeze in place. "Follow me, student Lu Yan." Without another word, she got the director's dismissal and stormed out of the office, fists clenched. Lu Yan had no choice but to quickly scurry after her. After they left, the director and her secretary watched them go in silence. Suddenly, Xiao Yue remembered something important and turned to the director. According to a report from Assistant Instructor Cheng, a student had gone missing. It was student number 16 from Class 10, Song Yun Xiang. He'd been absent for 3 days and was completely unreachable. The news of a missing student puzzled Director Gu. When Xiao Yue asked if they should report it to the authorities, Gu Shijing immediately cut her off. It wasn't that the director had a good impression of Song Yun Xiang. In fact, she only remembered him as the talentless trash with an incomplete soul vein, whose family had pulled strings to get him into the academy in the first place. Model. Xiao Yue continued her report. The last student who saw Song Yunxiang said he was acting strange in the dorms, asking a bunch of bizarre questions. They also heard him muttering something about having 3 days left before he vanished without a trace. Mid-report, Xiao Yue choked on Gu Shijing's cigarette smoke and glared at her. Seeing this, Gu Shijing didn't stop. Instead, she took another deliberate drag and blew a cloud of smoke right in Xiao Yue's face, making her even more furious. She bristled like an angry cat, her hair practically standing on end. The two bickered for a while before finally getting back to Song Yunxiang's case. According to Gu Shijing, his family situation was complicated, so she'd contact his relatives first. Meanwhile, Ha Yan was giving Lu Dian a tour of the academy. On one side were the Jiwu staff dormitories. Past the staff housing were the student dorms. The building to the left was the Alchemy lab, while the path on the right led to the main lecture hall. She then reminded him about tomorrow's classes: Spirit General Construction and Basic Runic Language Encryption. Both classes would be held in the tiered lecture hall. Trailing behind, Lu Dian wondered where they were even going. Ha Yan shot back that she was taking him to the combat arena for this afternoon's practical Spirit General Combat class. She also warned Lu Dian to change into his new uniform, because the instructor hates it when students dress casually. When she noticed he was just standing there looking dazed, Ha Yan spun around and impatiently urged him to hurry up. But as she turned, she saw Lu Dian staring at something in a complete stupor, leaving her utterly confused. Lu Dian's eyes were wide and practically glowing. He was completely awestruck by the statue in front of him. Seeing his expression, Ha Yan introduced it. This is the frame of a legendary hero from 400 years ago called the Evil Spirit General, Xie. Her face beamed with pride as she passionately told Lu Dian about the grand history of the Jiwu Academy. The very first director was the hero, chosen by the Evil Spirit General, Xie. He piloted Xie to conquer the southern continent for the Tandu nation and established the Jiwu Academy 400 years ago. The director's spirit general then crystallized into a soul jade and was sealed within this statue to protect the academy and to wait for the next hero to appear. After hearing Ha Yan's story, Lu Dian's eyes burned with a fiery light. He felt a powerful force surging through his body, like he'd been struck by destiny itself. He swore an oath to become a hero, just like the first director. His expression was more determined than ever. He would aim for the top, for the 8 generals of Tiandu, and become the most powerful spirit general pilot. The moment he finished his vow, the statue of Xie began to tremble, sending a light shockwave through the ground. The soul jade inside erupted with intense energy, unleashing a blinding, brilliant green light. Seeing this phenomenon, a thought sparked in Ha Yan's mind. Could that be a spirit power resonance wave? Was this really the soul jade of the evil spirit general, Xiezi? Having never seen anything like it, it took Lu Dian a moment to snap out of his shock. He stared in amazement and asked Ha Yen if something just lit up. He pointed toward the spirit general statue, still completely clueless about what was happening. Before Ha Yen could answer, Lu Dian rushed over to the statue to investigate, but the commotion was already gone, which only confused him more. Ha Yen's mind was reeling in absolute shock. Was it possible that the first director's spirit general just resonated with this idiot, Lu Dian? Could Lu Dian really be the next host for Xiezi? The moment the idea formed, Ha Yen immediately shot it down. It had to be a hallucination. There was no way. How could the first director's spirit general possibly choose a moron like Lu Dian? Up ahead, Lu Dian was still engrossed in studying the statue. He even licked his finger and tried to wipe a spot on the spirit general. At that moment, a furious Ha Yen charged in and smacked him on the head. "Behave yourself," she yelled. "And stop touching everything." She then dragged Lu Dian away like a puppy to report to the instructor. Despite the massive lump on his head, Lu Dian couldn't shake the feeling that the spirit general had just reacted to him. From a high floor above, Song Yun Xiang had witnessed the entire event. He was a bit surprised that people from the Eastern continent still believed in the legend of the descended immortal after 16 years. His own preparations were now more or less complete. He vowed that this time he wouldn't let them sacrifice themselves here for nothing. Down at the arena, the roar of the crowd was deafening. On the field, two spirit generals were locked in a fierce battle. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed against each other. In a flash, the blue mech completely overpowered the red one, seizing victory. The audience below erupted in a massive, excited cheer. After the match, Qing Yi, the assistant instructor for Class 10 and an early-stage Xuan rank spirit master, asked Instructor O if the blue mech deserved an extra point, since its pilot's fighting skills weren't half bad. Beside him, Bo Pei, the main instructor for Class 10 and a mid-stage Xuan rank spirit master, was completely unimpressed. With a flat expression, she commented that the blue mech's fighting style was a chaotic mess. A style like that would only get you killed on a real battlefield. Hearing this, Qing Yi was powerless to argue. Just then, Ha Yen arrived with Lu Dian in tow to report. It seemed Bo Pei had already heard about him, instantly recognizing him as the one who passed the special entrance exam. In response, Lu Dian stood up straight, facing the instructor's intense pressure with a loud, clear voice. This whole scene just made Ha Yen want to facepalm. Reporting, "Instructor, my name is Lu Dian, 18 years old, from the Lu family of Borderlands Province. My rank is early stage Huang. I have..." Before he could even finish his intro, Instructor O cut him off. She had no time for useless chatter and immediately decided the next match would be Ha Yen versus Lu Dian. The instructor's decision left Lu Dian completely dumbfounded, but before he could object, Ha Yen jumped in. She looked like she'd been waiting for the chance to beat him to a pulp. Hearing the news, the male students were thrilled, eager to see Ha Yen teach the newcomer a lesson. A few of them even laughed mockingly, warning Lu Dian to be careful because Ha Yen's skills were always top tier. Qing Yi couldn't help but worry about how this fight would go. He spoke up, asking Lu Dian if he was even used to piloting a spirit general yet. Lu Dian replied that his skills were decent enough from his time as a reserve spirit master. He'd learned from his old man in the army, but the problem was, he hadn't been issued his own spirit general yet. Hearing this, Qing Yi handed him the soul talisman for a standard guardian model. "You can borrow this for today's class," he said. "The student it belongs to isn't here." He explained that Lu Dian just needed to channel his spirit power into the talisman to summon the spirit general. Holding the talisman, Lu Dian was overflowing with excitement. So this was a Jiwu Academy spirit general? His eyes sparkled with absolute admiration. This design, these patterns, Lu Dian felt like it was on a whole other level, even more advanced than his father's jade pendant. Seeing his over-the-top reaction, Qing Yi was left speechless, completely bewildered. Stepping onto the stage, Ha Yen took out her soul talisman and summoned her spirit general. Across from her, Lu Dian decisively followed suit. Streams of data flashed in midair, coalescing into a blue and a red spirit armor. Inside her cockpit, Ha Yen couldn't help but flash a sinister, wicked grin. She was confident she would beat Lu Dian without holding anything back, to make him forget all about peeping on her earlier. Not wanting to seem weak, Lu Dian urged Ha Yen to come at him with her full strength. From the stands, the crowd roared, cheering for Ha Yen. They all wanted her to shatter Lu Dian's mech with a single sword strike. Not wasting a second, Ha Yen made the first move. She stomped her foot, launched high into the air, and charged straight for Lu Dian. Already on high alert, he simply dodged back to avoid her attack. Ha Yen continued her relentless assault at lightning speed. After they exchanged a few blows, Lu Dian just kept retreating. From behind him, Ha Yen started to taunt him. "I thought you had so much fighting spirit just a minute ago." Ignoring Ha Yan's words, he just kept on dodging. Even Cheng Yi, who was watching the match, felt let down by Lu Yan's cowardly hit-and-run tactics. But then, Ubo spoke up, telling him not to underestimate Lu Yan just yet. His footwork seemed chaotic, but he managed to avoid every single one of Ha Yan's attacks. The instructor's words left Cheng Yi completely stunned. On the stage, Ha Yan unleashed her dual swords, forcing Lu Yan to do nothing but defend with his shield. He was clearly starting to lose ground. Inside his mech, Lu Yan struggled, admitting to himself that Ha Yan's power was the real deal. The two-stage gap between Spirit Soul Masters was proving to be a massive hurdle. In the stands, a few people were getting impatient, urging Lu Yan to fight back. Looking at the situation, it wasn't a stretch to say they already knew how this fight would end. One guy in the crowd jeered that Lu Yan was just a yellow rank beginner, while Ha Yan was a yellow rank advanced. There was no way he could win. A two-stage difference meant her armor's strength and intensity were at least 40% higher. He knew he couldn't win a head-on clash. It was obvious he couldn't completely fend off Ha Yan. Lu Yan chose to create some distance first. Guessing his intent, Ha Yan used the gun on her blue mech for a long-range attack. As Lu Yan blocked with his shield, he commented that it seemed Ha Yan wasn't very good at controlling her attacks. At this range, her attacks posed absolutely no threat to him. In fact, he said they weren't even strong enough to scratch an itch. Being looked down on made Ha Yan snap. She snarled that if he thought that was nothing, she'd make him regret he was ever born. She unleashed her strongest move, and the students in the audience went wild, unable to believe she was actually using that technique. This time, Lu Yan was definitely dead. Even Cheng Yi stared with wide eyes, certain that Lu Yan couldn't possibly block this. It looked like Ha Yan was finally getting serious. Ha Yan leaped high, crossing her dual swords as her spirit energy surged to an unprecedented level. Getting close enough, she swung down, creating two brilliant arcs of light that slashed straight for Lu Yan. The blow to Lu Yan's mech was so painful he cried out. The students watching couldn't help but wince for him. The new guy really had bad luck, getting put in his place by Ha Yan so soon. Only Instructor O remained emotionless, quietly whispering her judgment that Lu Yan had won. Cheng Yi couldn't believe his ears and stared intently at the stage. The student next to him couldn't help but argue, thinking the instructor had to be joking since Lu Yan was clearly wrecked. In response, Ubo just told them to watch carefully. Although Lu Yan's red mech was severely damaged, his sword was pointed directly at the weak point of the blue mech. According to the rules, Lu Yan was the winner. Seeing his blade aimed at her core, Ha Yan's eyes flew open in disbelief. In contrast, Lu Yan, despite his struggle, wore a victorious smirk. Inside her mech, Ha Yan seemed to have lost her senses, muttering the result of the match over and over. The watching students were just as shocked. No one thought a newcomer 2 stages weaker could beat the famously elite Ha Yan. The usually cold Instructor O actually cracked a slight smile, then walked down with Cheng Yi, calling the battle a pretty good one. She then told Lu Yan to share his fighting method. Having waited for this moment, Lu Yan eagerly explained. He admitted that even to him, his victory felt unbelievable. Ha Yan's attacks were so fierce that he had no chance to counter. Her accuracy was better, her armor was stronger, and her speed was superior. But when Lu Yan observed Ha Yan's movements closely, he noticed she rarely used spirit energy to increase her speed. He guessed that either her spirit energy was insufficient, or her fighting style leaned towards defense. Hearing this, Instructor O looked at Lu Yan in a new light, silently assessing that he could remain calm and analyze his opponent while fighting someone stronger. This kid really was something else. Lu Yan wasn't finished. He continued, explaining that he created distance and discovered Ha Yan wasn't good at using spirit energy. Combined with his discovery that Ha Yan had a hot temper, he deliberately provoked her, causing her to fall into his trap. Hearing this, Ha Yan was both embarrassed and furious, trying to control herself, but her whole body was still shaking. She couldn't listen anymore. She turned and yelled at Lu Yan, saying he just got lucky, but Lu Yan ignored her, suddenly panicked about something else. The mech had been damaged, and he was afraid he'd have to pay a ton of money. His words made Ha Yan even more exasperated as she explained things to Lu Yan. A spirit soul general is summoned by a spirit soul master. It can't actually be damaged. Then she remembered mech number 16 belonged to Song Yun Xiang. The name left a bad taste in Cheng Yi's mouth. In his eyes, Song Yun Xiang was the 3-minute trash young master who had already skipped class for 3 days. Among the people here, only Lu Yan didn't know the 3-minute nickname and wondered if it was about his performance in bed. The other students then explained, apparently, Song Yun Xiang's celestial soul is flawed, and he can never hope to level up in his entire life. Simply put, he's the trash of all trash. Hearing this chatter, Instructor O loudly dismissed the students, but a second later, the sky above the Mecha-Martial Academy turned dark. Ha Yan's body trembled slightly. It was barely evening, so what was happening? Before anyone could understand, countless cracks appeared in the sky. From within them, massive beasts began to crawl through as emergency alarms blared across the entire city. The sound instantly shocked Ao Bo and Cheng Yi. Gradually, the cracks came into the students' view. One by one, monstrous beasts began to fall from the sky right above the academy. Some people were so scared they collapsed to the ground. Horrified by the scene, chaos erupted everywhere. People screamed that the beasts had arrived and they needed to run. The giant Tao-Ti beasts landed one after another, destroying many places. Lightning crackled from their bodies. They were like hungry tigers that had found their prey, beginning to hunt the people on the ground as the entire city fell into chaos. Using its power, one Tao-Ti opened its massive mouth and condensed a sphere of light energy. The people targeted were plunged into despair, thinking they were dead for sure. As expected, wherever the sphere of light passed, people were vaporized. Even large buildings were no exception, getting destroyed without mercy. The beam of light shot out from the beast, unstoppable, heading straight for the Mecha-Martial Academy. With no other choice, and running on pure combat instinct, Oh Boy shouted Cheng Yi's name. The kid got the message, summoning his spirit general and using a shield to block the beam, saving the academy from total disaster. Just the shockwave sent a bunch of students flying, and the attack finally died down after a moment. But here's the kicker. Blocking that one attack wrecked Cheng Yi's mech. We're talking 73% damage, and his soul power dropped to a pathetic 22.6%. Cheng Yi heard the report, his expression worried as he broke into a sweat. This was far beyond what he had anticipated. Following the first wave, the remaining beasts also landed. They were Tautis, the most gluttonous species. Unflinching, Ubo began to assess the battlefield, trying to see how many had arrived. As for Cheng Yi, he yelled for the students to find shelter quickly. This enemy was not something they could fight. At the same time, Cheng Yi used every second to replenish his spirit energy and regenerate his destroyed mech. Although ordered to leave the battlefield, Ha Yan and Lu Yan offered to help. Before they could finish, Ubo flatly refused. The instructor rushed towards Cheng Yi while telling the two of them to follow orders. Cheng Yi hadn't even finished recovering when a beast opened its huge mouth and lunged at him. At the critical moment, Ubo moved with the speed of light, instantly summoning her mech to save Cheng Yi. The instructor looked epic, taking out the beast in front of her with a single sword strike. Witnessing such a vivid, high-definition, uncensored scene made both Ha Yan and Lu Yan's jaws drop. They learned that the white distant might was the instructor's personal mech. They never expected it to be so powerful. The beasts weren't brainless, though. Even when they used ambush tactics from multiple sides, Aobo's powerful combat skills allowed her to easily detect and counter them. But something puzzled the instructor. The beast's movements seemed a bit slow. From behind, Cheng Yi suggested they stop fighting, because more and more beasts were appearing. He feared the two of them couldn't hold them off. The instructor curtly cut him off, telling Cheng Yi to shut his mouth. Instructor Ah roared his command. They had to hold these damn beasts back until reinforcements arrived. But before Ao Bei and Cheng Yi, a relentless tide of monsters surged forward, turning the city into a wasteland of smoke and ruin. Seeing the chaos, Lu Yan panicked, frantically asking He Yan what they should do now. With no other choice, she followed the instructor's command, urging Lu Yan to fall back. She knew their weak asses would only get in the way of the real fighters. Lu Yan hated it, but he knew she was right. The two of them immediately raced back toward the academy. While retreating, he noticed countless points of light streaking across the sky. At the same time, Ao Bei received a transmission from the command room. Xiao Yue reported that backup was en route, ordering Ao Bei to form a squadron and take command. Their mission? Defend the arena at all costs and not let a single beast escape. With her orders received, Ao Bei's fighting spirit ignited as she launched a furious counterattack against the monsters. Moments later, countless other spirit mechs descended from above. These weren't instructors, they were members of the student council, here as reinforcements. Though clearly exhausted, Ao Bei pushed herself to take command, ordering all mechs into a 12-unit formation. All spirit mechs acknowledged the order, instantly forming the devastating tiger wing formation. The pilots moved in perfect sync, creating an impenetrable wall before the monster horde. The tiger wing formation, a strategy where the commander baits the enemy while the flanks close in for the kill. It perfectly utilizes terrain and is ideal for a prolonged defensive battle. Two birds with one stone. Even Gu Shijing couldn't help but praise her. Ao Bei truly lived up to her name as the White Fox of the northern battlefield. Below, in the command center, Xiao Yue monitored the battle. The defensive line was established, and reinforcements had arrived. She turned to Gu Shijing, waiting for the next command. Without hesitation, Gu Shijing's voice boomed. She ordered every Jiwu Academy mech to defend their position to the death and trap the beasts. They had to hold out until the wave was over. Hearing the command, Ao Bei and the students steeled their resolve. This wasn't about winning. It was about surviving. One after another, the beasts slammed into the students' defenses, forcing them into a desperate struggle. Suddenly, a monstrous Taote seized a pilot's weapon. The multi-armed Taote pressed its advantage, launching a vicious attack. Its claws crackled with lightning, swiping down and sending a spirit mech flying. An explosion ripped through the academy, blasting debris high into the air. A Taote tore through the smoke, its body towering dozens of meters tall. Right in its path were He Yan and Lu Yan, running for their lives. The monster's appearance made their escape nearly impossible. Debris rained down behind them, threatening to crush them at any second. At this pace, the Taote would catch them for sure. Left with no choice, He Yan declared she would hold the monster back. She screamed at Lu Yan to run for underground entrance number 9. But there was one huge problem. Lu Yan was notoriously bad with directions and had no clue where that was. He Yan skidded to a halt, summoning her mech while pointing him in another direction. Run towards the statue of the spirit general Zuo Si. The entrance is right behind it. In a flash, He Yan's spirit mech materialized, blocking the beast to buy Lu Yan a few precious seconds. As he ran, Lu Yan cursed, his heart pounding with worry as he glanced back to see He Yan taking a brutal hit from the Taote. In an instant, the Taote smashed He Yan to the ground, but she still used her last ounce of strength to scream at him, "Lu Yan, run!" Hearing her desperate cry, he hung his head, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and ran like his life depended on it. As he ran, a storm of self-hatred brewed inside him. Why am I so damn useless? Why is running away the only thing I'm good at? Why do I always have to watch others sacrifice themselves for me? He screamed internally, wishing for power, wishing for his own spirit mech. Just then, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. He remembered the statue of Zuo Si. Maybe, just maybe, it could change everything. He recalled how the statue's soul jade had reacted when he got close. What if I'm the one the soul jade chose? If so, I could gain the power of the spirit General Zuo Si. The thought was like fuel to a fire, an unseen force pushing him, making him run faster and faster. He prayed that He Yan could just hold on a little longer. Soon, the Zuo Si statue came into view. Seeing that sliver of hope, a wild grin spread across his face. He sprinted towards it, shouting, praying the spirit armor would accept him. But suddenly, Lu Yan froze, staring ahead in utter disbelief. Someone was already on top of the statue. He couldn't process what the hell was happening. Worse, the shadowy figure had just smashed open the statue and pulled out the one thing he was desperate for. It was, without a doubt, the soul jade of the spirit general Zuo Qi. Song Yun Xiang stood atop the broken monument, looking down at Lu Yan with a smug smirk. Lu Yan was so shocked he could only point a trembling finger and demand to know who he was. Completely unfazed, Song Yunxiang stood bathed in the pale moonlight, his face illuminated by the glowing soul jade. He answered with chilling confidence. My name is Song Yunxiang, and I have returned. The scene shifts, his memories flashing before his eyes. All the people he couldn't save in his past life, instructors and students from the academy, those who once looked down on him, and the loving elder who cherished him. He saw his brothers from the Xuanjia Guard, the friend who sacrificed his own life to save him, and the mentor who protected and advised him in his darkest hour. And then, the enemies he could never forget, the ones he could never defeat, the Star-Lord system that was always by his side, the people he'd met across continents, and the inner demons that had tormented him for decades. Suddenly, Yunxiang's eyes flew open. He had just broken free from the memories during his cultivation, his body drenched in sweat. A brilliant light erupted from him, illuminating everything. The glow was so intense it could be seen from outside. Song Yunxiang sat by the window as dawn broke, panting from exhaustion. He had finally broken through. The entire room was thick with his powerful aura. Yunxiang was ecstatic. Intricate markings appeared on his face. He could feel the overwhelming power coursing through his veins, and he was satisfied. From the early Huang stage to its peak, in just 3 days, he'd leaped through 4 entire realms. He sat on his bed, catching his breath. It was an insane feat for a body with a flawed heavenly soul, but it also meant he was completely out of time. When I faced an army of 10,000 unbeatable foes, I chose to self-destruct and take them all with me. I never imagined I would actually return 16 years into the past. The memories washed over him again. 16 years ago, because of his flawed heavenly soul, he was just the family reject, a piece of trash. His own father sent him to this Southern Continent Academy just to protect him. Yunxiang stared at his reflection, and for a second, the image of his older self from his past life stared back. Back then, he muttered, I was too stupid to understand what he did for me. The man who had lived a full, tragic life felt a pang of shame. He'd wasted his youth, living like a degenerate on his title as a young marquis. Then, the academy was overrun. The Song family was annihilated, and the capital fell. It was only thanks to the Star-Lord system that he cheated death countless times, a system created by some all-powerful being which he'd stumbled upon by sheer luck in his past life. It didn't just have unbelievable abilities, it could even copy another person's spirit mech for his own use. He never dreamed it would follow him back through reincarnation. He called out to the system, checking his current status. The interface immediately appeared, displaying his stats. Looking at the screen, Yun Xiang fell into deep thought. He still had no clue why the system came back with him, but it was clear that every spirit mech he had ever collected was gone. Everything had been reset. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with resolve. Looks like I'm starting from scratch. The first thing Song Yun Xiang did was check the calendar. He'd returned on November 9th, which meant tonight, the Jiwu Academy will fall under attack. In just 3 days, using alchemy he mastered in his past life, he'd rocketed from the early Huang stage to its absolute peak. In his previous life, it took him until he was nearly 50 to get the elixir that could finally heal his heavenly soul. His heavenly soul was mended, but it came at a terrible price. Not only was he stuck at the saint stage, unable to break through, he could only use 20% of his combat power, forced to rely on soul continuation pills just to stay on his feet. Just one regeneration pill could completely restore his heavenly soul without any side effects. With that, he headed to the Southern Continent apothecary in the east-central part of Yuanding City to buy the ingredients. Yun Xiang approached the counter with a greeting. "I'm here to pick up the heavenly dragon root I ordered a few days ago." The manager quickly replied, "Please wait a moment while I check on that. It's still in transit. It will arrive this afternoon. We'll notify you the moment it gets here." A hint of disappointment crossed Yun Xiang's face. Still have to wait? He wandered off alone, lost in thought. 16 years ago, alchemy was so primitive that on the southern continent, a heavenly dragon root was practically priceless. But here, you could actually buy one with ease. Once he found the final ingredient for the regeneration pill, he could heal his heavenly soul. Then, even without his spirit soul, he could still drive back the savage beasts, he mused. Even with the heavenly dragon root, he still had hours to kill. Might as well head to the martial arena now and set up a few arrays to deal with those beasts. Hopefully, it can keep the casualties to a minimum. For now, the academy was quiet, untouched by the impending attack. A familiar voice echoed through the academy grounds. "This is the last spot. Let's set it up here." It was Yun Xiang, arranging everything in preparation for the night to come. These arrays were from the northern continent, easily 100 years ahead of anything on the eastern continent. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was too low. He could only set up arrays to slow the beast's movements. As Yun Xiang set up his arrays, he overheard a familiar tale. According to the legends of the eastern continent, a celestial being descended from the heavens, summoning a dharma form beyond the astral soul general. Hearing this, he couldn't help but turn to listen in. The crowd was captivated, cheering with excitement. Hearing you tell it, "Sister, I can feel a surge of power just listening." Turns out, the storyteller was He Yan. She seemed to be an expert on ancient lore and continued her tale. The very first dean of our academy was the hero chosen by the astral soul general, Shi Si. He Yan was completely lost in her own story, weaving a grand narrative for the crowd. The astral soul general, Xie Si, huh? As she went on, Yun Xiang listened from a balcony above, letting out a heavy sigh. "In my past life, I ran to you like a stray dog, begging you for your power, but you gave me nothing. This time, things will be different." He summoned his system and ordered it to scan the statue before him. The system reported back instantly. "Unclaimed soul jade of an astral soul general detected. Target confirmed, Shi Si. Initiate forced extraction." In the next moment, the massive statue was dragged forward like a giant robot, stunning everyone. He Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. It was just like the stories she'd heard. Is this soul power resonance? Could it be Shi Si's soul jade? Lu Yan, still young and inexperienced, was terrified by the sight and frantically asked He Yan, "Did something just flash over there? What is this situation?" From above, Yun Xiang saw their shock but ignored it, speaking to his system. "Star-Lord system, have you copied the astral soul general CSE?" The system replied, "An unclaimed soul jade cannot be copied. It can be moved into the system space once a host is found, then the copy process can begin." His face remained calm. "If it's useless for now, we'll take it during the chaos of the beast attack tonight to avoid a panic." Just then, the system notified him of a new message. Yun Xiang's eyes widened. Has the heavenly dragon root arrived? He quickly stabilized the arrays he was working on. "This side is just about ready. I need to get back to the apothecary first and quickly forge that regeneration pill to restore my heavenly soul. This time, I won't let everyone's sacrifice be in vain again." Returning to the market, Yun Xiang moved through the bustling crowd. But on that path, he passed someone who made him stop in his tracks. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. This person felt both strange and familiar, leaving Yun Xiang deeply unsettled. He silently commanded his system to scan the mysterious figure. The person's suspicious aura was too strong to ignore, so Yun Xiang had the Star-Lord system run a full scan. After a moment, the system confirmed his theory was correct. Soul power, condensed in the dantian within the chest. That's a cultivation method found only in the northern kingdoms. And then he made an even bolder deduction. This person was from the Dilun Kingdom. The Dilun Kingdom bordered the northern frontier of the Tandu Kingdom. Both were one of the three great nations that inherited the culture of the eastern continent. In his past life, in about 3 years, the warmongering Dilun Kingdom shattered the balance of power. They launched a full-scale invasion of the Tiandu Kingdom, dragging the other nations into the fray. This was the spark that ultimately led to the destruction of the entire eastern continent. Yun Xiang couldn't help but wonder why someone from the Dilun Kingdom would appear here at this time. Was there some secret he didn't know? He pushed the thought aside for now. He returned to the Southern Continent Grand Apothecary, the Yuanding City branch, to pick up his order. From the moment he entered, he was met with a warm welcome and an endless sales pitch. Right now, our Golden Dawn powder and body tempering solution are on sale, and we just got a new shipment of star-gathering pills. These were personally refined by a second-rank alchemist from our Southern Continent headquarters. The offers just kept coming. He just grunted and stated his purpose. I'm here to pick up the Heavenly Dragon root I pre-ordered 3 days ago. My surname is Song. Realizing her pitch had been too aggressive, the attendant guided him to the VIP area to wait. Yun Xiang sat down, and another young woman came to confirm his order. Mr. Song, the Heavenly Dragon root you ordered from us 3 days ago has arrived. The original price is 130,000 yuan. Because you selected expedited shipping, minus the 20% deposit you already paid, your remaining balance is... Suddenly, Yun Xiang waved his hand, stopping her mid-sentence. He reached into his pocket, but instead of pulling out money, he spoke slowly. I don't have enough cash on me right now. Hearing this, the attendant immediately grew wary of a deadbeat customer. I'm sorry, sir, but our store has a policy against installment payments. If you cannot pay in full, you can't take the item. After fumbling in his pocket for a moment, Yun Xiang withdrew a spatial storage card. Inside this card are countless elixirs. I want to sell these pills to you. Without even looking, the woman replied instantly, I'm sorry, Mr. Song, but we do not purchase elixirs. But when her eyes finally fell upon the card's contents, her jaw dropped. Is this a third-rank soul continuation pill? And could this be the rare fourth-rank soul condensing pill? This is a star-gathering pill, but its quality is even higher than what our main branch's grandmaster can refine. And this one, what is this? I don't even recognize these. This time, the attendant was completely flustered. Forgive me, sir. May I take these elixirs to our head manager for an appraisal? Yun Xiang knew they'd buy his pills one way or another, so he replied calmly, Go ahead, take them. I'll take the Heavenly Dragon route now. Do you have an alchemy room I can borrow for a bit? She'd never had a customer ask to borrow the alchemy room before and stammered in confusion. We have an alchemy room, but since the store doesn't have a resident alchemist, it hasn't been used in a very long time. He waved her concern away. I just need a quiet place that can block out soul power fluctuations. Hearing his request, the attendant immediately led the way. Then please, follow me. In a flash, she had led Yun Xiang to the alchemy room he desired. He then entered the room alone. The moment he stepped inside, Yun Xiang was stunned. This old-style furnace was from 60 years ago. It looks like a piece of junk. Too bad this one's broken. I actually wanted to give it a try. Yun Xiang sighed, weakly accepting the reality of the situation. He sat down on the floor. Fortunately, back on the southern continent, I learned the art of void refinement from the spirit race. Paired with a refining array, I don't even need a furnace to concoct pills. After taking out his materials, Yun Xiang began to set up the array. One by one, he assembled the required ingredients. He gently dropped the final herb into the 4-directional refining array. All the necessary ingredients were now inside the formation. Everything was proceeding smoothly. To anyone passing by, a brilliant red light could be seen glowing from within the alchemy room. Clutching the elixirs from Yun Xiang, the attendant rushed to the manager's office. She explained that a client wanted to use them as collateral and handed over the pills. Among them was an elixir she couldn't identify. Please, take a look. The man inspected each vial, nodding in approval. A Tier 3 spirit gathering pill and a soul continuation pill. This one is a soul condensing pill. And then, his eyes landed on the final elixir. He was so stunned, he practically screamed. This is a raging flame pill. The head manager looked at the attendant who brought them. Are you absolutely certain this client wants to sell these to our guild? Seeing his urgency, she quickly replied, Yes, sir. That's what he said. The manager shot up from his seat. Where is he now? The young woman stammered. In the alchemy room. He wanted to borrow it for a moment. so I showed him the way. Just then, she remembered something she'd forgotten to mention. Sir, the alchemy furnace is broken. But he's so young, I doubt he even knows how to refine pills. He probably just wanted a soundproof room to talk. But she couldn't have been more wrong. Song Yunxiang's true age was likely greater than the head manager's, so refining a pill without a furnace was child's play for him. In just a moment, Yunxiang had already forged a new elixir. Sweat covered his body, but he was thrilled to have completed the new pill. Without a second thought, Song Yunxiang swallowed the elixir he just created whole and began absorbing the power of the 6th grade pill. Finally, his soul veins could begin to recover. The sigils on his body glowed brightly again, as Yunxiang's entire form was engulfed in an ethereal blue flame. Just then, the head manager and the attendant arrived outside the alchemy room. He pointed at the door and asked, "There's no movement. It's been a full 2 hours. Are you sure the client has been in there this whole time?" She answered nervously, "I think he set up some kind of restrictive array inside. The door won't open from the outside." Just as she finished speaking, the room chimed, and the door slowly swung open. Yunxiang stepped out from the doorway, having already noticed their presence. A smug smile spread across his face as he thought, hook, line, and sinker. The attendant who had helped him rushed forward to make introductions. "Master Song, are you finished? This is the head manager of our establishment. Manager, this is Master Song." The old man gave a polite bow. "Master Song, my name is Hong Fang." He sized Yunxiang up from head to toe. Judging by the young man's clothes, he seemed to be from the Shanguan Academy, yet he could produce so many precious elixirs with ease. Could he be the young master of some great family, or perhaps backed by a master alchemist? Yunxiang returned the respectful bow. "I wonder if head manager Hong is satisfied with the elixirs I've provided?" Hearing this, Hong Fang replied, "Satisfied is an understatement." Hong Fang held up a vial. "I'll be bold enough to guess. The red pill in this bottle is the legendary 5th grade Raging Blood Pill." Yunxiang was pleased with the answer. As expected of the head manager overseeing an entire city, Elder Hong certainly has a keen eye. The old man replied humbly, "You praise me too much. You praise me too much." "Master Song, are you truly willing to part with such a precious item to our shop?" Yunxiang feigned distress, scratching his head. "I have no choice. I'm a bit short on cash lately." "Elder Hong, please name your price." Hong Fang began a long-winded explanation. "This raging blood pill can help any soul master below the earth realm directly advance a minor realm. If used at the peak of a realm, it can even help break through to the next major realm. If we put it up for auction, you could certainly get a better price." "Master Song, won't you reconsider?" He sighed. "Like I said, I'm in a bind. Cut the useless chatter and name your price." Seeing his resolve, the manager began to calculate the value of the elixirs. He beamed. "However, I would like to befriend Master Song. I will be bold and use my authority as head manager to make a decision. 444,000. Let's round it up to a nice, even 500,000. I wonder if the young master is satisfied with that." Yunxiang chuckled to himself. "This old fox sees my youth and thinks he's getting a steal. Next, he'll try to probe the origin of my pills." Mimicking the hagglers at the market, he stroked his chin. 500,000, huh?" Seeing his hesitation, Hong Fang grew a little anxious. "Master Song, to be honest, our shop could only sell these for about 600,000. Paying you 500,000 is the absolute limit of my authority. How about I also gift you several tens of thousands worth of medicinal herbs?" Seeing the fish on the hook, he took out his spatial ring. "Elder Hong, that's not what I meant. My house of Marquise Yuan never takes advantage of others." He then materialized 2 more 5th grade pills. "I'll add 2 more raging blood pills for a grand total of 1 million. Hong Fang took the 2 new vials, his heart pounding. He just took out 2 more 5th grade pills. Does this young man have a 5th grade alchemist backing him? Wait a minute. The house of Marquise Yuan? As in Marquise Yuan, one of the 8 generals of the heavenly capital. This young man is a young master of the Song family from Nanzhou." Yunxiang watched as Hong Fang stammered in realization. They truly are raging blood pills. And this quality, it's not just high grade, calling it supreme grade wouldn't be an exaggeration. He thought gleefully, this bait should be enough to lure out the big fish behind you. This head manager Hong Fang was 90% likely a descendant of a branch family of the Hong Merchant Guild from his past life's memories. In his previous life, the Hong Merchant Guild was one of the 3 great merchant guilds of the Eastern continent, controlling 70% of the medicinal herb and alchemy business in the heavenly capital kingdom. The Hong family's intricate web of connections in both politics and business had been built up over generations. Not only were they fabulously wealthy, but they also possessed a terrifying network of relationships and resources. In this life, to stop the coming beast tide, he not only had to rapidly increase his own combat power, but also build his own forces. Money, connections, and resources, all 3 were indispensable. "Hong Merchant Guild, a big fish like you will be quite useful to me." After a moment of thought, Hong Fang said, "Young Master Song, this is no place to talk. Why don't you join me in my office for a moment and sample some tea I've been saving?" Yun Xiang went along with it. "You're too kind, Elder Hong." They all moved to Hong Fang's office. Once the transaction was complete, his system notified him. "Your bank account has received 1 million yuan. Then, Song Yunxiang asked about the price of the Heavenly Dragon's mane. Before he could finish, Hong Fang interjected, "Young Master Song. Although the Heavenly Dragon's mane is rare, it's not exceptionally precious. A mere 30,000. I'll take the liberty of waiving the fee for you." Yunxiang didn't refuse, raising his teacup. "In that case, I won't be polite." Taking a sip of the hot tea, he praised its quality. At that moment, Hong Fang called the attendant over. "Go get the gold card with the number 3 insignia from the third drawer under my desk." A moment later, a glittering card was presented to Yunxiang, leaving him puzzled. Hong Fang smiled warmly. "Little brother Song, I believe you know that our Nanzhou Grand Apothecary is an enterprise under the Hong Merchant Guild. This card is the platinum-level membership jade talisman of the Hong Merchant Guild. With this, you can enjoy platinum member benefits and discounts at any establishment under our guild. It's a small token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it." And so, Yunxiang left the apothecary with the card in hand. They even waved goodbye to each other before he left. Once Yunxiang was out of sight, the attendant finally dared to ask, "Head manager, why were you so courteous to that young Master Song? Did you figure out his background?" He just smiled and replied, "He mentioned the house of Marquis Yuan, and his surname is Song. Marquis Yuan is one of the 8 generals of the heavenly capital, and also has the surname Song. If I'm not mistaken, I fear he is one of the young masters of the Song family from Nanzhou. The 8 generals of the heavenly capital. Saint-level powerhouses, the absolute peak of our kingdom's strength. But even a saint-level expert, of which you can count on one hand, is not as valuable as the 5th-grade alchemist behind this young Master Song." After hearing his analysis, she asked again, "Head manager, do you really think there's a 5th-grade alchemist behind him? There are only a handful of 5th-grade alchemists in the entire eastern continent. However, 5th-grade elixirs are occasionally found in ancient ruins and tombs." Her words made sense, but Hong Fang immediately refuted them. "I've already inspected those raging flame pills. Their quality is supreme, overflowing with soul power. They were absolutely refined in the very recent past." "Hurry! Inform the 4th young miss. We have a lead on that 5th-grade alchemist she's been searching for." With her mission clear, the servant acknowledged and quickly departed. Back with Yun Xiang, his eyes scanned the card from Hong Fang when they suddenly caught a flash of crimson hair. In that instant, his world froze. He stood motionless, a statue in the bustling crowd. A tidal wave of memories from his past life crashed over him, memories of her, leaving him utterly speechless. He spun around, grabbed her wrist, and called out her name, "Azan." Startled, Azan yanked her arm back, her gaze sharp with the confusion of a complete stranger. Song Yun Xiang looked at her, a storm of emotions churning inside as he hesitantly spoke her name again. At that very moment, the system chimed in. "Alert. Host has made contact with a Spirit Soul General's vessel. Loading data. Load complete. Spirit Soul General Lubu commencing replication." Song Yun Xiang remembered her. The woman named Azan, an assassin from the mysterious Taiyuan organization, and the vessel for Lubu's spirit soul in his past life. We weren't supposed to meet for another 3 years. By then, she was already a powerhouse at the precipice of the Saint stage. Wielding Lubu's power gave her unparalleled combat strength back then. She followed Taiyuan's twisted ideology, forcibly intervening in the wars between nations to stop humanity from destroying itself. In my past life, I met her on the battlefield. After years of facing life and death together, we finally became one. A memory surfaced of Yun Xiang, a long scar across his face, a cigarette between his fingers, asking Azan a question. "Is Zan your real name? Or is it just your code name in Taiyuan?" She sat up, her explanation gentle. "The great prophet of Taiyuan foresaw a coming storm, and so I was named Zan, an umbrella, destined to shield the world from wind and rain." Yun Xiang turned to Azan, his voice low. "So it is your real name?" Azan brushed back her crimson hair, her cheeks flushing as she gave a slight nod. In the next moment, they were lost in a passionate kiss. The room was filled with nothing but their silhouettes, an intimate space brimming with sweetness and joy. Snapping back to the present, the moment Song Yun Xiang's hand touched hers, the system announced, "Spirit Soul General Lubu, replication successful." Yun Xiang looked at the girl before him, his thoughts racing. She looked so much more innocent than the Azan I remember from 3 years in the future. But in her mind, Yun Xiang was just a stranger, an obstacle she could eliminate if he got in her way. And just like that, a dagger was already in her hand. She ripped her arm from his grasp, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Without another word, she lunged, the blade slicing through the air. but Yun Xiang's reflexes were a blur, catching her wrist with lightning speed. He held her tight, saying, "Relax. I'm not a bad guy." His words made her pause, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She whispered, "Who in the world are you? How do you know Taiyuan's assassination arts?" Just then, Yun Xiang's gaze shot past her, spotting 3 men in black closing in. "So, you're being followed." Before he could finish his sentence, she delivered a swift, precise kick to his groin. Azan's desperation to escape had completely taken over. The blood drained from Song Yunxiang's face as he let out a strangled cry in the middle of the crowd. The 3 men in black recognized their target and saw that she was making a break for it. As they started to give chase, they ran right past Yun Xiang, who was trembling in agony. But to protect the woman who meant everything to him, he grit his teeth against the searing pain and swept his leg out, sending one of the men in black tumbling to the ground. His accomplices stopped in their tracks. The man who fell scrambled up, furious, blood from his nose not yet wiped away as rage clouded his mind. "You bastard! Are you blind?" The leader of the group immediately stepped in to stop his subordinate. "Don't cause a scene." The underling was seething, but he could only shoot Yun Xiang a venomous glare. The 3 of them were about to leave when Yun Xiang staggered to his feet, deliberately provoking them to buy more time. "Hold on. You think you can just bump into me and walk away like that?" The man who fell exploded with rage. "Bump into you? It was obviously you," he shouted, pointing right at his face. "I get it now. You're with that red-headed thief." The leader once again stopped his man from making a scene. He leaned in close to Song Yun Xiang and hissed, "Tandu's secret intelligence division is on a mission. Kid, I suspect you're the suspect's accomplice. You're coming with us." But he was messing with a seasoned veteran. Yun Xiang knew instantly that these guys were absolutely not from the secret intelligence division. His plan shifted in a heartbeat. From foe to friend, this is perfect. "We're on the same side," Song Yun Xiang said, pulling a random piece of paper from his pocket and declaring it to be the Yao Sha Huang Se. The men exchanged glances. Was that the recognition code used by the different levels of Tiandu Sid? The leader kept his cool and replied, "Wan Zhuan Ku Chen Hua. So you're one of us. My mistake." Seeing that his opponents were still trying to act tough, Song Yun Xiang decided to press his advantage and shatter their facade. "I'm an undercover agent from the Southern Continent's Secret Intelligence Division. Number 54188. What are your designations?" The leader, now believing he'd run into the real deal, gave a subtle hand signal to his men. "This is a problem. You two go ahead. I'll deal with him." He continued the charade, trying to probe Song Yun Xiang for information. "We are scouts directly under Tiandu's SID headquarters. We saw you make contact with our target. Perhaps you could explain that?" But for someone who had lived twice, his knowledge far surpassed theirs. "You mean the assassin from Taiyuan. The Southern Continent Sid has been tracking this target for a long time. If you hadn't shown up, I would have already captured her." This time, the leader seemed completely convinced, thinking to himself, he even knows she's an assassin from Taiyuan. It seems this kid really might be from the Southern Continent's Sid. Our intel never mentioned that they were also tracking this girl. To avoid any more complications, I'll lure this kid into our encirclement and take care of him there. The leader calmly made his offer. "If that's the case, brother, why don't you join us? We can talk as we go." Song Yun Xiang wanted to see what they were planning, so he nodded. "I'll just report to my superior." The leader immediately paled and stopped him. "Brother, you can't. We suspect there may be a mole from Taiyuan hiding within your Southern Continent SID. That's why this operation was not announced to your side beforehand. Don't report in yet, or you might compromise our entire plan to catch them." That lie told Yun Xiang everything he needed to know. He played along. "You guys set up a trap?" The leader quickly replied, "That's right. Our men have set up an encirclement on the outskirts of the city. We're pretending to chase this female thief, but we're actually luring her into the trap. They've already gotten away. We have to hurry. So that's the plan. Truly worthy of the headquarters elite. Your thinking is quite thorough." The leader thought he had Yun Xiang fooled, but he wasn't so easily deceived. As Yun Xiang followed along, he thought, "These idiots are trying to impersonate the SID right in front of me. In my past life, I served as the commander of Tiandu's Xuanjing Guard. I don't even know how many times I've dealt with the real Sid." Yun Xiang even scanned his soul force. It was concentrated in his dantian. "This man is from the Yilun Nation, just like the black-robed figures I saw near the Martial Academy. I can't believe so many spies from the Yilun Nation have already infiltrated this deep." Song Yun Xiang suddenly remembered something. "Wait a minute. In my past life, the Southern Continent's Martial Academy was destroyed during a beast tide, and the sole General Zuo Si vanished without a trace. Could it be related to these Yilun spies?" Yun Xiang was deep in thought, trying to piece together the events of his past life as he followed the leader of the men in black. But suddenly, he saw a candy cart on the side of the road and thought, "Strawberry Tenghulu? I remember Azan seems to like these." And just like that, Song Yun Xiang walked over to the candy stall and bought several different kinds of candy, making the shopkeeper overjoyed. After buying them, he took a bite of one. Let me try it first and see if it's sour. The leader of the men in black watched him, sizing him up. Suddenly he asked, "Oh, right, brother, I forgot to ask earlier." Although he was still suspicious, he wanted to confirm Song Yunxiang's identity. "My name is Gu Ming. You can call me Old Gu." "And you are, brother?" As if he knew exactly what the guy was thinking, Song Yunxiang smirked from behind him and said, "My name's Cheng Yi. You can just call me Little Cheng." The road they took was now far from the city's central market, where, at that very moment, the real Cheng Yi couldn't stop sneezing. Wu Pei, who was right there with him, asked, "You good, Instructor Cheng?" He just waved it off. Not a problem. Meanwhile, deep in a forest of tangled branches, a shadow zipped through the trees. It was A Tan. She had managed to escape into the woods, but her speed wasn't enough to shake two of Gu Ming's lackeys, who cut her off. A Tan landed on a branch, trying to figure out her next move, but these guys wouldn't give her a second to breathe, chasing her relentlessly. With no other choice, she had to keep moving. Finally, Tan decided to stop running and dropped straight to the ground. But as soon as she landed, she spotted a figure right in front of her. Judging by the grim look on her face, this opponent was on a whole other level. From the dark shadows between the trees, an old man with white hair emerged, looking frail but radiating power. This was the captain of those three goons in black. With a cold smirk, he ordered the formation to activate. At his command, a massive formation blazed to life above her, sealing the entire area. One by one, all his subordinates appeared, dropping from the trees to surround their target. On top of fighting a small army, Tan now had to deal with two massive robots. Things were looking grim. She was completely trapped, like the filling in a dumpling. The old captain held a file with Tan's information, reading it to himself. Taiyuan's top assassin, known as the red-haired god of death. Real name unknown. A half-step Earth-rank spirit soul master, and the wielder of the Lubu spirit soul general. A flicker of twisted amusement lit up his eyes as he laughed out loud. I never expected her to be such a beautiful little thing. His soldiers began to close in, but Tan remained perfectly still. One of them sneered, "Don't even bother looking. This grand spatial formation is active. There's no escape. Why don't you just surrender quietly? Besides, a girl that looks like you. Maybe we can let the brothers have some fun first." The man barely finished his sentence before a blade sliced right through him. His head split in two, blood spraying everywhere. Tan's voice was ice cold as she asked the others, "Was it fun?" The blood splattered onto another goon, and their shock instantly turned to pure rage. Another one stepped up to lead the charge. "Get that filthy witch. Let's avenge our brother." Their captain just stood back and watched, making no move to interfere. At the same time, Gu Ming had led Yunxiang to their ambush point. The formation is active. Looks like they've managed to trap the assassin, Yunxiang thought to himself, still holding his candy skewer. The spatial fluctuations are intense. He had been paying close attention as Gu Ming led him here. This was a level 5 barrier-type spatial formation. Just as Song Yunxiang had predicted, it was a grade 5 spatial seal. When they arrived, the first thing Yunxiang saw was a chaotic mess. But what really caught his eye were two inactive robots, gray armor. These were city guard mechs. It seems these people found some backdoor into Tiandu's inner territory and got their hands on Spirit Soul General cores. Gu Ming went to report to his captain, but the old man just gave a cold grunt and went back to watching the fight. Tan was single-handedly cutting down the black-clad soldiers one by one. She didn't flinch, no matter how many charged at her. But in the middle of the slaughter, a familiar face made her look up. Yunxiang gave a little wave with his candy skewer and spoke up. "We meet again." He was so casual he even poked his own cheek with the empty stick. But instinct is a terrifying thing. Without thinking, Song Yunxiang's hand shot out, grabbing a nearby soldier in black and pulling the man in front of him, using him as a shield against Tan's blade. He then yelled angrily, "What are you attacking me for? That was dangerous. I'm not with them." Tan was having a serious crisis of understanding. Who the hell was this man? He clearly had a pathetically weak yellow-rank cultivation, yet he somehow managed to dodge her attack. The old captain simply watched in silence as another one of his men died because of Song Yun Xiang. He turned to Gu Ming, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "Who is this person?" Gu Ming leaned in and explained the whole story. "The kid claims to be an undercover agent from the Southern Continent's spy division." After hearing this, the captain instructed Gu Ming, "If he's just some stray fish that got caught in the net, it's his own bad luck. Focus on the girl first. We can find a chance to get rid of that stray fish later." Gu Ming nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." Looking closer now, Tan wasn't just surrounded by two giant robots, but four. The old captain was done watching from the sidelines. He began to control the robots, ordering them to attack her. Tan was busy fighting the soldiers, but she still sensed the immense danger coming from behind. Her reflexes were sharp, allowing her to dodge a fatal blow from a robot. Realizing she was in deep trouble, Azan began to summon her spirit soul general. In an instant, an overwhelming energy exploded from her body. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot down from the sky, slamming into the center of the forest. Azan and her spirit soul general had successfully merged into one. The components of Azan's spirit soul general began to materialize and assemble. First, the head of the mech took shape, then its two arms appeared, followed by its weapon, the legendary spear of Lubu. Azan's Lubu spirit soul general was complete. You could tell just by looking at it that its power was on a completely different level. Azan made it spin the massive spear in the air, a clear display of its might. With a single thrust of her spear, Azan destroyed one of the four giant robots. From a distance, another mech watched its comrade fall. Enraged, it charged forward, wanting revenge for its fallen partner. But its fate was no different from its friends. Just then, the Lubu's internal system alerted her to a sneak attack from behind. Warned of the danger, Azan dodged with lightning speed. The two attacking robots were stunned by Azan's incredible pivot. They were caught so completely off guard that they had no time to block or counter. That moment of surprise cost them everything as they were sent flying into the distance. The impact of two giant robots crashing down created a massive tremor, which was only natural. Seeing that the tables were turning, the men in black swarmed forward. Not only that, but they began summoning even more spirit soul generals. So, just as she dealt with the robots, double the original number appeared, surrounding her once again. Azan was struggling under the onslaught when she noticed something on her display screen. It was an image of Song Yun Xiang down below. Curious, she took a moment to watch. And down on the ground, he did not disappoint her. He asked them, "You're causing such a huge disturbance on the outskirts of Yuanding City. Aren't you afraid the city guard will notice?" Gu Ming answered confidently, "This place is sealed with a level 5 spatial barrier. Even if we tore the sky down, no one outside would ever know." Song Yun Xiang nodded calmly. "That makes sense. That's very reassuring." He had no idea that Gu Ming had already drawn a dagger. Seizing the opportunity while Song Yun Xiang seemed distracted, he lunged forward, unleashing a series of slashes. But his attack was never going to land. Song Yun Xiang dodged every single move Gu Ming threw at him. Then, he raised the hand holding the skewer from his strawberry candy, and in a flash, he spun and plunged it right into Gu Ming's fatal point. In the end, it was Gu Ming who was sent to meet his maker, blood spewing from his mouth. Yun Xiang smirked. "Now I can finally wipe all of you out in peace." With that, Song Yun Xiang pulled out the blood-soaked skewer. Gu Ming's captain finally realized his subordinate had been killed and began shouting for his men. He ordered his soldiers in black to kill him. 3 or 4 of the black-clad soldiers immediately charged. Song Yunxiang took out a storage card, pulling a sword from within it. And then, he and his blade unleashed hell on all sides. Every single soldier who rushed toward him was cut down where they stood. Song Yunxiang's eyes scanned the battlefield, checking to see if his slaughter had changed the situation at all. Seeing that things were still not in his favor, Song Yunxiang decided to bolt, but the old captain roared, "After him! Don't let that kid escape!" While running for his life, Song Yunxiang called out to his system, "Can you hack this spatial formation?" The system responded instantly. Affirmative, initiating hack. It began analyzing the enemy formation, feeding him intel. But for Azan, the situation was looking hopeless. Her spear felt heavy, and her spirit general was completely surrounded by the Diluan nation's forces. Azan was reaching her limit, the blood on her face making it hard to even see her targets. The old enemy captain, busy directing the assault on Song Yunxiang, was distracted by a commotion near Lubu. He barked an order to his subordinate, "It's time to capture Lubu. Activate the Star Prison soul-locking array." Instantly, multiple magic circles blazed to life around Azan's spirit general. From these arrays, countless chains shot out, wrapping around the mighty Lubu. The formations appeared from all sides, relentlessly unleashing their bindings. Chains even locked around Lubu's neck, making it nearly impossible for Azan to move inside the cockpit. With both its arms bound, Lubu's legendary spear was sealed, rendered completely useless. In short, Azan and her spirit general were utterly paralyzed. "What the hell is this thing?" she roared in fury. "Damn it!" She tried to break free, but it was no use. Even channeling all her power, she couldn't snap a single chain. Inside Lubu's spiritual space, Azan desperately tried to find a way out, but the old man's chains were unbreakable, leaving her in total despair. The captain sneered at her struggle. "It's useless. The Star Prison soul-locking array is a specialized formation for capturing spirit generals, a relic we recovered from an ancient civilization. You can't just power your way out of this one." Smug with victory, he commanded his men, "Prepare to forcibly extract the data from Lubu's soul stone." 4 giant mechs moved in, each carrying a massive bullet-shaped device. They positioned themselves in front of Lubu, and the devices bloomed open like four-petaled flowers, revealing a cannon barrel at the center. But these cannons weren't meant to fire projectiles. A devastating energy wave blasted forth, causing Atan to scream in agony inside Lubu. The black-robed pilot of one mech snarled, "You worthless girl! You cost us so many good men! Let's see you fight back now!" Just then, a pillar of light shot down from the sky. It landed some distance away from the fight, piquing the mech's curiosity. But from that distance, it was closing in on them at terrifying speed. The stream of blue energy was like a razor-sharp blade, effortlessly slicing through every single one of the black-robed soldiers' spirit generals. It then casually severed all the chains binding Atan's Lubu. Not only that, but the bullet-shaped cannons that had been torturing her were also obliterated by this blue energy. Atan was completely stunned, only able to gasp in utter disbelief. Standing behind her now was another spirit general, an identical Lubu. But the one piloting it was Song Yunxiang. He couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement, fighting alongside her just like the old days. As much as he wanted a reunion, time was short. "Should we speed this up? I've probably only got about 3 minutes," he said coolly. Atan was floored, seeing another Lubu standing beside her, talking to her. Her jaw dropped and she yelled instinctively, "No way! How can there be another Lubu?" At the same time, Song Yunxiang, piloting the Lubu he'd copied from her yesterday, charged forward, leveling his spear right at her. The move shocked Atan so much she could only stare, wide-eyed and frozen. But his real target wasn't her. Song Yunxiang was aiming for the enemy spirit general right behind her. His long spear struck true, piercing the black-robed enemy's mech right in its power core, causing it to short-circuit instantly. Song Yunxiang's spear didn't just disable the enemy mech. It passed straight through and killed the pilot inside in a single, clean strike. But he wasn't done. Song Yunxiang gave the spear a slight twist, driving it deeper into the pilot's chest. Then, without a hint of hesitation, he ripped his weapon free. Blood dripped from the spear's tip. The enemy pilot was beyond dead, but Song Yun Xiang seemed unsatisfied. He exploded into a bloody mist. "Guess I should have gone a little easier on him." He tightened his grip on the spear before retracting it. Atan had been watching his whole performance, and now, her patience had run out. "Who are you? What kind of spirit general are you using? And why does it look exactly like my Lubu?" Song Yun Xiang casually raised a hand. "Relax. At the very least, I'm not your enemy. I'll explain everything later." Song Yunxiang scanned their surroundings. "For now, let's team up and take care of this trash." Atan was a bit flustered, but what he said made sense, so she decided to drop her questions for the time being. The two of them began to fight as one. He took one, she took another. And though she'd agreed to work with him, Atan couldn't help but watch his every move as they fought. Every single thrust Song Yunxiang made with his spear was unnervingly precise. The way he handled Lubu's weapon was so masterful, it was as if this wasn't his first time piloting it at all. With every strike from Song Yunxiang's spear, another enemy life was claimed. For his part, Song Yunxiang was thrilled to be back in control of a spirit general after so long. This power, it feels just right. The two of them tore through the battlefield, wiping out every opponent that charged at them. Enemy generals fell one after another, making the fight almost too easy for the pair. One desperate enemy charged forward, hoping to take Lubu down with him. He tried to cleave the giant warrior in two with a small blade, but he ended up just like his comrades, run through like a chicken on a skewer. One by one, the black-robed pilots were knocked out by the duo. The battle raged on, with neither side willing to back down or surrender. Song Yunxiang was clashing with another one of the black-robed spirit generals, but the enemy used their numbers to their advantage, trying to sneak up on him while he was busy with another opponent. But even in that situation, taking on two at once was nothing for him. It was a walk in the park. Song Yunxiang swung his spear in a wide arc, slicing both ambushers in half at the same time. Atan was starting to feel exhausted, breathing heavily, but her eyes never left the Lubu controlled by Song Yun Xiang. He had no idea he was being watched so intently. But because of that, he was unconsciously showing off his skills in the most natural way. After observing him, Atan made an assessment. His cultivation level was clearly only at the Huang rank, and yet, with the most basic movements, he could precisely strike the enemy's energy core every single time. He had perfect control of his soul power and a deep understanding of his enemy's spirit general, and that whole series of fluid, decisive movements to wipe them out. He fought like a veteran with decades of combat experience, and the truth was, it had taken Song Yunxiang decades to gain that experience. She just didn't understand him yet. After wiping out all the black-robed subordinates, Song Yunxiang turned to the last one standing. And then there was one. Song Yunxiang's eyes locked onto his final opponent. The last mech was, of course, piloted by the old captain of the black-robed squad. Inside his cockpit, the captain was seeing red, veins bulging on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. How? How can there be another Lubu? What kind of monster is this? My entire plan completely ruined? Song Yunxiang showed no respect for his elder, charging forward with a taunt. Hey, balding old man, get over here and surrender. The captain of the black-robed squad, pushed over the edge by his failure, went berserk. There can't be two Lubus, he screamed, suddenly rocketing forward. I'll run you through myself. Song Yunxiang quickly brought his spear to bear, his grip firm and steady. In one swift motion, his spear sliced off both arms of the mech the old man was piloting. The limbs of his spirit general were sent flying in opposite directions. The captain was still alive inside, screaming in a fit of rage. But now he had to face two massive Lubu mechs at the same time. Only then did he truly realize the terrifying threat looming over him. From within Lubu's metal shell, Song Yunxiang's voice boomed. You disguised yourselves as the secret service to infiltrate the Tandu nation, and even got your hands on a guard's spirit general. Fess up. What are you lowlifes from the Diluan nation really plotting? What, the Dilun? Are they people from the Northern Kingdom in disguise? Song Yunxiang shot her a scornful look. You don't actually believe these weaklings are from the capital's secret service, do you? But it looked like Atan really did think that, because when his words hit home, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Exposed, the old captain's face darkened. How did you see through our plan? It doesn't matter, he then roared like a madman. Just die! Long live the general! Behind them, Atan realized he was burning his soul force. He's going to self-destruct. Hearing this, Song Yunxiang just scoffed. You want to play the self-destruct card with me? Not a chance. Beside him, Atan realized what he was about to do. Can he really suppress a self-destruction with his own soul force? Song Yunxiang channeled all his soul force into his palm, ready to slam it into the old man's face. From within the spirit general Lubu, he roared, "Get out of my sight!" The sheer power of Song Yunxiang's punch was enough to shatter a soul. The old man's fading life force was nothing against it. The blow was so immense, the captain was sent flying completely out of view. A moment later, he reappeared, crashing back down to earth with blood spraying from his nose. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and the force of his impact was just as brutal as the punch. Because the punch was so powerful, the landing was just as devastating. Song Yunxiang was still channeling Lubu, but he decided to dismiss the spirit form to finish the job. Finally, the captain was slammed down, sprawled out on the ground. It looked like he was completely knocked out, dead to the world. But Song Yunxiang wasn't done with him yet. He walked over and pried the man's mouth open to inspect it. He analyzed the man's mouth. Behind the second molar on the left, a hidden poison capsule for suicide. If I'm not mistaken, you're actually one of Ye Wang's subordinates. Even unconscious, those words shocked the old man's eyes open. How? How do you know of General Ye Wang? Atan was also stunned by the name that Song Yunxiang had just uttered. She gasped. Could it be the king of mercenaries who commands 330,000 Taihe remnants? The sword saint of Su Ren, wielder of the Ganjiang spirit general. Ye Wang, the legendary owner of that spirit general, is the sword saint from the sunken island nation of Taihe. Based on what Song Yunxiang remembered from his past life, that man led the remnants of Taihe, joining the army as mercenaries. In the years that followed, Ye Wang became a terror on the battlefield, invading their heavenly kingdom. In his past life, when he joined the Xuanjia Guard, he had clashed with him on the battlefield several times, but the Wen Tuong of the past, with his flawed soul veins, was no match for Ye Wang. As the memory faded, he bowed his head and sighed. Thinking back on it now, the sword scar Ye Wang left by his left eye began to ache. Atan heard him and asked what he was talking about. He just knelt silently on one knee, saying it was nothing. Then, Wen Tuong stood up, pointing at the captain on the ground. This one's for you. Take him back to Taiyuan for interrogation. Her face immediately darkened, her brows furrowing as she glared at him. In a flash, Atan whipped out a dagger and lunged straight at Song Yun Xiang, demanding an answer. Who are you? You saw through the Dailun Kingdom's plot, and you even know about Taiyuan. What are you really after? Wen Tuong just smirked slightly, easily catching her wrist. Taiyuan is a secret organization working to peacefully prevent civil war among the human factions. Relax. I'm not an enemy to you, or to Taiyuan. In a way, my goals are the same as yours. Song Yunxiang's words left Atan stunned. To unite all the human factions and fight the true enemy, he said with a gentle smile. She still frowned, but her expression had softened. Instead, her cheeks flushed a little as she pouted at him. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the dagger from Atan's hand. A second later, the blade was gone, replaced by a candied strawberry skewer and a storage card. Song Yunxiang smiled, offering the candy to her as she stared in bewilderment, and finally introduced himself by name. Atan shyly took the skewer. She watched, completely confused, as he turned his back to her in silence. I'm sorry, Atan, there are some things I can only tell you when the time is right. She blushed, holding up the skewer, wondering how he knew she liked these. Atan glanced at his back one more time before concluding, "What a strange man." Meanwhile, Van Tuong sat down next to a pile of bodies and began searching through them. Only then did she notice the storage card in her hand, wondering what it was. Looking over, she saw him pull out several more storage cards, inspect them, and then complain in frustration. Why are these guys so broke? There's nothing valuable in any of these cards. At that moment, Atan had a realization. She pointed an angry finger at Song Yun Xiang and shouted, "So when you did that just now?" Then she suddenly blushed and covered her face, and here I was thinking he was being cool, but he only did that so he could get a head start on looting the spoils of war. As if reading her mind, Ven Tuong raised an eyebrow. "You're not thinking something rude about me, are you?" She was instantly flustered, turning her head away with a huff. "You're just a greedy gold digger." Hearing that, Song Yunxiang slowly stood up and simply said, "No." He shook his head slightly, putting the storage cards in his pocket. "You're still young. You probably don't understand how tough this world really is. Do you know the two most important words for surviving in the martial world?" For some reason, Ven Tuong's back seemed a bit lonely and desolate. Her curiosity sparked. Atan immediately asked what they were. He pulled his coat open slightly, revealing a sleazy grin, and answered, "Having money." The answer was so predictable it left her with a million question marks in her head. Song Yunxiang explained, "First, you need money to be a righteous hero who expects no reward. Second, as they say, you need wealth, companions, techniques, and land. With enough money, there are 100 ways to quickly raise your cultivation level." She stared wide-eyed, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. He, on the other hand, was looking extremely smug. This applies to individuals, and it applies to nations. Enough resources and benefits can create any problem, and they can solve any problem. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. As long as we can offer enough benefits, even former foes can be made to serve our purposes. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Atan rubbed her chin, nodding. "What you're saying seems to make sense, even if I don't really get it." Hearing her half-hearted reply, Song Yunxiang angrily scolded her for being so dismissive. Suddenly, strange purple lightning flashed in the distant sky. The world went dark in an instant, and fierce winds began to howl violently. He immediately went on high alert. Atan was also confused by the bizarre scene. Song Yunxiang's eyes widened in shock as a thought hit him. A rift? How is this possible? The beast tide. It's arriving much earlier than it did in my past life. Atan also recognized the rift. Her eyes widened as she muttered 3 words, Cheng Yuan Cauldron. Then she whipped her head around to look at the man tied to the tree and screamed, "It really was you!" Surprised, Ven Tuong also turned to look. Beneath the ancient tree, the old captain, who had been slumped over, suddenly let out a few heavy breaths and started laughing. He grinned through a bloody mouth, cackling as he spoke. "It seems the first team has already completed its mission." Song Yunxiang suddenly asked her, "Did Tai Yuan already know something about this?" Atan fell silent, her expression conflicted. Seeing this, he raised his voice, pleading urgently, "Please, you have to tell me." Finally, with a troubled look, she turned her head and agreed. "Fine, since you helped me just now." Atan began to speak slowly. According to Tai Yuan's intelligence, the Dilun Kingdom seems to have found a technique to create artificial rifts during a previous secret realm exploration. They plan to use this technology for military purposes. I came to the southern continent to investigate this matter. At this, she lowered her head grimly. Atan clenched her fists in frustration, but I didn't expect to fall into their ambush. Song Yunxiang also looked down, his voice low. "So that's how it is. So this was all a scheme by the Dilun Kingdom. It all makes sense now." Just then, the old captain's eyes bulged as he screamed madly, "It's too late for you to know. You're all going to die. Both of you will die right here." In an instant, Van Turng's face darkened as he shot forward and clamped a hand over the man's mouth. He lifted the old man into the air, ignoring his violent struggles. "What do you think you're doing?" A second later, the old man was convulsing from the lightning wrapped around Van Tuong's arm, letting out agonizing screams like a dying fish. Atan rushed over in a panic, trying to intervene. "I've completely crippled his soul veins. He's more valuable to us alive." With that, Song Yun Xiang let go, tossing the man to the ground. The old geezer rolled several times before stopping right at her feet. He walked over and shoved a pill into the man's gaping mouth, ensuring the old fool wouldn't die. Then, Van Tuong held out a storage card. "A thank you gift for the intel you gave me on the elixir. I need to get back to Nguyen Din City, fast. You comin'?" Atan quickly raised her hands and accepted it respectfully. She bowed her head slightly in apology. "I have to return to the Southern Continent branch. It's not that I want to see the people of Nguyen Din die. I just have a more critical mission. and I'm sure the city guard and the Kovo Institute can handle it. Song Yunxiang gave a knowing smile and waved his hand. Say no more. I get it. You should take this long-haired bald dude and get going. He then turned away and called up the system. Can I use Lubu's spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon Horse? A moment later, the system replied that a forced summon was possible, but it would cost triple the normal soul power. Hearing that, Song Yunxiang decisively tossed 3 elixirs into his mouth and accepted. Atan's jaw dropped at the sight. 3-star soul continuation pills. Those cost 50,000 celestial coins a pop, and he just took 3 at once. He stood still in the vast forest as 2 spirit soul circles, one large and one small, formed around his body. With a final word, a pillar of blinding light shot straight into the heavens. She looked up, and a sudden realization made her gasp. Wait a sec. Could it be? The body of a spirit beast began to materialize, a soul general riding on its back. The crimson flame dragon slowly took form in the air, its eyes burning red. Moments later, Atan stared at Song Yun Xiang on its back and screamed, "The crimson flame dragon horse!" Her eyes widened in disbelief. That's a heaven-tier spirit beast, something only the highest ranks can unlock. I can't even use one, so how can he? As she said this, a memory sparked in Atan's mind. That's right, the Kovo Institute's Zuo Si. According to Tai Uyen's intelligence, the legendary Soul General Zuo Si had the ability to shapeshift into other Soul Generals. Could this man be the owner of the Zuo Si Soul General? At that thought, she suddenly shouted Song Yun Xiang's name, making him turn in surprise. The Dylan Nation's goal this time is related to Zuo Qi. Be careful. Atan cupped her hands around her mouth, yelling with all her might. Song Yun Xiang heard her, shouted a quick thanks, and then shot into the sky. Where he stood, only a deep crater and a few lingering sparks of lightning remained. Atan looked down, breaking out in a cold sweat. Since when did the Tiandu kingdom have such a mysterious powerhouse? She pulled her collar up grimly, covering her mouth as she thought of the Zuosi Soul General. This could shatter the balance of power between the 3 nations and become the trigger for war. I have to report this to the organization, immediately. Meanwhile, Song Yun Xiang was riding the crimson flame dragon, streaking through the sky. It moved like a raging hurricane. He leaned forward, eyes narrowed on the path ahead. So the Dylan Nation created the rift just to steal Zuochi's soul jade. No wonder in his past life, the jade's whereabouts were unknown after the beast tied. Song Yunxiang wondered if he was the reason the rift appeared early, either by tampering with Zuochi's soul jade that morning or by interfering with Atan's ambush. Whatever. If my actions can change history, then I have to save them. Having made his decision, Van Tuong roared an order, and the crimson flame dragon accelerated like a rocket. Right now, Wendin City was engulfed in smoke and fire. In the West District, the crackling of flames mixed with the desperate cries for help from miserable people. Guo Yuan was on one knee, putting all her weight on her sword to keep from collapsing. The Yongin Din City Guard's 5th Patrol Squad from the West District had arrived, forming a line against several monstrous beasts. Instructor Guo, are you all right? A guard rushed over, carefully helping her up. The so-called Instructor Guo was a teacher from the Kovo Institute, an early-stage Xuan rank named Guo Yuan. She frowned, gasping for breath. Captain Chu, thank you for the help just now, he replied without turning. Don't mention it. I should be thanking you for bringing your students as reinforcements. The speaker was the captain of the 5th Squad, a peak Huang rank named Chu Dong. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with pain, only to have them die here. Chu Dong looked in anguish at the bodies of the students scattered on the ground, his face twisted with rage as he turned back to the giant beasts. You bastards, he cursed. Suddenly, one of the guards yelled, Chu Dong, 2 more on the left, a chubby soldier warned frantically. 1 more appeared at our 11 o'clock position. Then another guard froze, as Four Eyes frowned and began counting the new arrivals with a trembling voice. A moment later, his face pale with terror, he reported, We're screwed. There are 40 of them on the right. The remaining guards panicked. There's only a handful of us left. We can't hold out much longer. Should we retreat? Chu Dong immediately roared. We can't retreat. Our orders are to hold this position to the death. We have to stop the beasts from breaking the perimeter. We cannot let our brothers' sacrifices be for nothing. We are the soldiers of Tiandu. We face mountains of blades and seas of fire, but we never back down. Tiandu will be victorious. He raised his sword, his voice booming. His fighting spirit ignited the others, who raised their weapons and chanted in unison, Tiandu will be victorious. The 2 guards supporting Guo Yuan stared forward grimly, no one noticing what was happening far behind them. Behind a shattered wall, 2 civilians peeked out, trembling in fear. Chu Dong started giving orders. Instructor Guo, we'll hold these beasts off. Use the chance to get the students and the civilians behind us out of here. With that, he launched himself into the air. Chu Dong led the charge, with 2 guards right behind him. They let out a unified war cry, "Kill!" But the beasts were far from gentle, roaring back with mouths full of sharp fangs. Both sides charged, fueled by a kill or be killed fury. Chu Dong swung his sword down, but a beast caught the blade. Suddenly, he pulled out another sword from nowhere. While the beast was occupied with the first sword, Chu Dong slashed it across the face with the second, inflicting a painful wound. On the other side, Mu Fenyun asked, "Instructor Guo, are we really retreating?" Guo Yuan lowered her head. "I've already sent a request for reinforcements to headquarters. Just hold on a little longer. They should be here soon." Hearing this, the young man immediately raised his sword, wanting to charge in and help the others. But the moment Mu charged, a beast swatted him away, sending his sword flying. Before he could even react, another beast pinned his head to the ground with its massive claws. Then, it opened its cavernous, blood-red maw to devour him whole, ignoring the boy's frantic struggles. In one swift motion, his arm was bitten clean off. The boy broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in agony. Four Eyes, who was desperately fighting off another beast, screamed his name. He watched in horror as the beast opened its mouth again, ready to finish off his teammate. Just then, a furious roar echoed, telling it to get lost. After the shout, Chu Dong slammed his foot into the beast's body, making it release the boy in pain. He rushed over and helped him up, urging him to get back on his feet. At the same time, Four Eyes was grabbed by the leg and dragged across the ground, tearing a hole in it. Another guard, fending off a beast's snapping jaws, turned his head in worry and called out to him. The beast suddenly lashed out with its razor-sharp claws. The guard was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. A moment later, the few survivors were grouped together, completely surrounded by beasts. One guard was pinned under a massive clawed foot. Four Eyes was being pulled in opposite directions by 2 beasts, about to be torn apart. Chu Dong yelled desperately at Guo Yuan. "Where are the reinforcements?" He turned his head, his voice trembling. "Are we going to die here?" The beast unleashed its razor-sharp claws. It swatted Guo Yuan's sword away with ease, sending her stumbling backward. A nearby soldier screamed in horror, "Instructor Guo!" The beast balled its fist, ready to deliver the final, crushing blow. That soldier was paralyzed with fear, totally helpless. All Guo Yuan could do was lie there and pray. "God, anyone, please, send someone." Inside the wrecked mech, Guo Yuan clung to a sliver of hope that someone would save them. The others hiding behind the rubble could only watch in terror. At this point, a miracle was their only option. Chu Dong, seeing the dire situation, yelled out in frustration, "Why isn't that mech moving?" The beast didn't hesitate. Its massive fist came crashing down. Guo Yuan had no way to dodge. She could only brace for the impact. Inside, she shut her eyes, unable to watch her own end. But just as she accepted her fate, a brilliant flash of green light tore through the air. It pierced straight through the beast standing over her. Chu Dong's jaw dropped at the impossible sight. The other mechs froze, startled by this sudden turn of events. The survivors behind the wall were just as confused. What was that? Whatever landed hit with so much force, it kicked up a massive cloud of dust. As the smoke began to clear, they saw it. Quote, "A single spear." The beasts were completely stunned by the strange weapon. And from within the smoke, a massive silhouette began to emerge. Every step this person took radiated an intimidating pressure. He stretched out his hand, a green light glowing from his palm. The spear nearby sensed its master's call and began to dematerialize. Before everyone's eyes, the spear dissolved into motes of emerald light. These particles flew towards Song Yun Xiang's hand, reforming. A perfect spear instantly materialized in his grasp. He gave the spear a confident twirl in the air. Then, Song Yun Xiang spurred the red flame dragon forward, charging head-on. The beasts huddled together, growling as they watched him approach. Then, they charged with savage fury. Song Yun Xiang was like a green comet streaking across the battlefield. As he closed the distance, he gripped his spear with both hands and unleashed a devastating swing at the horde. A massive explosion erupted in front of him. Beast carcasses were sent flying through the air. Wasting no time, he swung again for another brutal strike. Everywhere his spear landed, things just exploded. The beasts were obliterated before they could even attack. Chu Dong could only stare in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Everyone watching was completely terrified by this overwhelming display of power. A soldier stammered, "Instructor, is this the reinforcement you called for?" But Guo Yuan was just as clueless, completely bewildered. Chu Dong couldn't help but wonder, what kind of spirit general is that? He's way too strong. After clearing out the trash, Song Yunxiang rode calmly through the smoke. With a single word, dispel, the spirit General Lubu and the red flame dragon vanished. Everything faded, leaving him floating alone in a sphere of energy. Song Yun Xiang slowly descended to the ground, the sphere dissipating around him. The survivors watched nervously from behind the wall. As he walked over, he explained, "Don't be alarmed, I'm just passing by." Spotting a fallen flag bearer, Song Yunxiang bent down. The flag of the Tandu nation should never touch the ground. He took the flag from the soldier's hand and planted it firmly in the earth. Song Yun Xiang held the banner high and roared, "Tiandu will be victorious." Inspired, everyone began to chant with him, "Tiandu will be victorious." Then, all the remaining mechs rose to their feet, joining the chant. Seeing this, the survivors behind the wall erupted in cheers. "Yes, we're saved! We're finally saved!" Inside her mech, Guo Yuan stared intently at Song Yunxiang's every move. She muttered in disbelief, "That's a Jiwu Academy uniform. Since when did our academy have an expert of this caliber?" Just then, his eyes landed on something. He'd spotted Shen Ruaowei lying unconscious nearby. Song Yunxiang immediately walked over, saying, "This one's not dead yet. Guess it's your lucky day you ran into me." He reached down and picked up the charm beside her. "I'll consider this the price for saving you. This marriage contract is mine now." Then, Song Yunxiang took out a pill and placed it in Shen Ruaowei's mouth. He gently picked her up and carried her towards the others. Chu Dong bowed his head gratefully. "Thank you, Senior, for lending us your strength." He introduced himself as Captain Chu Dong of the West City Garrison. Hearing this, a soldier behind him whispered nervously, "Captain, he looks like a student from the academy. Is it right to call him Senior?" This ticked Chu Dong off, and he snapped back, "Shut your mouth." In the world of martial arts, age means nothing. Respect is earned through strength. But Song Yunxiang wasn't paying attention. He handed Shen Ruaowei over. "No need for formalities. This student can be saved. I already gave her a spring return pill. She's all yours now." With the girl handed over, he immediately turned to leave under Guo Yuan's watchful gaze. She finally couldn't hold back anymore and called out, "Are you really a student at our Jiwu Academy? What class are you in?" Song Yunxiang didn't stop, but he tossed something back over his shoulder. Chu Dong easily caught it. It looked like a small box of pills. Before leaving, he explained, "The name's Song Yun Xiang. I was just passing by. You guys hold the line here. I'm going to check out the other areas. See you around." Then, he instantly summoned his spirit beast. Song Yunxiang mounted the red flame dragon and quickly vanished from sight. As he left, Guo Yuan wondered to herself. His aura only felt like he was at the peak of the Huang rank. So why is he so powerful? Could he be concealing his true cultivation level? Then she turned and asked, "What did he throw you just now?" Chu Dong stared at the box in his hand, confused. But after a moment, his face went pale with disbelief as he shouted, "These are soul continuation pills." Someone who didn't know what those were asked him to explain. One of the more knowledgeable soldiers explained, "I've heard of them. They're 3-star pills that can replenish soul power. They're incredibly rare. A single one goes for 50,000 Tiandu dollars at auction." Hearing this, everyone gasped. "This whole bottle is more than my yearly salary. This senior is unbelievably generous." Ignoring their chatter, Guo Yuan stared in the direction he had left. "Song Yun Xiang, who in the world are you?" At that moment, Shen Ruaowei stirred in her arms. She let out a soft groan as she slowly opened her eyes, and the first name she whispered was Song Yunxiang. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang had already reached Chengyuan Cauldron, his spear a blur of motion, leaving trails of green light in its wake. Riding atop the red flame dragon, Song Yunxiang charged forward like a war god. He swung his spear with wind-shattering speed, taking down beasts before they could even react. In his wake, Song Yunxiang left nothing but a battlefield littered with corpses. But just as he passed, another figure appeared out of nowhere. Xu Hemming stood calmly on the head of a giant beast. He stared intently at the young man's departing figure. Then, Xu Hemming let out an amused laugh. "Interesting. He's clearly just a kid at the peak of the Huang rank." Back at the Jiwu Academy headquarters, within the imposing command center of the Qing Tower, a massive screen displayed the ongoing slaughter of the beasts. Gu Shijing watched every development with a serious expression. Xiao Yue, sitting at her console, reported the grim situation, stating that they urgently needed more support. Shijing pushed up her glasses and asked, "What's the situation like inside the academy itself?" She turned back to her screen. According to the defense squad's report, it seems someone has deployed a formation within the academy grounds that's slowing the beasts down. Although 2 teams are in a tough fight, we have 0 casualties so far. Xiao Yue looked at her monitor, about to add something else. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Instructor Guo's team just sent in a report. They received support from a mysterious spirit general, and all the beasts in their area have been eliminated." Gu Shijing's brow furrowed. "A mysterious spirit general, you say?" Suddenly, Xiao Yue cried out, "Another squad at the 4 o'clock position just sent in an image of the same mysterious horse-riding spirit general." The image on the main screen zoomed in on Song Yun Xiang, commanding his Lubu spirit. The moment she saw it, she recognized the weapon and gasped, "Wait a second, that's the Sky Piercer halberd." Gu Shijing's eyes widened in shock. Could that actually be the spirit general Lubu? Hearing this, Xiao Yue asked curiously, "Chief, you know this spirit general?" She explained, "Among men, Lubu. Among horses, red hair." According to top-secret files from the Tiandu Nation, Lubu was a warrior of peerless might. The Sky Piercer halberd was his signature weapon. To take on that name, you'd need the terrifying power to match. After running the numbers, Xiao Yue quickly reported, "I've tracked its movements." The destination of this spirit soul general was the Jiwu Academy. Gu Shijing wondered to herself, why would the Lubu spirit soul general appear now? Its target is the Jiwu Academy? Are you an enemy or an ally? Just then, countless sparks began to flicker outside the academy. Song Yun Xiang stopped just before the academy, assessing the situation. A 12-position tiger wing formation? Not bad, Instructor Wu. Looks like the training grounds are clear of casualties. Inside the mech, he relaxed. Looks like the slowing formation I set up is working. Instructor Ao's group should be able to hold on for a little while longer. If that's the case, I'll use the chaos to grab Xiexi's soul jade. Song Yunxiang immediately commanded in a loud voice, "Crimson Flame Dragon, this way!" The mech stomped its foot, gathering power, and the two of them easily vaulted over the high wall. Once that was done, he shouted, "Crimson Flame Dragon, dematerialize." It quickly vanished. Song Yunxiang had the Lubu spirit soul general leap into the air. He pinpointed the Xiexi statue's exact location, then landed heavily behind it. From inside the cockpit, he studied the statue for a moment. Then, Song Yunxiang gave the order to open the spirit core. The Lubu spirit soul general instantly began to fade away. On the mech's chest, a diamond-shaped symbol appeared. It slowly expanded, revealing his figure inside. In just a moment, the symbol opened completely, and Song Yunxiang stepped out. He landed lightly on the dusty ground. Wasting no time, Song Yunxiang ordered, "Star-Lord system, scan the Xiexi statue for me." Following his command, the mechanical whir of the system's scanner began. A few minutes later, it reported that it had locked onto the soul jade's position. Just as Song Yunxiang predicted, it was hidden in the head. He took a running start, jumped onto the decommissioned Lubu spirit soul, and then launched himself onto the Xiexi statue. Song Yunxiang focused his power and commanded, "Star-Lord system, forcibly extract Xieqi's soul jade for me." Instantly, the sound of cracking echoed continuously. The statue's head began to splinter apart. He poured power into his arm and declared with confidence, "Come to me!" The soul jade quickly appeared from behind the shattered fragments, and Song Yunxiang pulled it towards himself. At that very moment, someone suddenly approached the statue. Lu Yan stopped in his tracks, confused by the scene. He panted, muttering to himself, "There's someone on the statue. What's going on?" The Shi-Si statue. It's been destroyed? After getting a better look at the green object hovering in the air, Lu Yan wondered, could that thing in his hand be the soul jade of the spirit soul general, Xie-Si? Song Yunxiang had already noticed the newcomer's presence. He recognized him. It was Lu Yan. Memories of his past life came flooding back in an instant. Back then, Lu Yan had just transferred to the school. While Song Yunxiang was hiding behind a bush, Lu Yan had suddenly jumped out, carefully observing his surroundings. In his past life, it was on this very day that Song Yunxiang had accidentally stumbled into the girls' locker room and met Lu Yan. At that time, a shocked Lu Yan pointed at him and yelled, "Who are you?" Song Yunxiang immediately signaled for him to be quiet. But unfortunately for them, He Yan heard the noise from inside and shouted, "Song Yunxiang, you rotten pervert! This time you even brought someone else to peep." A group of female students immediately chased after them with clubs, screaming that they'd tie him up and hand him over to the director. Lu Yan ran while pleading his innocence, while Song Yunxiang just cheekily teased them. In the end, they were both caught and brought before the director, who handed down their assignment. "Lu Yan, you will join Song Yunxiang's class, Class 10. Tied up and beaten to a pulp, he obediently agreed. Back then, Song Yunxiang even explained the statue to him. "This is the Xie-Si statue. I tried a long time ago. This piece of junk is completely useless." Hearing this, Wu Pei scoffed. "I have no time for your useless chatter. Song Yunxiang, you'll fight this guy. He Yan, lend Lu Yan your robot." The two immediately prepared for battle. Lu Yan politely said, "Senior Song, for the sake of the trouble we just shared, please go easy on me." Song Yunxiang growled back, "Idiot. It's all your fault I got caught. I'm going to settle this debt with you, slowly." Back in the present, Lu Yan pointed at Song Yunxiang and stammered, "Who are you?" Having already secured the soul jade, Song Yunxiang replied coolly, "I'm Song Yunxiang, and I'm back." He thought to himself, "We meet again in this life?" and his first words are exactly the same as before. Hearing this, Lu Yan frowned. The name felt strangely familiar. After a moment, it finally clicked. Lu Yan pointed an accusing finger. You're the 3-minute wonder who vanished for 3 days. Before Lu Yan could finish his sentence, he realized Song Yun Xiang had disappeared. He suddenly appeared right behind Lu Yan. Before he could say another word, Song Yun Xiang knocked him out cold. Lu Yan's body immediately crumpled to the ground. After striking him, Song Yun Xiang felt a pang of guilt and apologized. He remembered that in his past life, Lu Yan went missing during the battle at the Jiwu Academy. He was then turned into Experiment Zero in the Wylan Nation's artificial host project, appearing on the Tandu invasion battlefield as the masked man, Number Zero. Though Lu Yan was later rescued and became one of them, he ultimately died a hero's death. Seeing his awkward, crumpled form on the ground, Song Yunxiang felt helpless, but then an idea struck him. Based on my previous theory, if Wylan's people were the ones who took the soul jade from the Shiesi statue, then Lu Yan's disappearance was likely because he was captured by them. In that case, the masked man, Number Zero, who controlled the Wu Jiao spirit soul general, did seem a bit like the Shiesi statue. If that's true, then in this timeline, the masked man Number Zero will never exist. He might lose his chance to become a hero, but he'll also be spared the suffering of being captured by Wylan. He sent a silent message. Lu Yan, from now on, just live your life as a normal student. Then, Song Yunxiang considered what to do with the Xie soul jade. He asked aloud, Star-Lord system, can you analyze this soul jade and replicate the stats of the Xie spirit soul general? After a moment of analysis, the system reported, insufficient privileges. Analysis failed. Unclaimed soul jade cannot be replicated. It can be stored in the Star-Lord system. Replication can be initiated once a suitable host is found. He had no choice but to store it for now. With the Xie soul jade secured, Song Yunxiang felt it was time to go rescue his instructor and classmates from their desperate battle. He looked at the Lubu spirit soul general before him. In his original plan, he never expected to acquire Lubu before the beast tide. Summoning it in front of them wouldn't fit his new, low-key, elegant style. Song Yunxiang raised his hand and shouted to recall Lubu. Then, he calmly took out the soul talisman he had picked up. According to the plan, the Guardian was more than enough to handle the beasts in the academy. This soul talisman finally had a use. A question popped into his head. He asked the system, can you replicate a Guardian-class mech? It loaded for a few seconds before announcing, replication failed. Data source not found in the star web. Hearing this, he pressed further. So, you can only replicate real objects created in ancient times? You don't support counterfeits, is that it? The system immediately denied this and told Song Yunxiang to figure it out himself. He didn't ask any more questions, accepting the answer. A second later, Yunxiang ordered the Guardian-class spirit soul to appear. The mech began to materialize, its parts forming rapidly one by one, until finally, its head took shape. A majestic Guardian-class spirit soul now stood before Yunxiang. He looked at it, and a small smile played on his lips. The Guardian class. It's been a while. Song Yunxiang smoothly swiped through the item information panel. Let's see. 33 light crossbows, a beast head round shield, and a standard-issue Tandu longsword. But to him, these Academy-issued items were nothing special. Yunxiang scanned the list and couldn't help but frown. In the end, he settled for 2 weapons for now. The 33 light crossbows, and the longsword. Van Tuong forced a smile and called out, just lay low for a minute. I gotta go save someone else. Just like that, he activated his remote spirit consciousness, then launched himself high into the sky. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames, with everything burning to cinders. A massive beast lunged forward, ready to swallow its prey whole. Terrified, Haiyan threw up her hands and screamed her lungs out. Suddenly, the beast's arm seemed to slow down, as if forced by an unseen power. Ha Yen, with her arm still raised, was just as surprised. Though its speed was cut, the beast still landed a blow that sent her flying. She stared at the beast, her mind racing with questions. It felt like some mysterious force had interfered with its movements. She didn't know why, but she was grateful just to be alive. Ha Yen slammed hard into a stone wall, leaving a huge crater behind her. The beast opened its maw and let out a deafening roar. Facing certain death, she screamed in pure desperation. Out of nowhere, 4 arrows of light shot through the air. They pierced the beast's body, catching it completely off guard. It slowly turned its head, its eyes blazing with fury, searching for whoever dared to injure it. A powerful robotic leg landed softly on the ground. The crossbow that fired the shots was still smoking. Van Tuong quickly dismissed the weapon, scowling with disapproval. As expected, the projectile weapons of this era are way too weak. The beast instantly charged, aiming its attack straight for Van Tuong. It swung a devastating claw, but he dodged it with ease. Van Tuong then tightened the grip on his sword. He and the beast blew past each other, both aiming to land a serious blow. They both flinched, whipping their heads around to stay on guard. The beast lashed out with its claws in a vicious slash, but he wasn't just going to take it, landing countless cuts on its body with his sword. From a distance, Van Tuong broke into a dead sprint, charging the monster. In a single leap, he soared high above the monster's head. It couldn't react to his incredible speed before Van Tuong plunged his sword straight down. The immense pressure forced the beast to its knees, its legs buckling. After landing the strike, he immediately leaped back, creating distance from the creature. Its sticky fluids began to ooze from the wound. Ha Yan witnessed the entire battle, completely stunned. This guy is insane. His moves are even more powerful than Instructor Ao's. Van Tuong turned and spoke. The single blade for the remote consciousness isn't great. All those slashes barely even scratched it. With that, a smirk appeared on Van Tuong's face. Star-Lord system, can you forge me Lubu's legendary Sky-Piercer halberd? Instantly, the sword in the mech's hand dissolved. In its place, a massive and incredibly powerful spear materialized. He was more than satisfied with his new weapon. Staring at the enormous halberd, Ha Yan's jaw dropped in absolute amazement. She couldn't contain her excitement, marveling at its sheer size. Across from them, the beast renewed its attack on Song Yun Xiang. It charged straight for him, claws at the ready. With a firm grip on the Sky-Piercer halberd, Song Yunxiang charged forward without hesitation. His fierce demeanor would show this beast who was the true powerhouse. A devastating strike met a vicious claw. Neither side held back, both aiming for a one-hit kill. After the clash, he stood tall in a heroic pose without a single scratch, while the beast was covered in deep gashes and injuries. And just like that, he sliced it clean in two before it could even make a sound. The beast was dead. Its corpse lay on the ground as smoke began to rise from it. Ha Yan couldn't believe her eyes. All she could do was cry out, "An instant kill! How is he so strong?" Van Tuong walked over to her and asked, "Are you all right?" The class president's eyes were now filled with a mix of awe and adoration. She shyly replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." Before Ha Yan could ask anything else, he turned his back to her, as if his job was done. He said flatly, "Don't mention it." With that, he flew straight up into the sky, leaving a stunned Ha Yan behind, who realized she never even got her savior's name. Sitting there gazing at the sky, she thought to herself, that voice sounds so familiar. Then she remembered something odd. He had called her class president, making her even more curious. The Mecha-Martial Arts Institute's dormitory was in ruins after the attacks, with smoke billowing up from all sides. The martial police had formed a defensive line, trying to hold their ground and wait for a chance to counter the endless wave of beasts. Realizing that waiting was not an option, Shanguan charged forward, spear in hand, to carve a bloody path. She left Guo Yuan behind, who was shouting for her not to rush ahead and to get back in formation. Shanguan moved with incredible speed. The twin swords in her hand sliced the beasts in half in an instant. She dashed in front of one, excitedly unleashing a flurry of slashes against its body. She was laughing with pure delight. A soldier in the formation sighed. "It's useless. Whenever our instructor sister fights, she goes into a frenzy like this." Another asked, "Should we provide backup for our senior?" Shanguan continued to gleefully tear the beasts to shreds, filled with excitement. She struck with absolute precision. It seemed these monsters were no match for a peak Huang rank warrior like her. Suddenly, a beast lunged at her from behind. Seeing this, the soldier in the formation shouted a panicked warning, "Watch out!" But she had already leaped into the sky, calling back, "You can't hit me!" Unexpectedly, the beast leaped up right behind her. Its cold eyes were filled with deadly intent. Sensing trouble, Shanguan whipped her head around, but it was too late. The monster threw a powerful punch right at her. The impact sent her crashing to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. The internal blow made her cough up blood. Shanguan was absolutely furious. She was so enraged, she started cursing at the creature. However, the beast was faster, diving down and pinning her to the ground with its feet. The scene descended into chaos. Shanguan was trapped, unable to move, as beasts closed in on her from all sides. Inside the formation, the remaining martial police were panicking. One of them asked worriedly, "Our senior is surrounded. What do we do, instructor?" The beast opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, ready to tear her apart. Inside, Shanguan screamed in terror. Her earlier battle-crazed confidence was gone, replaced by pure panic, but reinforcements had arrived. Descending from the sky was Song Yun Xiang, wielding his Sky-Piercer halberd. As swift as lightning, he swung the mighty halberd, slicing the beast, pinning Shanguan in half. He landed in a cool one-knee pose. She could only gape in stunned silence, overwhelmed by his power. It turned out that Van Tuong's single strike had killed every last beast in the area. The tip of his halberd cut through the wind, looking sharp enough to tear the very air in two. Song Yun Xiang spun the halberd in his hand with incredible skill, then rested it on his shoulder. His majestic pose couldn't have been any cooler. Inside her battle armor, Shanguan blushed and whispered, "This guy is way too cool." His appearance had made her heart skip a beat. Back in the formation, the others wondered, "Our senior sister has been saved. But who is that?" They were completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. That power. He must be 100 times stronger than our instructors. Realizing what he'd just said, the cadet immediately apologized but couldn't stop praising him. But seriously, he's on another level. He cuts through beasts like they're fruit. Since when did our academy have someone this powerful? While he was posing, a system notification warned him that his spirit power was critically low. The system informed Van Tuong that his spirit power was at 5% and would deactivate in 40 seconds. Hearing that, he could only smile wryly. The Sky Piercer halberd was still a heavy burden on his remote consciousness. After the initial shock wore off, Shanguan suddenly felt a wave of pain. She cried out, but tried to get up on her own, not wanting to look weak in front of her new hero. Seeing this, he walked over to help her up, asking if she was injured anywhere. Shanguan's face instantly turned red with shyness. He asked her, "Can you still fight?" But she was too flustered being so close to him. After a moment, she managed to stammer out, I still can." She couldn't stop staring at him with an adoring expression. Seeing this strange sight, her juniors in the formation were utterly baffled. Why was Dan Tri's voice suddenly so soft? It was like she was a completely different person. But of course, the instructor had to kill the romantic vibe, yelling at Van Tuong to snap out of it and provide some backup already. The Sky Piercer on his shoulder flew toward them, landing right in the dead center of the beast's formation. For a second, it looked like he was totally surrounded. But nah. His face was pure contempt as he let out a cold laugh. Just like before, he swung his halberd with insane power, slicing the closest monsters in half and moving like a ghost. Everywhere he went, beasts were torn to shreds. Finally, the beast attacking the instructor with the shield was also taken care of effortlessly by Van Tuong. The guy quickly bowed, showing his thanks. The instructor then raised his sword and gave the order to counterattack. The entire battle was about to shift. Hao Thon commanded 10 Eagle Strike mechs. The whole squad's morale was through the roof. They fell into formation, following the command to rally behind the student with the ultimate weapon. A unified roar echoed as the formation was set. This setup was designed for a quick, brutal kill. Shanguan was busy trying to count the units, wondering if there was an extra robot or something. After the whole team surged forward shouting "kill," she was still standing there totally confused. A moment later, it finally clicked, and she blurted out, "Wait, am I the extra robot?" She stood there awkwardly, wondering what she was even supposed to do. Shanguan then told the person in front of her, "You're with me. We'll provide cover from the back." The guy was surprised to hear a strange voice behind him, and he jumped when he realized it was Shanguan. She charged forward, her voice strangely gentle. "Let's go. Be careful." The guy was just staring, completely clueless. He was honestly more scared than surprised. Since when was Shanguan's voice so soft? This was definitely not his senior. Leading the formation, Van Tuong began the slaughter. He flew up, swinging his halberd and unleashing an incredibly powerful wave of energy. It shot forward like a razor-sharp blade, cutting through everything in its path. On the other side, the instructor gave a command. Right flank, 5 mechs, prepare to engage. They immediately formed an attack line. As she swung her sword, she yelled out, "Surround and kill the last beast!" The 5 mechs attacked as one, landing strike after strike on the monster. Seeing this, Van Tuong was a little surprised, but then he just smirked, figuring 5 of those Phantom-class mechs were barely stronger than a single evil-grade beast. The system warning blared again. Soul power, insufficient. 2% left. The form would deactivate in 16 seconds. Still, he was satisfied, feeling his soul vein had started to recover. He was only using the mech's armament, which in theory, he could maintain for over 10 minutes. Van Tuong was still facing some issues. Lubu was strong, but at his current level, the drain was just too much. He'd need a soul continuation pill to recharge, and using it on these demon fish felt like a total waste, he kept thinking. The combination of the mech and the Sky Piercer halberd was a pretty decent balance. It guaranteed his combat power output while cutting down on wasted soul energy. The armaments on the mechs of this era were just too weak. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as an idea sparked. After this beast tide was over, he'd find a chance to upgrade the mech's weapons. A flood of new upgrade ideas filled Van Tuong's mind. The flying sword of the Grotto Master, the heavy firepower of Ao Bing, the mobility of Cao Ren and Bai Qi. A smug grin spread across his face. Then the system alert snapped him out of his thoughts. It warned that with insufficient soul power, deactivation would occur in 8 seconds. He crashed back to reality, realizing he had to end the current battle first. The battlefield was a total war zone. Smoke billowed up from everywhere, and shouts echoed, trying to keep morale high. They were still fighting back hard. Even though killing the beasts was tough, their spirits were still fired up. The instructor surveyed the situation and shouted a warning. Everyone, only 3 left. But don't get cocky. Maintain formation. On the other side, Van Tuong continued his absolute domination. He handled the beasts with ridiculous ease. As he was enthusiastically swinging his halberd, a system notification popped up. Soul power below 1%. Deactivation in 6 seconds. Another notification followed immediately. Deactivation time reduced from 6 seconds to 4. Van Tuong glanced around, assessing the situation. He saw there was only 1 beast left, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Along with the deactivation in 3 seconds alert, he gripped the Sky Piercer halberd, getting into a throwing stance. The halberd shot through the air, the energy crackling around it making it even more powerful. The weapon pierced straight through the beast. The surprise attack gave it no time to react. From above, Van Tuong was descending. He landed on the halberd, creating a small shockwave, and instantly killed the monster. He looked more badass than ever in that pose. The system announced, deactivating in 1 second. The other warriors, who had just finished off their monsters, stared in awe at where he was standing. This guy is way too strong. The system's voice rang out again, stating soul power was depleted and deactivation was in progress. In response, the battle armor began to fade away. As if witnessing a miracle, the remaining guys stared in total shock. The person who appeared from under the armor was none other than Song Van Tuong. He slowly descended as the armor vanished, landing softly, but his powerful presence didn't weaken at all. One guy was so shocked he yelled, "How could it be him?" Another turned and asked, "You know this guy?" The atmosphere suddenly got a little tense. The first guy pointed his sword at him and sneered. "He's the famous first-year failure, Song Van Tuong. They call him the 3-minute man." The instructor turned in surprise, repeating Van Tuong's name with a ton of doubt. Meanwhile, Shanguan kept repeating his name, as if trying to memorize the name of her crush. Her face had turned bright red at some point. Van Tuong was still panting. Using up so much soul power had left him totally exhausted. In the observation room, Kothi Tin had watched the whole fight, a look of disbelief on her face. She and Tu Nuyet below her both gasped his name at the same time. They looked completely stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they had just seen. She frowned, full of questions. The person who saved them was actually Song Van Tuong. Tu Nuyet reported back to Kothi Tin that all the monsters in the 8 o'clock sector had been wiped out. In his mech, he had killed 23 and assisted in killing 9. Titin's face went rigid. She couldn't believe Van Tuong could become so strong. She thought back to how he was just a failure with a crippled soul vein, concluding that he must have hidden his power extremely well. She suddenly wondered, when the Sky Piercer halberd appeared, could he have been Lubu? But she still couldn't accept that theory. Then, as if realizing something, she frowned. Her eyes narrowed in thought as she mumbled, "The evil spirit soul general, Tatu." According to her, the evil spirit soul general could change its appearance at will, using different illusions to trick people. Titin's mind raced. Could this kid have become Tatu's host? Did the Song family use their connections to get him into the academy, specifically to target Tatu? She decided she had to interrogate him after the beast tide was over. She ordered Tu Nuye to report on the other zones. A map of the battle areas appeared in front of her. On the battlefield, the smoke had cleared, leaving only embers floating in the air. The instructor started discussing things with Instructor Vuong when she saw Van Tuong had deactivated his form and was now recovering his soul power. She suggested they should all deactivate to conserve energy and stabilize their own soul power. After the order was given, all the battle spirits were deactivated. They landed on the ground, every single one of them looking completely exhausted and drained of all strength. Instructor Wong glanced at the kid who'd already calmed his soul power, then barked at everyone else to do the same, before some beast decided to attack. In Yun Xiang's hand, 4 cards pulsed with his energy. He flashed a cocky grin and announced he was done. A voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Hey, you." Instructor Wong had walked right up to Yun Xiang, not just to thank him, but clearly to dig up some more information on him. Yun Xiang's reply was pure confidence. Song Yun Xiang, Class 10, first year. He answered while quickly shoving the cards into his pocket, trying to keep them under wraps. The other martial artist just stared in shock. Wait, is that really Song Yun Xiang? How can a freshman be that strong? No way, right? Shanguan approached him, her face bright red as she spoke softly. "Junior Yun Xiang, thank you for saving me." Shanguan Yin Chin, a first-year student. The name hit Yun Xiang like a lightning bolt. He muttered to himself, "Shanguan Yin Chin? It can't be such a coincidence, can it?" In his memories, She was the host of the Dragon Scroll Star Soul General. 5 years from now, during the war between Tiandu and Dilun, the great Shanguan clan would betray everyone. And this very woman had caused him endless trouble in his past life. A shadow fell over his face. He stalked toward her, his expression grim, remembering how he'd almost died by her hand. Suddenly, he shot out and grabbed Shanguan's wrist, yanking her towards him and causing her to cry out in surprise. The other students were furious. Who is that guy? How dare he grab Senior Shanguan's hand? What does he think he's doing? Pulling her hand close, he thought with a smirk, the Dragon Scroll Star Soul General, mine for the taking. Meanwhile, Shanguan's face flushed crimson, her heart hammering against her ribs as she stammered, What do you want? Yun Xiang immediately commanded his system to replicate the Dragon Scroll Star Soul General. He thought grimly, I have to end her now, before she becomes a real threat. It was the only way to eliminate a powerful enemy early on. But Shanguan completely misunderstood. She thought he was about to confess his love. Besides, her father always said he'd only accept a live-in son-in-law. Fearing he'd back out, she even considered forcing the situation. Then her father and brother couldn't possibly object. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Replication failed. Target may not possess the Star Soul General yet. Yun Xiang stared at Shanguan in shock. Is there some mistake? He questioned the system. I'm positive she's the host of the Dragon Scroll. I replicated it from her myself in my past life. The system presented its analysis. First, the Dragon Scroll's current host had not died yet. Second, the Star Soul General had not manifested, leaving its soul jade in an ownerless state. That's when Yun Xiang understood the critical piece of the puzzle. He remembered the Shanguan family got the soul jade while exploring the Shinba secret realm. By his calculations, that realm was set to open within the next 10 months. Just as the scene was getting romantic in everyone's eyes, the instructor signaled for them to cut it out. Only then did Yun Xiang realize he'd been holding her hand for way too long. He quickly let go, feigning embarrassment. My apologies. That was reckless of me. Did I hurt you, Senior? But she was already completely smitten, blushing as she mumbled, It's fine. Junior Song, do I know you from somewhere? Why were you so worked up? Shanguan's followers could only watch in amazement. Our senior is acting so strange. Even her voice is different. This isn't the senior we know. Yun Xiang just waved it off. I've just heard stories about Senior Shanguan. It was just a moment of excitement. The surrounding crowd seethed with jealousy. He's definitely up to something. He's clearly just a creep. Get away from our senior. Yun Xiang pulled a small vial of pills from his robes. He casually popped one in his mouth and swallowed, then looked at Shanguan and motioned for her hand. Flustered, she held out her hand without daring to look him in the eye. Her heart soared, wondering what he'd do next. Maybe he'd hold her hand again? Her face grew even redder as she whispered, Junior Song, be gentle. Don't hurt me. He could only sigh in helpless frustration. That's not what I mean, he corrected her. Turn your hand over, palm up. Shanguan stared, confused. This wasn't how she'd imagined this going. As she obeyed, he placed a single pill in her palm. It shimmered with a captivating light, and she gasped in surprise. Is this a soul continuation pill? That's right, Yun Xiang confirmed flatly, stunning the instructor. What? A soul continuation pill? He rushed over, staring at the pill and shouting, It really is. One of these is worth 10 months of my salary. Shanguan's heart completely melted. Her eyes practically overflowed with love. Meanwhile, the instructor could only stare at the pill with raw greed. As he put the vial away, Yun Xiang said, It's for you. Take it now. Recover your combat strength quickly. In his memory, she would have survived this moment anyway, through her own tricks or just dumb luck. But now, he had completely altered the timeline. He had to guarantee Shanguan wouldn't die before she obtained her Star Soul General. She took the pill without a second thought. The instructor watched it disappear with a pained expression. Suddenly, a massive wave of power surged through her body. Soul energy rolled through her veins, feeling both immense and gentle. This was a massive gain for her. Her body felt like it was being infused with billions of stars. Shanguan had never experienced anything like it. The quality of this pill, she exclaimed. It's far better than any I've used before. They can't even be compared. Is this a supreme grade pill? No. Even divine grade might not be enough. The instructor seized his chance, sidling up to Yun Xiang with a slimy smile. Student Song, you see, the other students and I are pretty exhausted. You wouldn't happen to have any more of those pills to share, would you? Yun Xiang quickly shut him down, saying he didn't have many left. The instructor kept pushing. Then at least leave 2 for your dear instructor. Or just 1. To finally shut him up, Yun Xiang offered something else. I don't have any more pills, but I did prepare this. Everyone watched, wondering what he was about to do. He then pulled out 6 glowing cards. They pulsed with green energy, spinning in his hand. Yun Xiang flung them high into the air and shouted, Formation, Activate! The 6 cards shot out in 6 different directions. They linked together, creating a massive barrier over the area. Tiny particles of energy began to rain down on the people below. Instantly, they all felt their natural recovery rate increase by 5 times. Someone gasped in the crowd. This is a level 4 formation, the Star Gathering Array, but it usually only gives a 2 or 3 times boost. I've never seen 5 times before. With everything settled, Yun Xiang told them to stay and recuperate. He was heading to the martial arts arena to check things out. Taking out Wei Yuanxi's card, he prepared to leave. "Star Soul Manifest!" he shouted. Wei Yuanxi appeared once more, as majestic as ever. As he leaped away, he called back, "We'll meet again if fate allows." But Shanguan wouldn't accept that. She yelled after him, "Wait! I'm coming with you!" Pulling out her own summoning card, her eyes burned with determination. She wasn't letting Yun Xiang get away, shouting, "Star Soul, manifest!" She gave chase, leaving the instructor utterly baffled. He yelled in frustration, "Shanguan, get back here. We have to defend this position." But all he got was a half-hearted attempt at comfort from the others. "Don't bother yelling, instructor. She's long gone." Meanwhile, in the central area of the Jiwu Academy, thick black smoke billowed into the sky, signaling a fierce battle. At the 8 o'clock position of the martial arts arena, Obei's team was holding the line. A commanding voice rang out, "Position 3, fall back and rest." Ubei herself charged forward, yelling, "Instructor Cheng, cover position 3. They were facing a massive beast. A smile touched her lips. "Good. This stray beast walked right into our trap." She gave crystal-clear commands, directing their attack and defense. At her word, the team instantly snapped into formation. The beast was completely surrounded. Immediately, 2 warriors lunged forward. In perfect sync, a pair of sword strikes crashed down on the monster. Another fighter followed up, keeping the pressure on so the beast couldn't recover. Seizing the opening, Obei leaped high into the air, preparing to slam a devastating blow down onto the monster's head. A powerful sword strike descended with immense force. The attack took a lot out of her. Panting, she commanded, "Change formation, flanks, spread out." In a split second, the team had formed a new battle line. They arranged themselves into 2 rows to support her, but everyone was clearly exhausted. Suddenly, strange points of light appeared in the sky above. Realizing the danger, she screamed, "Look out! It's artillery fire! Robots, move!" But the warning was too late. They had no time to escape. Countless energy blasts rained down on their position. Nearly everyone was caught in the devastating barrage. The area was thrown into chaos. The ground was scorched and cratered as thick smoke filled the air. Reeling from the heavy blow, Ubei's team was left dazed and severely injured, with no idea what had just hit them. She frantically called out, checking on her squad's condition. In the distance, more of the beasts stomped forward. Their gaping mouths were still smoking, revealing them as the source of the artillery barrage. But something was off here. They weren't closing in, instead keeping a serious distance from the battle. Oh boy instantly sensed the danger. "They're not coming closer," she thought. The beasts figured it out. Close quarters combat meant getting slowed by their strange formation, so they were switching to long-range attacks. Before Owlboy's team could regroup, the creatures began charging up their next volley. "Incoming!" one of the cadets yelled out. "Next volley is almost here. Prepare to defend!" With that, he raised his heavy shield, ready for the impact. But Boy spun around and screamed, "Don't! It's no use! Scatter! The mighty guard shield can't block this type of attack." Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light tore through the sky, carrying an insane amount of power. She gasped, completely stunned by the sheer scale of that energy. The beam of light pierced straight through one of the beasts, and its raw power was so devastating it annihilated an entire building before it finally stopped. When the noise died down, a massive halberd was seen pinned deep inside the ruined structure. The beasts, realizing a new enemy had entered the fray, turned toward the impact zone with a threatening growl. They immediately changed targets, preparing to fire on this new challenger. Down below, Owlboy's crew could only stare in shock, repeatedly asking who could have done that. From his position, Van Tuong let out a cold smirk. "Looks like I made it in time." He raised his hand, summoning the halberd back to him as it slowly began to reappear. The halberd materialized in his hand, its aura now feeling even more overwhelming than before. The beasts unleashed a massive volley straight at Van Tuong, the energy blasts screaming through the air. Oh boy cried out a warning, "Somebody, get out of the way!" Van Tuong channeled his soul power to his feet, concentrating just enough to avoid any waste. He used it to glide across the ground with an unnatural smoothness. He slid across the battlefield with incredible grace, effortlessly dodging the barrage. Their attacks couldn't even touch him. Reaching the front line, he swung his halberd once, and a beast was instantly cleaved in two. A flurry of strikes rained down, and the beasts were utterly powerless against his terrifying strength. Oh boy watched in total awe. He's using such a tiny amount of soul power to glide around like he's weightless. I can't believe this level of skill is even possible. And then there's that giant halberd. I've never heard of a mighty guard model with a weapon like that. Meanwhile, Van Tuong continued his one-man show. The more devastating his attacks became, the more Owlboy desperately wondered, who in the world times this guy? The cadets below could only gawk in amazement. Wait, isn't that one of our academy's training mechs? No way a student model can pull that off. Even Than Yi was furious with disbelief. Who is this guy? His power is absolutely insane. Oh boy shot back. This fighter's combat power is worth at least 30 of you. He had no idea why she was suddenly looking at him. Meanwhile, the beasts continued their pointless assault, relentlessly firing at Van Tuong. These energy blasts were a complete joke to him. Van Tuong dodged them without even trying. Realizing single shots were useless, they switched tactics, firing in a massive cluster. Countless beams of light rained down, yet he still weaved through them all. He dodged the downpour with impossible smoothness. Oh boy's eyes widened. That movement. It's the 7-star step of the Black Armor Guard. Van Tuong leaped high into the air, swinging his halberd down in a powerful slash. The wave of energy shot forward with devastating force. The beast could only roar in agony before it was torn clean in half. Oh boy was still completely stunned. She couldn't understand how the Fallen Moon Slash, a legendary technique of the Martial Saint, could be used so perfectly by a simple student mech. As Van Tuong dodged, he calmly counted the remaining beasts. Only 4 left. As he swung his halberd towards them, he began to count down from 4. Instantly, another one was taken down. Next, the count of 3 rang out, and another unlucky beast met the same fate. He was completely wiping the floor with them. The second to last one was also annihilated. A crazy thought flashed through Than Yi's mind. This guy took out over a dozen beasts in an instant. If I were that strong, forget Instructor Ao. Even the Academy Director's secretary would have to call me Master. Oh boy overheard his muttering and shot him a death glare. Do you care to repeat what you just said? He could only stammer that he was just joking around to hype up the Master's performance. The single remaining beast refused to give up. It fired a cluster beam at Van Tuong, but he dodged it again, gripping his halberd tightly, ready for the counterattack. One extremely powerful slash was unleashed with a mighty roar, and the final beast was helplessly split in 2. He stood his ground, a majestic posture, and let out a satisfied sigh. All taken care of. His system then announced that his soul power was insufficient and would be forcefully deactivated. Oh boy could only whisper, "He's too strong." In just a few short seconds, he killed over a dozen. Not even 50 Than Yis would be a match for him. In the distance, Shanguan was sprinting towards them, out of breath. As she ran, she called out, "Song Van Tuong, wait for me." Her eyes were filled with an unshakable, star-struck adoration. Oh boy stared, completely confused. What? Song Van Tuong? That name struck her with the force of a thunderbolt. Than Yi was just as stunned. All the other cadets started buzzing, whispering among themselves. Who's Song Van Tuong? Is that the master pilot's name? Oh boy gripped her twin swords tightly and took a step towards him. Seeing this, Shanguan was completely shocked by her instructor's actions. Pointing her blade directly at him, Oh boy demanded, "Who are you, really?" At the same time, his battle armor began to deactivate, slowly dissolving into the air. The armor vanished, revealing the figure of a young man slowly descending. The silhouette of Song Van Tuong gradually came into view. One side of his academy uniform appeared, followed by the other, confirming for everyone that he was one of their own. He landed gently, his movements graceful yet filled with power. The cadets started buzzing again. "He's wearing our academy uniform. That master pilot was a student? How can he be so strong?" Than Yi's jaw hit the floor. How can it possibly be that loser who's been missing for the last 3 days? Oh boy's face became incredibly tense, as if she feared something terrible. Looking toward her, Van Tuong spoke in a calm, gentle voice. "Hello, Instructor Ao." He stood there amidst the swirling smoke of the battlefield, gave a casual wave, and added, "I'm back." Amidst the grim landscape of the battlefield, Oh boy's shrill cry echoed everywhere. "Song Van Tuong, it's really you?" She was still in shock and had to ask again, this time with Than Yi chiming in. "Is it really him?" Down below, Van Tuong just flashed a friendly smile back at them. "Hello, Instructor Ao." "Hey Than Engi, long time no see." Than Engi just groaned. It really is this punk, and I almost asked to be his disciple. Then it hit him. He pointed an accusing finger at Van Tuong and asked, "You've been missing for days. Where have you been?" Refusing to accept that Van Tuong was this strong, he demanded, "How did you suddenly get so powerful? Aren't your soul veins crippled? You're barely supposed to last 3 minutes." Van Tuong could only put on his most innocent face in response. "Didn't it just automatically deactivate because my time was up?" As he spoke, Van Tuong thought to himself that his duration had increased by 20%. His body was slowly adapting to the regeneration pill. "Are you kidding me? You were out there for at least 5 minutes." He desperately turned to Oh boy, looking for an ally. "Right, Instructor Ao?" but her eyes were distant, lost in deep thought as she stared at him. After a moment, Ao Boy spoke, her gaze deadly serious. Song Van Tuong, I think you owe us an explanation. That was all the opening Thong Yi needed. He immediately jumped in to back her up. He angrily shouted, That's right, start explaining. Ao Boy continued to press him. Why, since you first enrolled, have you been pretending your soul veins were damaged to hide your true strength? Thong Yi was about to back her up again, but he suddenly realized something was off about her question. He snapped his head around and whispered, asking her if she was serious about Yun Xiang hiding his true power. Qing Yi just looked lost, not catching Ao Boy's drift at all. Ignoring him completely, Ao Boy spoke again, her voice dead serious. Who are you, really? While we're grateful for you saving us, we still deserve an explanation. Yun Xiang could only offer a strained smile. He honestly didn't know where to start explaining. Suddenly, a noise grabbed his attention. He whipped around, his eyes wide with surprise. Ao Boy and Qing Yi were just as stunned as Yun Xiang. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. High above them, a battle armor was descending. This armor was completely different from the others, radiating an extraordinary, commanding presence. It landed with a sudden, violent crash, shaking the very ground beneath them. Whoever was inside was in a huge hurry. The shockwave was so powerful, Yun Xiang had to shield his face. He stared intently at the battle mech. It touched down with an air of solemn majesty. From within, the pilot shouted, Star Purge! Instantly, the mech began to disassemble, slowly revealing the person inside. It was Gu Shijing. As she stepped down from the mech, her expression was grave, mixed with a hint of anxiety. Whatever brought her here was clearly urgent. Seeing Gu Shijing, Ao Boy, and Qing Yi gasped in unison, It's Director Gu! Both of them quickly dismissed their own battle mechs. Then, they bowed respectfully. Greetings, Director. Shijing waved her hand, signaling for them to stop. She strode towards Yun Xiang, her voice low and tense as she spoke his name, but he remained perfectly calm, showing no signs of fear. In the middle of the tense atmosphere, he calmly clasped his hands and bowed to Gu Shijing. Hello, Director Gu. She stared back at him with questioning eyes and spoke first. On behalf of the instructors and students, I thank you for your timely assistance, but I also want to hear how you explain hiding your true strength. He thought about how he never hid his Star-Lord system in his past life, but it was still unclear if Gu Shijing was friend or foe. He could only stammer, about that. I don't know where to begin. Gu Shijing's eyes narrowed, clearly annoyed by his vague and indecisive answer. She opened a system panel and began tapping on it. After a few beeps, a giant cage dropped from the sky, completely enclosing both Gu Shijing and Song Yun Xiang. He looked around the cage, wondering why he couldn't hear any sound from the outside. Is this some kind of soundproofing formation? After a moment, Yun Xiang figured it out. Gu Shijing was using the Jiwu Academy's main defense array to create 2 paper-thin layers of soul force, using the barrier to block all sound from escaping. He looked intrigued by this novel formation. Feeling it was safe to talk, he finally answered her. My strength is a private matter. Does the Jiwu Academy have the right to ask about this? The control panel vanished. She got straight to the point. I don't have time to play games with you. Just tell me what's going on, she said, walking toward him. The Jiwu Academy doesn't need to know your private information, unless it involves the Star Soul General, Zuo Si. Gu Shijing moved closer, forcing Yun Xiang to take a step back. He was confused by what she was saying and worried about the weapon right in front of him. Gu Shijing laid out her analysis. You concealed your power, faked that your soul force was damaged, and used your family connections to get into the academy. Your true goal was the Star Soul General, Zuo Si. Yun Xiang blushed slightly, flustered by the close call. He asked, Why would you say that? Swallowing nervously, he thought to himself, her soul jade is huge. Wait, no, Zuo Si's soul jade really is in my hands. Gu Shijing pointed a finger right at him, her voice firm. Stop pretending. The truth is, you've become Zuo Qi's host. The Lubu that appeared in the West District was just you, using Zuo Si's illusion ability as a disguise. His only response was a blank, confused stare. Yun Xiang was genuinely surprised to learn that Zuo Qi even had an ability like that. In his previous life, he never replicated it, so he had no idea. The surrounding area fell silent as the formation blocked out all sound. 2 martial guards discussed among themselves. What are they saying? I can't hear a thing. One of them sighed with envy. I'm so jealous. I wish I could admire the director's assets from that close. Nearby, Shanguan took a moment to hack into the system to eavesdrop. Her face filled with shock and curiosity as she overheard that Yun Xiang was Zuo Qi's host. Gu Shijing was laying out her argument. The cameras tracked Lubu's trajectory. Someone saw you at the battlefield with their own eyes. According to the imperial records of the Tiandu kingdom, Zuo Si can not only create illusions of other generals, but he can also copy some of their abilities and even hide a Star Soul Master's true power. It's impossible for anyone to advance 3 minor realms in just 3 days. Therefore, the signs of fake cultivation only confirm that you are, in fact, the host of the Star Soul General, Zuo Si. Qing Yi was completely stunned by what he was hearing. That kid is Zuo Qi's host? How is that possible? I always thought he was just a piece of trash. As for Yun Xiang, he found her seemingly convincing arguments baffling. He even thought to himself that her wild theories were so good, he almost wanted to believe them himself. He never intended to hide the existence of his Star-Lord system from others. He obtained it in that bizarre secret realm in his past life. There were still so many mysteries. He decided that after the beast tide was over, he would go back and investigate that place. But Gu Shijing had mistaken his system's replication ability for Zuo Si's illusion power. He could use this misunderstanding to his advantage, letting Zuo Si take the blame for the system. All he had to do was pretend to be Zuo Si's host. With a plan in mind, he put on an act, pretending his secret had been exposed. He stammered, "I hid it so well." And still, the director saw right through me. A confident smile then spread across his face as he said, "Director Gu's reasoning is truly brilliant. I won't pretend anymore." "That's right. I did obtain Zuo Si's soul jade." A voice rang out. "I can't believe you'd admit it just like that. Your grandfather must have discovered long ago that you and Zuo Si's soul jade had a high degree of compatibility." Gu Shijing smiled, pleased with herself. "So, he began planning to get you into Jiwu Academy, then use the opportunity to take Zuo Qi's soul jade, right? Too bad man proposes, but heaven disposes." Because of this sudden beast tide, Song Yun Xiang was forced to reveal his power to save people. Otherwise, in 3 years, he would have graduated without anyone ever discovering he had obtained Zuo Si. At that point, the Star Soul General Zuo Si would have become the foundation for the Song family's rise to power once again. Hearing this, Qing Yi was a little moved. He thought that Song Yunxiang was actually a man of great integrity. Song Yunxiang wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a laugh, thinking, "Even I want to believe this crazy theory." Gu Shijing continued, "Original Star Soul Generals are different from other mechs. Every inheritance of a soul jade containing an original is recorded. What your Song family did was a serious violation of the rules. This matter can be big or small. If we make it big, a verdict of treason isn't out of the question." Song Yunxiang scratched his head awkwardly. "It's not that serious, is it, Director Gu? My grandfather, for better or worse, is still a—" Before he could finish, Gu Shijing cut him off. "Cut the nonsense. Song Yunxiang, how about we make a deal?" He furrowed his brow, not quite understanding what she meant. Gu Shijing believed this beast tide was likely triggered by someone. She had already identified 3 key locations where she suspected induction devices were placed. She pointed to a key location on the map of the East District and said she had already invited a Heaven Rank Master to handle it. The location in the South District was near the Jiwu Academy, so she would personally lead an elite team to control the area. Hearing this, Song Yunxiang understood and smirked. "So, what does the director want me to do?" As he suspected, Gu Shijing needed Song Yunxiang to go to the key location in the North District. She didn't need him to suppress the core fissure, but to rescue someone. At this, Song Yunxiang's expression turned serious. "Rescue someone? The person you want me to save must have an important identity, right?" Gu Shijing confirmed it. "Correct. The person I need you to save is a member of the royal family, the second prince of the Tiandu kingdom, Tianzihai." He knew the name, which made him suspicious. Second, Prince Tianzihai was the leader of the pro-war faction in the royal family. Song Yunxiang had heard he was a war maniac who had launched military actions against the Yilun several times without getting approval first. Rumor was, in his past life, he died during the beast tide at Yuanding City. The cause of death was an assassination. Song Yunxiang pieced it together. Azan must have been framed for it, making him a fugitive of the Tiandu kingdom. Without his help in the last timeline, Azan must have used his ultimate trump card just to escape. But no matter how he looked at it, Azan wasn't the one who assassinated the second prince. As he reached this conclusion, a shocking possibility hit him. The Yilun kingdom? Could they have been the ones pulling the strings? Seeing Song Yunxiang hesitate, Gu Shijing pressed on. "Help me save His Highness, the second prince. In return, I, on behalf of the Jiwu Institute, will petition the Star Observatory to let you use the Star Soul General, Zuo Qi. Do we have a deal?" Yunxiang felt she was overestimating him. "His Highness surely has elite guards," he countered. "If he's still in danger despite that, I fear the price to rescue him will be steep." At that, Gu Shijing crossed her arms, a flicker of annoyance on her face as she agreed to one more condition. Seeing her fold so easily, he thought, "The Gu family publicly supports the crown prince. They're using me so they can secretly aid the second prince without exposing their connections." With that thought, Song Yunxiang finally accepted the deal. Still, a sliver of doubt remained. Was the Gu family actually on the second prince's side? Or were they playing both ends against the middle? He was to meet Azan at the Corestone Fissure in the North District. After a moment of thought, Song Yunxiang decided to hell with it. He was going to join the party. He then took out a vial of pills, pouring a few into his palm. As he swallowed them, he commanded inwardly, Star-Lord System, analyze the Crimson Flame Fire Dragon Hound. An intense pillar of azure light shot down, levitating Yunxiang's body as it pulled him upward. This was the Star Soul composition. In that moment, fragments of starlight began to coalesce, forming the legendary figure of Lubu. The core nucleus pulsed with a mystical blue light, like a flickering flame, sharpening the details of the Star Soul General. Finally, the soul fragments fully merged, revealing the majestic and imposing form of Lubu. Everyone who witnessed the spectacle was left utterly speechless. Elsewhere, others stared wide-eyed, buzzing with shock. What kind of Star Soul General is that? That's way too awesome. Cheng Yi gasped in amazement. So cool! That commanding presence. Then he paused. Wait a minute, why doesn't he look like the sculpture of Zuo Si? Gu Shijing felt it too. The form was unmistakably Lubu, but the colors were different from the Lubu she knew. Suddenly, she shouted, Song Yun Xiang, North District, coordinates 351, 696. Receiving the location, Song Yunxiang gave a sharp nod of acknowledgement. His hand tightened on the iron chain, ready for battle. Just then, Shanguan Yinyan appeared out of nowhere, rushing to catch up and demanding he take her with him. She thought to herself, the host of the Star Soul General Zuo Qi must become the son-in-law of my Shanguan family. As she ran, Shanguan Yinyan transformed into a robotic form, her mechanical legs digging into the ground to launch herself forward. Before Song Yunxiang could even react, she leaped onto his horse and clung tightly to him. He roared in anger. You crazy woman, this is overload. But she ignored him, laughing with delight as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Song Yunxiang was furious, but then a thought struck him. She supports the second prince. Taking her along might not get her killed after all. With that, Song Yunxiang told Shanguan Yinyan to hold on tight. Hearing those words from him, she blushed crimson, biting her lip and smiling shyly with the giddy face of a girl in love. At this moment, Song Yunxiang didn't forget to remind Shanguan Yinyan to hold on to him tightly. After the warning, Song Yunxiang spurred his horse, which leaped 1,000 meters into the air. From below, Gu Shijing watched his every move, her lips pursed in an unreadable expression. Seeing Shanguan Yinyan tag along, Cheng Yi yelled, Director Gu, why is that student following him? Is it okay to just let her go? Gu Shijing replied that they had no time to worry about her. She ordered Yu Pei and Cheng Yi to gather their people and head to the Corestone Fissure in the South District. As soon as she gave the order, Cheng Yi and Yu Pei complied immediately. Gu Shijing looked in the direction Song Yunxiang had disappeared, wondering to herself, are you truly the host of Zuo Si? I hope what I said earlier helps you deceive the others, she thought. Because I'll be the one to expose your secret myself. Amidst a ruined city engulfed in flames, a streak of azure fire suddenly shot through the devastation. That blue flame emanated from Song Yunxiang's horse. Riding on its back, Shanguan Yinyan was blasting away at a swarm of monsters. She fired beams of blue energy from her gun, enraging the beasts and drawing them down upon them. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yunxiang swiftly drew his blade. With a single, fluid slash, he annihilated them. The monsters shrieked in agony as they were cut down. Right behind him, Shanguan Yinyan was still enthusiastically gunning down the approaching beasts. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang just needed a few swings of his sword to slaughter them all. After a moment, Song Yunxiang grumbled in annoyance. Could you please stop pulling every monster in sight? We're in a hurry here. Hearing this, Shanguan Yinyan quickly apologized. Sorry, I just got on the battlefield and got a little carried away. He thought to himself, logically, even if the Jiwu Institute didn't look after this crazy woman, she probably would have survived. But if my rebirth is starting to change things, then it's safer to bring her with me. Once I restore the Dragon Scripture, Star Soul General, and ensure everything is secure, I'll kill her. For now, though, he could use her as a human tool. With that, Song Yunxiang asked her to do him a favor. Shanguan Yinyan heard this and eagerly agreed, even telling Song Yunxiang he could do whatever he wanted with her. Speechless, he told her to get serious and that he would teach her a few things later. Meanwhile, at the North District's Corestone Fissure, smoke and dust choked the air. The place was a desolate ruin, littered with smoldering red flames. Rows of armored robots stood in formation, shielding civilians behind them. These golden mechs were modeled after the Royal Imperial Guard. 3 figures stood on the hands of these machines, clearly having just survived a brutal fight. A young man, Tian Zehai, the second prince of the Tiandu kingdom, was screaming. Commander Liu, hang in there. The man lying in his arms was Liu Zhenwu, the commander of the Imperial Guard's cavalry. He was dying. My apologies, Your Highness. I was careless. Tian Zihai repeatedly slapped his own leg, cursing the Yilun kingdom and blaming himself. Zihai couldn't believe Yilun had actually instigated a beast tide. If he had known sooner, he could have crushed them. He continued to curse himself for endangering millions of citizens and falling right into the Yilun kingdom's trap. Seeing this, Liu Zhenwu tried to reassure him, Your Highness, don't blame yourself. It is my duty to protect my master. As he spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tian Zihai's face was etched with pure panic. Commander Liu, don't talk anymore, just hang on. He looked up and frantically asked, Xiao Mai, have the reinforcements still not arrived? Xiao Mai was his personal battle maid. She reported to Zihai that reinforcements were on their way. As soon as she finished speaking, Tian Zihai held out his hand, demanding she give him a rejuvenation pill. But Xiao Mai hesitated. But Your Highness, this is the last one, reserved for you in an emergency. Liu Zhenwu grabbed Zihai's hand. Your Highness, no, my injuries are too severe. Don't waste such a precious rejuvenation pill on me. Ignoring their words, Zihai shook off the commander's hand and snatched the pill from Xiao Mai. Tian Zihai took out the last precious rejuvenation pill and forced it into Liu Zhenwu's mouth. Just then, an Imperial Guard rushed in to report that more beasts were approaching. Tian Zihai quickly ordered Xiao Mai to take command and repel the enemy. Receiving the order, Xiao Mai immediately began her Star Soul composition, materializing her own Star Soul to join the battle. She quickly gave the command, 8 units, form the profound moon formation. The mechs obeyed, forming a defensive line to protect the second prince. Amid the darkness, a deafening roar tore through the silence. On both sides of the street, the hordes of beasts automatically parted, making way for something else. A colossal beast emerged from the smoke, its heavy footsteps cracking the very ground beneath it. It was a Qionqi type, a terrifying monster. It possessed heavenly rank combat power, a body as tough as a tank, and devastating destructive force. An Imperial Guard shouted a warning. We have enemies on this side too. Another cried out in shock. What? We're surrounded? From the distance, through the hazy smoke, an imposing figure on horseback emerged, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, in the very heart of South City, a gaping wound tore through the sky, swirling into a menacing vortex. And there, standing defiant atop a skyscraper, was Gu Shijing, piloting her mech. She roared the command, all units, battle formation. Gu Shijing's hand sliced through the air. The city guard would form the front lines, instructor mechs would handle guerrilla strikes from the flanks, and academy mechs would provide covering fire from the rear. From a distance, the city swarmed with mechs, an army as vast as an anthill, their presence overwhelming. Above them, the celestial wound widened, threatening to rip the very heavens apart. From the darkness of the rift, colossal white teeth began to emerge. Finally, a monstrous beast stepped through the portal. Sensing the perfect moment, Gu Shijing's voice was ice as she gave the order, prepare. At her command, countless mechs below aimed their weapons as one. A moment later, a storm of glowing arrows lit up the sky, a torrent of light raining down on their new foe. At the same time, over in East City, right at the core of another rift, an equally massive army of mechs stood ready. It seemed they were also waiting for their own colossal nightmare, and from the rubble, a beast of terrifying size and shape emerged. The mech squadron was already in position, waiting for the command to annihilate their target. But amidst the legion of mechs perched on ruined buildings, a single man stood calmly in the epicenter, lost in thought. Xu Heiming remained perfectly still, unfazed by the terrifying beast before him. Suddenly, the monster unleashed a deafening roar, a shockwave of pure intimidation. The gale was a hurricane, forcing even the hardened mechs to shield their optics. But Xu Heiming? He stood firm, unmoving, as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He casually reached into his pocket and pulled out an old, worn card. Old friend, he murmured, let's fight side by side one more time. A pilot watching from above asked, are we just gonna watch? Shouldn't we go down and help Elder Shu? His partner replied hesitantly. Are you kidding? That's Elder Shu, a sky rank master who can tear these beasts apart with his bare hands. When a grandmaster fights, all we can do is watch from a safe distance. Now, at the North City battlefield, the land was a wasteland of ruin under a blackened sky. Suddenly, a monstrous foot, crackling with dark energy, slammed into the ground. Then came the horde, hound-like beasts covered in iron armor, charging forward. These were the smaller calamity hounds, savage pack hunters that overwhelm their prey, preferring to devour them and even the corpses of other beasts. The royal guard began to lose their nerve. It's over. There are massive beasts on both sides. We're no match for an enemy this strong. One guard turned to his comrades. Miss Xiao Mai, we'll hold them off here. You must protect His Highness and escape this place. Hearing this, Xiao Mai hesitated, looking to Tianze Hai for guidance. Just then, Liu Zhenyu coughed up a spray of blood, his voice weak. My injuries are beyond saving, but if I burn the last of my soul force, I can still buy His Highness 20 seconds. Before Liu Zhenyu could finish, Tianze Hai held up a hand, silencing him without a word. His eyes narrowed in thought. That presence, it isn't the aura of a beast. Whoever is coming might not be an enemy. Xiao Mai's mind raced. Not an enemy? Could it be reinforcements? The beast, emerging from the mist, began to shape something from the tentacles on its arm. Finally, its massive limb morphed into a razor-sharp blade. It then let out a terrifying roar. The sheer force of the sound was an overwhelming pressure, sending rubble flying and making even the elite royal guard stagger. Tianze Hai shielded the injured Liu Zhenyu with his own body. The guards realized the beast wasn't roaring at them. Its attention was fixed on a dark figure in the distance. It saw that shadow as the true threat. And from that shadow, a blinding blue light shot forward, streaking directly toward the beast. The creature seemed confused, caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. The blue light slammed into the ground with incredible force, knocking the monster off its feet. The smaller beasts scattered, terrified by this new power. Then came the sound of hooves as a figure on an iron horse slowly emerged, its legs wreathed in cool blue flames. It was Song Yun Xiang. The royal guard stared in shock. A spirit general! Are those reinforcements from the Mech-Martial Academy? Tianze Hai thought to himself. I've never seen a spirit general like that before, and it's even riding a spirit beast mount. Song Yun Xiang glanced back at Shanguan Yin Qin. While I've got this big guy's attention, Senior, go search the corpses of those beasts I killed on the way here. She looked completely bewildered, asking back, Huh? The beast corpses? He sighed, annoyed. Didn't I literally just explain this? 50 centimeters from the left rib cage, inside the stomach lining. You can dig out the void-rending crystals, right? The giant beast stood growling, frozen in place. In front of it, a spear crackled with blue lightning. As it tried to step forward, it was blocked by a shimmering barrier of light. The royal guards watched in stunned silence. From a distance, Tianze Hai analyzed the situation. It's a formation array. Hearing this, Xiao Mai gasped in disbelief. What? A formation array? He gritted his teeth and continued. The weapon that mounted Spirit General just threw. It must have been enchanted with some kind of barrier-type formation. The royal guard finally understood. So this Qianqi beast is trapped by a formation? Should we retreat or just watch? Wait, something as advanced as a formation can't just be used so casually, can it? Tianze Hai's brow furrowed. Something's not right. Judging by how fast its soul force is dissipating, this formation won't last long. That spirit general is just trying to buy some time. Buy time for what? Xiao Mai wondered. Through a small monitor, she watched an academy mech digging a strange stone out of a dead beast. Suddenly, Tianze Hai shouted, realizing what he was seeing. Is that a void-rending crystal? Xiao Mai replied. That purple crystal? That's a void-rending crystal? Tianze Hai quickly explained. They're also called space stones. They grow inside the stomachs of Taoti beasts and have spatial compression abilities. It's how a Taoti can devour things 10 times its own size. Xiao Mai's eyes widened. She remembered. It was the priceless material used to create storage talismans. She thought, so that's where they come from. They grow inside beasts? Exactly, Tianze Hai continued. Void-rending crystals are worth a fortune. Every spirit general needs them for their storage soul talismans. Now Xiao Mai understood. Song Yun Xiang was stalling for time to collect treasure. Meanwhile, the weapon Song Yun Xiang had thrown was already starting to fade, and he was pouring all his energy into it just to buy a few more seconds. Inside his mech, Song Yun Xiang was panting, exhausted. The soul prison array is about to break. He popped 3 pills into his mouth and yelled, Shanguan Yin Qin, are you done yet? Outside, she ran back towards him, holding 3 crystals. I only found 3. Is that enough? Song Yun Xiang quickly reached out his hand. 3 will have to do. With a flash of power, he used his energy to pull the 3 crystals toward him through the air. Shanguan Yin Qin was amazed. He can control objects from a distance with just his soul force. Suddenly, Song Yun Xiang spurred his horse, charging directly at the beast with the 3 crystals in hand. The royal guard scrambled out of his way in a panic as he galloped past. The horse's hooves cratered the ground, leaving them staring after his retreating back in awe. Even Tianze Hai was stunned by the spectacle. From inside his cockpit, Song Yun Xiang glanced at him through the monitor. Outside, his spirit general continued its silent, thunderous charge without a single word. Tianze Hai's jaw dropped in shock. Is that the spirit general Lubu? No, wait. Something about it is different. Suddenly, Song Yunxiang launched his mount high into the air, letting out a powerful war cry. Red Flame Dragon, dissolve! At his command, the weapon he'd used as a medium returned. In a flash, the spear materialized in Song Yunxiang's grip. Just then, the beast broke free from the soul prison formation. It let out a deafening roar. The monster's jaws gaped open, and a sphere of blinding light began to form. A massive violet beam shot straight for Song Yunxiang. He instantly leaned back, deftly dodging the colossal blast. Enraged, the beast stomped its foot in frustration, letting out a low growl. Its stomp shattered the very ground beneath them. Song Yunxiang then arched back, his grip tightening on the spear, preparing to unleash his full power. He poured all his strength into one single point, aimed straight for the beast, and with a war cry, he launched himself forward. The two forces collided mid-air, erupting in a brilliant flash of lightning. Song Yunxiang then maneuvered a void-splitting crystal, driving it into the beast's arm, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Instead, the monster swatted him away, sending him flying for 1,000 meters. The blow was so powerful he crashed straight through several buildings. Xiao Mai watched in horror. "We're done for, Your Highness. That awesome-looking Red Star Soul General is no match for the Qiangqi." In an instant, Song Yunxiang regained his composure and reappeared before the beast. But before he could even catch his breath, the monster charged at him again. Song Yunxiang knew the score. He was only at the peak of the Huang realm. Even controlling Lubu, he couldn't go one-on-one with a Tian realm Qiangqi. Just then, a tiny glint of light flashed in the eyes of the Lubu Star Soul General. He suddenly roared, "Explode for me!" As if hearing his command, the void-splitting crystal on the beast's arm pulsed, then detonated, making the creature howl in pure agony. Watching the chaos unfold, Tian Zihai's eyes widened in shock. What? What was that explosion? The beast's arm was completely blown off, and its body staggered, thrown off balance. Song Yunxiang spoke up. "My apologies. At my current level, I'm no match for a Tian realm opponent. I had to resort to some unconventional tactics." Suddenly, cheers praising Song Yunxiang erupted from the distance. The Imperial Guards in the distance shouted, "Incredible!" He infused soul power into the void-splitting crystal, causing an overload explosion to trigger a localized spatial collapse. Tian Zihai stood and applauded in admiration. "I never expected to see such a high-level maneuver. The Jiwu Academy in Nanzhou is truly full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Xiao Mai turned back in shock. "Your Highness, are you saying he just blew up an incredibly expensive void-splitting crystal?" Zihai broke into a cold sweat. So what? Wasting a few measly crystals to seriously injure a Tian realm beast with only Huang realm cultivation is a worthy trade. He thought to himself, void-splitting crystals have been around for 1,000 years, but there's no record of them exploding in any Tiandu Kingdom archives. This guy must have a special detonation technique, one with serious military applications. Xiao Mai's voice trembled. "Your Highness, are you saying the host controlling that Star Soul General is only at the Huang realm?" Tian Zihai nodded. "That's right. During the fight, I could feel his soul power. He's at the peak of the Huang realm, nothing more." Xiao Mai couldn't believe her ears. A peak Huang realm cultivator jumping 3 major realms to injure a Tian realm beast. Just then, the Qiangqi and its pack of disaster hounds charged forward, one of them lunging like a bolt of lightning. Understanding the situation, Song Yunxiang dropped into a defensive stance, one knee on the ground. He gripped his weapon tightly, then spun in a decisive arc, annihilating the frenzied disaster hounds. His weapon sliced through the monsters, dismembering them instantly. Another disaster hound lunged straight for him. He swiftly cut it down, slicing the creature in two. Feeling his energy drain, Song Yunxiang quickly consumed 3 more pills. "So it's trying to wear me down by sending in these mutts, is it?" The Qiangqi opened its maw again, forming another purple energy sphere. A powerful violet beam shot towards Song Yunxiang once more. And once again, he reacted in time, swiftly dodging the attack. Watching this, Tian Zihai was stunned. That movement technique, it belongs to the Xuanjia Guard. Seeing its attack miss, the beast roared in fury, but Song Yunxiang was unfazed, letting out a quiet scoff as he gripped his weapon. He then charged straight at the monster, delivering a single, decisive blow. But after that one attack, his sharp weapon shattered into countless pieces. As expected, Song Yunxiang thought, at my current realm, the form's durability can't hold up against a Tian realm beast. But I just needed to make one small hole in its tough hide for the void-splitting crystal. That's enough. With his plan in motion, Song Yunxiang acted. Creation finger, reverse will chi, detonate. The moment he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted on the beast's body. Behind him, the monster was engulfed in thick black smoke. Enraged, the other beasts went berserk, charging at him to avenge their fallen comrade. Sensing the tremor behind him, Song Yunxiang took a step back. A beast's maw snapped shut, but he leaped high into the air, dodging the bite. He landed safely. but one of his arms was gone. Inside the control space, his energy was completely depleted, but he pushed himself to launch one final attack. This one's for you. Creation Finger, Reverse Will Chi. Violet lightning crackled around the beast's entire body. Song Yun Xiang screamed, "Explode!" A world-shaking blast vaporized the monster, leaving nothing but lingering smoke. The Lubu Star Soul General began to dissolve, its blue crystals scattering into the air. Song Yun Xiang landed lightly on the ground, the swirling smoke giving him an ethereal look. He dusted off his clothes and sighed. Too bad. That valuable core crystal got blown up along with it. Xiao Mai seemed to recognize the uniform Song Yunxiang was wearing. It was from the Jiwu Academy. Just then, Song Yunxiang looked around, finally taking in his surroundings. He was completely surrounded by the Imperial Guards, all standing at attention. Tianzihai stepped forward, clasping his hands together with a friendly smile. "Thank you for your assistance, my friend." Song Yunxiang returned the gesture politely. "Second Prince, there's no need for formalities. Is everyone all right?" Hearing this, both Tianzihai and Xiao Mai became guarded. "You know who I am." Song Yunxiang gave a wry smile. "No need to be on edge. I was sent as reinforcements by Headmaster Gu Shijing of the Jiwu Academy." Relieved, Tianzihai relaxed. "Oh, I see. My apologies for being so abrupt. I am Tianzihai, second prince of the Tiandu kingdom. Once again, thank you for your help. May I ask your name?" He clasped his hands again, formally introducing himself. Tianzihai was taken aback by the surname Song, especially combined with his Xuanjia guard footwork. He suspected a connection to the Song family of Marquis Juan. He found it hard to believe Yunxiang was just a student. Then Tianzihai recalled a spy report from last year, mentioning that the old Marquis Song had pulled some strings to get a descendant into the Jiwu Academy. He figured Gu Shijing would know the details, so he'd ask her once they were safe. He was also curious about that Red Star Soul General. Besides, an expert of this caliber would be an incredible ally. Tianzihai continued, "With your strength, I doubt any instructor at the entire Jiwu Academy could be your match." Song Yunxiang acted bashful. "Your Highness is too kind. I'm really only at the peak of the Huang realm. It was all just good luck." Their conversation was cut short by Liu Zhenyu's coughing. Tianzihai turned, his face filled with worry. "Commander Liu, Xiao Mai, how long until the medics arrive?" Xiao Mai quickly checked. "The Yuanding City Lord's Manor has dispatched an emergency team. They're on their way, but the ETA is still about 45 minutes. Tianzihai feared Liu Zhenyu wouldn't be able to hold on that long. Overhearing that someone was injured, Song Yunxiang offered to take a look, but as he stepped forward to help, Xiao Mai immediately blocked his path. Seeing her defiant stare, Tianzihai warned Xiao Mai to show some respect. In a flash, Song Yunxiang vaulted gracefully onto the mech's hand where Liu Zhenyu lay unconscious. He gently placed 2 fingers on Liu Zhenyu's chest. A soft green light pulsed from his fingertips, enveloping the ghastly wound. His diagnosis was swift, a piercing injury caused by the raw soul power of a heaven-rank master. His organs weren't heavily damaged, but his soul veins were shattered. He couldn't circulate his own soul power to heal. Seeing his expertise, Tianzihai asked, "Wait, you know medical arts too?" Yunxiang admitted he only knew the basics and, without the right tools, could only use a spring pill to keep him stable. Tianzihai explained he had already used one, fearing another would be useless. Song Yunxiang just pulled a bottle from his pocket and dumped the entire contents into Liu Zhenyu's mouth, causing Tianzihai's jaw to hit the floor. He figured if one pill didn't work, a dozen should do the trick. He then tossed another bottle to Xiao Mai to keep Liu Zhenyu from death's door. Meanwhile, at the East City's core fissure battlefield, a monstrous beast was on a rampage. Xu Heiming faced the creature, a cold, contemptuous sneer on his face. Still trying to force the fissure open, making one last, desperate stand? "If that's your wish, then let's end this right now." At his command, Xu Heiming's mech raised its colossal sword high into the air. 1,000-mile sword style. Third form. As the words left his lips, a streak of blinding light tore through the sky, radiating immense power. One sword to shatter mountains and rivers. The blow descended, laying waste to half the city. The beast at the epicenter of the attack was instantly annihilated. A deep, long gash split the earth, sending stone and debris flying. Caught in the path of the slash, the beast had nowhere to run. The sword's energy was momentarily engulfed by the monster's own fiery aura. And then, in a flash of crimson, the beast exploded, painting the sky red. The onlookers screamed in shock. "He's too strong! That was an instant kill!" The other mech pilots could only stare in awe at such terrifying power. One pilot turned to the others. "No, Elder Shu is no ordinary heaven rank. He's probably the closest to reaching saint rank among all the soul masters in the southern continent." Another pilot nearby was absolutely stunned by the revelation, but as they all looked down, they realized with a jolt that Xu Himing was gone. They frantically scanned the area, left and right. Panic spread across their faces. After a moment of searching, they shouted, "Where is Elder Xu?" Elsewhere in the city, atop a skyscraper, a group of saboteurs surrounded a device emitting black lightning. One of them scowled and gave the order, "The plan's a bust. We're pulling out, now." A younger member glanced back, regretfully leaving their expensive equipment behind. The leader pulled up his cowl to hide his face. "Forget the gear. Let's go rendezvous with the other squads." But suddenly, Xu Himing appeared before them, his voice booming. "Leaving so soon? Did you ask my flip-flop for permission first?" Seeing him, the entire group froze in terror. One of them broke out in a cold sweat, pointing and stammering. "Captain, that's the guy who just one-shotted the target." Hearing this, the other members flinched. The captain roared, ordering them all to transform and kill Xu Himing. But before he could finish his command, a flying flip-flop sailed through the air. It slapped him square in the face, sending him flying backward with a pained scream. The surrounding members could only watch, completely dumbfounded. Their captain flew several meters before slamming hard into a distant wall. He fell into a coma, foaming at the mouth, his nose a bloody mess. Seeing their leader taken down so easily, the others erupted in anger. They started cursing him out, calling him a dishonorable old man for the sneak attack. But before one could finish his sentence, a foot slammed viciously into his jaw. In an instant, the entire squad was laid out on the ground like dried fish. Himing planted his foot on one guy's head and grumbled, "Are you stupid? If you're gonna attack, then attack. Who's gonna wait for you to finish your speech?" With that, he slowly walked over to the unconscious captain. Himing casually grabbed the man by the ear, hoisting him up before leaping to a higher vantage point. From there, he could see the entire city being slowly consumed by flames. Xu Himing let out a surprised whistle. "Looks like the last one's about to be dealt with, huh?" Himing glanced down at the captain, his eyes narrowing. "You're coming with me for a little trip." Jolted awake by the pain, the man begged him to let go. Still holding him by the ear, Himing leaped effortlessly from one building to the next, each of his jumps punctuated by the captive's terrified screams. Xu Himing continued his rooftop parkour at incredible speed, carrying a grown man as if he weighed nothing. In another sector, at the southern city's core Fisher battlefield, Gu Shijing stood on the city wall, observing the fight below. Down on the ground, a mutated beast was surrounded by thousands of mechs. Their leader's voice echoed with authority, "Hold the formation, stay on high alert." The beast roared continuously, slime dripping from its body. The surrounding mechs kept their distance, wary of the monster going berserk and making things much worse. A few moments later, it collapsed. The surrounding pilots looked on, stunned by their own victory. They began to cheer, celebrating their win against a heaven-rank beast. It was truly unbelievable. In their victory, they grew cocky, thinking heaven-rank beasts weren't so tough after all. Together, they roared in unison, "For Tiandu, victory is ours!" Gu Shijing stood tall, watching the other mech celebrate. Outside, her own mech stood stoically amidst the smoke and fire, its sword planted in the ground, an imposing sight. Inside the cockpit, she let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her brow. A heaven-rank beast is no joke. Shijing surveyed the battlefield, lost in strategic thought. Even with the combined power of 1,000 Xuan-rank pilots, we barely managed to fight it. We were lucky to win, and it cost us dearly. Suddenly, Himing flew in out of nowhere, startling her. He landed gently, still holding the unlucky agent by the ear, and gave Shijing a nod. Xu Himing had arrived just as her battle ended. Gu Shijing bowed respectfully, and he replied with a cheerful smile, "Yeah, nice work out there, little Gu." Himing tossed the unconscious Yulun agent to the ground. He told her he'd caught the guy near the fissure in the East City district. At a glance, Gu Shijing identified him as a spy from the Yilun nation. She wasn't sure whether to hand him over to the city guard or the Secret Service, but Xu Himing was suspicious. The city guard and Secret Service have likely been infiltrated. I don't trust them, so he's your problem now. Suddenly, far in the distance, a strange light glinted from a rooftop. An image of the two of them, deep in discussion, filled a sniper's scope. Xu Himing had already sensed the red dot aimed right at his forehead, but he didn't seem bothered in the slightest. The sniper, on the other hand, began to panic, realizing he'd been spotted. He was using a Wufu La, an early model mass-produced Soul General from the Yilun nation. Xu Himing casually offered, "Need my help taking care of those little punks?" For Gu Shijing, however, this was no big deal. She had already made arrangements. The sniper team grew frantic. Their leader shouted, "Take the shot, kill them now." But as he spoke, a sword pierced through the Wufu La's heart, freezing it in place. The sniper couldn't believe Gu Shijing's side had moved so fast. At that moment, a massive net fell from the sky, giving him no time to react. The net completely enveloped him. He could only struggle and scream, A constructed soul. What is this? Looking behind him, he realized it was the work of a spy-type Vanguard model. This special unit handled covert ops like sabotage and assassinations. The Vanguard pilot advised him calmly, "It's useless. This is a soul-binding net that disrupts soul power. Surrender quietly." In a flash, the Soul General Squad had captured all the Yilun attackers. With the mission complete, the spy-type Vanguard sheathed its sword and awaited further orders. Just then, Xiao Yue's voice came over the comms. "Reporting to the director, total of 5 targets. All have been neutralized." Gu Shijing received the signal through the virtual screen. Her orders were swift and cold. "Bring all survivors to the Martial Institute. I'll interrogate them myself." Xu Heming was impressed with her quick thinking. A smile touched his lips. "It seems you spotted them long ago. Your cultivation level is average, but your grasp of strategy is brilliant." Gu Shijing replied with practiced humility. "Elder Xu, your power is supreme, slaying a heaven-rank master with a single strike. You are truly the top of the Southern Continent's 4 swords. My petty tricks are nothing before you." Seeing the situation was handled, Xu Heming had no time for pleasantries. "It seems you have things under control here," he declared. "I'll head to the North District. There's a kid over there who's caught my interest." With that, he leaped away effortlessly. Xu Heming's movement technique was truly on another level, gliding between buildings like a phantom. Xu Heming's words sparked her curiosity. A kid who interests the elder. Is it the second prince? Or that mysterious Song Yun Xiang? But there was no time for speculation. The crisis in her own district demanded immediate attention. Meanwhile, at the Stonelurk Rift in the North District, the Spirit Soul Generals were gathered. In Tianzehai's hand was a pill, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. He stared at the pill, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This can't be. Is this really a rejuvenation pill?" Seeing his reaction, Song Yunxiang asked curiously, "Your Highness, you've studied alchemy?" Tianzehai replied, "I'm no alchemist, but as a prince I studied under the royal family's 5th-grade alchemist for a time. The quality is extremely high. But there's more to it," he analyzed with a puzzled look. "The pill patterns. They weren't forged with any technique I recognize. This means, in terms of craftsmanship, it's likely years ahead of our heavenly capital kingdom, if the effects are real." Tianzehai turned immediately. "Commander Lu, what do you think?" But the sight before him left him speechless. Though still unconscious, color was returning to Commander Liu's face, and the wounds on his body were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just then, Liu Zhenwu's eyes fluttered open. Tianzehai rushed to his side. "How are you feeling?" A look of pure relief washed over the commander's face. "Your Highness, I had a dream. I was floating in a warm current, the essence of all things. It was like a beam of light entered my chest, causing the energy in my body to surge so violently it blasted my clothes away. I felt one with nature, as innocent as a seed. No, I times was times a seed, immersed in an ocean of light. My very life force feels renewed." After a moment of basking in the sensation, Liu Zhenwu finally realized, "My wounds, they're completely healed?" Hearing this, Tianzehai's jaw dropped. "Seriously, that's impossible." Then, the commander noticed something else. "Is it my imagination? The old injury in my lower back. From years of training. It feels like it's gone too." This revelation sent another shockwave through the group. Suddenly, Xiao Mai pointed a trembling finger. "Wait, Commander Liu, have you gotten younger?" Comparing him to before, Tianzehai saw it was true. The deep wrinkles on his face had vanished. The man who looked like a weathered old commander now looked barely 30, and even the gray in his hair was gone. He stared at Song Yunxiang's unreadable expression, his mind racing. "I thought he was just a strategist with superhuman talent. I even considered recruiting him. But if he has an alchemy grandmaster backing him, then I can only try to befriend him." Tianzehai's resolve hardened. Befriending him was the only path. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Shanguan Yinyan chirped from a distance. "Junior Song, I searched all the corpses of those flesh-eating beasts. Look what I dug up. So many crystals." Her robot followed close behind, carrying a massive pile of spirit stones. Seeing the sheer number of crystals, Tianzehai stammered in disbelief. So many. Void-rending crystals? His hands trembled so much that he fumbled the pill vial. The collective gasp of the group was deafening. But just before it hit the ground, a hand shot out and snatched it from the air. Xiao Mai gritted her teeth and screamed, "Hey, Your Highness, be more careful!" The close call left Liu Zhenwu sweating bullets. "Whew, that was close. Luckily, my hands are quick." Hearing a new voice, Tianzehai signaled for everyone to be quiet. The robot, controlled by Shanguan Yin, was meticulously counting the stones. she announced happily. A total of 9 pieces. Just then, a figure landed gracefully from above. She was beaming with pride over her spoils, eagerly awaiting praise. Song Yun Xiang had to admit, her technique for extracting crystals was impressive, with a very high success rate. So he offered a rare compliment. Top-grade quality, perfectly extracted. I never knew the great young miss was so skilled with her hands. Just as he'd hoped, Shanguan Yinyan preened under the praise. I've been great at dissecting things since I was a kid. The moment I hold a knife, I just get excited. Tian Zehai leaped down from the spirit soul general to join them. He approached Song Yunxiang with a sincere expression. Thank you for the pill that saved Commander Liu's life. I have one more, audacious request. These void-rending crystals. I hope you can sell them to me. This puts Song Yunxiang in a difficult position. That's not exactly ideal, Your Highness. Shanguan Yinyan let out a small gasp, surprised by the prince's directness. Seeing his hesitation, Tianzehai pressed on. Don't worry, I won't take your spoils for free, of course. Now Song Yunxiang's interest was piqued. Oh? So your highness intends to make a deal with me? The prince confidently held up 3 fingers. This number. To buy all the void-rending crystals. How about it? You should know, these crystals are strategic materials, controlled by the imperial court. It's not easy to move them through official channels. Song Yunxiang negotiated without backing down. I'm guessing your highness isn't buying these through government procurement, are you? You're using personal funds, so I've already offered you the lowest possible discount. No one will ever know, and we can have a long-term partnership. While the two were negotiating, Shanguan Yinyan began to disband her spirit soul. She watched the two of them intently. The light from her spirit soul slowly faded. Shanguan Yinyan landed gently, then gracefully dropped to one knee. She showed a new reverence, bowing her head with her eyes closed. Then, Shanguan Yinyan clasped her hands formally. The Shanguan family pays its respects to the second prince. The name sounded familiar, so Tianzehai asked, Shanguan Yinyan, are you the daughter of Shanguan Hongchen? She replied softly, Yes, your highness. My father is Shanguan Hongchen, and my older brother, Shanguan Lengshu, serves under your command. Realizing she was an ally, his whole demeanor changed. He welcomed her warmly, his smile far more genuine than before. Tianzehai then boldly held up 5 fingers. Then out of respect for the Shanguan family. This number. But Song Yunxiang wasn't having it. Your highness, an offer like that puts me in a tough spot. It has to be at least this much. Suddenly, Tianzehai turned to Shanguan Yinyan. When I return, I will immediately promote your brother by 3 ranks. Hearing this, she lit up as if she'd struck gold and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, your highness. Then he spun back to Song Yunxiang, whispering conspiratorially, Please, man, that's my entire budget right now. Cut me some slack, and I'll owe you a favor. After hearing about her brother's promotion, Shanguan Yinyan's allegiance clearly shifted. She looked at Song Yunxiang with hopeful eyes. Seeing her expression, he finally relented with a sigh. All right, fine. I'll take a small loss. We have a deal. With the deal sealed, Tianzehai stepped away for a moment. Song Yunxiang's mind drifted. According to my past life's memories, the Shanguan family did indeed support the second prince. Could their betrayal in my past life be tied to the second prince's death around this time? Only then did he notice it. The way Shanguan Yinyan was looking at him, her gaze was a little too intense. She lunged forward, grabbing his collar. Hey, Song, I want one of those void fracture crystals too. Don't worry, she added. The Shanguan family's got it covered. Song Yunxiang raised an eyebrow, confused. Can't you just go dig one up yourself? Shanguan Yinxin's face fell, but you killed all 12 of the Tao Ti here. Besides, I've checked the other corpses. It's nearly impossible to find a complete crystal. That was the real reason she couldn't just get one herself. Meanwhile, Tianzehai's group was whispering amongst themselves. Xiao Mai clutched the card, her voice trembling. Your Highness, do we really have to spend this much? This is everything we've saved for more than a year, she wailed, heartbroken. Xiao Mai proposed another idea. That lady from the Shanguan family knows how to extract them. She's on our side, right? Can't we just order her to get a few for us? Liu Zhenyu immediately explained. No, Xiao Mai, you're thinking too simply. Taote aren't rare beasts, but their void fracture crystals are. The real trick isn't times finding times them. It's the times method times used to kill them. Tianzehai added, Exactly. Any crystals we've gathered before were just dumb luck, a really low drop rate. For him to get a dozen perfect quality crystals, Song Yunxiang must have a special method for killing them. Hearing this, Xiao Mai knew she had no choice but to say goodbye to her precious money, tears streaming down her face. Her reaction even made him chuckle. Hey now, you're being a little dramatic. Tianzehai's mind raced. The Song family of the Marquisate of Juan, once one of the 4 great families. Their last patriarch was one of the 8 generals of the heavenly capital. 20 years ago, they produced a prodigy who dominated an entire generation. Sadly, rumor has it that because of some woman, the entire family was implicated. Their saint-stage ancestor died from severe injuries, and they were exiled to a small city on the southeastern border, tasked with defending the Southern Wasteland's Great Wall. He thought deeply. If my guess is right, and this Song Yunxiang is from That Time's Song family, then they're poised for a massive comeback. They could rise again completely because of him. Back at the base, robots stood guard in perfect rows. A transaction was taking place in the center. Without hesitation, Tian Zihai presented a storage card. He held it out to Yunxiang with a smile. It's all in this storage talisman. 500 million in cash, but it's in Yishui currency. Yunxiang held the card, a flash of shock crossing his face at the information. Zihai crossed his arms, smirking. Surprised? Are we? Actually, you're making a profit. The current exchange rate for Yishui to Tiandu currency is 5% higher. Yunxiang took it, thinking to himself. With the heavenly capital and Yilun constantly at war, the neutral Yishui kingdom's economy is times more stable. With that thought, a slight smile played on his lips. He accepted the card and replied, Your Highness, the second prince, is far more cautious than I expected. The prince chuckled. I have to be. Too many eyes are watching my every move. Aren't you going to check that massive amount? Yunxiang answered quickly. No need. The second prince's name is all the guarantee I need. Tian Zihai turned slightly. My thanks. So, shall I have my soldiers transport the void fracture crystals? But then, Yunxiang pulled a few strange talismans from his pocket, as if preparing for something. He let out a soft laugh. That won't be necessary. Since the second prince was so direct, I'll throw in a packaging service for free. Hearing the word packaging, Zihai just stared blankly, completely confused. To the prince's absolute astonishment, Yunxiang shouted, Activate array! The moment Liu Zhenyu saw the formation, a look of pure horror spread across his face. Is that a space array? Xiao Mai heard him and looked puzzled. He explained with a deep frown. Void fracture crystals have spatial properties, which means you can't put them in a storage talisman. But he's using a space array to compress them. An operation like this is not only unheard of, it's beyond imagination. Yunxiang handed the compressed package to Tian Zihai. Transporting these crystals is a pain, and using a spirit beast would draw way too much attention. This space talisman is a one-time use item. The release code is 66. Just remember to find an open area. After the instructions, the prince awkwardly accepted the package with a word of thanks. I never imagined Brother Song had such an incredible trick up his sleeve. Yunxiang turned to leave, waving a hand. Don't mention it. Since your highness is safe now, we'll be heading back to report. The prince clasped his hands, sincerely thanking Song Yunxiang for his aid and promising to help him in the future. Yunxiang accepted his gratitude with a smile, already looking forward to their next meeting. The prince's group stood there for a moment, watching him walk away. Zihai stared at Yunxiang's retreating back, his mind calculating. Song Yunxiang, I must get closer to this man, and even if I can't bring him to my side, I pray I never have to face him as an enemy. As Yunxiang walked, his thoughts drifted. The beast-tied incident seems to finally be over. I don't sense Azan's aura here anymore. If my business here is done, it's time to go home. Last time, both the Jiwu Academy and Shanguan Cauldron were destroyed in the beast tide. It took me over 20 days to cross the Death Desert with the refugees and escape back to the Song family. But less than a month after that, the entire Southern Wasteland border defense was completely swallowed by the Horde. The Song family's soldiers and the Yongan city guard were almost completely wiped out. Back then, I was powerless to stop any of it. I escaped alone once again, only to be found by the Xuanjia guard and saved by her, my master. As he thought, his fists clenched tightly. Yunxiang felt a surge of resolve. It hasn't even been 2 months yet. There's still time. Suddenly, he sensed something and whipped around in an instant. Yunxiang launched a devastating kick, aiming to end it in one blow. Dust and debris exploded everywhere. Yingqian also turned to look, just as a pair of scrawny legs and familiar slippers emerged from the haze. A deep voice echoed out, Kid, you really are interesting. The newcomer had caught Song Yunxiang's powerful kick with a single hand. Tian Zihai and the others heard the massive explosion and rushed over, tension etched on every face. At that moment, he felt an aura even stronger than the heaven stage. Liu Zhenyu's guard shot up. This presence. It's almost at the saint stage. Could this be a half-saint? Shu Hemming slowly released Yunxiang's leg with a soft chuckle. You're clearly only at the peak of the Huang stage, yet you sensed my presence. You've hidden your true power for over a year at Jiwu Academy. Impressive. But as Yunxiang heard that voice and saw the man's face, his eyes went wide with shock. This was the old gatekeeper from Jiwu Academy. He stood frozen for a second before bursting into laughter. Right back at you. You've hidden yourself pretty deep, too. Who would have ever guessed that a grandmaster of the heaven stage was hiding out as a gatekeeper? Shanguan Yinxin gasped. She couldn't believe this was the same old gatekeeper. Yunxiang faced Xu Heming and continued, one of the 7 rumors of Jiwu Academy was about the ironclad gatekeeper. I'm guessing that was you. The old man stroked his chin and chuckled, denying it. Not at all. I am Xu Heming, chief gatekeeper of the Jiwu Academy's security department. Yunxiang smirked and clasped his hands together. Song Yunxiang pays his respects to Elder Xu. In his heart, he had a strong feeling this was the man the headmaster had told him about. The moment Liu Zhenyu heard the name Xu Heming, he froze in shock. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Mai asked, "You know him?" Liu Zhenyu frowned, revealing the man's identity. He's a living legend. A half-saint. The 1,000-mile sword, Xu Heming. He reached the heaven stage at 30. He became famous for his ultimate technique, one sword shatters mountains and rivers, and dominated the eastern continent. To fulfill a promise, he single-handedly charged into a battlefield. He rescued reinforcements by slicing 3 airborne battleships from the sky with a single move. 20 years ago, he reached the peak of the heaven stage. His legends are countless. Yunxiang stared at Xu Heming, feeling something was wrong. If Elder Xu is the trump card times that woman times could command, then if I hadn't shown up, she would have definitely sent him to save the prince. As a half-saint powerhouse, he should have been invincible. So why did the second prince die in my past life? Host, the chosen one, from the primeval spirit generals created by 188 gods. I heard that once a host awakens, they can reach the saint tier as long as their cultivation is high enough. But normal spirit masters are bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Not only is their growth slower, but they're suppressed by the unbreakable tier barrier. For thousands of years, not a single mortal spirit master has shattered the chains of the saint tier. Liu Zhenyu explained with his head bowed. The heaven tier is the absolute limit for mortals. Peak heaven tier is the closest any mortal has ever gotten to sainthood. That's the pinnacle a mortal can achieve through pure grit and effort. A step below saint tier is called a half-saint. Everyone listened in silence as he spoke. He bowed, clasping his hands. Commander of the Flying Cavalry, Liu Zhenyu of the Tiandu Imperial Guard, pays his respects to half-saint Xu. After his words, Zihai and Xiao Mai also bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Xu Heming just laughed. All right. There's no need for all that. Song Yun Xiang lowered his head, a dangerous idea brewing in his mind. It seems the eastern continent of this era hasn't developed a system to help mortals break their limits. So, if I could train an army of saint-tier warriors, wouldn't I be able to crush this entire age? And this old man, Xu, isn't he the perfect test subject delivered right to my door? He would be the first experiment in my plan for a heaven-tier mortal army. A stubborn determination blazed in his eyes. Heming felt a bit uneasy looking at Yunxiang. Hey, Song kid, why are you looking at me with the same excitement a chef gets when seeing a rare ingredient? You're not scheming something, are you? Called out, he just scratched his head, avoiding that sharp gaze. You're overthinking it, sir. My eyes are filled with nothing but respect for you. Yeah, right. In his mind, all he wanted was to absorb the old man's lifetime of knowledge. Xu Heming gave a wry smile. Kid, don't try to act in front of me. He then changed the subject. I heard from that goo girl that you're the host of the evil spirit. Hearing this, Zihai's group couldn't hide their shock. Xiao Mai blurted out, he's the host of the evil spirit? Your Highness, didn't you just say that Crimson Spirit General was Lubu? Tian Zihai rubbed his chin for a moment before it all clicked. He looked up and said, I've heard that the evil spirit can huanhua its appearance to look like other spirit generals. Plus, that legend is spread far and wide in popular stories. So, was that Lubu just a disguise to throw us off? Hearing that, Song Yunxiang could only laugh to himself. Why does everyone think that? Fine. Whatever. If that's the case, I'll just let the evil spirit take the blame for my system's power. After a moment's thought, he suddenly burst out laughing. This is a personal matter of mine, so please, keep it a secret. Zihai looked at Yunxiang with the admiration one has for a true brother. You risked exposing yourself to save me. I'll never forget this. Your secret is safe with us. Seeing his sincerity, Yunxiang felt a bit guilty and mumbled his thanks. All this time, Xu Heming had been squinting, staring intently at him. Finally, the old man asked, Song kid, if I'm not mistaken, you're the one who dealt with the heaven-tier beast in the core fissure, aren't you? Yunxiang was silent for a beat, then answered, You could say that. He pressed on. Even with the evil spirit, your peak emperor tier cultivation shouldn't have been enough to win so easily, right? I'm curious how you managed to kill a beast so far above your level. Or are you hiding your true power? Does your Song family have some unspeakable secret? Xiao Mai was about to speak up to defend him, but Tian Zihai stopped her. She quickly shut her mouth, a confused look on her face. Yun Xiang waved his hand. It's fine. Since old man Shu is asking, I guess there's no point in hiding it. He then briefly explained how he detonated the void crystals to defeat the beast. Shu Hemming's eyes went wide. What? You detonated void crystals? He shouted in disbelief. As far as I know, those are critical materials for making storage and spirit artifacts. They can be refined, but I've never heard of them exploding like that. He frowned at this new information. Yun Xiang just smiled. Detonating them? Of course it's not that simple. I used a few special tricks. As soon as he started talking, everyone around them leaned in, their ears perked up. He couldn't stop them, so he just chuckled and continued. I carved formations onto the crystals and used alchemy techniques to trigger them. It reversed the crystal's inherent properties, leading to a spatial collapse. Zihai spoke up, looking puzzled. I see. So it involves formations and alchemy. Doesn't that mean your method is impossible to replicate? Hearing that, Yun Xiang just smiled proudly. He figured no one else could ever copy it. Suddenly, Yun Xiang felt something. His senses went on high alert as his eyes darted around. He quickly shouted a warning. Enemies incoming! Be careful! Shu Hemming froze, realizing they were surrounded. He glanced at Yun Xiang, a flash of shock and delight in his eyes. This kid actually sensed them a step faster than me. The Royal Guard robots quickly formed a perimeter, yelling, Protect His Highness, Tian Zihai. On the rooftops of the surrounding skyscrapers, the silhouettes of other robots appeared, startling the guards below. The robot captain, Wu Fula, crossed his arms and scoffed. So, we've been spotted? It seems the stealth function on the Holy Sect's new prototype has plenty of room for improvement. He quickly issued an order. All units, deactivate stealth mode. Primary objective, eliminate the second prince, Tian Zihai. You have 15 minutes. Begin. Song Yunxiang's eyes scanned the area, counting. 1 to 15, 23, then 24. He finally voiced his assessment. 3 robot squads, 8 squads in total, and a heaven-tier captain. Yun Xiang's incredible speed left Shu Hemming completely stunned again. That kid's perception speed is faster than mine, he thought, and way more accurate. Yun Xiang shot a sideways glance, smirking. Your Highness, if the Dailin nation really wanted you dead, would they go to such extreme lengths? Tian Zihai crossed his arms, theorizing. For so many Dailin elites to infiltrate the heart of the Tiandu nation, I'm afraid my dear older brother, the Crown Prince, must be involved. Suddenly, Yun Xiang sensed another hidden heaven-tier aura and warned everyone again. Once more, he shocked Shu Hemming with his insane sensory abilities. The robot captain, Wu Fula, began to issue commands. All units, target is Tian Zihai, take aim. On his command, dozens of robots aimed their weapon barrels at the prince, preparing to fire. Tian Zihai's guards were completely surrounded by glowing barrels with no escape route. One of the guard captains raised his sword and yelled, Switch to shields, protect His Highness. Instantly, the other robots switched to shield mode, encircling Tian Zihai. Song Yun Xiang casually tossed 2 formation talismans into the air, as if he'd seen this all coming. The 2 talismans created protective barriers around Tian Zihai and Shanguan Yinjin. After using 1 talisman for specific protection, Yun Xiang activated the second. Immediately, a much larger shield formed, protecting everyone inside. Shu Hemming watched this sequence of events in silent astonishment. A 5th-grade defensive formation? And he cast them both instantly. This kid's abilities are terrifyingly deep. Yun Xiang tossed him a small vial. Old man Shu, this is for you. I'm counting on you to protect those 2. The sudden request left Shu Hemming a bit confused. He quickly snatched the vial out of the air, even without knowing what it was. But as soon as he opened his hand to look, he couldn't hide his utter shock. The robot captain, Wu Fula, finally lowered his hand, giving the order to fire. Instantly, muzzles flashed non-stop as a storm of bullets ripped through the air. From every angle, every Dailin robot opened fire. Every single projectile was aimed at one spot, right where Tian Zihai was standing. A massive cloud of smoke and dust blinded the Imperial guards. Xiao Mai quickly turned, frantically calling out to see if Tian Zihai was okay. He stared at the heavy-duty defense formation and spoke. This barrier can actually absorb the enemy's soul power beams. Pretty impressive. Just then, Yun Xiang secretly broke off, leaping high into the air for a surprise move. He used Xiao Mai's massive construct as a launch pad, catching her completely off guard. In a rage, Xiao Mai immediately aimed a furious barrage right at Yun Xiang. As he jumped away, he didn't forget to shout back orders. Old Shu, protect those 2. I'll go deal with the trash. Commander Liu, the heaven-rank robot captain is all yours. Following his command, Liu Zhenyu quickly turned to Tian Zihai, requesting permission to engage. Without a second thought, he was given the green light. With the half-Saint Shu and this defense formation, you can go without worry, Commander Liu. With that approval, Liu Zhenyu shot out of the protective barrier to join the fight. He launched himself up, landing hard on the head of Xiao Mai's construct. She was furious and demanded, "Commander Lu, why are you stepping on me too?" But he completely ignored her and immediately began summoning his own spirit construct. A few seconds later, Liu Zhenyu's Royal Guard-type robot captain took form. The robot captain, Wu Fula, let out a cold snort. "Just a heavily injured heaven rank, that's all. I'll take your life in a single blow." Making good on his word, it quickly drew a circular gear shield, aiming to end this fast. Wu Fula powerfully hurled the bladed shield, sending it flying at incredible speed. Liu Zhenyu quickly calculated the trajectory and leaned to the side to dodge it, but the bladed shield suddenly curved, flying right back at him. Xiao Mai saw it happen and screamed out a warning. Liu Zhenyu sensed the danger and brought his spear around in a powerful swing. The heroic force of the blow knocked the shield off its path, sending it flying back, chipped and damaged. The robot Wu Fula then summoned a flashy, golden spear. Useless trinkets, tacky designs, and redundant structures with no practical value. You, Tiandu Kingdom people, your culture is obsessed with flashy things. It's why you've become so corrupt. The second he finished speaking, it leaped down from the tall building. The Dui Luan robot swung its spear at Liu Zhenyu with the malicious intent to kill him in one shot. The two weapons clashed, creating a shower of sparks. He struggled to block the blow, but a surge of anger made Liu Zhenyu want to curse. "To hell with you, you traitors who abandoned the Central Plains. What the hell would a bunch of savages like you know about culture? That red and green crab shell of yours is the real flashy garbage." At that moment, in a dark corner, another robot was hiding and observing the chaotic battle. It looked around and wondered, there was another robot that jumped out a second ago. Where did it go? Suddenly, Song Yunxiang appeared right behind it, ready for a sneak attack. He drove his sword straight through the robot's body. It was so stunned it didn't even realize what happened as the gun fell from its hands. Song Yun Xiang let out a playful smile and teased, "I'm right behind you." The other robots were shocked to see the spirit general Lubu, controlled by Song Yunxiang, launch a surprise ambush from the rear. The robots reacted quickly, raising their guns to fight back. "Fire! Fire!" But Song Yunxiang was too fast, too dangerous. He soared into the air, causing the robots to hit their own ally. One of the Dui Luan robots spotted him and immediately warned his comrades. "He's here! Switch to close combat weapons now!" But by the time they got close to him, Yunxiang was already one step ahead, leaving the robots completely confused. "He's too fast!" The spirit Lubu, controlled by Song Yun Xiang, swiftly slashed a robot's shoulder. It couldn't believe its own eyes, stammering, "How is this possible?" In his other hand, he raised a spear that gave off a cold light. In an instant, several robots were sliced in two, completely powerless to fight back. Then, Song Yunxiang stomped hard on the ground, launching himself high into the air. He raised his spear high, aiming straight at the robot in front of him, causing it to scream in panic. This speed, how can he be so fast? It put up a weak, fumbling defense. Damn it, what kind of monster spirit general is this? He seized the opportunity, creating a direct line of attack, making the robot scream out in pain. Inside the control cabin, Song Yunxiang was a little short of breath from using so much energy. Wu Fula's armor is thicker than the UEVN constructs. Plus, these guys are all at the Earth rank. Fighting them with my current level of cultivation is still way too draining. Back to Liu Zhenyu's one-on-one with the Dui Luan captain Wu Fula, the robot couldn't help but wonder, is that the spirit general Lubu? How can that be? Why would Lubu appear here? Although it didn't show any weakness on the outside, its mind was reeling. Could it be that the second team failed to capture Lubu? As I thought, those Taihei mercenaries are completely useless. Liu Zhenyu, as if reading its mind, charged forward. "You have time to think about other things in the middle of a fight? Eat this!" He unleashed his Keelin swings, its tail technique, aiming straight for the robot's head. Luckily, it reacted quickly and dodged the deadly blow. "Hateful!" Wu Fula screamed. Elsewhere, the spirit general Lubu, controlled by Song Yun Xiang, was just as dominant, taking down yet another opponent. His spear stabbed into a Dui Luan soldier, forcibly dissolving its spirit form as it lost all power to fight. On the rooftop, the Dui Luan robots kept firing their guns at him. "Keep shooting, don't let him get close!" That Dui Luan soldier was sent flying several meters away like a rag doll. Song Yun Xiang quickly dealt with the Wu Fula grunts and leaped high into the air. The thrown Dui Luan soldier fell from the sky, landing with a thud outside the barrier, completely motionless. Inside the glass dome, Tian Zehai pressed his lips together and noted, not only can he pierce the enemy robot's armor with minimal force, he can also capture one alive this quickly. He's like a fish in water amidst the slaughter of these spirit generals. From the distance, a voice called out from inside the dome. "All generals, hear my order. Switch from defense to offense. Give Song Yunxiang your full support." Xiao Mai immediately received the command and changed her combat stance. Wielding 2 crossbows, she said, All units switched to archer formation to cover Song Yun Xiang. The other royal guards immediately began to counterattack, laying down cover fire for him. The Wu Fula robots of Du Luan were soon put on the defensive, forced to find cover and wait for a chance to strike back. But it seemed like luck wasn't on their side. They all started to panic. "This is bad!" He circled around from behind us. Turns out, Song Yunxiang had swiftly dodged the dense hail of bullets and was now charging at them with his spear to settle the score. Tian Zeihai was stunned, as if he had discovered a new world. That movement technique, that's the star-stepping 7 steps of the Xuanjia Guard. He used a similar floating technique when he fought Xiangqi. I heard it's a technique from the star-stepping gate. Even within the Xuanjia Guard, only a few elites are qualified to master it. He raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought. Although the Xuanjia Guard was founded 100 years ago, the ones who truly reached the pinnacle were the Xuanjia 6 heroes from 20 years ago. Among them, Song Lang was the leader of the Xuanjia 6 heroes, an 18-year-old heaven-rank prodigy, and the third son of the Juan Marquis, Song Jingzong. Song Yunxiang is also from the Song family. He might be related to this person. Unfortunately, 5 of the Xuanjia 6 heroes were said to have died tragically in the Imperial Mausoleum War 16 years ago. The position of Grand Marshal of the Xuanjia Guard remained vacant for 7 years, until the current female Grand Marshal took over. The current Grand Marshal of the Xuanjia Guard, Di Lan, is a saint-rank powerhouse. She doesn't take part in any political factions, and her conduct is extremely low-key. The Xuanjia Guard has completely become a fighting force, loyal only to the nation. For over 10 years, there hasn't been any news of them interacting with the Song family. Song Yunxiang leaped up, and in an instant, unleashed a brilliant spear slashed down on the Dui Luan's hiding spot. The Wu Fula Dui Luan soldiers were sliced in two. In that moment, one of the others jumped, narrowly escaping death. It fell onto the roof of a nearby empty building, its body making a piercing sound as it collided with the floor. The Wu Fula struggled to get up, wanting to escape. This was too terrifying. Are all the spirit generals from the Tiandu kingdom monsters? Song Yunxiang quickly charged forward and pinned it with his spear, finishing off the robot that was trying to run away. Tian Zihai observed this, suspecting the move he just used was the falling moon slash. He wondered why Song Yunxiang knew Marshal D's signature technique, guessing his power was far greater than he had ever thought. Yunxiang leaped from the top of one building to another, quickly rushing towards the Dui Luan robot model. It tried to block, but his overwhelming power was just too much. Sweat poured down his face as he struggled to catch his breath. Song Yunxiang scanned the battlefield. Where was that hidden master? Meanwhile, the Royal Imperial Guard fired relentlessly, protecting everyone inside the barrier with energy blasts. Suddenly, a blinding light tore through the sky. It slammed directly into the shield, shaking the very ground. The shield instantly vaporized, dissolving into an ethereal blue mist. Xu Hemming glanced back, impressed, and gave a nod to Song Yunxiang's barrier formation. More Wu Fula mechs suddenly charged forward, shouting, "We have an opening! Ranged weapons are useless against that defensive wall." Seeing this, Xiao Mai's robot frantically screamed a warning. But in that same moment, Song Yunxiang's spear descended like a meteor, blazing with deadly light. It plunged straight through the charging Wu Fula mech from behind. Enraged, the pilot surged forward, roaring Xu Hemming's name. The Dailun Nation mech squared off against Xu Hemming, raising its massive axe and shouting, "I have to kill this old geezer first." But the old man showed no fear, meeting its gaze with a calm, gentle smile. An incredible power slammed down from the heavens, shrouding everything in a cloud of dust. Liu Zhenyu, locked in battle with the Dailun captain, could only grit his teeth in shock. Witnessing that raw power, Xiao Mai was completely bewildered. Amidst the swirling dust, the Wu Fula stood frozen, its axe still poised to strike. It sensed the very air growing heavy around it, and the pilot muttered in confusion, "What in the world?" The sight before him was impossible. Xu Hemming was stopping the massive blade with a single, bare hand. He held the razor's edge, and with unnerving calm, he began to speak. The world's morals have truly disappeared. For an Earth stage expert to use an astral general just to attack an unarmed old man, a voice filled with disbelief echoed in the silence. He stopped the blade. And when? With his bare hand? The Wu Fula pilot screamed in a panic. "How is that possible? How can anyone stop an astral general's strike with their bare hands?" Just then, a blue aura began to radiate from Xu Hemming's body, his face hidden in shadow, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a menacing red light as eerie blue wisps of energy coiled around him. The Dailun pilot instantly realized something was terribly wrong. "This is bad! That aura! It's heavenly stage peak! No, wait, it's even higher! He's a half-step saint!" In a flash, Xu Hemming leaped into the air, effortlessly rising to face the giant, paralyzed mech. He descended in a blur, slamming a powerful kick into the Wu Fu La's elbow joint. The mech's arm crashed violently into the ground. As Shu Hemming vaulted upwards again, he extended an arm and channeled immense power into his hand. Shu Hemming brought his hand down in a single, decisive chop. The Wu Fu La's arm was immediately sliced clean in two, but he wasn't finished yet. He gathered even more power into his palm, preparing a finishing blow. Instantly, he unleashed that devastating energy, blasting it directly into the mech's severed joint. Completely overwhelmed, the Wu Fu La collapsed to the ground. Smoke billowed from its broken chassis, choking the night air. He landed gracefully atop the wreckage, all that remained of the once mighty Wu Fu La. Watching from afar, the Royal Guard robots were speechless, marveling at the old master's monstrous strength and terrifying power. Xiao Mai's robot spoke in awe. So, this is the power of a half-saint. Song Yunxiang was just as stunned, thinking to himself, this old guy's performance is on a whole other level. He smirked internally, realizing the strategy. He avoided the heavy armor, striking only the weak joints to create the illusion of slicing a mech with his bare hands. Is this whole flashy display just to draw out the real enemy hiding in the dark? Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the Wu Fu La captain and Liu Zhenyu raged on. Gripping his axe, Liu Zhenyu's captain-class robot charged forward with a mighty battle cry. The Dailun captain met his charge with his own massive blade, but a powerful swing from Liu Zhenyu's mech sent the Wu Fu La flying. It was thrown from one side to another before crashing hard into a stone wall. The Wu Fu La captain roared in frustration. Why isn't he seriously injured? His power is way stronger than our intel suggested. How can he still be this strong? The pilot slumped in his seat, thinking, damn it, our forces have already suffered immense losses. I never expected to find a monster like Lubu beside the target, let alone a half-saint master. The Wu Fu La immediately clasped its hands together as if in prayer. It then raised its arms to the sky and cried out, the enemy experts are too strong. I beseech you, Holy Envoy, lend us your aid. Holy Envoy? The captain's robot wondered, scanning the area. Just then, on the rooftop of a nearby building, a mysterious red glow appeared. Manhwa stood there majestically, looking down on the battle as if watching a boring play. With her arms crossed, she sneered, what a bunch of useless trash. Tianzihai recognized her instantly and yelled, the person with the ox-head mask. She's from the demon sect. Xiao Mai tensed up and looked. What? The demon sect? Shu Hemming spoke. As expected of a demoness from the demon sect. This ill omen signals a true catastrophe. Song Yunxiang's brow furrowed, his face etched with pure shock. The Pingtian Saint Sect. The Pingtian Saint Sect is a super-level sect that controls most of the Dilun nation's military and political power. The ultimate powers of the Eastern continent are two God-stage ancestors who have lived for 400 years. The Dilun nation and the Shui nation each have one protecting them. 400 years ago, the Eastern Heavenly Emperor vanished. The Dilun king forced the immortal emperor's illegitimate child to become a puppet ruler while he pulled the strings from the shadows. The eldest royal daughter, Princess Yi Shui, founded her own nation and became its empress. When the illegitimate son came of age, he allied with the Yi Shui nation, defeated the Dilun king, and established the Tiandu nation. But before his death, the Dilun king was saved by a God-stage expert. With her help, he founded the new Dilun nation. Thus, the once unified Eastern Heavenly Empire, located on the Central Plains continent, was fractured into three. The Tiandu nation has no God-stage master of its own, but relies on its sheer number of Saint-stage experts to maintain a fragile peace. Because the God-stage expert who saved the Dilun king was the Pingtian ancestor. A fearsome image of the ancestor flashed in his mind, a monster who had lived 400 years and still wasn't dead. Yunxiang frowned. The Pingtian Saint sect is supposed to be a stabilizing force for the Tiandu nation. They don't support Dilun's military expansion. During the decisive battle for Tiandu City, the God-stage ancestor never made a move. And even now, as dust and smoke filled the air, Manhwa stood there, completely unfazed. His suspicion grew. Could something have changed within the Dilun nation that I'm not aware of? Song Yunxiang shouted a taunt. Are you too ugly to show your face? Standing way up there just makes you an easy target. Why don't you come down here and say that? Reaching for something on her chest, she muttered, You're courting death. A wicked smile spread across her face. I'll use you useless fools to test out my new robot. With a flick of her leg, she sent rubble flying everywhere. Manhwa then leaped from the rooftop, holding a glowing red orb high in the air as she began to chant. Astral Soul. Construct. At her command, the astral general, Yuji Ta, began to materialize behind her. Its long, powerful legs formed first, coalescing from pure spirit energy. Then came its signature feature, a flowing white ponytail. The new mech suddenly leaped into the air and vanished, startling the captain's robot. He panicked at the sight, looking up to the sky and screaming, "This is bad!" She slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion that sent the captain's weapon flying. Manhwa mercilessly stomped on his mech. Even as a prototype, its power was terrifying. From inside the cockpit, she smirked contemptuously and said with a taunting tone, "One down." Tian Zeihai's face darkened. Not even Commander Liu could withstand a single blow from her. This person is no ordinary heavenly stage expert, Song Yun Xiang wondered. Yuji Ta, the Dilun Nation's next-generation mech. Why has it appeared so soon? The swirling dust and smoke made the atmosphere even more tense. Manhwa turned her head, her face a mask of pure killing intent, clearly unsatisfied with how things were going. She drew a wicked-looking weapon from the robot's hip. A single glance was enough to know how deadly it was. Then, Manhwa aggressively charged forward, her eyes blazing with a bloodthirsty red light. Seeing her ferocious aura, Van Tuong panicked. He immediately cried out, "Elder 2!" But Tu Hak Min calmly revealed a blue card, chanting something under his breath. Manhwa, swords already drawn, prepared to strike down with immense force. From inside her mech, she controlled its every move. "Die!" she roared. But this time, her attack was intercepted by the robot piloted by Tu Hak Min. The lightning arcing between them was so powerful, it sent other mechs flying. Luckily, Thien Troc Hai's team was inside a defensive shield, sparing them from the blast. He shielded his face, thinking to himself, "This demoness, empowered by her mech, can go toe-to-toe with a half-saint. She might even be a cut above Elder 2. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the shield, spreading like a spiderweb. He instantly knew something was terribly wrong, his face filled with shock. With the situation on a knife's edge, Thien Troc Hai gave the order, "Save Commander Liu first." Though the Wei Yuan mech was covered in scratches, it followed his command and held its ground. A storm of black smoke and crackling lightning combined their power, shattering the shield. The scene unfolding before him threw Thien Troc Hai into a deeper panic. He was completely lost. In this desperate moment, Song Yun Xiang appeared. "I'll leave this to you," he said. "A battle of this level, I'd only get in the way. I'll lead them to a safe place where we can continue to observe." Tu Hak Min, focused on blocking the enemy's assault, replied coldly, "Less talk." Van Tuong wasted no more words, immediately leading the other two away. Manhwa's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. This antique from hundreds of years ago dares to stand in my way? He didn't rise to her provocations, letting out only a cold snort. Then, Tu Hak Min silently stomped his foot, gathering power for a counterattack. He swung his arm forward, but unfortunately, Manhwa evaded the blow. She retreated to create distance between them. In the next instant, she hurled 2 daggers straight at him. They whizzed past Tu Hak Min's head, making him flinch for a moment. Tu Hak Min was furious at her last move. He shouted a warning, "Watch yourself." But she was already airborne, unleashing attacks on the nearby skyscrapers. Then, Manhwa abruptly circled around behind him, too fast for Tu Hak Min to react. She delivered a devastating blow that sent him flying dozens of meters. After that single strike, his robot's body was heavily damaged. Seizing the opportunity, she hurled another dagger toward Tu Hak Min. He reacted instantly, blocking the attack with his sword. The deflected dagger flew into a building, piercing straight through its thick walls. At that moment, Tu Hak Min felt something was off. "Where did you go?" Before he could even process it, a dark shadow shot towards him from behind. She had already teleported, her blade now pressed against his throat. He spun around to attack, but Manhwa was just as quick. Done holding back, she swung her own blade in response, aiming straight for his head. Tu Hak Min dropped to one knee, using the ground to launch himself forward. He leaped into the air, swinging his sword in a chilling arc toward his foe. But Manhwa pulled the same trick again, instantly appearing behind him. With a sidelong glance, she raised her leg, ready to deliver a powerful kick. She spun once, then drove her foot into his mech, sending it flying. Tu Hak Min's body skidded across the ground before crashing hard into a massive boulder. Watching from a distance, Thien Troc Hai couldn't believe his eyes. Elder 2 is being completely overpowered by that demoness. Song Yun Xiang explained, "Elder 2's cultivation is higher than hers, but he's losing due to the performance gap of their spirit general mechs. However, Elder 2 still has an ace up his sleeve." The 2 daggers embedded in the building suddenly began to glow, as if controlled by an unseen force. A strange pink light radiated from them, signaling something incredible was about to happen. Manhwa's face was a mask of murderous intent as she charged forward, daggers in hand. The ground around her was shrouded in a black, ominous mist. She rushed toward the standing Tu Hak Min, screaming, "Die!" He said nothing, channeling his power into his sword, creating a dense field of lightning. Sensing the tide had turned, Manhwa grew tense, looking for a way to retreat. Song Yunxiang realized what was coming and shouted with excitement, "Look! Elder Two's about to make his big move. From his cockpit, Tu Hak Min thought, there's no way you can dodge this one, is there? He released his mana into the heavens, roaring, Demoness, prepare to taste my blade. But somehow, Manhwa managed to evade Tu Hak Min's attack once more. She sneered, the power of that move is terrifying. I'll give you that, but it means nothing if it can't land a hit. Seeing the attack miss, the spectators began to panic. Shanguan Yin's face turned deathly pale. A half-saint. How could he miss? Thien Tra Hai couldn't hide his anxiety either. Elder 2 is a half-saint. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, would he? Only Song Yun Xiang was smiling. Don't worry. There's more to Elder 2's technique than meets the eye. Tu Hak Min was still channeling his technique. This is a move I prepared specifically for a saint-grade spirit general. The magic was so intense that his own sword shattered, unable to withstand the pressure. Tu Hak Min's magic shot straight into the sky, piercing through the layer of black smoke. After breaking through the mist, it dissolved into countless tiny sparks of light, as if nothing had happened. They gathered into a brilliant cluster, then began raining down upon the earth like a meteor shower. Manhwa leaped into the air to evade them, but quickly realized something was strange. I can't escape. They're tracking me. She looked up at the sky as Tu Hak Min's magic converged on her position. She had no choice but to brace for the impact of his attack. His spell enveloped Manhwa's entire mech. She tried to fight back, raising her hands in defiance, but was completely consumed by the blinding light. Tu Hak Min chanted the spell's name, Commander's Divine Fire. His mana was so immense that even the surrounding buildings were affected. As his magic faded, it left nothing but desolate ruins in its wake. The surrounding Imperial Guard mechs were stunned by the spectacle. Thick dust and smoke filled the air, and the collapsed buildings only added to the chaotic scene. The body of the Yi Ji Shi spirit general was now a mangled wreck after taking that direct hit. A mech captain was in disbelief. What? That vicious woman? She's still not dead? Thien Tra Hai stammered. That world-destroying strike from Elder 2. She actually survived it. Song Yunxiang gritted his teeth. The Yi Ji Shi is a next-generation mech from the Weilan Nation. Its mobility far surpasses the Wei Yuan and the Yufu Luo, and its armor is even tougher. Manhwa just laughed. Not bad for a half-saint using such a piece of junk. You actually managed to unleash an attack of that magnitude. She reached out and pressed a hidden switch, revealing a control panel. A complex system lit up in front of Manhwa. I really didn't want to have to use this. She smirked and gave the command to activate. A magical talisman appeared before her. One of Manhwa's eyes flashed with excitement as she yelled, Heavenly Demon Form, release! As she finished speaking, the Yi Zhishe's body instantly regenerated. An incredibly powerful magical aura exploded from it. Thien Tra Hai grew tense. This presence. It completely surpasses Elder 2's. This is even more terrifying than a half-saint. The hair on the Yi Zhishi began to glow, whipping around as if it had a life of its own. One of Manhwa's eyes glowed as she spoke with satisfaction. In my heavenly demon release form, I have nearly reached the saint grade. You can call me a quasi-saint. Song Yunxiang was stunned. Through a reverse soul infusion, it can forcibly elevate its power to a terrifying new level for a short period. To think the Bingtian sect would install such a system on a prototype model. After his all-out attack, Tu Hak Min had reached his limit, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, she vanished in a flash. It happened in an instant. Manhwa closed the distance on Shu Hemming, leaving him completely cornered. The ambush was so sudden, so perfect, Shu Hemming didn't even have time to blink. She immediately unleashed a brutal attack, aiming to end him right there. Manhwa slammed a fist into his stomach, sending him flying off his feet. But before Shu Hemming even started to fall, she teleported right to him, ready to continue the savage beatdown. She kicked him hard, launching Shu Hemming into the air like a toy. Manhwa didn't let up, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, leaving him completely defenseless. He grit his teeth in frustration. Her speed. It's on a whole other level. I have to find a way to fight back. She raised her leg for another devastating kick. But this time, he saw his opening and struck back. Shu Hemming snatched her ankle mid-air. No matter how fast you are, if I can catch you, it's over. But she pulled a hidden blade, aiming to stab down with a sneer. Fool. Manhwa drove the blade straight through Shu Hemming's mech. He struggled desperately to maintain control from inside the cockpit. Even after that critical hit, the mech's hand refused to let go. Manhwa grabbed its head, pressing her sword to its neck as a threat. Still not letting go, are you? She held his head tight, raising her sword for the final blow. Just die for me, she screamed. Without a shred of hesitation, she brought the blade down in a brutal arc. Against this impossible situation, Shu Hemming could only release his grip in defeat. Once the mech was beheaded, its body dissolved into the air. She mockingly tossed the head into the sky before unleashing her magic to attack it, clearly intent on total annihilation. Shu Hemming's body glowed brightly as it plummeted toward the ground. He crashed with immense force, shattering the earth around him. Manhwa calmly walked across the chaotic battlefield, picking up the robot's head. She held it high with an arrogant smirk, cursing it. Garbage. With a twisted smile, she casually crushed the mech's head. Manhwa reveled in her own power. This feeling of absolute strength. It's truly intoxicating. She let out a wild, arrogant laugh. At my current level, killing a half-saint is easier than killing a chicken. Even if I faced a true saint, I could definitely put up a fight. Dust and scorching heat filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Lying in the shattered earth, Shu Hemming coughed up a large mouthful of blood. With a trembling hand, he desperately reached for his pocket. He shakily pulled out a pillbox he had prepared. The pill inside shimmered with a strange light, a 6-star Transcendent pill, a legendary elixir that could temporarily boost a sub-celestial fighter by an entire major realm. One of the final trump cards he had prepared for himself. A memory of Song Yunxiang's smile surfaced. For an old master at the half-saint stage, the pill's effect will surely be diminished, but it should still be enough to boost you by a minor realm for a short time. He had given the Transcendent pill to the old master just in case, partly to see if it could help a half-saint like him finally break through his bottleneck. Shu Hemming opened his palm, his thoughts heavy. There's no doubt this is a Transcendent pill. 20 years ago, I only read about a legendary 6-star elixir like this in ancient texts. He watched the glowing pill, filled with awe. To think that kid would give me such a treasure. Shu Hemming took a deep breath and swallowed it. This time, I owe that kid a huge debt. He closed his eyes, focusing on the precious medicine's effects. As soon as it entered his body, the pill's power erupted. He was suddenly adrift in another dimension. Is this my inner self? My spiritual world? Shu Hemming looked down at his own reflection. This inverted shadow. Is that me? He warned himself that something was wrong. Something felt strange. Shu Hemming was stunned. This was the deepest obsession in his soul, the path to becoming a saint. It was 30 years ago, beneath the 100-zhang high walls of Quanthan City in the Yi Shui Nation, that I suffered a crushing defeat. His mech slammed into the ground, shattering the earth around him. The mech slowly faded away, a symbol of his inability to keep fighting. He slammed his fist into the ground, a picture of absolute defiance. Back then, Shu Hemming's appearance was completely different. He grit his teeth, his expression bitter. Damn it. Just as he spoke, 2 figures descended from the sky, calling out his name. Hemming! Gu Ying and Zhu Kun rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. Shu Hemming was shocked to see them, and quickly asked why they were here. They explained, when we, the 3 swords of Nanju, became sworn brothers, we vowed that though we were not born on the same day, we would die on the same day. He let out a helpless sigh, but he was deeply moved by their words, and didn't forget to thank them. The 3 of them turned their gazes toward General Wenzhong, hovering above. He was holding a large cage, with Huang Suni trapped inside. Gu Ying held a talisman and glared at him. Second brother, let's go. Wasting no time, the 2 of them immediately cast their magic. Star Soul Formation. Seeing this, Shu Hemming warned them. Stop! General Wenzhong's spirit form is not an enemy you can face. The general just flicked his wrist, and a stream of purple magic shot towards them. The spell altered gravity itself, slamming both Gu Ying and Zhu Kun into the ground. All 3 of them were pinned flat against the earth by the magic, with no strength to resist. Gu Ying's eyes went wide, blood vessels bursting from the strain. General Wenzhong's spirit form was one of the 4 great saints of the Yi Shui Nation. Is this the terrifying power of a saint? The gap between the celestial and saint realms is this massive? Shu Hemming grit his teeth, trying to fight back. How I hate that despicable woman. An image of Huang Diaoyin suddenly appeared from the glowing mech. She stood proudly in the sky, looking down at them. Do you understand now, Shu Hemming? Diaoyin asked arrogantly. Even if you are a prodigy who reached the celestial realm at 30, beneath a saint, all are ants. In my eyes, I could kill a mortal like you 10,000 times with a flick of my finger. Huang Suni begged in anguish. Please don't kill them. I'll go back to Quanthan with you. I won't run away again. Just please spare my brothers. Shu Hemming could do nothing but helplessly call out her name. Huang Suni fell to her knees, crying as she called his name, and he shouted back to her in despair. Huang Diaoyin explained, Huang Suni, you are one of our royal family. You also possess a rare Xiantian host body that appears once a century. You are destined to enter the Saint Realm and become a great pillar of the Yi Shui Nation. Furthermore, the lifespan of a Xiantian host is incredibly long. These mortal ants on the ground will turn to dust, while you will likely still look forever young. Huang Suni refused to listen, continuing to sob and plead. I'm begging you, please don't kill him. A murderous glint filled the woman's eye. Xu Heming, you dared to lure a daughter of our royal family away. That crime is punishable by death. But since Huang Su Ni is begging for you, if I kill you here, it might leave her with an inner demon. But these other two ants are a different story. So how about a deal? If you crawl back to your Tiandu nation and swear to never step foot in our Yishui nation again, this saint will spare your lives. Xu Heming pulled a dagger that was tucked into the back of his pants. Seeing this, she frantically tried to stop him. Gu Ying just looked on, completely confused. He grabbed a lock of his own hair and held the dagger to it, his mind made up. Then, before anyone could react, Xu Heming decisively cut his hair clean off. He held up the lock of hair and declared loudly, I, Xu Heming, swear here and now, I will find the path for mortals to reach the Saint Realm, and until I do, I will not take a single step into Yi Shui. The day I become a saint is the day I will enter Yi Shui to ask for her hand and teach you a lesson. Huang Su Ni, a day will come when I will shatter this 100-jiang wall. His powerful voice echoed everywhere that day. As his hair blew in the wind, he promised, I will lead you out of this royal cage. She was deeply moved by his solemn vow and smiled happily as she gave him her answer. I'll wait for you. Back in the present, his eyes snapped open, glowing with a bizarre golden light. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere and forcing Yi Jiaxie to cover his eyes. An immense magical power radiated from Xu Heming's body. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Manhwa couldn't believe what she was seeing. What's happening? This crushing pressure? She grit her teeth. This is the aura of a saint. What in the world did that old geezer just eat? The robot captain struggled to stay on his feet. This insane pressure. Don't tell me old man Shu broke through to the saint level? Shanguan Yin shielded her face. This overwhelming aura that transcended life itself had to be the power of a saint. Her mind raced. Could it be that pill Song's kid gave him? Song Yun Xiang watched from afar. The power wouldn't last, he knew, but the transcendent pill proved that reaching saint level wasn't impossible for them. The old beliefs of the Eastern continent could finally be shattered. The rank of saint was no longer an uncrossable line for spirit masters. But the few short minutes the pill provided weren't enough for Old Man Shu to truly grasp the threshold of the saint level. I'll have to find a chance to teach him a true transcendent technique later. Meanwhile, Xu Heming roared with laughter. So, this is the power of a saint? In that moment, he finally understood why that woman said everyone below the saint level was nothing but an ant. His eyes locked onto a piece of plastic on the ground, and an invisible pressure field instantly surrounded it. Xu Heming raised his hand, channeling his magic to summon the shard. It crackled with electricity before shooting toward him at an incredible speed. With a deadpan expression, he snatched it from the air, leaving everyone completely baffled. He stared at it, murmuring, Sorry, little guy. This power is way beyond what you can handle. Witnessing this, Man Luo's entire body began to tremble. She screamed in her mind, Move, damn it, move! This crushing pressure. If I can just interrupt him now, why can't I freaking move? He began to channel every ounce of mana he had, and a powerful golden light erupted around him. Xu Heming's body blazed, unleashing a torrent of power unlike anything he had ever felt. Xu Heming transformed into a massive mech with gleaming golden armor. The sheer force of his mana sent dust and debris flying everywhere. He couldn't help but be amazed. The power of a saint was on a whole other level. No wonder she could look down on all of creation, he thought. So this is how she saw us back then. An old memory flooded his mind. Man Luo's confidence shattered into pure panic. Stay away from me, she shrieked. Xu Heming recalled how Huang Biaoyin had beaten him down. The image of the spirit General Wenzhong, unleashing its immense power with a decisive swing of its arm, flashed in his mind. And so, Xu Heming mimicked the exact same motion, swinging his arm wide. Man Luo just stared, completely clueless as to what was happening. He remembered his humiliating defeat, how many times he had been knocked down. Now, he would return the favor in full. Man Luo's spirit general, Yi Zixie, was dragged helplessly across the ground, tearing up the earth. She was sent flying, crashing violently into a nearby building before finally skidding to a stop. Inside the cockpit, Man Luo was shaking, and she let out a furious curse. She activated her magic, Celestial Demon Mode. Disengage. Push output to maximum for me. But suddenly, Man Luo froze, her eyes wide with terror at what she saw. It was Xu Heming, soaring through the air and closing the distance in an instant. He glanced at his own hand and whispered, To cut you down, I don't even need a sword. Song Yunxiang saw the situation spiraling out of control and yelled, Wait, old man Shu, keep her alive. But it was too late. He had already unleashed his magic. A colossal wave of energy shot straight for Man Luo. She tried to raise her hand in surrender, but she wasn't fast enough. Man Luo could only let out a desperate, piercing scream as the attack hit. The robotic body she was piloting began to slowly dissolve into thin air. It shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces that fluttered into the sky like a swarm of colorful butterflies. As the mech vanished, Manluo's real body was left floating motionlessly in the smoke. Her body glowed, a beacon in the hazy aftermath. Suddenly, she was pulled upward, as if by an invisible force. It was Shu Heming, using his magic to lift her into the air. But then, he felt his power completely vanish. His body buckled as he lamented, "Is this the limit?" The golden light faded, and Shu Heming returned to his human form, falling from the sky. Having used far too much energy, he collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. As Manluo's body also fell to the ground, Shu Heming wondered, did that last attack use up all the power from the Transcendent pill? Yu Fuluo, who had been hiding and watching the whole thing, cursed out loud, "Damn it! How could we lose, even against a temporary saint?" He quickly gave the order. "The operation has failed. Notify the Feta robots and tell them to scatter and retreat immediately. Go dark and await new orders." Without wasting a second, he planned his own swift escape. But before he could act, he was surrounded by a squad of guard robots. Yu Fuluo's accomplices were also quickly captured, with no one left to escape the net. With blades to their necks, they were subdued like obedient puppies. Under the command of the Jiwu Institute, the Tiandu army, led by the city guard, had completely broken the siege. This battle was a total victory for the Tiandu forces. Song Yunxiang watched from a rooftop as the robots cleaned up below. He sat inside and smirked slightly. This little vixen's timing is pretty good. After the glorious battle, the scene was one of total devastation. A voice cried out from the crowd, "Where are the medical teams sent by the city lord's mansion? Get over here and help the injured." On the other side, the city guard was securing the area, taking prisoners and collecting evidence. Gu Shijing formally bowed and introduced herself. "Your subordinate, Gu Shijing, greets His Highness, the Second Prince." Tian Zeihai smiled and gestured with his hand. "Director Gu, no need for such formalities. Please rise." But she remained polite. "Your Highness was in grave danger, and your subordinate failed to provide timely aid. Please forgive me." He didn't blame Gu Shijing at all. "It's fine. This great battle was more of a scare than a true disaster. Besides, the expert you sent not only has superb personal combat skills and adaptability, but also brought me an unexpected surprise." Tian Zeihai spoke with excitement. She suspected he was talking about the nephew of Marquis An, Song Yunxiang, the master of the Ta Si. Tian Zeihai shared his thoughts. But the power behind him is probably not as simple as just the Song family. A glint of light flashed across Gu Shijing's glasses. "Your Highness means," she began to say. She guessed in her heart that perhaps His Highness also suspected a connection to the super-ancient civilization, but in reality, he was just talking nonsense. Spouting nonsense. This guy's gotta be a grandmaster of alchemy, or maybe formations, Gu Shijing thought, her mind frozen. "Alright, I definitely gave His Highness way too much credit." Song Yun Xiang snatched the piece of red plastic from the ground. When he was sure no one was looking, he slyly slipped it into his pocket while everyone was distracted. Song Yunxiang rushed over to help Shu Heming up, asking if he was okay. Facing his concern, Shu Heming just brushed himself off and reassured him, "I'm fine, still kicking," he explained. "The side effects of the Super Realm pill fade within an hour. A little rest is all I need," he sighed. "That pill is so precious. If I'd used it at my peak, I might have finally felt the key to breaking through my bottleneck." Song Yunxiang grinned wickedly. "Or, what if I gave you another one later? You could find a quiet place for seclusion and really absorb it." Hearing this, Shu Heming broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, "What did you just say?" But he seemed to realize he had been way too loud. Shu Heming leaned in close to Song Yunxiang's ear. "You have 2 of these priceless 6-star elixirs?" He just laughed it off, but inside he was thinking, "Old man, I could whip up a whole cauldron of these right now if I felt like it." The old man continued to lament. "A treasure this rare. How could I ever repay such an incredible favor?" Just then, Song Yunxiang noticed 2 people watching him from a distance. He raised his hand and commanded, "You 2, arrest that female rogue on the ground and deliver her to Headmaster Gu of the Martial Arts Academy." The 2 men obeyed Song Yunxiang's order as if they were robots, but then it hit them that something was seriously wrong. "Hey, isn't that guy wearing our academy's uniform? Who is he to be giving us orders?" The person next to him spoke up for Yunxiang. "Who cares? We're helping Headmaster Gu either way." The first guy suddenly yelled out, "This witch is ruthless, absolutely savage." Song Yunxiang was skeptical. He seriously doubted the Heavenly Peace Sect could squeeze any valuable intel out of this woman. Shu Heming suddenly jabbed him in the stomach. "You're not actually the master of that Suo-Chi thingamajig, are you?" Song Yunxiang acted as if he had no idea what he meant, just laughing and playing dumb. Shu Heming coughed a few times. "This old man has roamed the world for decades. I've seen a thing or two. I already helped you clean up all your tracks, both in the academy and in the city. You just keep playing the part of Zuoxi's master, and we'll call half my debt repaid. Sound good? Yun Xiang scratched his head, playing dumb to the very end. Huh? What are you talking about? But his mind was racing. Damn, this old geezer is way sharper than I thought. The old man added, You must have stumbled upon some great fortune in a hidden realm. Relax, I have no interest in your secrets. Just as they were speaking, Xiao Yue suddenly walked up to them. She bowed politely, an attitude that clearly meant she needed a favor. Xu Heming raised an eyebrow. Aren't you usually trailing that goo girl? Where are they? Xiao Yue pulled up a data screen to report. At the location you provided in the East District, we found the rift device left behind by the Yilun Nation. He was totally shocked. The Yilun Nation is actually using this kind of tech for warfare? She asked for their plans. The second prince and the headmaster are there now to secure the device. Would you two like to go? Xiao Yue checked her info. The roads are severely damaged, so travel is difficult. If you wish to go, I can arrange an airship from the academy. Xu Heming refused flat out. I have zero interest in that thing. I'm going back to the duty office to lock the door and sleep. What about you? Song Yunxiang feigned exhaustion. I need to rest too. The fighting today was non-stop. He thought to himself. It only took half a day to break through to the peak of the royal stage, but it felt like half a year. She immediately complied. I will arrange an airship now, to take you both back to the martial arts academy. Xiao Yue relayed a message. Student Song, the headmaster, told me to tell you, not to run around for the next few days. She's planning to publicly announce you as Zuo Qi's master at the party. The old man agreed. We took some heavy losses in this battle, but a win is a win. We definitely need a victory party to boost everyone's morale. Yun Xiang finally gave in. At that moment, their ship descended from the sky. It landed gracefully, its engines kicking up a cloud of dust from the ground. A hatch hissed open, extending a ramp to welcome them. Xu Heming walked inside, but for some reason, Yun Xiang froze in his tracks. The old man saw him standing there, lost in thought, and couldn't help but ask, What is it? Did you forget something? Song Yunxiang shoved one hand in his pocket, scratching his head with the other. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but after a moment of confusion, he decided to just let it go. The ship began its departure. Down below, Xiao Yue waved goodbye to them. It shot across the sky like a beam of light, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. Then, the ship vanished into thin air, likely warping to another location. At that moment, Shanguan Yingqin was searching for Yun Xiang. Where is Junior Song? He didn't just ditch me, did he? Suddenly, a shout came from the barracks. Hey, does anyone have bandages? She immediately ran over, crying on the inside. Why did they drag me into helping the medical team? 10 days after the Beast Tide battle at Yuandi City, construction bots worked tirelessly to rebuild. The Anhui Spirit Soul General is a mass-produced model from the Tiandu Nation. It's a simplified version used for things like agriculture, transport, and construction projects. One of the bots started to complain. Seriously, who was the one that wrecked the city's Zuo-Si statue like that? The other one snapped back. Quit whining and get back to work. At the Nanzhou Martial Arts Academy, the dormitory area was eerily quiet. Inside the first-year boys' dorm, a loud alarm clock blared from within a room. Yun Xiang was floating in mid-air, unleashing a powerful torrent of magical energy. He completely ignored the alarm, focusing with intense concentration, trying to break through to the next realm. Song Yunxiang pushed his limits, refining his power through the deafening noise. He silently looked at the pile of empty vials scattered on the floor. He'd clearly been at this for a very long time. Seeing that his efforts were useless, Song Yunxiang was deeply disappointed, sighing as he dropped back onto his bed. He looked down at his hand and let out a small laugh. Even with all these elixirs and support formations, it took 3 days of pure grit and spirit to jump from the mystic rank all the way to the early earth rank. Too bad I'm all out of elixirs now. I'll have to ask Manager Hong to buy me some more. Song Yunxiang strapped his watch onto his wrist, getting ready to head out. A holographic screen immediately popped up, grabbing his attention. He checked his notifications and saw a ton of missed calls and messages. Song Yunxiang groaned. Why are there so many missed calls? This clingy princess is such a headache. He tapped on Shanguan Yinqin's profile picture. She was clearly the one who had been spamming him with calls and texts. The contact name appeared, Tool Person Number 3. A notification popped up. Do you want to block this user? Song Yunxiang didn't hesitate for a second and smashed the block button. There, the whole world is clean again. He then tapped on Gu Shijing's profile picture, muttering, Let's see what this vixen wants from me. Song Yunxiang started a video call with her to find out what was going on. Gu Shijing's face appeared on the screen. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Headmaster Gu, you were looking for me? She immediately ripped into him. I finally got a hold of you. Why do you always have Do Not Disturb mode on? Song Yunxiang casually picked his nose, looking completely unbothered. Why, you ask? Isn't it because of the mess you dragged me into a few days ago? He remembered that day, with Gu Shijing giving her speech. Please welcome the one who performed heroic deeds in this battle to the stage, he grumbled. What kind of messed up victory party was that, anyway? You announced in front of literally everyone that I'm the host of the Zuo Spirit Soul General. Because of that, I haven't had a single moment of peace. I had to lock myself in my dorm just to train. She immediately tried to explain. The Star Observatory archives have already added the official file recognizing you as Zuo's host. Making it public at the celebration was for your own good. Yun Xiang was skeptical, making such a big deal out of it. I think the headmaster had some other motive, but deep down, he had to admit it made sense. Perfect. We can use the Ta-Tu as a living advertisement for the system's restoration capabilities. Gu Shijing cut right to the chase. It might sound a bit over the top, but it's the best way to guarantee your safety. See? So stop complaining. Besides, that blueprint you gave me a few days ago, the workshop already has a prototype ready. He broke into a cold sweat, completely floored by her words. They finished it that fast? Gu Shijing explained. The Taishuan Heavy Industries workshop was destroyed in the Beast Tide, but many of their master craftsmen survived. The Jiwu Academy took them in, and with their help, we brought your design to life. You should hurry over and see it. Song Yun Xiang immediately agreed and hung up, ready to head straight there. He ended the call just like that, her face vanishing from the screen before she could even reply. Yun Xiang wondered, was that sly fox just using him as bait? Or in her eyes, was he the big prize? Either way, I'm the biggest fish here. I can't be bothered with her games. He was certain he could reach the Saint stage within a year. In this entire Eastern continent, the only ones who could threaten him were those two old god-level ancestors. Although the Jiwu Academy suffered heavy losses in Yuanding City, they successfully crushed the Beast Tide. They'd thwarted the Dui Luan Nation's plot and saved countless instructors and students. It was as if he'd changed the very course of destiny. The loot recovered from Azan's pursuers had already been given to the second prince. It would definitely be useful once he returned to the celestial capital. He recalled what happened before. Jai Hai had shown up in the middle of the night to bother him. My apologies. I'm returning to the celestial capital now. I came specifically to say goodbye. But he just tossed a bag at him coldly. This bag of spoils is from a Dailuan squad I took out outside the city. Figured you could use it. Farewell. Not only that, but Kong He Ming had also come to see him. I've already taken care of all the evidence for you. He'd replied with that same detached tone. Good work. This elixir is for you. Farewell. Yun Xiang then remembered that crazy woman who still owed him money. Blocking her just now might have been a dumb move. While Shanguan Yingqin was trying to say her goodbyes, he cut her off. This is a spatial burst crystal I happened to find. Remember to transfer me 30 million. Farewell. Walking down the road, Yun Xiang saw a Uivian Thuk adjusting a monument. One of them instructed the other to move it left, 1 foot and 3 inches. The second one obeyed instantly. He didn't say a word, just quietly approached a massive stele covered in names. He thought to himself, the Spirit Memorial Stele? To think that so many people still died this time. A wave of sadness washed over him. After so many brushes with death, he thought he'd become numb to it all. Just then, someone approached from behind. Cheng Yi said nothing, just placed a hand on his shoulder in a friendly gesture. Then, he finally spoke. Song Yun Xiang looked over, a bit surprised. Instructor Cheng. Cheng Yi said mockingly, don't beat yourself up. Even as the host of the Ta-Tu Soul General, you're still just a puny peak-level Huang warrior. Yun Xiang just shot him a sideways glance. Cheng Yi suddenly fell silent. A strange feeling crept over him. Something wasn't right. Cheng Yi shouted in alarm, why can't I read your cultivation level? Have you already surpassed me? Don't tell me you broke through to the mid-Xuan stage. Yun Xiang just gave a faint smile. And in that moment, Cheng Yi realized he'd picked on the wrong guy. He clutched his chest, his heart filled with bitter resentment. Cheng Yi demanded, how in the world did you train for just 10-odd days and achieve more than I have in 5 years? The main character replied simply, through relentless effort and my own willpower. But Cheng Yi didn't buy it for a second. That answer is way too lazy. Instructor A said you were hiding your true power before. You've been at the mid-Xuan stage all along, haven't you? Yun Xiang brushed off his accusation and changed the subject. I'm heading to the workshop to see the dean. Want to come along, Instructor Cheng? That little secretary you like might be there too. The scene shifted to the Jiwu Academy's workshop grounds. A crowd was gathered at the training and testing area. Gu Shijing presented them. This is the prototype, built exactly according to the blueprint you provided. She handed him the prototypes, stored on emerald green cards. Song Yunxiang felt the number was a bit low, so he had to ask, there are only 3 of them? Gu Shijing explained, based on your designs, we could only produce 3. The other 2 ran into some technical issues we haven't solved yet. This is workshop head Nangguo from the Taishuan Heavy Industries Yuan Ding City Manufacturing Division. He and his mechanics are temporarily stationed here at our academy's workshop. They were the ones who helped us create these prototypes. She quickly made the introductions. And this is the great hero from the Beast Tide, the host of the Ta-Tu Soul General, Song Yun Xiang. The blueprints for these prototypes were provided by him. Yun Xiang gave Nangguo Dengfeng a polite, casual greeting, but for some reason, the old man flinched as if struck by lightning. Nangguo Dengfeng was trembling from head to toe. After a moment, he stammered out his own name. Then suddenly, he dropped to his knees and shouted, "I pay my respects to Master Song," leaving everyone completely stunned. Yun Xiang rushed forward to help him up, thinking, "What's this old man doing? Why kneel at the drop of a hat?" But the old man stubbornly kept his head bowed. "This kowtow is to express my gratitude to Master Song for saving the lives of everyone in our manufacturing workshop." Then it hit him. Could it be that day, when he was rushing to the Jiwu Academy and cut through that horde of rampaging beasts? Did he accidentally save their workshop in the process? Nangguo Dengfeng clarified the reason. "Our workshop was completely surrounded by beasts. We all saw it. Master Song descended and slaughtered the beasts, drawing their attention away and allowing us to escape. Although our workshop was ultimately destroyed, the vast majority of our mechanics survived. It is a debt of life we can never repay. All I can do is offer this bow of thanks on behalf of all of them." He bowed deeply, his sincerity undeniable. Song Yunxiang scratched his head awkwardly. "Honestly, it was just a coincidence. I can't accept such a gesture. Please, stand up." But the old man remained on the ground, refusing to rise, as if he had something more to say. Dengfeng then prepared to make a request that he himself considered incredibly outrageous. Yunxiang could only brace himself for whatever came next, thinking, "If you know it's a bad idea, then maybe don't say it." Nangguo Dengfeng asked, "The blueprints for these prototype robots, were they truly designed by Master Song?" Yunxiang thought to himself, "I just added a few ideas from my past life, based on the Uvientuk's armed configuration. It's not that shocking, is it?" But on the outside, he didn't deny it. The old man's face was beaded with sweat, his expression a mixture of awe and hesitation. Then, Nangguo Dengfeng prostrated himself, begging, "Please, accept me as your disciple." His action sent Gu Shijing and the others into a state of absolute shock. Shijing stammered, "But Song Yun Xiang is just a first-year student at our academy. With your status as a level 4 mechanic, even the engineering instructors at our academy aren't worthy to carry your tools." But Dengfeng waved her words away. "You don't understand structural engineering. Judging by these blueprints alone, the master's skill has already surpassed that of a level 6 mechanic. That's a level of existence I'm not even worthy of serving. I am willing to recommend the master to the Celestial Capital to represent our Southern Continent's mechanics at the design convention for the second-generation Soul Generals in 3 months." Yun Xiang's mind raced. The design convention. 3 months from now? In my past life, the Celestial Capital's second-generation Soul General, the Huan Dan, was plagued with so many issues that the project was scrapped. It never made it to the Great War. He felt a pang of regret. "Honorable sir, let's discuss this later. Why don't you stand up first?" But the old man pleaded earnestly, "Please, Master Song, accept me as your disciple. Please give me just a little guidance on the path of structural engineering." Yun Xiang thought, to only be a level 4 mechanic at his age. For this old man's talent is... But what he said was, "For now, I have neither the ability nor the intention of taking on a disciple. How about this? We can exchange ideas. I'll share my design concepts, and if you have any questions, we can discuss them together." Shijing quickly chimed in, "I think what Song Yunxiang said sounds very reasonable. Why don't you stand up first? Besides, these 3 prototypes still haven't been tested, right? Let's see how they perform, and then we can talk." Nangguo Dengfeng said nothing, just stared blankly, clearly still reeling from the shock. He let out a long sigh. "I've built 3 prototypes based on your designs, and I've learned so much. From this day forward, I will shamelessly stay by your side as your disciple." Yun Xiang felt helpless against the old man's stubbornness. With a wry smile, he said, "Master Nan Guo, there's no need for that. First, let's see how these 3 prototypes perform." He walked to the center of the field, putting distance between himself and the others. Raising a card, he began to channel his magic to summon his soul general. In a flash of light, Yun Xiang merged with a strangely shaped robot. This was the artillery-type prototype of the Wei Yuan model. Its appearance drastically changed from the original design. Seated inside, Yun Xiang smiled. "All right, let's test the power of this shoulder cannon." The barrel on its shoulder began to glow, then unleashed a volley of projectiles. They streaked toward the prearranged targets, slamming into them with devastating force and triggering a massive explosion. The entire area was instantly shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke and dust. When it finally cleared, a gigantic crater had been carved into the ground. Gu Shijing was absolutely stunned. A single barrage created a hole over 100 meters wide. That was nearly the firepower of a battleship's main cannon. Yunxiang just smiled. This power was just barely within his expectations. He moved on to test the hive cannon on the left shoulder, his hand pressing the weapon's icon. A barrel on the robot's left side instantly appeared and locked onto its targets. "Fire all," Yunxiang commanded. With his word, a swarm of shells flew toward their designated targets. They embedded themselves in the armor plates, but strangely, they didn't detonate on impact. She looked on, puzzled. They didn't explode? Are those grenades? But everything was going exactly as he planned. Yunxiang smirked, snapping his fingers. Now, bloom. All at once, the grenades detonated, their power undeniable. Shijing's mind raced. An armor-piercing explosion. This was the perfect weapon for killing heavily armored beasts. It would be a complete nightmare for the armored soldiers of the Diluan nation. Yunxiang gave his own serious assessment. The soul power conversion rate is high, but the energy consumption is too great for a normal student pilot. Luckily, it doesn't require precise controls, making it suitable for those with large energy reserves and fast recovery. He suddenly smiled, raising another card high. Now, let's try this one, Spirit Manifestation. The space around him warped as a new form took shape. Clad in Wei Yuan armor, the experimental flying sword-type mech materialized, constructed entirely from soul spirit. Yunxiang frowned, thinking to himself, only 8 small flying swords? He quickly began maneuvering the machine to test its power. At his command, countless blades shot forward. Shijing gasped in awe. He's controlling those weapons remotely using only his soul power. With a gesture of its arms, the mech unleashed a terrifying attack. The sheer force made the ground tremble, and the air itself seemed to shatter. Shijing braced herself against the shockwave. In the hands of an elite pilot, this flying sword type could single-handedly fight, and even destroy, 2 or 3 enemy squads of the same level. She explained further that flying weapons like these required not only immense spiritual sense and precise soul power control, but also a deep understanding of the enemy's structural weaknesses. Yunxiang muttered, "If you can't land a one-hit kill by piercing their defense at a weak point, then it's just a tool for distraction. It seems this flying sword type is only suitable for a few gifted elites. All right, let's see the next one." He gave the command, and his soul spirit transformed again, materializing the experimental Wei Yuan shield cannon type. Shijing observed it, wondering, is it just a shield combined with a gun? This experimental mech looked completely ordinary. She couldn't see anything special about it at all. Dang Fong spoke up slowly. The designs for the first 2 mechs were technically shocking. This one isn't a leap in technology, but it astonishes me with its tactical application. Hearing this, Yunxiang called out, "Headmaster Gu, can you use the Academy's Grand Array to project some live targets for me to test?" Shijing was taken aback. Live targets? Yunxiang had to clarify. Small, high-speed type beasts will do. Shijing pointed to a smart screen, hesitating. "Oh, I see what you mean. The combat simulation type? Will about 3 of them be enough?" Yunxiang took a battle stance. "A few more. Let's make it 10. Shijing's face turned serious as she complied. "All right. These are just soul power constructs, so their attack power isn't fully realized, but you still shouldn't get careless." A horde of constructs charged forward, rushing Yunxiang like a pack of bloodthirsty animals. He immediately swapped weapon modes and activated his shield. Close quarters combat mode, engaged. Sparks flew as his shots tore into them, the gun's immense recoil making movement difficult. The monster swarm was ripped to shreds amidst a thunderous roar. The rotating shield proved brutally effective, deflecting every single attack that got through. The battle ended in one final, massive explosion. Shijing trembled slightly. So that's it. This is a defensive counterattack weapon, designed to stop fast-moving vanguard enemies. If this replaced the standard shield bearers on the front lines. Yunxiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. The shield cannon's greatest value is in formation. As a single unit, it has a fatal weakness. Before he could finish his thought, his phone rang, cutting him off. The voice on the other end informed him that the Yuan Ding City spaceport was nearly restored. Travel to Yongan was now open. He had asked a subordinate to arrange his tickets. "I've already taken care of it. You're on the first flight tomorrow afternoon." Yunxiang's face lit up. "Oh, that's perfect. Thank you, Manager Hong. Oh, right. One more thing. Please help me purchase 100 million worth of various spiritual medicines from the list I sent." The old man on the other end of the line was shocked. "You've already spent 300 million in 2 days. The entire medicinal market in Nanzhou has been bought out at high prices." Yunxiang's voice was calm. "It doesn't matter. Add another 50 million. It's urgent. I need it handled before this afternoon, delivered directly to the spaceport." The old man chuckled. "All right, I understand. I'll arrange it immediately, young Master Song. Yun Xiang replied cheerfully, thank you. Dang, Fong turned to the headmaster. Headmaster Gu, do you now understand why I was so insistent on taking Master Song as my teacher? Shi Jing's expression was full of worry. I do. If these experimental mechs could be mass-produced for the army, it wouldn't just be about stopping beasts. Even on the northern border against the Diluan, I fear the entire balance of power would change. He then used spirit manifestation to return to his original form. Yun Xiang spoke politely. The tests have gone about as I expected. Master Nan Guo, I hope you'll lead the other engineers to produce more of these in the coming days. He then turned to the woman beside him. Headmaster, during this time, please select suitable soul masters from your elite instructors and students to pilot these prototypes. Shi Jing was immediately confused. Song Yunxiang, what are you getting at? Yun Xiang clasped his hands together in a formal gesture. I wish to call in the promise you made me earlier. In about a month, the Southern Wild's front line may require reinforcements. When that time comes, I hope this elite force will be there to help. Shi Jing was floored. What? The Southern Wilds? You mean the joint defensive line where Tiandu and Shi Shui are stationed? What do you know? Yun Xiang turned his back. Don't ask. I have my own intelligence sources, though for now, it's just speculation. I'll inform you when I have confirmed information. The Academy's reconstruction will require a 2-month suspension of classes anyway. I'll be returning to Yongan City first. Farewell, Dang Fong bowed respectfully. Disciple Nan Guo sees you off, master. Shi Jing's mind was reeling with suspicion. Song Yun Xiang, what are you really planning? Xiao Yue watched the young man's departing figure with a pensive look. At the Yuanding City spaceport, the passenger terminal was in a state of noisy chaos. Several customers were arguing at a counter. What? The flight's been delayed until next week? I'm sorry, sir, but we're under special regulations right now. There's nothing we can do. Look closely. This is a priority ticket. A girl with 2 orange pigtails stood nearby, looking lost. As her face came into view, Yun Xiang was instantly shaken to his core. It was her. He froze for a second, a single thought racing through his mind. It's that little girl. Van Tuong's memories replayed the nightmare. In his past life, during the beast tide, he was just another refugee fleeing the city. Attacked by stray beasts, his group was forced south, into the desert of death. Back then, everyone believed the desert was a dead land, a place without civilization or monsters. With his frail body, Van Tuong gasped for air on the scorching sand, clutching a single card in his hand as if it were his life. That's when Xiao Wen appeared. Are you a spirit master? She asked, her voice full of excitement. She hopped down and held up a small pouch. This steamed bun is for you, she offered playfully. A bright smile bloomed on her face. Eat it so you'll have the strength to summon your spirit general and protect all of us. Van Tuong looked completely stunned. He shut his eyes, refusing her kindness. I don't need it, he explained grimly. I'm not hungry. You should share it with your family. But inside, he thought, in a time like this, even a crumb of food is priceless. I'm just a useless waste. How could I deserve this? His stomach growled in betrayal. The little girl, Xiao Wen, was clearly starving too. They could only stare at each other helplessly. A summer gust of desert wind only made the heat worse. She carefully split the bun in half. Inside was mostly noodles, not a shred of meat. Xiao Wen elegantly stuffed her face, while Van Tuong sat beside her in total silence. With sparkling eyes, she asked curiously, You're a student at the Mechanics Academy, right? I recognize the uniform. Van Tuong weakly took a tiny bite of the bun. Xiao Wen covered her mouth as she spoke. My sister is too. She's a 3rd year at the academy. Yeah, he mumbled, a wave of sadness washing over him. She stayed behind with the instructors and the city guard to hold back the beasts so we could escape. They're going to be okay, right? Hearing this, Van Tuong flinched. Xiao Wen hid her small face in her arm, her voice cracking with sobs. I'm not crying. I'm strong. I'm the daughter of a mech engineer. Her cheeks flushed with emotion. My dad works at the Taishuan Heavy Industries. One day, I'm going to be just like him and build a spirit general stronger than any beast. But her stomach rumbled again, filling the space with an awkward silence. Van Tuong scratched his nose, trying to save face. Actually, I'm not a big fan of turnip buns. Why don't you help me finish this last quarter? Xiao Wen put her hands on her hips, scolding him. You're a spirit master. How can you be a picky eater? You have to get your strength back to protect everyone. Besides, turnips are full of nutrients, you know, she demanded fiercely. I'm going to watch you eat every last bite. Defeated, Van Tuong had no choice but to obey. Seeing this, Xiao Wen finally grinned with satisfaction. She patted his shoulder a few times. All right, now that you've eaten my bun, you're my person. You have to protect everyone, okay? Van Tuong calmly met her gaze. The little girl clasped her hands together hopefully. Oh, And when I become an engineer and invent a new type of spirit, you have to be my official test expert? Deal? Van Tuong ruffled his messy hair, stammering, Huh? Me? Yep, you. Okay. She held out her tiny pinky finger with excitement. It's a promise, then. This half-bun will be our offering. A second later, she wondered, wait, that's not right. What's it called? A deposit? No. After a moment, she gave up. Whatever. Pinky swear. Van Tuong happily agreed. Okay, we have to seal it to make it official. The girl excitedly introduced herself. My name is Sheng Xiao Wen. What's yours? Van Tuong felt completely at ease as he told her his name. But just as they were sealing their pact, a loud shout echoed from the distance. Xiao Wen, where are you? A woman in tattered clothes searched frantically. Xiao Wen, where did you go? Her desperate voice was lost in the vast desert. Xiao Wen quickly ran off, calling back. My mom's calling. I'll be right back. Van Tuong watched her small figure with a gentle smile. But the desert wasn't empty. There were no dimensional rifts, but ancient, dormant monsters were buried deep beneath the sand. Van Tuong transformed into his spirit form, desperately trying to block every attack. Explosions from the battle ravaged the desert. Van Tuong clutched his blood-soaked arm, dragging his exhausted body forward. The entire left side of his body screamed in agony. He needed medical attention, and fast. At his feet lay the mangled bodies of an adult and a child. Van Tuong froze, his face a mask of pure horror. Despair crashed down on him, forcing him to his knees. Because he recognized that tiny arm. It belonged to Xiao Wen. Ignoring the pain, Van Tuong slammed his fist into the sand. Then, with every ounce of strength he had left, he let out a scream that could shatter the heavens. The world snapped back to the present, at the bustling spaceport of Yuanding City. A middle-aged man was yelling, What do you mean? We booked tickets for today. Why have we been pushed to a flight next week? A staff member calmly explained. I'm sorry, sir. As we've already stated, this is now under government control. The man's name was Sheng Jin Shui, a third-level mech engineer. The attendant bowed politely. Sir, you previously used your status as an employee of Taishuan Heavy Industries to book these tickets. However, our system shows your employment has been terminated. Therefore, you no longer qualify for the priority privileges for technical staff. The woman beside him tried to calm him down. Honey, let it go. Shen Ruo Wei, a 19-year-old third-year student, stepped forward anxiously. Hello, I'm a spirit master. Does that help? The attendant's faces immediately brightened. Our apologies. If you're a spirit master from the academy, then you are absolutely welcome aboard. Jin Shui was overjoyed. That's great. But as he tried to follow, he was stopped. I'm sorry, sir, the attendant said. Only the spirit master may board. She cannot bring her family. Please understand. The two sides just stared at each other, completely helpless. As the situation grew tense, a voice came from behind. I can bring them with me. That should be fine, right? Van Tuong casually reached into his pocket. The attendants looked surprised. You. And who are you, sir? Van Tuong smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Save your breath. Just put these people in my cabin. The moment the staff saw the item in his hand, their faces went pale with fear. Ah, it's Mr. Song. Manager Hong is already waiting for you on board. Right this way, esteemed guests. As they walked away, they heard her call out, Have a pleasant flight. Shen Dai was stunned. Honey, is that young man a friend of yours? Jin Shui pushed up his glasses, completely baffled. How is that possible? The card he just showed, that looked like the supreme crest of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Even the entire Taishuan factory couldn't get one of those. How could I possibly know someone like that? Ruo Wei suddenly blushed, stammering, auntie, uncle, I know him. He's Song Van Tuong from the Mech-Martial Academy. Xiao Wen suddenly piped up with an innocent question. Ruo Wei, is that boy your suitor? Her sister immediately scolded her, flustered. What nonsense are you talking? Her eyes shifted towards the young man. He's the one who saved me. The parents standing behind them looked utterly baffled. Little Wen, completely lost in the adult conversation, just glanced around curiously. The attendant raised her arm to guide them. This way, please. The group hurried to catch up. Over here, she said, her voice full of respect. Mr. Song, your seat is in the Heaven 1 cabin, which has the absolute best view. The sound of an elevator chimed in the wide corridor. Their guide smiled brightly. Right this way. She carefully opened a door. Mr. Song, we've arrived at your cabin. Manager Hong is waiting for you inside. Please. The people behind him gasped in shock. Whoa. What is this place? This is a heaven-tier cabin. Only supreme-level members of the Hong Commerce can enter. That's Manager Hong Fang, the head of the Hong branch in all of Yuanding City. The man bowed with the utmost respect. Mr. Song, hello. It's been too long. You look as distinguished as ever. The family bowed as well. Van Tuong smiled in return. Hello, Manager Hong. The cabin you arranged isn't bad. Many thanks, Manager Fang thought to himself. The most luxurious suite in the entire Hong fleet is just not bad to him? As expected of the young master of the nine-piece Marquis estate, he's clearly seen true opulence. You're too kind, sir. And these guests are? Van Tuong gestured to the family. These are my friends and their relatives. Everyone, this is Manager Fang, head of the Hong Chamber of Commerce here in Yuanding City. Fang Hong couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha! Actually, thanks to you, young Master Song, I've just been promoted to General Manager of the Yuanding City branch. Kim Thui's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, what? General Manager? A position like that in the Hong Chamber of Commerce is on the same level as a city lord. Van Tuong offered his congratulations, while Fang Hong was already scheming. Just giving the second young miss 2 grade 5 pills got him this promotion. He knew he had to hold on to a patron as powerful as young Master Song. He quickly suggested, "Let's talk inside. This way, please." He turned and waved a hand to the others. "Manager Hong and I have some business to discuss. Just make yourselves comfortable. No need for formalities." The family looked even more intimidated than before. Kim Tui just stammered, okay." He was completely in awe. This kid was clearly younger than him, yet he could chat so casually with such a powerhouse. Asterisk, this student, Song, is on another level. Asterisk, he thought. Fang Hong eagerly led the way. "Young Master Song, right this way." But Xiaowen was watching closely, confused. "Huh? How come I can't hear anything?" Fang Hong calmly explained. "This reception room is a sealed chamber, protected by a barrier formation. No sound or soul power fluctuations can escape. It's the only one on the entire airship, the Heaven Grade Suite number 1. I hope it's to your satisfaction, young Master Song." Van Tuong nodded, impressed. "It's perfect. Manager Hong, you've been most considerate," he thought to himself. Asterisk, this flight will take over 10 hours. A perfect chance to refine some pills and pass the time. Asterisk. Fang Hong presented a card. "Young Master Song, the spiritual herbs you requested are all here, inside this storage card." Van Tuong took it with a nod. "Thank you. I'll transfer the payment shortly." Fang Hong replied graciously, "There's no rush at all. Whenever it's convenient for you. We still have about 2 hours before takeoff. You could even visit the Central Pavilion's forest. Well then, I'll be disembarking first." Outside the suite, voices echoed through the main hall. "It was a pleasure meeting you all. Until we meet again." The others quickly bowed in return. "May fate bring us together again. Safe travels." But just before leaving, Fang Hong remembered something. "Oh, that's right. The exclusive attendant for the Heaven Grade cabin will be with you soon. I wish you a pleasant journey. Farewell." Xiaowen gave a little wave. Just as the elevator doors closed, a chime announced a new arrival. A graceful attendant appeared, speaking in a gentle voice. "Greetings, my esteemed guests." Van Tuong immediately noticed something was different about her. Asterisk. Those ears. Is she from the Beast Clan? Asterisk. The attendant knelt gracefully. "Greetings, honored guest. I am Xiao Meng, your personal attendant for the Heaven Grade Suite. Welcome aboard this Hong Chamber flight. May I get you anything to eat or drink?" Van Tuong's mind raced. Asterisk. Is that scarf hiding a slave collar? Asterisk. A flicker of change appeared in his eyes. Asterisk. I haven't seen anyone from the Beast Clan in over 30 years. Asterisk. It sent his mind reeling back to his past life. After the fall of Heavenly Capital City, Van Tuong was swallowed by a spatial rift inside the Emperor's tomb. The chaotic currents of space had thrown him onto the southern continent, where 2 young women found him. "Look over there, someone's hurt." One of them, a girl with rabbit ears, cried out. "He's strange. He doesn't seem to be from the Beast Clan, or the Spirit Folk." For minority races like the Beast Clan and Spirit Folk, their innate spiritual balance made it incredibly difficult to become soul masters. The number who could manifest a soul avatar was almost 0. The Eastern continent was dominated by humans. There, these other races were considered inferior, living under humanity's so-called protection, which was often just enslavement. But here on the Southern continent, where the Beast Clan and Spirit Folk lived together, humans were the ones who were incredibly rare. So rare, they were little more than myths from ancient texts. Van Tuong remembered it well. Unlike the Eastern continent, they had no soul avatar techniques here, but spatial rifts and demonic beasts were also nearly unheard of. The last recorded beast tide was 500 years ago. A subordinate had whispered, "Brother Song, the god-tier ancestor of the combat clan wishes to see you. Please, follow me." On the southern continent, Van Tuong mastered their unique arts using soul power to temper his body like the Beast Clan and the incredible alchemy of the Spirit Folk. He eventually joined the Combat Peak lineage, becoming the ancestor's direct disciple. The combat ancestor himself was one of those rare few, from the Beast Clan, who could actually manifest a soul avatar. But tragically, his master had been sealed by the Five Elements formation during the Great War 500 years ago. Back then, he didn't understand formation arts and lost his only chance to save him. Lost in the painful memory, a voice pulled him back to the present. "May I get you anything to eat or drink?" Xiao Meng's face was filled with concern. "Young Master Song, are you all right?" Van Tuong rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I'm fine," he said quickly. "Seeing you just reminded me of some old memories. I don't know if I'll ever get to return to the southern continent. So many regrets and unanswered questions left behind there." Xiao Meng looked a little confused by his words, so Van Tuong quickly changed the subject. Anyway, can I see a menu?" She immediately obeyed. "Of course. One moment." She produced a menu tablet. "Please, take a look." After looking it over, Van Tuong turned to the others. "So, what does everyone want to eat?" Xiao Wen's hand shot up immediately. "Steamed buns." Shen Dai quickly covered her daughter's mouth, forcing a laugh. "Haha, my apologies, young Master Song," she then whispered sternly. "Xiao Wen, be polite. You can't order simple steamed buns in a place like this. Besides, you already have one in your bag." The little girl pouted. "But I want lots of them." Van Tuong just smiled reassuringly. "It's no problem. Bring us 5 orders of steamed buns to start." Xiao Meng hesitated. "But honored guest, our menu doesn't." Van Tuong cut her off, holding out his card. "There's more than enough on this storage card. Just take it. If you have to, just tell the chef to make them from scratch." Xiao Meng's eyes went wide. "Oh, and make 2 of those orders radish-filled. If you don't have any, just go buy some before we take off." She clutched the card like it was a sacred treasure and bowed low. "Yes, honored guest. I will see to it at once." As he watched the attendant hurry away, Van Tuong finally let out a relaxed sigh. Asterisk. Phew. Asterisk. The long journey was catching up to him, and he was about to close his eyes for a moment, when he felt a small hand on his arm. Van Tuong cracked open an eye, surprised. It was Xiao Wen, looking up at him curiously. "Do you like radish buns too?" For a second, a complex expression crossed Van Tuong's face, and he wasn't sure how to answer. He leaned back and explained gently, "I didn't used to, but I tried one once, and it wasn't so bad." Xiao Wen beamed, digging into her own little bag. "I knew it! Radishes are healthy and yummy. How could anyone not like them?" Her parents and the other guy looked horrified. "Literally only you like them, sweetheart." She pulled out a carefully wrapped bun. "Here. I was saving this for later, but it's a thank you for letting us ride the airship with you." A warm, gentle look filled Van Tuong's eyes. He smiled. "How about we split it?" Xiao Wen's face lit up. "Really? That'd be great. I'm actually a little hungry." With a subtle flicker of magic, Van Tuong split the bun into 2 perfect halves, handing one back to the delighted girl. Shen Dai watched in shock. Asterisk. That precise control of his soul power. Asterisk, asterisk. I doubt even an Earth-ranked master could do that. Asterisk. A wave of uncertainty hit her. Asterisk. Is he really from the Marquis of Zhuan's Song family? Asterisk. Shen Dai whispered to her husband. "Shouldn't we go thank him properly?" Kim Tui nervously adjusted his glasses. "Oh, right. I hate being so socially awkward. I never know what to say to powerful young masters like him." After gobbling down her half, the little girl declared happily, "Since you ate my bun, you're one of my people now." She quickly corrected herself. My friend, what's your name?" Van Tuong warmly introduced himself, but a shadow passed through his thoughts. Asterisk. I'm sorry. Xiao Wen. In my last life, I failed to protect you. Asterisk. Her father finally worked up the courage to approach. Young Master Song? My name is Kim Thui. I was a 3rd-level mechanical engineer at Taishuan Heavy Industries. He added, well, I resigned actually, and this is my wife, Shen Dai. We live in Yongan City. His wife shot him a painful pinch. My apologies, young Master Song. My husband's a total bookworm. He's terrible at small talk. Shen Dai bowed her head respectfully. Thank you again for allowing us on the airship, and for a cabin this luxurious. We truly are in your debt. Van Tuong just waved it off. It was nothing. Please don't mention it. Just then, Xiao Wen pointed out the window. Look, it's the sunset. As she amused herself with the view, Kim Thui asked curiously, So, are you planning to settle in Yongan City, young Master Song? The sky outside glowed with a warm pink hue. Tuvan screamed with excitement. The garden on this airship is incredible. Van Tuong stood up, calmly offering, Want to see it? I'll take you. Tuvan clasped her hands together, overjoyed. Yes, take me to the airship garden. Nuoc Vai, you should come too. But seeing this, Nuoc Vai declined. Huh? Really? I don't really feel like going. Tuvan whispered with a serious look. Hey, I'm trying to create an opportunity for you here. Don't be ungrateful. Meanwhile, in a cabin across from the garden, a young woman was marveling at the view. Wow, the central forest looks amazing in the twilight. She turned with a look of pure excitement. Hey, can we go over there for a walk? The young man behind her squinted one eye, his voice indifferent. Huh? Go for a look? But I really don't feel like moving. The bustling scene at Than Wen Din Skyport. Inside Hongthi Transport's passenger cabin 802. Over by the central garden, Tu Mong spoke politely. Thank you, Kin Hoa. She explained hesitantly that the esteemed guest in the heaven-class cabin number 1 wanted radish buns. The head chef said the central garden had some, so she had no choice but to bother her. Lam Kin Hoa quickly reassured her with a gentle voice. It's nothing. You're not bothering me at all. She then covered her mouth with a paper fan, feigning surprise. To have the power to sit in a heaven-class cabin, yet specifically ask for a common dish like radish buns. Now that was an interesting person. Tu Mong turned to leave. Then I'll be on my way. Kin Hua suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Tell the kitchen they can add a little soy sauce to the filling for flavor, and a bit of sugar or honey. Back in my hometown, that's a delicious recipe. If there are any left over, bring a few here for me. All that could be heard was the sound of hurried footsteps echoing away. Just then, at the entrance to the central garden, an employee was apologetically stopping 2 guests. He explained seriously that the airship was about to depart. For safety reasons, during the undocking period, the central garden would be closed. He asked the 2 guests to return to their seats, and it would reopen once the ship was stable. Her face twisted into an ugly scowl. The girl named Nilap began to throw a massive fit. I don't care. I want to go for a walk right now. Behind her, the guy, Fikash, just sighed. He gently ran a hand through his hair, reminding her, hey, don't cause a scene. We can come back in a little while. But she just thrashed around more violently. No, I'm going to cause a scene. I want to be angry. At the same time, Tu Mong was rushing in from outside, her mind completely focused. Radishes, meat. And I have to add sugar and soy sauce? Her feet hurried toward the door. The human palate is so strange. She was startled by the loud argument, and her rapid pace made Tu Mong lose her balance. All she could do was shout, hey, be careful. And then they collided, sending food flying everywhere. Tu Mong groaned on the ground. Ow, that hurts. It's over. The young master's radishes. Nilap held her head, whimpering. Ouch, something hit my head. Feikach pulled her up, asking coldly, hey, are you all right, my lady? Nilap suddenly burst into tears, wailing that her dress was stained with some weird stuff. It's so disgusting. Tu Mong could only kneel, desperately trying to explain, I'm so sorry, valued guest. I was in a hurry and wasn't looking where I was going. Before she could even process the situation, a foot flashed past her. Tu Mong's eyes widened in shock as a devastating impact shattered the glass barrier. Tu Mong lay crumpled on the cold ground amidst a cloud of dust. The force of the blow made her feel like she was breaking apart. The pain was unbearable. The staff immediately gripped their weapons. Esteemed guest, Fikach's brow furrowed as he growled with contempt. Get lost, you lowly beastkin slave. He spat his words with venom. The great lady of the Lam family of Sa Ma Tan. How could she be touched by a filthy slave like you? Nilap whispered nervously. Little Fei, you didn't actually kill her, did you? A beastkin slave girl costs at least 200,000 lower realm yuan. If we have to pay for her, it's going to be a huge headache. Fikach brutally crushed the scattered items, ignoring Tu Mong's weak pleas. Don't. Those are the radishes the young master wanted, he sneered. Lowly beastkin. Unable to cultivate the twin channels, you can never become soul masters. You're all just trash, living precariously under humanity's protection. As he continued his rampage, Tu Mong tried to crawl toward him. I'm sorry, valued guest. Please don't step on them anymore. She grabbed onto Fikach's leg, a look of pure desperation on her face. His face contorted with rage. You worthless piece of trash! How dare you touch me? Fikach immediately kicked her with brutal force and began to viciously stomp on her. Go die, you beastkin filth! The terrified staff member tried to intervene. Sir, please stop. Even for a beastkin slave, this is going too far. But Nilap just smiled slyly, holding up a treasure card. Little Fee's family was killed by a beastkin rebellion. Whenever he sees a cat-eared slave, he loses control. This card is full of money. Then her tone turned arrogant. It's just a little slave girl. If she dies by accident, we'll just pay you back her original price. Just as Fikach raised his fist to deliver the final blow, his arm was suddenly stopped. He glared, his mind racing. What is this? Who is it? The strength made Fikach wary. How could this be? How could a Sky Realm expert like himself be held completely motionless? Van Tuong's voice rang out, sharp and questioning. Friend, this is the dedicated maid for Heaven-class cabin number 1. What the hell do you think you're doing? Fikach, completely panicked, started shouting. Who are you? He threatened. Let go, or I won't be so polite. Van Tuong's grip only tightened. Oh, a Sky Realm, you say? I'd love to see just how impolite you can be. Just as Fikach was about to pull out a card, he was interrupted by an apology. I'm sorry, sir. Little Fee becomes violent whenever he sees a cat-eared beastkin. Nylap bowed her head respectfully. There are 500,000 lower realm yuan in here. That's enough to buy 2 new beastkin slaves. Please consider it compensation for our reckless behavior. What do you say, senior? Van Tuong took the card, thinking it over. Meanwhile, Phi Catch protested angrily. Nylap, why did you? She furiously smacked him on the head repeatedly. Are you an idiot? Do you want to start a Soulmaster fight right here? Besides, I can feel it. This senior is likely an expert at the Earth Realm or higher. Fikash's eyes went wide with shock. What? An Earth Realm expert? But he can't be more than 20 years old. The Heavenly Capital Kingdom is truly full of hidden masters. Nylap put her hands on her hips, now scolding him. Little Fee, hurry up and apologize to this senior. Fee Catch's annoyance was obvious, but he still had to obey. Ahem, I apologize, senior. I was being impulsive. Van Tuong walked over to the injured maid, asking with concern, Are you all right? Tumong's body was covered in bruises. She answered weakly, I'm fine, thank you, young master. The other two clasped their hands in a traditional farewell. Well, if everything's fine, we'll be on our way. Van Tuong's face darkened as he gave a cold reply. You two should go. They immediately turned and whispered to each other as they left. Van Tuong thought to himself, that style of greeting and their skin tone. Are they from the Lower Realm Nation? He remembered the Lower Realm Nation, a small tribal alliance southwest of Heavenly Capital. In his past life, Di Luan had joined forces with remnants of the Tai Hoa and the Lower Realm Nation to attack Heavenly Capital. In response, Heavenly Capital allied with the Dragon Sea Kingdom, which was led by beastkin like the Merfolk. The Lower Realm Nation's people had an ancient, irreconcilable feud with the Lam family, the royal house of the Dragon Sea Kingdom. The inherited soul forms of the two nations were like fire and water. Because the Dragon Sea Kingdom kept them in check, the Lower Realm's army never even made it to the final battle for Heavenly Capital in his past life. Because the Lower Realm is close to the beastkin habitats of the Eastern continent, they hunt and sell slaves to other nations. It's become one of their main sources of income. So in their eyes, beastkin slaves are just commodities, with no dignity. If Van Tuong hadn't spent so much time with the beastkin in the southern continent, he probably wouldn't have cared so much about them either. He called out to the maid urgently, Hey, can you still move? Open your mouth. Van Tuong took a medicine bottle from his pocket. Seeing it, the maid immediately refused. No need, young master. That's a medicinal pill. Something so precious could buy several more of me. She then hesitated. Actually, to be honest, young master, we cat-eared people are very tough. Heh, I was just pretending. I've been used to beatings like this since I was a child. Losing his patience, Van Tuong pinched Tiamong's mouth shut, scolding her. Less talking. He forcefully shoved the pill down her throat, ignoring her desperate struggles. Van Tuong mused. Although beastkin can't form a soul master's core, their physical bodies are indeed stronger than ordinary people. Tiamong swallowed the precious pill with a gulp, looking completely terrified. Whoa, that was a priceless pill. I don't know how much it was worth, or even what kind it was, and he just ate it. Yun Xiang, with his hands in his pockets, coolly cut in, Don't make a fuss. It was only a rejuvenation pill. I have plenty of those. But his inner thoughts were a different story. Okay, maybe he wasn't doing so great after all. Luckily, he still had the herbs manager Hong just bought. He'd just have to refine some more later in his cabin. Little Wen, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. The security guard said the airship is about to take off. We can't go to the central hall. Yun Xiang gently patted her head. Then let's go back to our cabin first. We can go again later. Little Wen wasn't happy about that, pouting with a huff. But then, her eyes widened in surprise. She saw Xiao Meng touching each piece of food. The little girl didn't hesitate to help out. I'll help you pick up the radishes, big sister. Her kindness left the cat girl attendant a bit flustered. Thank you so much, valued guest. Just then, the melodious sound of a zither echoed through the space. Yun Xiang listened, his expression filled with curiosity. Who's singing? He followed the path, slowly entering the area. The soothing, gentle voice was like a beautiful dream pulling him in. Lin Jinghua was happily playing and singing, completely unaware that someone was watching her. Yun Xiang's eyes widened in surprise. He'd closed his eyes to feel the music, but he knew. It was her, one of the future 4 great singers of Feng Hua Shui Yue from the Heavenly Capital Nation. The talented Miss Jinghua, a master of song and strings. A wave of nostalgia washed over Yun Xiang. Back in his past life with the Black Armor Guard, he was a devoted fan of Miss Jinghua. In 3 years, she'd become a national treasure, leaving behind countless masterpieces that left a deep impression on everyone. He finally put the pieces together. So the rumors about her once being a singer on a Hongxi transport ship were true. Should I take this chance to get a few autographs in advance? A short while later at Yuanding City Port, an announcement broadcasted. Good afternoon, dear passengers. Welcome aboard Hongxi Transport's airship number 802. I am the captain for this flight. Down below, the ground crew signaled that the airship was leaving port and would be airborne in a matter of minutes. We ask all passengers to please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from walking around. The energy supply lines are disconnecting. Solar power reactors and engines are nominal. Hongxi Transport's airship 802 is ready for departure and requesting permission to leave port. This is Yuanding City Port Control Tower. Airship 802 of Hongxi Transport is cleared for departure. We wish you a pleasant journey. Airship 802 is now departing the port. During this time, the ship may experience some slight turbulence. For your safety, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened. Do not move about the cabin. In the Heaven Class cabin number 1, the 3 adults were bracing themselves for dear life. Fei Gei wasn't faring any better. In contrast, Naila looked completely relaxed. This feeling of weightlessness really is your greatest weakness. In his room, Yun Xiang, deep in cultivation, was briefly startled. Oh, we've already taken off? Good thing I reinforced this secret room with a formation array. It won't be affected by the turbulence too much. Yun Xiang's gaze shifted. The pills were finally refined. There were portions for the old master, Uncle Damu, and even for his sworn siblings from the Song family. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded them, and the dozens of vials floated in midair. With his current Earth-rank cultivation, refining 8-star pills was still a bit of a stretch. The airship ascended at an incredible speed, its powerful and abundant energy source causing a massive shockwave in the sky. The protective barrier quickly re-established itself. Little Wen was alone on a large chair, her small body trembling. Shen Da called out worriedly, "Are you okay sitting up front, or do you want to come here so Mommy can hold you?" Despite her fear, the little girl was stubborn. "I'm fine. I can wait for Big Brother to come out and sit with him." The room's door suddenly slid open, and Yun Xiang casually walked out. An instant, bright smile bloomed on little Wen's face. "You're out. Come sit over here," Yun Xiang happily agreed. "All right." Shen Da watched in amazement. He was able to walk so steadily on a violently shaking airship, completely unaffected. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. Ruo Wei was just as confused. Junior Song actually has the ability to adjust his movements to compensate for the pressure, neutralizing the shock waves from the airship's vibrations. Is that a movement technique? No, it seems to be purely from his experience controlling his physical body. Meanwhile, Jin Shui had been fast asleep for a long time, completely oblivious. Little Wen reminded him, "You have to wear your seatbelt." What are you doing?" Yun Xiang had just sent a message, a small smile playing on his lips. I'm just sending a message home, letting them know I'm on my way back." Fastening his belt tightly, Yun Xiang's heart swelled with emotion. It's really been too long. The roar of the massive airship thundered as it soared towards the horizon. Back in Yongan City, at the gates of the Song family's marquee estate, Butler Mu bowed respectfully. "We just received a message from young master Yun Xiang. He expects to arrive by noon tomorrow." Jingzong nodded, satisfied. "Good. You will go and greet him personally. Oh, and inform Song Huo and the others. Tell the eldest, second, and fourth, as well as Shi Yatu and all the grandchildren, to return to the estate for dinner tomorrow night." His hand clenched into a fist. "And tell that girl Yun Jin to dispatch 2 warships from her military post to escort the airship Yun Xiang is on." Butler Mu looked worried. "Marquis, dispatching 2 warships for personal use like this." Jingzhong's anger flared. "Just make up a reason. Do I need to teach you how to handle such a small matter?" Butler Mu could only obey. "Yes, Marquis." "Then this subordinate will take his leave." Left alone in the quiet room, Jingzhong gazed at the photo sitting neatly on his desk and let out a long sigh. He mused, "That child, Yun Xiang, not only has his crippled soul veins been healed, but it seems he's also gained some incredible power. My dear daughter-in-law, could it be that everything is truly happening just as you predicted?" A faint, fragrant aroma drifted through the room. At the same time, the airship entered a stable flight path, allowing passengers to move about freely and enjoy food and drinks. Soon, there would be a song and dance performance in the central hall. Economy class could watch on a screen, while VIPs could enjoy it live. Xiao Meng was serving food to Yun Xiang's group. Little Wen asked, "Sister Cat Ears, is your injury all better now?" The attendant raised her arms high. "Yes, and I have to thank young Master Song for the pill he gave me. It's truly a miracle medicine. After taking it, not only did my wounds heal completely, but my body feels even healthier than before." Hearing this, Ruo Wei's face flushed red. "Was that the same kind of pill he forced me to eat before?" Little Wen scrunched up her face. "Well, it's good that you're okay, sister. Those people from the Xia region are so hateful. Big Brother is way too patient." If it were me, I would have beaten that guy up on the spot and then taken their money. Her words were cut short. Yun Xiang asked with concern. What's wrong, little Wen? You're not choking, are you? The little girl was lost in the flavor of her food. This steamed bun is so delicious. Yun Xiang stared, dumbfounded. Is it really that dramatic? He took a small bite. There was a subtle sweetness in the filling, along with a special sauce. This must have sugar and soy sauce. And honey, too. Yes, it's like the signature cooking style that combines the middle reaches of the Ling River and the Shishui Nation. It really brings back memories. The last time I tasted this flavor was at the Black Armor Guard's headquarters in Lingyan City, Xiao Meng asked happily. Is it really that good? This is a recipe that Miss Jinghua specifically requested. Then, she suddenly remembered, oh, right. Speaking of Miss Jinghua, Xiao Meng stood up to make an announcement. The song and dance performance in the central hall is about to begin. Just as she finished, the speakers came to life. Esteemed guests, would you like to come to the central hall to enjoy the performance up close? A sweet singing voice began to echo through the ship. In the cold of night, my longing for you flows like a river. The fallen petals become the earth that nurtures me. The fleeting years have passed us by. Our love was more than enough. All beautiful things drift away on the water's current, as cold as the will of the heavens, soaked in the color of a single flower, falling to the mortal world, only to wound me. Life and death are easy to overcome, but the trials of love are not. My heart has chosen to release the past, to forget the hatred of a former life. 3 lives, 3 worlds of coldness, suddenly feel like a dream. Jinghua, seated behind a screen with the musicians, continued her song. Those years, though brief, were swept away by the wind, blurring my tears. If memories cannot be relived, the entire audience listened in silence. Then I can only let this love wander the world. 10 miles of chilling frost. When will they ever be filled with the colors of spring? Xiao Meng gestured. Young Master Song, this way, please. The seats for Heaven Class Cabin Number 1 are in the Diamond Supreme section, right in the center of the front row. They moved through the soothing melody, a gentle breeze lingering beneath the trees. Shang Dai Gui, the second young master of the Shang family, instantly took notice. Huh? Is that someone from the Celestial One's suite? A smirk crept across his face. The Celestial One's suite, not even a young master like him had the qualifications to sit there. Who in the world were these people? They seemed pretty legit. From a distance, Nyla also spotted a familiar figure. She quickly whispered, Hey Xiaofei, it's that Earth-rank senior from before, and they're sitting in the best Diamond Tier VIP section, Nyla explained. That Diamond section is part of the Celestial One's suite. From what I know, only the most honored guests of the Hongxi Guild get that privilege. I knew it. That man is no ordinary expert. We have to find a chance to get on his good side. Wei Ge ground his teeth, clearly annoyed. A sixth sense warned Xiao Meng to be on guard. She jumped in shock when she recognized the two from that morning. Van Tuong glanced over. It was those people from the lower realm with their unusual status again. He figured he'd investigate them later, see if they were worth using. He gently reassured the staff member. It's all right, don't be afraid. Come, sit next to me. While Xiao Meng was thanking him profusely, the show's host quickly appeared on stage, his face beaming. My dearest honored guests, next up, please enjoy our troupe's latest masterpiece. One of the most famous plays, The Great Battle of Yuanding City, adapted from the true story of a certain hero who fought all alone. The curtains parted, revealing the play's epic title, Turning the Tide Against the Beast Horde. A lone knight slaying a demonic army. Van Tuong's expression soured. Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. On stage, an actor looked absolutely terrified, screaming for help. He yelled with all his might, Help me! The monsters are here! Run! A few actors in monster costumes immediately charged out. Grrr! I am the Taute, and I love to eat humans. It was Zhao Wen's first time seeing a play like this. She was thrilled. Whoa, that's so scary. Next up, a Vientuk rank Soul General appeared. You brazen beast, prepare to die. The two sides clashed in a dramatic battle, and the Soul General's group was ultimately sent flying. The Taute laughed victoriously. Ha! I'll eat you all! Xiao Wen covered her innocent eyes, begging in fear. No, don't. As the Taute celebrated, a new voice suddenly cut in from behind. You insignificant beast! Another Soul General appeared, looking heroic and warning. Don't get cocky. The whole audience started whispering. It's the evil Scythe Soul General. I heard he was the one who turned the tide and won the real battle. For real? Now that's what I call a powerhouse. The actor began his performance. Behold, my 1,000 transformations. Then he waved his arms around, creating a swirl of fire. The audience gasped, their jaws on the floor. Xiao Wen's eyes were filled with anticipation as she watched the stage, where the character now transformed into the Lubu Soul General. A young man in the crowd yelled in shock. Whoa, that's the Red Soul General. I was lucky enough to see him in person back in the city. The actor playing Lubu roared. Where is my sky piercer halberd? And where is my red hair? Finally, he pretended to ride a horse, chasing down the Tao Ti monsters. Dai Gui was ecstatic, showering the performance with praise. So awesome. This senior is truly the role model for all of us Soul Masters. Xiao Wen was also cheering her heart out. Go, Soul General, go. Only Van Tuong was in absolute despair. This is way too embarrassing. Why is fate punishing me like this? The sounds of battle filled the air. Help me, hero. Please save this princess. Don't panic. This general is coming to save you now. Van Tuong spat out the hot tea he was drinking. Pfft. If the second prince ever saw this, he'd kill every last one of them. A strange figure appeared. I am the Qiongqi, a heaven-rank beast. The Lubu actor stood strong. Princess, do not fear. A mere beast. Come at me. The stage filled with dramatic smoke and epic sound effects. Yeah, get him, hero. The princess is so beautiful. Dai Gui even started crying. Sob. Young master is so moved. My blood is boiling. This is what a true man should be. The actress pleaded with a desperate voice. Hero, now that we've met, this princess is willing to repay you with my hand in marriage. Lubu coldly turned his back. My apologies. Ruo Wei, who had been watching the whole time, thought with a choked-up heart. Was his silhouette just like that when he saved me too? The Lubu actor walked away. We will meet again if fate allows it. Farewell, the princess begged. Hero, don't go! Van Tuong was at his breaking point. This has gone way too far. What is this garbage performance? Suddenly, he heard a loud slap on a table nearby. You, sir, Dai Gui shouted, looking furious. While watching this play, you have repeatedly made strange remarks. Not only are you disrespecting Miss Jinghua, the writer of this masterpiece, and all the staff, but you're also disrespecting the senior hero being portrayed. Staring right at a bewildered Van Tuong, he demanded, I demand that you apologize immediately. The entire theater heard Dai Gui's roar. Apologize to that senior hero. He even brought two huge, muscular men over to intimidate him. Van Tuong cursed inwardly. What a psycho. But he complied. Ah, my apologies. It was a slip of the tongue. Nayla immediately got excited. Xiao Fei, they're fighting. Let's go help the senior from Suite 1. It's a great chance to build a connection. What do you think? Wei Gei pouted. I think you just want to stir up trouble. Nayla stuck her tongue out playfully. Hey, of course not. I'm a great judge of character, and I can tell that senior has a bright future. Dai Gui was still not satisfied. That was far too casual. Your apology should be sincere. Xiao Wen couldn't take it anymore and shot back. Hey, fatty, my brother Song already apologized. Why can't you just drop it? Hearing this, Zhang Dai Gui's anger flared. You little brat! What did you just call me? You're the fatty! Your whole family is fat! Nyla stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. So what if she called you that? You fatso. Nya, nya, Dai Gui was huffing, his face red with anger. You people from Suite 3 have nothing to do with this. Don't go looking for trouble. Humph. A couple of barbarians from the lower realm. Wei Gei spoke with an arrogant tone. Who says it has nothing to do with us? Your shouting is disturbing our show. You got that, fatty? The man next to him growled. Lower realm barbarians, Fei Gei sneered. Watch your mouth, Baldy, or it'll get you killed. You want to go? I can finish you in minutes. The man was about to jump into the fight, but Dai Gui stopped him. Uncle Wu, don't. Suddenly, a sweet voice echoed across the stage. Everyone, would you please do me a favor? The crowd turned and immediately recognized her. It was Miss Jinghua, the lead singer of the Hongxi transport ship 802. Dai Gui bowed awkwardly, while Fei Gei seemed mesmerized by the beautiful lady. Van Tuong thought to himself, though she wasn't famous yet, Miss Jinghua already carried the aura of the superstar she'd become 3 years from now. She probably had no idea that she would soon use her music to shake the world and become one of the 4 great divas of the heavenly capital nation. Jinghua smiled warmly. I heard your argument from backstage and came to mediate. Gentlemen, would you please state your cases? Dai Gui scratched his head in embarrassment. Ah, Miss Jinghua, you're too kind. She bowed gracefully and explained. First, thank you all for your love for my work. What I want to say is, the story in the play is based on rumors and has been heavily dramatized for artistic effect. It is not the absolute truth. She turned her gaze. The gentleman from Suite 1, you likely participated in that great battle. As someone who experienced it firsthand, you would naturally see the inaccuracies in the play. I humbly accept that. Jinghua was incredibly sincere. For commercial reasons, some exaggeration in the adaptation was unavoidable. For that, I hope you can forgive us. Van Tuong was a little flustered. Haha, actually, it was pretty good. Jinghua proposed, why don't we all put an end to this here? How about we continue to enjoy the show? The next song will be performed by me. Dai Gui eagerly agreed. Of course, I was being impulsive just now. My apologies for disturbing everyone. My apologies. Van Tuong quickly comforted the little girl. It's okay, Xiao Wen. Sit down and let's watch the rest of the show. Wei Ge shot a warning glare. Watch your back, Baldy. I'll get you next time. The man could only glare back in anger. The host enthusiastically announced, Next, please enjoy an original song by Miss Jinghua, The Soul General's Monument. The sound of the zither echoed through the hall, and the lyrics carried a mournful melody. This road is long and dark, a desolate land covered in dust, a crime memorialized by gunfire, carved into the Soul General's monument. Van Tuong instantly recognized it. This was one of Lady Jinghua's early works, before her fame exploded. He hadn't heard it in over a decade since leaving the Eastern continent. The nostalgia hit him hard. He remembered how much he admired her back then. Even after so many years, he knew her songs by heart, especially the ones from her Gods of War collection. He glanced up at the canopy, wondering if she had even composed it yet. After about 10 minutes, Jinghua bowed gracefully. Thank you all for your wonderful reception. The crowd erupted in applause, begging for an encore. Jinghua smiled gently. Since you're all so passionate, I'll perform again. Do you have any requests? Da Gui shouted at the top of his lungs. I heard Lady Jinghua is working on a new song called Starfire. Could we be lucky enough to be the first to hear it? She quickly declined. My apologies, everyone. The song Starfire is still a work in progress. But the entire audience was already cheering wildly, lost in the chaotic excitement. Jinghua had to relent. All right, if you insist, I'll sing one more. Although I haven't figured out the ending, perhaps this live performance will spark some inspiration. She announced, Please, enjoy my new song, titled Starfire. Van Tuong's mind raced. Starfire? That was the very song that made her a legend, one of the 4 great divas of her time. So, it was composed this early on. Her voice soared. Who once slumbered in this place, gazing at the mortal world from a throne of ice and fire? Van Tuong's eyes snapped open. That voice, that melody, my name, a prayer when facing the abyss. Raising my sword, the shadows vanish. A lifetime of devotion, an oath carved on my heart. This is the warrior's glory. Van Tuong found himself humming along. To bathe the mountains and rivers in blood, the horns of war have sounded, trampling bones, slaying gods and demons. He was lost in the moment. Then suddenly, he forgot the next line. What was it? Not realizing how loud he was, he sang, The one who returns shall be me. As the zither's notes faded, the entire audience fell silent. Van Tuong looked around, completely bewildered. What happened? On stage, Jinghua froze. Her face went pale, her body trembling slightly. Xiao Meng quickly whispered, Young master song, the final part of that song. Lady Jinghua hasn't written it yet, but you just sang it. The realization hit Van Tuong like a truck. Ah, crap. I got lost in my memories. But Jinghua was smiling through her shock. A magnificent line, the one who returns shall be me. That's right, the Shishui kingdom, the Lin family. I must return with my head held high. That final verse has tormented me for ages. Sir, please accept my deepest gratitude. Van Tuong panicked. Well, about that. Tears welled in Jinghua's eyes. After hearing your guidance, the knot in my heart has been untied. I never expected to meet a kindred spirit here. This man, he actually understood her soul. Van Tuong stammered, No, Lady Jinghua, you give me too much credit. Isn't this sort of like cheating on a test? But then, under the serene night sky, something began to shift within Jinghua's body. She clutched her chest as a sharp pain shot through her. Is my cultivation breaking through? She gasped. I've been stuck at the peak of the yellow rank for so long. Could hearing just one line from him be enough to shatter my bottleneck? She dropped to her knees, crying out in pain as the very air around her warped. Her power erupted like a pillar of fire, piercing the heavens. De Gui was floored. What in the world? Lady Jinghua is a spirit master, and she's breaking through to the profound rank? Van Tuong nodded, satisfied. A moment of enlightenment, a heart that lets go. That's all it takes for the bottleneck to crumble. But as the chaotic energy surged, Van Tuong sensed something wrong. Wait, this isn't right. This fluctuation. Is it a spatial rift? Why? A sinister fog suddenly enveloped the airship. Jinghua collapsed on the stage, the transformation having drained her completely. De Gui bowed his head in respect. Congratulations, my lady, on your breakthrough to the profound rank. The entire audience quickly followed suit, shouting their praises. Though exhausted, Jinghua managed to speak. Thank you, everyone. She slowly rose to her feet and made an offer. Sir, thank you again for your guidance. After the performance ends, could you perhaps join me in my room to discuss this further? But Van Tuong was already raising his hand urgently. This is bad, Jinghua stared, confused. Just then, streaks of lightning tore across the sky, turning the night a sickly gray. Chaos erupted in the control room. "Captain, we're detecting a spatial rift reaction overhead. It's a beast tide." The captain's face went white. "What? Full speed ahead. Get us out of this airspace now. Wait. Halt all other operations and raise the highest level defensive array." A protective barrier shimmered into existence as alarms blared across the ship. "Warning. Vicious beasts have appeared. This vessel will accelerate to escape the area. All passengers, please return to your cabins immediately." The crack in the sky tore wider. A swarm of monsters poured through the opening. They were bee-fang beasts, flying creatures that hunt in packs. Their individual power ranged from yellow to earth rank. The ship's cannons opened fire as the beasts charged. The defense barrier held against the initial assault, but the violent tremors were unavoidable. Jinghua, still weak, staggered and fell. Luckily, Van Tuong was there in a flash to catch her. He asked with concern, "Are you all right, Lady Jinghua?" She blushed slightly. "Thank you, sir." Van Tuong's brow furrowed. Bifeng beasts? They aren't the strongest, but with this many of them, the ship's defensive array won't last long. Aboard the Hong Corporation's transport ship number 802, the comms officer was frantic. "What do we do, Captain? We're completely surrounded by the Bifeng," the captain cursed, grinding his teeth. "Damn it! Even at maximum power, the barrier can't break us out." He slammed his fist down. "Assemble a counterattack force. We need to thin their numbers, now, and send a distress signal to the nearest city. Request military support. Open small one-way firing ports in the defensive array for the guard teams." The soldiers quickly assembled, unleashing a hellstorm of bullets. But the hull was taking damage, and the number of enemies barely seemed to drop. A lead mecha's voice boomed over the comms. "All guards on duty, form a phalanx. Do not let the beasts break the array." Second announcement, the airship is under siege. All passengers, proceed to the lower decks to take shelter. The situation is critical. Any spirit masters with combat capabilities, please proceed to the central court or the main deck to assist the defense team. A nearby group was arguing, "Young master, we have to get to the lower decks. Uncle Wu, let go of me. I'm a mid-rank yellow-tier spirit master. In times like these, I have to step up." Degui roared with indignation. "Uncle Wu, give me a Soul General card. We have to live or die with this ship. Every bit of strength counts. If that barrier falls, no one is making it out alive." Wei Ji asked coldly, "What about us? Should we make a move?" Nyla considered the situation. That defensive array isn't going to hold. The fat kid is right. Once the ship is breached, we're all dead. Van Tuong pulled a card from his coat. Ruo Fei's eyes were immediately drawn to it. The inscription on the stone tablet was clear. She gasped, "Hey, isn't that my Mecha Cadet Soul General card? I thought I lost it during that battle and had to get a new one. So he's had it this whole time?" A blush crept onto her cheeks. "Wait, does that mean he's been carrying my soul card with him?" Enemy silhouettes swarmed from all sides, relentlessly battering the protective shield. A sensor officer reported the bad news. "It's no good. The beasts have found a weak point in the energy field above the array room." The captain immediately gave the order. "Divert the security team there now." "Sir, the fighting at the bow is too intense. The security team is pinned down and can't withdraw." The captain was on the verge of panic. Damn it all. Our only hope now rests with the powerful experts. The esteemed guests aboard this ship. On deck, it was pure chaos as people scrambled for their lives. Jinghua tried to shout over the screams, "Don't panic! Evacuate in an orderly fashion. Head to the lowest deck, the hull's reinforced there." The beast split apart, launching attacks from every side. They focused their entire assault on a single point. A few artisans were sent flying by the tremor, cracks spider-webbed across the barrier until it completely exploded. Jinghua screamed in pure panic, "We're done for. Get out of here, now." But it was too late. The debris was about to crush them. Just then, a glowing card shot through the air, instantly creating a new shield and saving the girls in the nick of time. They looked around, stunned, unable to believe they were still alive. Jinghua was just as shocked. He created a defensive formation. In the blink of an eye, Yunxiang watched intently and realized it was here. A monstrous bird-like beast had crashed onto the ship. Dagui screamed, "Uncle Wu!" As shards of glass rained down, the man launched himself into the air, shouting, "Young master, protect yourself." Dagui clutched the item he was given, his face frantic. "You too, Uncle Wu, you have to be safe." The man activated his soul constitution, his body instantly encased in a mech suit. Even facing a monster several times his size, he didn't show a hint of fear. Amid the raging battle, Yun Xiang suddenly got a notification. A system alert rang out. "Warning, a super-level threat that the host cannot defeat has appeared. Evacuate the area immediately." A super-level threat? There's no way the system would consider these bird brains a threat. Does that mean A saint-level monster is on its way? He silently scanned the area, but from this high up, there was no way he could get so many people out safely. Yun Xiang rubbed his chin, running the numbers. Besides the fully restored Lubu, he only had 2 other Soul General cards he'd picked up. Man, if only he had a flying-type hero like Cao Ren or Bai Qi right now. Just then, the old man's mech was sent flying, getting torn to shreds in a brutal impact. The girl, Naila, coolly assessed the situation. That old man's armor is way too weak. It's no match for a Bifeng. Xiao Kuian, you should go. Feiga scoffed with annoyance. Shh, useless old fool. He activated his Soul General, summoning 3 tower mechs, the kind you see mass-produced with simple tech and sold for cheap. The other mechs struggled desperately. Ugh, damn it all. The monster gathered its power, preparing for a final blow. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed out, crippling the beast's engine. The mech pilot was stunned. Huh? What was that? The general stood there like a god amidst the chaos. The old man recognized it. A 3 towers Soul General. That's a kid from the lower realm. Seizing the chance, the mech stood back up. Humph, can't let this brat show me up. The 2 then joined forces to fight. Meanwhile, Yun Xiang was explaining the situation. Listen up, everyone. This area is about to become a war zone. But the bottom deck might not be completely safe either. They all decided to head for the lower level anyway. Don't worry, it's the most reinforced part of the whole ship, he concluded. All right then, Xiao Meng, they're in your hands. Wait, doesn't this ship have smaller escape pods or something? The flight attendant replied nervously. There's only 1 escape craft, and it's for the staff. Xiao Wen stubbornly refused to leave. No, I'm staying with you, honored guest. Please don't cause a scene. The little girl shot back. You're a soul master! You can definitely protect us. I feel safest right by your side. Shenda rushed to calm her daughter down. Xiao Wen, be good. Don't be stubborn. Let's go. We'll only get in Mr. Song's way here. She then turned to Ruo Fei. Let's go. Xiao Wen's face fell. But I still feel like it's safer here. Ruo Fei spoke calmly. Auntie, you and Uncle take Xiao Wen to the shelter. Then she pulled out a card. I'm a soul master too. I can fight. This time, I want to stand with classmate Song. The battle raged on, just as fierce as before. Fei Gei, losing patience, yelled out, Old man, I'll hold it down. You find an opening and land a fatal blow. The man simply replied, Got it. But he thought to himself, Asterisk, I have to admit it. When it comes to speed, this kid's got me beat. Asterisk. The beast now targeted Feiga, who scrambled to evade its attacks while shouting a signal. It's open! Old man, now's your chance! The old man charged from behind, raising his massive blade. Arg! Die, you monster! But before he could strike, the beast, which had been waiting, swatted him away. The hunk of metal crashed into a wall in a massive explosion. Thick dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Dagui's voice cut through the chaos, filled with panic. Oh, no. There's another one. No, wait. That's 2, 3, 4. More monsters poured through the crack in the hull. A whole swarm of them. Another 5 just flew in. The situation turned critical as they all began to attack, leaving Jinghua and Ruo Fei in shock. This is bad! Just before a fireball could hit the deck, Dagui's subordinate activated his own soul constitution. A wave of intense heat washed over the area, followed by a deafening roar. A giant mech had successfully saved Dagui. Are you all right, young master? The boy sat on the ground, his face still pale with fear, and stammered, I'm okay. Elsewhere, Lin Jinghua and Ruo Fei were also checking on people. Is everyone okay? Huh? A family of 3 was huddled together. They replied in unison, We're all right. Ruo Fei was stunned. Was this classmate Song's defensive formation? Speaking of Yun Xiang, she frantically searched the area for him. Hey, where did classmate Song go? Turns out, he was shielding Naila. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she stammered, thank you, senior. He blocked a hit from one of those beasts. With his bare hands, he's too strong. Yun Xiang quickly let her go and then vanished in a blur, leaving Naila completely baffled. Huh? Senior, where'd you go? Dagui stared at his card, trying to psych himself up. Don't be scared. You can do this. Just like the hero of Primal Peak City, you can turn this around. All it takes is courage. His face was pale, snot and tears running down his face as he whimpered the words, Soul, Constitution. His subordinate jumped, shouting, Young master. Dagui gave a trembling thumbs up. I'm okay, Brother Niu. I can do this too. Right, armor up. As the beasts attacked again, his subordinate took a defensive stance. Here they come. Be careful. Inside the metal suit, Dagui was fumbling around in a panic. Whoa! Where are the weapons? The first attack was blocked. Dagui pulled his arms back with all his might. Whatever. I don't need these things. A hammer slammed directly into the beast's head, nearly crushing its skull. Yun Xiang appeared before the small family. He said seriously, Don't go to the bottom deck anymore. It'll be a little safer if you stick with me. They all answered differently. Okay, we'll listen to you. Thank you, Mr. Song, but it's a war zone up here. Wouldn't the lower deck still be safer? Yunxiang's brow furrowed slightly. Even stronger monsters might show up soon. We'll have to play it by ear. If things get really bad, I'll find a way to get you all off this ship. The family looked terrified. But we're tens of thousands of feet in the air. Do you have some way to fly? Leave the ship? You mean jump? What? Even stronger monsters? Seriously, with this ship's defenses and power, Jin Shui fretted. Wait, what about the other people on board? Are you just going to leave them to die? Maybe we should negotiate with the captain, with our abilities. He was suddenly silenced by a sharp smack from his wife. Shut your mouth. Drop the holier-than-thou act, now. At that moment, out on the deck, Jinghua was facing a monster head-on. Another beast saw its chance and moved in for a surprise attack. Ruo Fei spotted it instantly and screamed a warning. Miss Jinghua, look out! But it was too late. The mech was blasted by a fireball and sent flying. Jinghua dug her heels into the deck to keep her footing, avoiding the worst of it. She cursed angrily. Damn it! She started running, drawing her bow, and firing off a rapid volley of arrows. The mother gave an awkward laugh. Please excuse him, Mr. Song. My husband is just a bookworm. Don't mind him. We'll listen to you. Yun Xiang calmly reassured them. It's nothing. If I hadn't brought you onto this ship, none of you would be in danger. He then stated with absolute resolve, don't worry. No matter what happens, your safety is my top priority. Meanwhile, a mech was pinned to the ground by a ferocious beast. The old man struggled with all his might, his body reaching its absolute limit. Asterisk, damn it. I'm done for. Asterisk. From behind, Fei Gei charged forward, sharp blades extending from his arms. He aimed for the monster's upper body and slashed down with brutal force. The old man broke free from its grasp. The beast let out a furious roar, twisting to snap at him. He yelled out a warning to Fei Kach. Watch out, but he was already moving, launching an instant counterattack. Die! A sharp blade pierced straight through the beast's skull, ending its life as blood gushed out. Fei Koch retracted his weapon, while the old man collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Whew! Thanks for the save, kid. Fei Koch rejoined the fray, his voice calm. You owe me for that one, old man. Their fighting spirit renewed, they teamed up. On the other side, Dai Kui was screaming in terror. Brother Ma, another one is coming. The beast attacked with relentless fury, giving them no room to breathe. Dai Kui scrambled over, filled with worry. Brother Ma, are you all right? But it was a hopeless situation. At the same time, a terrifying scream echoed from the main deck. Lady Qin Hoa, the handmaidens watched, powerless, as their master was captured. It's over. Oh no! The merciless beast threw the Qin Hoa mech. As the two masses of steel were about to collide, the situation hanging by a thread, a massive sound was heard. The beast prepared to strike again as Qin Hoa trembled in despair. It's no use. Suddenly, the beast's weapon was caught in a powerful grip. A flash of red light was all anyone saw before the beast was struck down. The crowd watched in utter disbelief. Whoa, who is that? He finally made his move. The beast's neck was completely severed. The Soul General, Lubu, looked up, slowly surveying the scene. The entire starship was nearly overrun with monsters. Mechs lay broken on the ground, their pilots letting out agonizing screams. Ah! He managed to groan out two words. Help me. Van Turing was momentarily startled as the beasts immediately found their new target. The monster roared, its fury palpable. Losing his patience, the Soul General Lubu barked, Silence. The attack was so fast. All that remained was a cloud of dust and smoke, followed by the scattered remains of the monster's corpse. The mech pilot gasped in shock. That red Soul General. Is that... Dai Kui rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the hero from the play? Van Tuong calmly counted. 3, 4, 5. A total of 7 have breached the defensive line. With the current strategy of the ship's security team, even with the passengers' help, he predicted they wouldn't last long against the onslaught. He had originally planned to conserve his strength for the hidden threat the system warned him about. Van Tuong let out a sigh of annoyance. Star-Lord system, unlock Lubu's phase armament, the sky-piercing cloud bow. The system immediately processed the request. Beep. Reading data. Unlocking phase armament, sky-piercing cloud. Desealing process initiated. After a few seconds, the unlock was complete. Van Turing was a bit hesitant. The sky-piercing cloud bow. Lubu's strongest long-range weapon. Its power was devastating, but the energy consumption was enormous. He really didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. An ally screamed from below. We can't hold them back here anymore. Fei Cox's report was grim. Another one arrived, shocking the old man. What? Another one? From a distance, countless circles of light suddenly shot through the air, sending the ambushed beasts into chaos. What is that? Fei Koch's jaw dropped in shock. It's the young Mrs. Chakrams. Damn it. So even Nylop has to reveal her trump card. A female voice called out her command. Return, Golden Moon Wheels, Fei Koch yelled in surprise. Lady Nylap, her sole general, Naga Varta, a special armament type capable of long-range attacks. Nylop flashed a smile. Hey, did I arrive just in time? The beasts eyed each other, letting out a series of low growls. Fei Koch took a defensive stance and said, thanks. An ally nervously asked, Lady Nylap, what's the plan now? Even in a 3-on-3, our victory isn't guaranteed. But the enemy didn't seem willing to make a reckless move either. The old man assessed the situation. If even one more of them shows up, we're in big trouble. Nylap's voice turned serious. I'll use my chakram attack. I can pin down 2 of them for a short time. You all have to use that chance to team up and take out the 3rd one. Fei Koch agreed and then suggested, Hey, old-timer, the one on the right looks a little weaker. Let's work together and finish it first. The old man gritted his teeth and replied, All right, I'll draw its attention. You circle around from behind and ambush it. The 2 sides got into position, lining up 3 mechs behind them. I'll start the countdown. Everyone, stick to the plan. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm the rear guard, responsible for the controlled enemies. There's no time to explain, just go. Just as the command was given, a violet beam of energy tore through space. The power shot straight into the sky, then crashed down into the horde of beasts. The immense force instantly spread out, successfully wiping out every enemy in front of them. The horrifying sounds faded away, and the one responsible was none other than Lubu. The other 3 were completely bewildered. What just happened? Where did all the monsters go? What were you saying about placing 3 soul generals? The starship's protective barrier began to regenerate as all the mech pilots stared around in a daze. Where are the monsters? The old man couldn't believe his eyes. That's strange. What was that just now? Am I really getting that old? Was I seeing things? Fei Koch stuttered in confusion. Lady Nai Lop. Was that a flash of light just now? She immediately pointed. Yes. The enemies were just gone in an instant, like they were vaporized. The Soul General Lubu remained standing in the same spot. Dai Kui looked on in absolute terror. That red mech. It's identical to the one who took the stage in the play. It really is him, the hero from the Great Battle of Yuanting City. The other allies were stunned when they heard this. What? The hero of Yuanting City? As Van Tuong recalled his aura, he was worried sick. Damn it. I used way too much power. He quietly surveyed the area. I accidentally blew a hole in the roof of the first-class cabin. Hopefully there weren't any unintended casualties. Kin Hoa, who was nearby, suddenly screamed, Young Master Tung, look out! Van Tuong quickly sensed the danger. Countless beasts were swarming down through the breach in the ceiling. Van Tuong's voice was grim as he commanded, Star-Lord System, unlock the sky-piercing claw for me. Several notifications popped up. Initiating unlock of the sky-piercing claw. Success. The mech began to transform. The sky-piercing cloud bow changed its armed form. Armor began to assemble on the upper body. The process took only a few seconds. Van Tuong furiously unleashed the sky-piercing claw, instantly slicing a monster in half. The horde behind it seemed to realize its mistake and began to shriek in terror. Van Tuong stopped on a dime, having successfully dealt with the remaining beasts. Spotting one trying to flee in a panic, Van Tuong didn't hesitate to charge. He grabbed one of the enemy's weapons with his bare hands and lifted it high. The pressure radiating from the Soul General Lubu made everything tremble. The allies watching were stunned into silence. He's too strong, Kin Hoa blushed. He killed several Xuan-rank beasts in the blink of an eye. If it's him, maybe he can help me. Ruo Wei covered her mouth in shock. Student Tung's combat power is even greater than before. Dai Kuai's eyes were sparkling. Whoa. So cool. So perfect. He truly is the hero who turned the tide of the Battle of Yuanting City. Van Tuong mercilessly crushed the beast's body before slamming it into the ground. He looked around, thinking to himself, still not showing up, huh? Fei Koch guessed, Lady Nylap. Could that be one of the VIPs from the Heaven Rank No. 1 cabin? She replied calmly. That's right. Fei Koch was startled. That's terrifying. Good thing I didn't try to fight him. Nylap giggled. You're right, little Fei. If you hadn't spoken the Tiandu language, next week would have been your Memorial Day. The old man's face was blank. Kid, you mean the anniversary of your death? While Fei Koch was lost in thought, Nylap suddenly shouted a warning. Watch out! More monsters from behind! The old man looked and was completely stunned. This is bad. There are way too many. Things in the control room weren't much better. An officer shot up from his seat, screaming. The defense array can't hold. It will fail in 10 seconds. The captain roared in fury. Damn it! Where are the reinforcements? Haven't they arrived yet? Keep sending distress signals on all channels. Panic spread through the crew. Ah! The beasts have spotted us! A monster started pecking at the reinforced glass with its iron beak. The captain immediately gave the order. This is bad. Move! All crew members, fall back! He stared as cracks spread across the glass. What? Suddenly, the monster's body was crushed, and blood splattered everywhere. Van Tung tossed the two halves of the corpse aside. The captain was aghast. To think we had such a powerful expert among the passengers on this flight. A young dude's eyes darted around. A red spirit general. That's him, he screamed. That's gotta be the guy. The spirit general was holding a massive red halberd. It was the hero who saved Yuanding City. The captain clenched his fists. Holy crap, what an honor! The hero of Yuanding City was on his ship. My two daughters are huge fans of his, he thought. Turn this ship around. Once we're safe, you're gonna help me get 2 autographs from the hero. The young man was completely baffled. Huh? You want me to go? The captain started counting on his fingers. 2 for my girls. Should I get 1 for each of my wives, too? He stroked his chin, looking dead serious. Get me 5. No, 6. You know what? Forget it. I'll go myself. Maybe I can even snag a picture with the hero. The young guy heard this and just about lost it. Seriously, how many wives does this geezer have? He muttered in disgust. Freaking hell. I'm gonna work my ass off, get promoted to captain, and then I'm gonna marry 8 wives. Meanwhile, the enemy's numbers were swelling. A crewmate sent a panicked message. Captain, there are too many of these beasts. Our guys are taking heavy losses. We're not gonna last much longer. We have to fall back. And Yanqi's reply was like steel. No retreat. Don't forget, we are the Hong Corporation's security. The safety of the passengers is more important than anything. The kid hesitated. But I've got an 80-year-old mother at home. The old captain's voice was grim. Don't we all? But the death benefit from the Hong Corp is huge. Enough for a family of 3 to live on for the rest of their lives. The young man gulped hard at that. And Yanqi took aim. Damn it. You want to play rough, you monsters? I'll take you all on. The mechanical birds screeched, calling their allies to attack. And Yanqi shoved his comrade aside, yelling a warning. Watch out! He took a direct hit from the enemy. The young man couldn't react in time, frozen in horror. Captain! The beasts seized the opportunity, swarming their location. They tore into Yanqi, ripping him apart in a brutal assault. A final thought drifted through his mind. So, this is how it ends. What a damn shame. But Yanqi smiled in the face of death. With the payout, his family's debts would finally be cleared. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek echoed from one of the mechanical birds. And Yanqi was stunned. He forced his battered body to look up and saw the spirit general, Lubu, standing tall right beside him. The monsters were wiped out in an instant, and Yanqi, overjoyed, managed to say, thank you. But the situation in the air was still a total mess. Yun Xiang muttered, man, I wish Cao Ren and Ao Ping were here right now. Ignoring the thanks from the 2 strangers, he spoke coldly. No need. Just get back for now. Yun Xiang shouted his commands. Upper left 13, right 9. Pull out the giant Qingjian sword. Use that move. Yun Xiang slashed wildly with savage force, then leaped right into the monster horde. The 2 guys he saved could only stare. What? Damn, we couldn't even hit one of them. These flying beasts were way too fast. Enemies and allies clashed. Yun Xiang unleashed his technique, Dragon's Bow. Each shot was wrapped in immense power, homing in on the center of the monster swarm before exploding seconds later. The chaotic energy ripped through the horde of beasts. The enemy's numbers dropped drastically. Countless explosions bloomed like deadly fireworks, lighting up the vast open sky. The 2 men watched, completely mesmerized. So that's his power. It's terrifying. He killed dozens of beasts with a single attack. Black smoke rained down as the screeches of the mechanical birds echoed. And Yanqi realized it instantly. This is bad. They're calling for more reinforcements. A massive number of new beasts started to appear. Yun Xiang stood silent. Those big ones. Their combat power must be above the Earth grade. Was the system's threat warning talking about them? The enemies focused their fire, and the young man screamed in terror. Big bro, use that move from before, quick! Yun Xiang knew this was bad, a barrage that dense. Even if I can dodge it, the ship behind me will never survive. The situation was critical. Suddenly, from behind them, a massive warship appeared. Cannons fired in a single, devastating volley. A few fearless beasts dared to charge in and counterattack. Their reward was being blasted into nothing but shrapnel. The civilians below screamed with joy. A Tiger-class battleship? That's great! Reinforcements are here! The monsters shifted their focus to the new target. The warship kept firing relentlessly, wiping out most of the enemy forces. A broadcast rang out, calling passenger transport 802 of the Hong Corporation shipping line. A subordinate screamed in excitement, Captain, it's backup! A computer screen flickered to life. On the warship, A woman holding a sword spoke with authority. This is the Red Luan army of the Song family from Juan City, here to provide support to your vessel. A cheer filled with pure excitement went up. The Red Luan army? The subordinate started crying with happiness. Captain, that's amazing. Backup is finally here. We're saved. But the old man frowned, puzzled. That's strange. The Song family's Red Luan army? Aren't they stationed in Juan City on the southern border? Why would a big shot like them come all this way to save us? His subordinate quickly replied, You're overthinking it, Captain. They were probably just on a mission and happened to pass by. The old man suddenly roared a command. Disengage the defensive formation. All power to the engines. Full speed! Rendezvous with the Red Luan army's main ship. The spaceship zipped past the wreckage and debris. The allies below were stunned. Huh? What's going on? The defense shields are down? Find something to hold on to. We're about to accelerate. Yun Xiang calmly watched the two giant warships approach, a little surprised himself. The Red Luan army? The one founded by that female general, Song Yunxiang, where all the soldiers are women? The remaining beasts didn't dare to attack. On a smart screen, various parameters were displayed. Zifu asked curiously, Instructor Damu, are you sure our little marquis is on that shabby little civilian ship over there? Since when did the head of Juan City's 4 great playboys become so humble? Old Song glanced at her. People grow up. Besides, I'm just the butler of the Song Estate's East Wing now. Please use the proper title. Captain Zifu said gently, My apologies. It was a slip of the tongue. He clasped his hands behind his back sternly, trying to reassure her. It's nothing. Song Mu pointed in one direction. Do you see that red spirit general over there? Zifu was suddenly stunned. That's the expert who appeared in Yuanding City and saved the second prince's group? A smirk curved her lips. So that powerhouse is also on this ship. It seems our useless little marquis has some incredible luck, even if he has no talent. Zifu said with conviction. If that expert hadn't been here, I doubt they could have held out until we arrived. Song Mu closed his eyes, thinking to himself, Wait until you find out that the expert is the same Yun Xiang you all call a worthless piece of trash. I bet you'll be even more shocked then. A subordinate shouted joyfully, Captain, we've reached the protection range of the military warship. We should be out of danger now, right? Right then, the piercing screech of the mechanical birds rang out again. Captain, report. The beasts have started their attack. Zifu immediately gave the order. Port and starboard wings, prepare to fire. A powerful barrage of cannon fire erupted. The enemy was thrown into chaos. Any that charged in were instantly vaporized. Yun Xiang instructed Anyanshi, I'm heading back to the central court. You guys find a safe place and regroup, now. Yes, thank you, Senior. Suddenly the system blared a new warning. Alert, supergrade spatial rift reaction detected. Host must evacuate the area within 5 seconds. Yun Xiang's face was a mask of shock. What the hell? Back in the main hall, a sense of peace had returned. Everyone was safe, with no one seriously injured. De Gui was still shaking from the fear, which earned him a sneer from Phi Catch. Yo, fatty, didn't think you had guts like that. He sighed. Yeah, well, we're all from the lower regions. Nayla looked like she'd hit the jackpot. 349,000 times 4. Man, the Hong Corporation's insurance is gonna have to pay us a fortune this time. Good thing I was smart enough to buy the package with the multiplier beforehand. Jinghua spoke politely. Miss Shen, thank you for fighting alongside me just now. Please, have some water and rest for a bit. Ruo Wei smiled back. Thank you. I never knew Miss Jinghua was not only a great singer, but also such a powerful spirit master. Jinghua started to explain. Not at all. If you hadn't provided cover for me, I think the sound waves from my spirit general would have been interrupted. But Yun Xiang rushed in, cutting her off. There's no time to talk. Xiao Wen! He held out a block of iron. Everyone, jump onto my hand, now! We have to get out of here immediately. Jing Shui looked around, completely bewildered. Huh? What's wrong? What's happening? The number of enemies closing in was growing by the second. Van Tuong's face went pale. There was no time to explain. This was bad. From the cracks in space, 3 glowing red eyes appeared, dwarfing the 2 battleships by a factor of 10,000. Van Tuong's jaw dropped in shock. What the hell? Is that a Kunpeng? How is that possible? Why would a divine-grade beast show up here? The creature's form was horrifying. A subordinate's body trembled as he stammered, Captain, what is that thing? The old man was just as confused. How should I know? Inside the battleship, the two were stunned by the colossal, sky-blotting beast. What in the world is that? How could this be? Could this be the creature the third mistress spoke of? They whispered among themselves. The legendary divine beast, the Kunpeng, right outside the city walls. Just then, the system finished calculating an emergency plan. A terrible feeling washed over Van Tuong. Something was off. This Kunpeng's shape didn't look quite right. and deep within its belly, he could sense another abnormal fluctuation of soul power. The Kunpeng opened its mouth and began to inhale. Van Tuong knew this was trouble and quickly shouted a warning to everyone, "Cover your ears, now!" From its massive throat, waves of power erupted. The sound reached a terrifying level, throwing his allies into chaos. Help me! Blood started streaming from their noses and the corners of their eyes. A few couldn't take it and collapsed, their agonizing screams echoing through the ship. Even standing inside the protective barrier was useless. Van Tuong felt utterly helpless. Damn it, just the sound wave from a divine beast's roar. How could it have this much power? He tried to shield everyone in front of him. Hold on! It's almost over! The captain used all his strength to resist, while his subordinate looked like his spiritual energy was being completely drained. And Vian endured the pain and yelled, "Quick! Everyone, get below deck!" Tong Mok tried to reassure them. Just hang in there a little longer. This sound wave is about to end, Tu Fu thought to herself. A heavenly grade chi shield? Thank you, instructor. A few minutes later, she finally let out a breath of relief. Whew! Did it get weaker? What kind of messed up ability is that? That was terrifying. Tong Mok's voice was grim. No, that was just its normal roar. Tu Fu was in disbelief. What? A world-ending scream like that was just a normal roar? If it does that a few more times, aren't we all gonna die here? Tong Mok was worried. Even a heavenly grade chi shield couldn't stop it. If it happened again, he probably couldn't hold on. He had to find a way to stop it from letting out another roar like that. He had to cut it off. Tu Fu yelled, "Cut off its inhalation? I get it," she then shouted. "All ships, prepare port-side cannons. Target the giant beast. All ships, change formation now." A subordinate reported sharply, "Captain, port-side cannons are in position. Target locked." As everything was being set up, Van Tuong suddenly appeared, warning them, "Don't shoot." Both Tu Fu and Tong Mok were stunned. "What?" Van Tuong's voice was firm. "All of you from the Tong family's Red Luan army, listen up. My name is Song Yun Xiang." Old Mok cried out in panic. "Young master?" Hearing this, Tu Fu was completely floored. "What? The young lord, Van Tuong?" He hesitated for a moment. "Ah, Old Mok, it's great to see you. But why are you here?" The butler calmly replied, "Young master, the old lord sent me with the fleet to bring you home." Tu Fu was bewildered. "What's going on? Why is the useless young master inside that red soul armor? This is so weird." Van Tuong cracked a small smile. "Bring me home, huh? It's been a while since I've heard that phrase." He bowed his head to Uncle Mok. "And thank you to all of you on the Tiger-class ships. But first, listen to me. Close the cannon hatches now." Van Tuong explained, "This is a peak-level divine beast Kunpeng. It's absolutely not an enemy we can face right now. But based on its behavior, as long as we don't show any hostility, it won't go out of its way to hunt us. But if a tiny fly decides to poke it, that's a different story. Therefore," Van Tuong commanded, "all battleships will follow my orders. Shut down all power sources, disengage the soul armor mechs, and let the ships go into free fall." Tu Fu was confused. "What? Shut down all power sources? But then we'll just..." Van Tuong's tone was decisive. "The moment we're out of the Kunpeng's detection range, I'll give the signal for everyone to restart all engines and accelerate out of this space." The captain worried. "This is an altitude of 3,300 meters. One small mistake, and we'll be smashed to pieces." Van Tuong's gaze was firm. "Trust me, this is the only chance for all of us to survive." The captain looked terrified. "This." Tong Mok completely agreed. "Carry out young Master Van Tuong's orders immediately." "Roger," the soul armor pilot confirmed. "I'll count to 3. All ships will shut down power and disengage mechs at the same time." The entire fleet began to freefall. The lights on all 3 battleships went out in unison. Some people screamed in terror. Down in the passenger bay, everyone was in total chaos. "Ah, what's happening?" Even the bridge was in a panic. Van Tuong tried to protect his allies, counting down in his head. Van Tuong whispered, 3. The time had come. He immediately yelled, "Now, start the power sources. Maximum acceleration. Escape to position 316. His allies followed in unison. "Roger!" The battleship lit up with the slogan, "Hurry, accelerate." The swarm of beasts gave chase as Tu Fu angrily ordered, "Prep the biggest warhead for me." A subordinate quickly reported the situation. "This is bad, Captain. Our power source isn't enough. Our speed is dropping." The old man was instantly terrified. "Damn it. We wasted too much energy maintaining that defensive formation. We're in big trouble this time." The spaceship soon fell behind. A crew member noticed something strange. "Captain, Hongxi Marine Transport's passenger ship 802 is decelerating." Tong Mok frowned seriously. "Not good. Young Master Van Tuong's ship just went through a huge battle. Their power source is probably drained." Tu Fu gritted her teeth and yelled, "Signal ship number 2. Target the passenger ship's armored plating and fire along the edges." In the cabin, everyone was thrown into another panic. "Ah, what's happening?" The captain stood before Deng Chan, completely bewildered. Are we under attack? Did the beasts break through to the ship? Quick, prepare for battle. Even if we can't escape, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Let's give him hell! Suddenly, a subordinate's voice cut him off. Wait, Captain. Our speed, it's increasing. He was a bit excited. The Red Luan army's ship is using tow cables to pull us. The old man grinned with joy. Great, we're saved this time. But on Tufu's side, things were getting dire. Not good, Captain. The female officer was worried. Because our speed dropped, a portion of the high-level bird-type beasts is about to catch up to us. The smart screen was flashing with red warnings. This was going to be tough to handle. Tufu looked troubled. Can we open fire? The officer's expression was grim. Negative. Right now, all power is being supplied to the engines. Firing the cannons would cause our speed to drop critically low. Tufu waved her hand decisively, then dispatched the Anvien squad to engage them. Roger. The Anvien squad launched immediately, with small groups assembling in formation one after another. One of them shouted, "Give it everything you've got." Soul formation. The top of the battleship began to open. Countless soul armor mechs stood ready, their bodies crackling with power. The commander raised his sword and boomed. All mechs, listen up. Form a barrage pattern. Let's show these monsters the might of our Red Luan army's Iron Maidens. All the soldiers roared in unison. Seer, yes, Seer. First, port side barrage formation is in position. Next, starboard side barrage formation is in position. The beasts shrieked across the vast sky. Commander, the enemy has entered attack range. The commander ordered without hesitation. Open fire. A volley of shots ripped out, throwing most of the beast flock into chaos. The commander emphasized, don't let a single one slip through the cracks. Inside, Tufu was constantly reminding them, maintain the density of the barrier for me. Hold the formation. Don't get pushed back. A problem suddenly appeared. The portside barrier was too thin. The formation shifted. A suicide attacker has broken through. The portside squad. What are they doing? The situation turned quickly. Not good. Ship number 2's defensive formation has been broken by the beast's suicide attacks. An officer frantically called the captain. Ship number 2's barrage formation has been breached. The portside barrier can no longer be maintained. Zifu made a hard call, diverting half their firepower to support ship number 2. The commander tried to calm the androids. Don't panic. Switch your weapon loadouts and engage the enemy. The crew from ship number 1 was scrambling to help. With a powerful roar, the commander yelled, clear these things off the deck. Reform the firing lines. As if ignited with new courage, the soldiers charged forward into the fray. But fate wasn't on their side. Captain, bad news. Another wave is coming from above. The commander's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. Prepare for defensive maneuvers. A colossal pillar of energy appeared out of thin air, wiping out a huge number of enemies. The bewildered commander searched the area. Who just saved us? From a high tower, Yun Xiang stood his ground, his ragged breaths and pounding heart echoing in the silence. Yun Xiang was drained. The heaven-piercing arrow was powerful, but the toll it took on his spiritual body was immense. A few of the machine birds had already locked onto the source of the attack. Yun Xiang had no choice but to unleash a flurry of slashes with his spear. A chain of countless explosions erupted in the sky. Song Mu realized it instantly. It's the young master, Yun Xiang. He's providing cover for us. Zifu watched with wide eyes as every single strike obliterated several beasts. How was this possible? Since when did young master Yun Xiang possess such terrifying combat strength? Dagui quickly rallied the troops. The heroes on the deck are supporting the soldiers of the Red Luan army. The defense team has taken heavy losses. The stern is now on us. They began to split up. The 3 of us will take the left flank. Miss Jing Hua and her aunt can handle the right. Xiao Shi, stay close and provide backup, Nyla said with a steady voice. Let's do this. We'll force them into the Golden Moon Wheel's firing range. No problem. Just watch me. Seizing the perfect moment, Wei Jie gave the signal. Nyla, now's your chance. She unleashed her power. All right, let's go. But the result was completely unexpected. The Golden Moon Wheel missed every single target. Nyla was so shocked she froze solid. What just happened? Her 2 allies were just as confused. Why did the monsters suddenly stop attacking? The colors on the beasts' bodies began to shift, and they seemed even stronger than before. They began communicating with each other in their own strange language. From a distance, the Kunpeng suddenly let out an enraged roar, and a squadron of machine birds scattered into chaos. An android witnessed the scene and gasped, are they signaling a retreat? A few others noticed the strange situation. Are they actually running away? Inside the control room, an officer screamed, Captain, the horde of beasts is withdrawing. Hearing this, Zifu let out a massive sigh of relief, the weight of the world lifting off his shoulders. Yun Xiang looked around. Are they finally gone? He was panting heavily. Looks like they had completely escaped the Kunpeng's warning zone this time. The officer covered her mouth, still in disbelief. Did we win? Then, they all cheered in unison. We did it! We actually escaped from those terrifying beasts! Awesome. The entire front line was overcome with pride. Song Mu closed his eyes. Thank goodness. This time, we have young Master Yun Xiang to thank for getting us out of the belly of that monster. Zifu suddenly remembered. That's right, young Master Yun Xiang. How did you know the habits of that Kunpeng? On the smart screen, his image looked completely exhausted. Ugh, I'm too tired. I don't want to talk. With a final word, he was gone. I'm going back to my cabin to sleep. I'll leave the rest to you guys. All the soldiers obediently complied. Understood. Little Wen ran over to greet Yun Xiang the moment she saw him. Afterwards, Ruo Fei took on the task of carrying him back to his room to rest. She even held up a finger, signaling for everyone to be as quiet as possible. Jinghua giggled with amusement as the group simultaneously bowed in respect to Yun Xiang. About 4 hours later, an announcement echoed through the ship. Dear passengers, the airship will be arriving at Yongan City Spaceport in 15 minutes. Please prepare for arrival. The voice woke Yun Xiang up. He was surprised to see Ruo Wei slumped over beside him. She rubbed her eyes and said drowsily, Ah, classmate Song, you're awake. Yun Xiang was confused. Huh? How long was I out for? Are we here already? The city below was bustling. Yongan City, I'm finally back. A voice rang out from below. Yawn. What took so long? Damn it, I was waiting so long I fell asleep. A man stretched and grumbled. At least the weather's not bad today. His lackeys trembled as they explained. Sorry, Brother Xia. The boss got stuck in traffic. The man replied casually, How many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me brother or boss. It sounds so trashy. It's not civilized. Our White Tiger is a legitimate organization now. From now on, you will call me Section Chief. Got it? Yes, sir. He pointed a hand toward the sky. Remember this. I, Sun Xia, am destined to be among the 8 heavenly capital generals and become the strongest star soul user. He then clenched his fist. 30 years of ups and downs. The next era belongs to the great and talented Sun Xia. He fiddled with his necklace, thinking to himself, Am I right, old Du? When will I finally get the General Sao Ren Star Soul? Soon. That destiny belongs to you. Meanwhile, Yongan City was located in the southeastern corner of the heavenly capital nation. The city was built into a treacherous landscape, bordering the Shishui nation to the east. To the west lay Yongan Mountain, the end of the Southern Wasteland mountain range. It faced the Great Wall and was backed by 10,000 miles of fertile plains. This place was a critical route into the Southern Wastelands and a vital military base for defending against beast tides. For nearly 20 years, the Heavenly Capital and Zishui nations had a joint border defense treaty. The two sides used the Southern Wasteland Great Wall to connect the Void Mountains and the Southern Wasteland Range. This indirectly spurred the population and economic growth of Yongan City. At the spaceport, the ship's captain was profusely thanking everyone for their help during the crisis. Out of respect for the bond we forged surviving that ordeal, please sign this for my daughters. They're huge fans of yours. Yun Xiang stared at the old man's back, completely bewildered. Just how many daughters does this guy have? Song Mu approached him with a concerned look. Young master, it's been a while. Are you well? Yun Xiang broke into an excited grin. He suddenly threw his arms around the old butler. Ha! It really has been a while. Song Mu was flustered by this display. Young master, you're being a bit dramatic. It's only been a few months. Yun Xiang acted like a mischievous kid. Really? To me, it feels like it's been a very long time. But in his heart, he was thinking something else. Uncle Mu is suppressing his cultivation level. On the surface, he's only at the late Xuan rank. But in reality, his face suddenly turned pale. He never expected Uncle Mu to be at the middle stage of the Tian rank. Yun Xiang clenched his teeth. In his past life, he was so weak, he thought the only Tian rank expert in the entire Song Manor was the old master. He never imagined that Uncle Mu, the man who had cared for him like a nanny since he was a child, possessed an even higher cultivation. The butler changed the subject. Young master, who are these people? Yun Xiang replied warmly. Oh, they are my friends and her family. He made the introductions. This is Mr. Song Mu, the butler of our manor's east courtyard. The mother bowed politely. Hello, mister. My name is Shen Dai, and this is my niece, Ruo Wei. Her mind was reeling. The east courtyard? So it really was the Song family, truly a noble clan from the heavenly capital. Even their butler had such a powerful cultivation. She couldn't tell his rank, but he felt even stronger than Shen Ruo. Song Mu frowned slightly. What is your relation to the family head? Shen Hua. The mother's eyes lit up with a hint of familiarity. He is my father. Song Mu nodded in understanding. I see. Shall I arrange an airship to take you to your residence? Shen Dai politely refused. That won't be necessary. Our family's driver is already here. She turned to Yun Xiang. Mr. Song, thank you again for everything. If you have the chance, please visit our Shen family as a guest. He suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, no need to be so formal. Little Wen, did you get my contact info? The little girl playfully patted her bag. Don't you worry, Little Wen saved it all. Yun Xiang made a hand gesture. Good. Call me when you have time, and I'll take you out for some good food. Little Wen's face lit up as she shouted excitedly, Yay! I want to eat lots and lots of yummy things. Little Wen blinked. Oh, right. Can I bring my sister Ruo Wei with me? Yun Xiang looked relaxed. Of course. You can bring whoever you want. Songmu spoke up with a serious tone. Young master, the airship sent to pick us up has arrived. The two groups said their goodbyes. See you later, Mr. Song. Yun Xiang watched the small family walk away. Songmu bowed respectfully. Young master, please follow me to the private entrance this way. Ah, Back is already waiting for us at the starport gate, Van Tuong said casually, his hands tucked in his pockets. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Young Master Tong! It was Qin Hoa, running breathlessly. Please, wait a moment. Van Tuong was completely stunned as Qin Hoa shoved a small note into his hand. Young Master Tong, I'll be in Vinan City for half a month. If you have time, please come visit me. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I am willing to serve you, young master. Before he could even process what was happening, she turned and fled, ignoring Van Tuong's calls. Wait, miss! He stared at the note, completely bewildered. Tong Mok cleared his throat to get his attention. Young Master Van Tuong, the old master, has arranged a family dinner tonight. Your fiancée, Miss Kong Hin, has also been invited. Hearing her name, Van Tuong's brow furrowed slightly. That woman, he remembered his past life, how he had barely escaped the desert of death, only to return to Vinan City and find her at his door, with a heaven-rank expert from her family, demanding to break their engagement. Tong Mok grew a little impatient. Young master, we should go. A cruel glint appeared in Van Tuong's eyes, and that family dinner, all those uncles and cousins who once called him trash. On the back runway of the Vinan City spaceport, a man stood smoking a cigarette. His name was Habak Triet, the personal driver for the Tong family's east courtyard. He startled when he saw a familiar figure approaching. Van Tuong smiled brightly. Uncle Abak, it's been a long time. Bak Triet immediately bowed. Young master, it's good to see you. Are you well? Please, board the airship. But Van Tuong seemed to sense something and stood still, making the driver nervous. What is it, young master? He pursed his lips, then climbed onto the airship with a quiet reply. It's nothing. Suddenly, Bak Triet felt a surge of power and shouted, Young master! Your abilities! Have you broken through to the Earth rank? Is your damaged soul meridian healed? Tong Mok crossed his arms, his expression stern. Ah, Bak, focus on your driving. The driver gave a forced laugh. Haha, my apologies. I spoke out of turn. Van Tuong was lost in thought. He never suspected that Uncle Bak, the driver, was a mid-tier heaven-rank master. In his shock over his own rapid advancement, he let his guard down, accidentally revealing his Earth-rank power. Uncle Mok's warning was clear. He likely knew much more. An announcement chimed through the cabin. Dear passengers, the airship is about to enter the maintenance bay. Please disembark quickly. On another part of the ship, Uncle Vo shook Dai Kui, who was sound asleep. Young master, wake up! We have to go! The young man groaned, finally sitting up with a dazed look. Huh? Who? Where am I? What happened? The man looked utterly confused. Young master, are you all right? Suddenly, Dai Kui clapped his hands. It was epic! Last night I fought side by side with a legendary hero. He leaped from his bed instantly. That's right. Where is that hero? I want to treat him to a meal, the attendant calmly reported. They've already disembarked and left. Dai Kui looked like he was about to explode. Huh? What did you say? He raged. Find a way to investigate. Now, I have to latch onto that powerhouse. I absolutely cannot let him get away. Elsewhere, Van Tuong was speaking quietly with Tong Mok. Regarding the appearance of the Kun Peng, rest easy, young master. To prevent a panic, I used military secrecy as a reason to issue a gag order to Hong Shipping and all its clients. It's good that both sides have an agreement. Right. Uncle Mok, help me with one more thing. What is it? On the passenger airship, I met two people from the lower domain. We had a small disagreement. I recall seeing their type of robot during the earlier battle. Van Tuong spoke nonchalantly. This is the card they gave me as compensation. See if you can dig up some information on their background. Tong Mok examined it. This style, it's often used by the 6 great noble families of the lower domain. Van Tuong asked, Uncle Mok, are you that familiar with the factions of the lower domain nation? The butler replied, I know a little. The royal court is in control, but the 6 great tribes are split into 3 factions that support each other. The Stable Development faction is led by the Lam family of Satman, holding 70% of the technology and economy. The Expansionist faction is led by the Moklok family, controlling half of the lower domain's military power. Van Tuong listened intently, and the neutral faction, led by the old aristocratic line of the Tuco family, is deeply embedded in the political machine. But in reality, they're just puppets controlled by the Ha Nation. 400 years ago, the old empire collapsed. Refugees who didn't want Du Luan's hegemony and didn't recognize Thiendo's authority followed the Ho Dien tribe south to the lower domain nation. Back then, it was just a desolate wasteland. He silently studied the note in his hand. For hundreds of years, they've dreamed of using outside forces to pressure the Central Plains and restore the glory of the unified Thiendo Nation era. So, technically, the Ha Nation faction, led by the Ho Dien tribe, can't be considered true people of the lower domain. They're just a pitiful bunch, desperate to return to their homeland in the Central Plains, but with no home to return to. Tong Mok suddenly coughed. "Young Master Van Tuong, I'm your fiancé, Miss Kong Hin," he answered impatiently. "All right, Uncle Mok. I know how to handle it," but Van Tuong still had questions. "Uncle Mok, do you think it's possible the lower domain would secretly ally with Du Luan to launch a pincer attack on the Thiendo Nation? Young Master, that would be a massive undertaking. Declaring war on Thiendo goes against the core interests of both the development and neutral factions. As long as the old masters of the Lam, Sat Ma, and Tuco families are still alive." Just then, at the Tong family's east courtyard in the Ku and Marcasate, their airship touched down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nearby, the sounds of men arguing over cards could be heard. "Haha, I win! $10 each, pay up!" The voice was loud. Old Ma's luck is too good today. Quit whining and pay." One of them suddenly noticed the airship. "Hey, isn't that Uncle Back's ship?" They then recognized a familiar figure. "It's young Master Van Tuong." No wonder I lost all night. It was a premonition that he was coming home today. "Quick, clean this up before anyone sees. Old Ma won all our money. I don't want to work extra all afternoon." The retainers quickly formed a neat line, shouting in unison, "Young Master Van Tuong." Ma Tam, the gatekeeper of the Tong family's east courtyard, waved hello. Van Tuong grinned. "Uncle, it's been too long." The gatekeeper gripped his staff, slowly standing up. He asked warmly, "Did you have fun at the Mecha-Martial Academy this past year? Did you bring a young lady back for the old master to meet?" Van Tuong quickly grabbed his aged arm, replying politely, "Don't joke, Uncle Ma." A sudden chill ran down his spine. Mid-tier? Another heaven-rank expert, Ma Tam suggested, "Should the young master return to the east courtyard to rest, or go to the main hall to see the old master first? Or, how about we sit down for a few hands before you decide?" Tong Mok cut in. "Young master, the old master is waiting for you in the central hall." Hearing this, Van Tuong had to decline. "Haha, next time, Uncle Ma, I have to see the old man first." He quickly turned away. "Another day, we'll play cards, then go to the old spot for a few drinks," Ma Tam said cheerfully. "Deal. By then, I'll have all your favorites ready." He even gave a thumbs up. "I hear the Spring Pavilion and the Red Sleeve House have some new teas on the menu. I've just been waiting for the young master to return so we can go sample them. Each one has its own unique flavor." "All right, we'll talk later. Uncle Ma, with your lame leg, can you still go out and have fun?" "Cut the crap. What's a little disability?" In an instant, the two switched to telepathy. "Did you sense it?" The young master broke through to the earth rank. Matam's brows knitted together. I noticed. Not only has his soul meridian recovered, but I think he was just trying to probe my true cultivation level." That realization sparked a scheme in both their minds. The road ahead was wide open. Van Tuong stroked his chin, thinking, Uncle Ma Tam had been the gatekeeper at the east courtyard since he was a child. He'd always been close to him because of his fun personality. He suddenly remembered. Not only did Ma Tam teach him all sorts of card games, but he even learned his lock-picking tricks from him. Van Tuong came to a shocking conclusion. On the surface, he showed others a mystic rank ability, but in reality, he was a mid-tier Grand Master. Tong Mok called out respectfully, "Old Master, young Master Van Tuong has arrived." Tong Kin Trung laughed heartily. "Ha ha," Van Tuong said cheerfully. "Grandpa, I'm back." The family head placed a hand on his shoulder. "Earth rank? Good." He then said casually, "Van Tuong, come to the study. We can spar while we talk. You can tell me about your year away." "No, tell me everything that's happened in this period." A sense of dread washed over Van Tuong. "Peak rank? No, this is a half-saint, isn't it?" On the surface, his grandfather was at the master rank, but in reality, he was just a hair's breadth away from the peak. His true strength probably surpassed even his own father's. In his previous life, his own power was so weak, he could never sense their true cultivation levels. A smirk played on Van Tuong's lips. Interesting. I never knew the Song family was hiding this many trump cards. But wait, If they had a half-saint and 3 mid-tier heaven-rank masters, how did they still get wiped out by the Southern Wasteland's beast tide in my past life? Does that mean what I'm preparing now still isn't enough to change our fate? He froze for a second. Hold on, was that the faint aura of a saint-level expert lingering in the air? Van Tuong considered it. Even though it was incredibly faint, there was no mistaking it. A saint-level powerhouse had definitely fallen. If this sort of thing starts happening more often, it means the cards I have up my sleeve won't be enough. Damn it, I have no choice. I'll just have to force them all to level up. Meanwhile, inside the Song family's main library, Jizong praised him softly. Van Tuong, your chess skills have improved. It seems I can't go easy on you next time. Van Tuong let out a hearty laugh. Haha, Grandpa, you're too humble. I just got lucky, he thought to himself. I was already holding back, using only 30% of my skill. I can't believe he still saw through it. After a few more minutes, Jizong finally conceded. Haha, the outcome is set. I've lost. Butler Mu, you can leave now. Please close the door behind you. The butler obediently did as he was told. Yes, my lord. As the main door clicked shut, the chessboard magically reset itself. Jizong spoke in a calm tone, showing no frustration in his loss. Come, let's play that last game again. Van Tuong wondered, play it again? What's this old man trying to say? But then the elder got straight to the point. You've received news from Yuanding City, haven't you? Jizong moved a white piece. I heard you've made quite a name for yourself. Not only did you repair your deficient soul meridian and break through to the Earth rank, but you also became the host for the evil general. Haha, Van Tuong thought, if I told the old man I was reborn from 60 years in the future, he'd probably have a heart attack. Better to just say I stumbled into some secret realm and got a glimpse of the future inside an illusion. He hesitated. Grandpa, what if I told you? I accidentally entered an ancient secret realm and received a massive opportunity there. Would you? Jizong immediately held up a hand. Stop. Look here. My biggest mistake just now was making this move. He moved the piece to a different spot. This time, I won't make the same error. Van Tuong continued the game, confused, until Jizong suddenly sighed. See? This game was lost, but it can be replayed, he explained calmly. All the pieces on this board can be moved again. But what if, he posed a surprising question, one of the pieces accidentally jumped off the board and became a player itself? The words were simple, but their meaning was deep, and Van Tuong instantly understood. At that exact moment, in another part of Yongan's city lord Manor, a woman's determined voice rang out. Absolutely not! I, Kong Shin, would rather marry a street thug or a beggar than that two-timing loser with deficient soul veins. A man named Kong Fan roared in anger. Nonsense. If not for his brother's support back in the day, our Song family wouldn't have its glory now. Besides, the engagement between our families was set in stone more than a decade ago, he said sternly. Furthermore, I heard that Song Van Tuong performed a great service in the battle for Yuanding City, and even became the host of the spirit general Xie Zi. The Song family is throwing a celebration banquet for him today, and we've been invited. Miss Kong looked unimpressed. So what? How can he possibly compare to Sun Xia? Do you have any idea how hard Sun Xia works, father? The moment Kong Fan heard that name, he exploded with rage. Sun Xia, what can that street orphan possibly accomplish? The young lady stubbornly argued back. Who says he can't accomplish anything? He's the leader of the White Dragon Gang now, and he secretly told me he's about to become the host of the Spirit General Cao Ren. It'll happen within a month, at most. She scoffed. Even if that Song Van Tuong really is the host of Xie, with his lazy playboy attitude, he'll never catch up to Sun Xia's hard work. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from outside the window. Haha, if she doesn't want to marry him, then so be it. The Song family has other sons, after all. Both father and daughter were stunned. Grandpa? A figure flickered into view, floating in midair. Kong Fan asked in shock. Father, you've come out of seclusion? His daughter, however, was amazed. Whoa, Grandpa, you can fly. Old man Kong laughed proudly. This isn't flying. Flying through the sky is a skill of the god rank. An expert like me can only float like this. I just broke through my bottleneck, so I can barely manage to walk on air. Both father and daughter's jaws dropped. Heaven rank? Grandpa, you broke through to the heaven rank? The old man covered his mouth, smiling smugly in confirmation. The two of them immediately congratulated him in unison. He clasped his hands behind his back and suggested, Come, let's talk inside. Kong Fan politely invited his father to sit. The young lady curiously asked, Grandpa, how does your current level compare to the old master of the Song family? Old man Kong stroked his beard. That old man Song Jizong has been stuck at the initial heaven rank for years. I'm afraid that's his limit. Even though I just broke through, I'm confident I can fight him to a standstill. The young lady was thrilled. That's perfect. Grandpa, take us to the Song family to cancel the engagement. If anyone has a problem with it, just beat them up. Kongfan snapped at her. Don't be ridiculous. The Song family was once a great house from Yuandu City, but he was cut off. Tisk, you're wrong about that. The old man's voice hardened. I heard your entire conversation just now. Actually, I think Sinair and that young man Exun Xia are a perfect match. It would be a huge benefit to our Kong family. Kong Fan tried to argue, but he's just a street thug. While the Song family, the old man pointed a finger. In our direct line, Shinner is the only child of her generation. Marrying her into the Song family only secures a few decades of comfort. But if we can get a host of Cao Ren as a son-in-law, we're not just talking about immense wealth. We might even be able to return to the main Kong family in the central prefecture and reclaim our place. That wouldn't be impossible. Kong Fan was a bit surprised. I honestly never thought of that. Old man Kong pressed on. Now that I've reached the heaven rank, our family is on par with the Songs. The marriage is just a bonus, but from what you two said, this Xunxia is an orphan. If we have him marry into our family, then pour all our resources into training him. His son was shaken by the brilliant plan. Old man Kong then asked, Shinner, are you absolutely certain that boy Xunxia is really the host of the spirit general Cao Ren? She declared firmly, Brother, Xunxia would never lie to me. I trust him completely. He grinned. Then are you confident you can get him to marry into our Kong family? Shinner blushed beet red. Well, of course. Actually, Xunxia and I have already cooked the rice. Ugh, stop asking, Grandpa. The old man roared with laughter. Haha, excellent. Let's go. We're heading to the Song family to cancel this engagement. Kong Fan suddenly remembered something. Wait, Father, everything needs a proper justification. Even if we want to break the engagement, we need a good reason. Senior looked thoughtful. I was going to use the excuse that our family can't let me marry someone with deficient soul veins, but it seems he fixed that now. The old man glared. Reason? What reason do we need? I am now a heaven rank expert who looks down on the world. My fist is the only reason I need, Kong Fan said worriedly. But isn't the old master of the Song family also an initial heaven rank expert, just like you, Father? Old man Kong rummaged in his pocket. If that old fossil Jizong really dares to get nasty, then I won't mind crushing his precious Song family right then and there, because I've already come prepared. Let me show you too, my little treasure. He held up a small glass vial. I paid 5 times the market price to win this prize from the Hong Trading House. A 3-star fortifying pill. Back at the Song family courtyard, Van Tuong was confused. Grandpa, what did you mean by that? He was puzzled. A piece jumping off the chessboard? Jizong's voice was completely casual. Haha, it's nothing. The old me just wanted to take back a move. Right, you were saying? Where were we? A secret realm? A fortuitous encounter? Van Tuong frowned, suspecting the old man knew something. He then hesitantly replied, yeah, I was saying I accidentally wandered into an ancient, secret realm. He began to recount his story. Inside that realm, I received an opportunity. Not long after, the Southern Wasteland was hit by a beast tide, the likes of which had never been seen in history. The Southern Wasteland Great Wall was almost completely destroyed. All of the Song family's soldiers were annihilated. Van Tuong's voice dropped. The beast tide swallowed Yongan City and continued to push north. Jizong listened with a grim expression. After that, the Dilun Kingdom invaded. We fought a decisive battle at Tiandu City, and in the end, I fled to the Shishui Kingdom as a refugee. Under the Empress's protection, Song Yun recounted the events of the past several years. The hallway was silent, with only Song Mu standing guard. He stared intently at his watch. 15 minutes had already passed. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. Damo Song Jin! The head butler of the central courtyard rushed over, out of breath. Where is the old master? Is he in the secret chamber? Song Mu eyed him cautiously. Brother Jin, what's the rush? Did something happen? The head butler was panting, struggling to speak. His condition. It's not good. A sense of dread began to creep over Song Mu. What? Are you talking about times him asterisk? Song Jin tried to storm into the room, having no time for explanations. Let me see the marquee. But he was immediately blocked. My apologies. The flustered man demanded. Damo, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Song stood firm. The old master and young master Yunxiang are discussing something vital. I'm sorry. Just then, Yunxiang finished his story about how a human stronghold had finally appeared on the northern continent. He scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Haha. Sounds pretty hard to believe, doesn't it? Was I trapped in some illusion, dreaming it all up? Or was I really reborn from 60 years in the future? Jingzong cursed under his breath. Damn it, 60 years? A full 60-year cycle. She never told me it would take that long. Yunxiang pressed him. Grandpa, what are you muttering about? Jingzhong's voice grew heavy. It's nothing. Yunxiang, you just said the Star Lord system you now possess can replicate the primal star soul generals of other people. Is that really true? So this was the backup plan his daughter-in-law had mentioned, but he feared even she never imagined the boy would die 60 years in the future. Yun Xiang spoke with conviction. Yes, that's why they mistook me for Zuo Qi's host back in Yuanding City. However, I did in fact obtain Hu Yu's power for myself. At this moment, the only person who truly believed him was his grandfather. Jingzong stressed, the Star-Lord system is critical. You must never reveal its existence to anyone. And Yun Xiang understood that perfectly. That old man's Zuo Qi cover story is actually a perfect shield. I'll just keep using that identity to hide my true power. Yun Xiang agreed, thinking to himself that in his past life, he never intentionally hid the system. But the first time he'd ever replicated a Star Soul general wasn't until 3 years later. Because of that, he'd always believed the Star-Lord system could only warn him of hidden items and encroaching formations. Jingzong turned and walked away. If that's the case, there are some things it's time I gave you. Yun Xiang's curiosity was piqued. What is it? The old man scanned the bookshelf. What your mother left for you. Everything I know, I learned from her. He carefully turned a teapot, and the space in front of them instantly warped. Your mother once prophesied that one day you might suddenly become incredibly powerful, or your crippled soul meridians would heal, or you yourself would arrive from another time. Yun Xiang was visibly stunned. My mother? She predicted this? Jingzong retrieved the treasure. She told me that when the time came, I shouldn't be surprised by any of it, that I should believe whatever you said. And finally, give this box to you. And her next words left Yun Xiang utterly speechless. The laws of time cannot be defied by mortal power. Everything under the star web is part of a grand game. What? His mother knew? What kind of person was she? Jingzong spoke gently. All right, the chess game I just played with you. I was just imitating your mother. I never grasped its true meaning. That's up to you now, kid. Suddenly, a tremor shook the sky, and both of them sensed something was wrong. Yun Xiang immediately recognized it. That faint, saint-level aura from before. At the same time, the door creaked open with an ominous feeling, and a scream could be heard from the far side of the city. This is bad! Yun Xiang, you're coming with me! He threw open the door, his face grim. The men outside were startled. Marquis! Jingzong flew off first, with the others chasing close behind. Song Jin, the head butler of the central courtyard Song estate, was the old man's most trusted subordinate, likely the leader among Song Mu's peers. Marquis, it's terrible. His condition is not good. As Yun Xiang rushed along, his mind raced. His condition, he thought. But his cultivation is clearly at the peak of the Xuan grade. Weird. Is the East Courtyard Song estate the only special one? Song Jin glanced back worriedly. Oh, young Master Yun Xiang! His grandfather's eyes gleamed. It's fine. It's time, Yun Xiang knew anyway. The four of them arrived at the central courtyard's elevator, leading to the secret meditation chamber. Yun Xiang clutched the box and looked around curiously. An elevator to the secret meditation chamber? The device whirred to life. Wait, this isn't right. Is there another space even deeper underground than the chamber? They stood silently before the elevator doors. The scene that opened up before them was vast, a picturesque landscape with mountains and babbling brooks. Yun Xiang stared, completely speechless. It was an underground space with artificial lighting and a formation that suppressed all soul power fluctuations. He never imagined a place like this existed deep beneath the Song estate. As they entered, 4 young women were already waiting, greeting them in unison. Marquis. His grandfather stepped forward, placing both hands on a large door. Song Jin, Song Mu, you two stand guard outside. Yes, sir, they replied. Yun Xiang followed his grandfather inside. As they entered the room, Jingzong rushed to an old man's side, grabbing his hand. Third uncle. The man's face was ashen, and he couldn't stop coughing. His eyes fluttered open. Is that you, Azan? You came just in time. He helped his third uncle sit up. Third uncle, how are you feeling? Yun Xiang watched from a distance, thinking, Grandpa's third uncle. That saint-level fluctuation is coming from him. I never met him in my past life. If he's a saint-level expert, could he be the host of some primal star soul general? The old man spoke with his eyes closed. I can feel it. My time has come. I'm afraid I have less than a month left. It was then that he finally noticed Yun Xiang. Oh? And who is this young man? Jingzong introduced him. Third uncle, this is Song Yun Xiang, my grandson. The old man struggled to open his eyes. Oh, Yun Xiang, Xiao Lang and Juer's son, the one with the crippled soul meridians. Yun Xiang glanced over as Jingzong said, Yun Xiang, this is your grandfather's third uncle. You should call him grand uncle. He obediently knelt and clasped his hands. Song Yunxiang greets grand uncle. The old man leaned forward. Initial earth grade. Not bad. Huh? Your crippled soul meridians. They've recovered? He took Yunxiang's hand and smiled. Haha, good, good. Get up, quickly! Yunxiang quickly grabbed his hand back. Thank you, Granduncle. Star-Lord system, replicate the Granduncle's primal star soul general for me. But there was no response. A baffling silence fell over the three of them. Sweat beaded on Yunxiang's forehead. What's going on? Why isn't the Star-Lord system reacting? The old man suddenly clutched his chest, his body racked with a violent tremor. Jingzhong noticed immediately. Third uncle, what's wrong? He coughed violently as an immense energy erupted from his body. The blast threw both Yunxiang and his grandfather away from the bed. Jingzhong quickly stabilized himself and blocked the force. Yunxiang, are you okay? Yunxiang performed a perfect 360 flip and landed gracefully. His grandfather's brow furrowed slightly. Impressive, kid. That saint-level fluctuation didn't even hurt you, Yunxiang observed from outside the shockwave's radius. Just as I thought, it's the same fluctuation I felt when I first arrived at the central courtyard. Could this granduncle be the hidden saint-level expert of our Song family? The old man on the bed was left coughing and gasping for air. After a moment, he finally stabilized. Jingzhong moved closer. Third uncle, are you better? I'm fine. Sorry. I lost control for a moment. His face was pale, and he was drenched in sweat. As my lifespan dwindles, this old body has become like a cracked leather ball. My saint-level soul power leaks out uncontrollably. Huh? The boy, Yunxiang, he was completely unharmed by the saint-level fluctuation. He forced a weak smile. Ha ha ha. Good. You've got some skill. Truly the son of those two. Ajong, you brought him here to see me. Does this mean you intend to fully invest in this boy's training? His grandfather nodded. That's right. Yunxiang had a fateful encounter. Not only have his soul meridians recovered, but his strength is also soaring. Furthermore, he says he had a vision in some secret realm, a vision of the tragedy that will occur in just over a month. The Southern Wasteland beast tide will swallow Yongan City whole. The old man's head drooped. A secret realm from a super-ancient civilization, you say? Yunxiang, my boy, in the future you saw, did our Song family manage to survive? Yunxiang's face was grim as he replied, We were almost completely wiped out. Both old men were frozen in shock. What? Jingzhong clasped his hands behind his back. Third uncle, it doesn't matter if the kid's vision was real or just some illusion. We should assume it's true. I think we need to get ready now, which means some secrets can't be kept any longer. The old man's voice was heavy with sorrow. I understand. I'll tell him myself. Yun Xiang, my boy, listen closely. The young man's face turned dead serious. After a beat, he answered, Yes, sir. The man before him was Song Binchuan, a hidden powerhouse of the Song family, a rank 3 Saint Stage expert, and the 8th host of the Star Soul General, Cao Ren. Placing his hands together, he announced, I am Song Binchuan, once one of the 8 generals of the heavenly capital, and the current host of the Star Soul General, Cao Ren. The secret chamber exploded into chaos. The host of the Star Soul General, Cao Ren? No way. How is this even possible? A million thoughts raced through his mind. This doesn't match what happened in my past life at all. Plus, I was just near Great Uncle, and the Star-Lord system didn't react one bit. Jingzhong narrowed his eyes. That's right, Yunxiang. In that future you saw, 1 month from now, you're telling me you didn't see your third great uncle? Binchuan closed his eyes, his voice grim. No. If it's over a month from now, my lifespan will have already been completely consumed. Flashes of the vision appeared in his mind. He spoke with certainty. In the future I saw, third great uncle was never there, and the host for the Star Soul General, Cao Ren, was a young man named X Shun Xia. The old man's face wrinkled with pain. If my life force is depleted, the Star Soul General will leave my body. It will reform into a soul jade and seek out its next host. That young man you mentioned is likely Cao Ren's next vessel. His expression grew dark. Damn it. Isn't there any way to heal third uncle? Binchuan's bony fingers clutched the blanket as he sighed. My time is up. What can be done? Jingzong's eyes lit up. Wait, I read in the archives that the southern continent has elixirs that can extend one's life. If we can get just one for third uncle, the Song family will spare no expense, even if it means bankruptcy. The main character stroked his chin, lost in thought. Life-extending elixirs. A 7-star life continuation pill adds 3 to 5 years on the first use. A life-prolonging pill adds 5 to 10 years. And the 9-star longevity pill. Rumor has it that it can add over 30 years of life. The old man's head snapped toward him. Whoa, Yunxiang, you actually know about these life-extending pills? Don't tell me you have a plan? That's right, you just saved the second prince, didn't you? A spark ignited in his eyes, followed by a faint smirk. We don't need to bother the royal family. As it happens, I know how to refine all 3 of those pills. The old man's eyes bulged in utter shock. What? You know alchemy too? Jingzong lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders, practically vibrating with excitement. Yun Xiang, when did you learn alchemy? Wait, did you just say you know how to make life-extending pills? He gently removed the old man's hands from his shoulders. That's right, the life-prolonging and longevity pills are a little tough at my current level. But the 7-star life continuation pill, I have a 100% success rate. Worry etched deep lines on the old man's forehead as he broke into a sweat. Yunxiang, it's not that I don't trust you, but a 7-star pill? Are you absolutely sure you can make one? You have to understand, the royal family's best alchemist can only craft 6-star pills. And even then, his success rate is a measly 10%. The young man just smiled and pulled something from his pocket. It was Yun Xiang, presenting a small card and a tiny pillbox. A mysterious, chaotic energy pulsed from it. Even Binchuan, sitting on the bed, broke into a cold sweat just looking at it. He stammered, This pill, I can feel it. It's at least a 7-star pill, if not higher." Jingzong couldn't believe his ears. "What? 7-star or higher? Yun Xiang, don't tell me. This is your..." He held the pillbox steady, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "Correct. This is an 8-star pill. A heaven spirit pill that I refined on my way here. With 0 side effects, it can raise a heaven-rank cultivator by 1 minor realm, but it only works the first time you take it." The 2 old men were completely thunderstruck. "What? A heaven spirit pill? An 8-star pill?" He offered the box to the old man. "This was a special gift for Grandpa, but you should have it now," he thought to himself. Asterisk, I originally thought Grandpa was just an ordinary heaven rank, but it seems this won't be enough now. Oh, well, I'll let him decide what to do with it. Asterisk. The old man stared at the treasure in his trembling hands. Yun Xiang, from this moment on, you hold the same authority as the family head. All of our manpower and resources are yours to command. Please, you absolutely must find a way to refine a life-extending pill for your 3rd great uncle. The young man calmly walked to the bedside. Grandpa, don't rush. First, let me check 3rd great uncle's body thoroughly. Yun Xiang held out his hand. 3rd great uncle, let me take your pulse. But the old man quickly pulled his hand back, offering the other, leaving him confused. Use this one. My right arm is a biotech fake. He stared, dumbfounded. Huh? Biotech? Binchuan gave a small chuckle and pulled his shirt open, revealing a long, stitched seam. During the Great War all those years ago, I lost the entire right side of my body. I nearly died. I used that chance to fake my death, and have been hiding in the Song family's underground ever since. Half his body was exposed, the muscles still defined and firm. Heh, looks real, doesn't it? It all clicked. So that's how it was. Asterisk. Damn. No wonder the Star-Lord system didn't react. I was too careless. I should have noticed sooner. Asterisk. The old man held out his left arm. Here, take this one's pulse. Yes, sir. He thought. Asterisk. Wait a minute. This body, this tech isn't from this era. It must have come from the ruins of some ancient civilization. Asterisk. Yun Xiang had only been sitting for a moment when the system chimed. Asterisk ding. System has detected that the host is in contact with a possessor of a Star Soul General's data. Asterisk. His hand remained steady as he read the prompt. Scan complete. Asterisk. Beginning replication of Star Soul General, Cao Ren. Asterisk. He pressed his lips together. Sure enough. A moment later. Asterisk. Ding. Replication complete. Warning. Error detected. Asterisk. Asterisk. System has detected a 7% data corruption within the Star Soul. Now attempting to repair corrupted data. Asterisk. He was stunned. What? Corrupted data? What's going on? The 2 old men asked at once, making him even more flustered. He quickly pulled his hand back, looking flustered. No, it's nothing. I think. It's because 3rd great uncle's physical body is incomplete, which is affecting the Star Soul meridians inside him. He narrowed his eyes. 3rd great uncle. Your cultivation level. Has it been completely stuck ever since you were severely injured? The old man looked down, closing his eyes in resignation. Yes. Not only has it been stuck, over the years, I've exhausted massive amounts of spiritual medicine, just to barely keep my realm from declining. The young man stood up. I see. Grandpa, 3rd great uncle, I'm going to find the ingredients to refine the life continuation pill first. After that, I'll figure out a way to regrow the entire right side of 3rd great uncle's body. The old man's eyes shot wide open, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. What? Are you saying this lost half of my body can actually grow back? Yun Xiang pulled something else from his sleeve. That's right, but that's a problem for later. Time is precious right now. I'm going to find the ingredients for the pill first. We'll talk later. He smiled faintly and handed the old man a box. 3rd great uncle. This is a 5-star spring restoration pill. It's an upgraded version of the rejuvenation pill. While it can extend your lifespan, its healing effects are incredibly potent. It should soothe some of the pain in your physical body. Bin Chuan accepted it. Yun Xiang, my boy, thank you. His grandpa grabbed his shoulder as he turned to leave. Yun Xiang, go quickly. I'll order Song Jin and Song Mu. All of the Song family's resources are at your disposal. Yes, understood. Then I'll be taking my leave. Outside, 2 men stood guard as the door opened. They bowed their heads. Young Master Yun Xiang, are you returning to the East Courtyard? He glanced at them. Uncle Song Mu, you two stay here and await orders. You don't need to escort me. I can get back on my own. Yun Xiang left the secret chamber and stood alone in the elevator. He pouted slightly, lost in thought. Star-Lord system, what did you mean earlier when you said the data for the Star Soul General, Cao Ren, was corrupted? Asterisk. Ding. Due to unknown reasons, the Star Soul General's data was damaged. The damaged area has been marked and will be automatically repaired by the system. Asterisk. Asterisk reconstruction plan calculated. Beginning repair of corrupted data. Time remaining, 152,980 seconds. Asterisk. The Song family's East Courtyard was shrouded in a faint mist. From the main building of the courtyard, Song Yun Xiang's residence, a huge commotion could be heard. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up! Inside, maids and servants were rushing around, frantically cleaning and getting things in order. Young Master Yun Xiang will be back soon. I have to hurry and clean. The girl with shoulder-length brown hair wiping her sweat is Lian Yi, a 19-year-old second-class maid of the Song Manor's East Wing. She smiled and sighed, finally done tidying the young master's bedroom. Young Master Van Tuong will surely be pleased. The girl, crossing her arms in annoyance, is Tung Lam, a 20-year-old, newly promoted first-class maid of the East Wing. Young Master Van Tuong this, young Master Van Tuong that. Have you forgotten how that jerk used to bully you? Lian Yi's face turned beet red. He didn't bully me. Don't talk about the young master like that. Tung Lam looked at her with concern. And you're even preparing Huo Xiang, that lecherous good-for-nothing's favorite incense. Lian Y, you're just too considerate. She huffed like an angry puppy. Sister, stop talking nonsense. Young Master Van Tuong isn't useless anymore. He can cultivate properly now. Tung Lam just shrugged playfully. Fine, he's not useless. But calling him a lecher isn't wrong, is it? Lian Y cried out. Don't say that either. The two sisters continued to bicker as they left the room. Why are you defending that hedonistic playboy anyway? Have you forgotten last year when he tricked you and Tutu into bathing with him? Okay, Sister Tung Lam. Please stop talking. But someone else witnessed this whole scene, and their anger was boiling. This was Thon Dai, 25, the head maid of the East Wing. With hands on her hips and bangs covering one eye, she demanded, Are you two done with your work? The young master is about to return, so don't be so disrespectful. The two girls sheepishly scratched their heads and bowed. Yes, we're sorry, Sister Thon Dai. Another girl stretched and whined. So hungry! Why isn't young Master Van Tuong back yet? When can we finally eat? Thon Dai glared daggers at her. To stop slacking off! You think I don't see you? This girl is Tu. To a 16-year-old, second-class maid of the East Wing, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Tu waved cheerfully. Sorry, Sister Thon Dai. A person has 3 emergencies, and I really gotta, her excuse left Thon Dai speechless. Tung Lam pouted and shot her a look. Such a lazy bum, full of excuses. Thon Dai's temper flared. Watch your mouths, both of you. Was your etiquette training all for nothing? Don't use such vulgar words like those gatekeepers. Tutu started hopping in place, clutching her stomach. I really can't hold it anymore, Sister Thon Dai. The head maid waved her hand, exasperated. Go, just be quick about it. Tutu immediately scampered off. Yes, thank you, Sister Thon Dai. She skipped down the stairs, thinking to herself, Hey, first, I'll sneak into the kitchen for a little snack. But then, she saw someone sweeping the courtyard and froze for a solid 5 seconds. Tutu grinned cheekily. Hey, no slacking off. You think your big sister Tutu can't see you? The girl was Tu Van, 17, an apprentice maid from the outer court. Her eyes lowered. Oh. Without another word, Tu Van turned to leave, which only infuriated Tu To. She completely ignored me. Tutu chased right after her. Hey, are you done with your duties? The young master is coming back soon. You'd better not be lazing around. Tu jumped onto a step, leaning in to yell, Let me tell you something. If you want to get promoted and stay in the East Wing, you have to listen to your seniors. Got it? Otherwise, I'll have you sent back to the outer court to haul manure every day. A hand suddenly rested on her head. Little Tutu, who are you telling to haul manure every day? Her eyes widened as she turned to see who it was. In an instant, those eyes welled up with shimmering tears, and her cheeks flushed bright red. She stared at Van Tuang, stammering. Why, young, too, to buried her face in his chest. Young Master Van Tuang, you're finally back. He gently pushed her away. All right, just don't get your snot all over me. Tu Van thought with a blank expression. So he's Song Yun Xiang, the host of the evil progenitor. Tu happily clung to his arm. No way. Young master, you're just kidding. I'm a beautiful young maiden, I don't get snotty. He said nothing, simply pushing her aside and walking past, leaving her stunned. He looked at Tu Van, lost in thought. Her gaze is so cold. In my past life, I don't think I ever met this person. Is she one of the new apprentice maids? Tu To was so mad she was practically steaming. Her? She's just an apprentice transferred from the outer court a few days ago. She talks way too much, she's plain looking, and her work is just average. The two just stared at each other in silence. He then issued a command through his system's interface. Star-Lord system, scan this person for me. Immediately, a complete analysis of Tu Van appeared before his eyes. Van Tuang's lips pursed, a glint in his eye. Another undercover agent from Di Luan. Mid-tier yellow rank, using a microchip implanted in her body to mask her cultivation level and appear as a normal person? Tu sidled up to him, pulling on his arm. Young Master Van Tuang, young master, stop looking. What's so great about that flat-chested thing? Look at me. She puffed out her chest and gave him a wink. I've been listening to you, young master. I've been eating well and training my body seriously. He just stared blankly, not knowing what to say. Just then, Lian Y came running from inside. I think I hear young Master Van Tuang's voice. She gripped the railing, her face radiant. It really is the young master. Lian Y waved happily. Young Master Van Tuang, he grinned back. Lian Y, I'm back. She became as shy as a young maiden. Young master. The other two maids also came out, looking far less excited. Thandai pressed her lips together, thinking, young Master Van Tuang actually broke through from the yellow rank to the earth rank in less than a year. It's truly unbelievable. He narrowed his eyes, observing her. This early-stage earth rank, Thandai, she's not so simple either. I remember her being by my side from very early on. Could it be that grandfather arranged for her to protect me in secret? The scene shifted to a quiet lake pavilion, and then to a secret chamber beneath the Tong Manor. Qin Trung and Tong Mok left the room, while Kung Tian remained behind. He glanced at Tong Mok. Go and make the arrangements at once. From this moment on, all of the Tong family's manpower and resources are under Van Tuang's command. All his directives are to be treated as my own. There's no need to ask for my opinion. Execute them immediately. He bowed his head. Yes, my lord. The old man stroked his beard and continued his piercing gaze. Also, summon the Ah Jin squad. The Tong family's shadow guards are to protect Van Tuang's safety at all costs. Tong Mok felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Ah, my lord. Are you suggesting? Qin Trung turned back to look at him. Yes, I'm transferring full command of the Tong Shadow Guards to Van Tuang. With the Shadow Guards in his hands, I believe he can unleash their greatest potential. The scene shifts to the main building of the East Wing, Song Yun Xiang's residence. As he sat down, a maid was ready to help. Young Master Van Tuang, Lian Y will help you change. Young Master, let Tu to pour you some tea. Okay. He leaned back and enjoyed the pampering like a kitten. He thought, this luxurious, carefree life of a playboy, it really makes one feel a bit nostalgic. Tu brought a cup of hot tea, blowing on it a few times. Young master, please have some tea. Be careful, it's hot. He reached out to take it. Thank you. Van Tuang took a relaxing sip, but suddenly, his eyes shot open and he looked to the side. Van Tuang beckoned with his finger. That's right, Tu, I have a mission for you. Her eyes instantly lit up. Ah, a mission? He leaned in and whispered in her ear. Pay close attention to that apprentice maid, Tu Van, but be careful. Tu cupped her hands together. Don't worry, young master. I already had a feeling there was something wrong with her. He gave her a meaningful smile. Good. You may go. With servants standing in all four corners of the room, Tu replied, Yes, sir. He set his teacup down. The four of you may go about your duties. I'd like to rest here alone for a while. All four maids lined up and bowed respectfully. Thandai spoke. Yes, young Master Van Tuang. We will take our leave then. He closed his eyes, unconcerned. Go on. They left, leaving him alone in the vast room. Young master, I will be waiting downstairs for your orders. Call me anytime you need anything. Understood. The door shut firmly. He pulled out a box, examining it with a thoughtful expression before picking it up for a closer look. The material of this wooden box looks pretty ordinary. Let's try opening it. A magic circle appeared. A level 3 security formation. His excitement immediately fizzled. So it needs a password. And grandfather didn't even tell me what it is. Van Tuong placed the box squarely on the table and got to work. Star-Lord system, hack this level 3 formation for me. A notification popped up, beginning decryption. In his mind, he pictured his grandfather's contemplative face. He recalled his grandfather's final words from earlier. Your mother once said that man cannot defy the laws of time. Time cannot be traversed, but the chessboard can be reset. He also said everything under the star web is part of the chessboard. Van Tuong's face grew tense. What on earth was he trying to imply? The system chimed, decryption complete. A total of 12 correct password combinations appeared. He glanced at them, his expression unreadable. A confused glint appeared in his eyes. So many correct passwords? I guess I can just enter any one of them. His finger tapped out the numbers. 1, 3.3, 9. Huh. This number sequence. Why does it feel so familiar? Suddenly, the lid of the box popped open with force. Where did that come from? But what lay before him made Van Tuong freeze completely, utterly stunned. Inside was a mask, a small figurine, and a talisman. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the star-stepping gate talisman. Yun Xiang held the charm, trying to recall if he'd ever heard that name during his time with the Obsidian Guard. Rumor had it that many of the Obsidian Guard's secret techniques were tied to the star-stepping gate, but the name itself was taboo. No one ever dared to speak it. He put the charm down and picked up the small model to examine it. The craftsmanship on this jade lock was exquisite, but he had no idea what it did. Finally, he reached for the Mask of 1,000 Faces. The moment he touched it, a wave of energy pulsed outward. Whoa, why did this thing just activate on its own? The characters appearing on the mask, 1,000 Faces. Was that its name? He flipped it over and found more writing on the back. Appearance is born from the heart. What the hell does that mean? The mask didn't even have holes for the eyes or nose. Yun Xiang lifted it to his face anyway. Whoa, this is weird. He had transformed into a shirtless old man covered in scars. Looking in the mirror, he could see the mask had no eye holes, yet he could see everything perfectly. After a moment, he realized. The mask wasn't on his face anymore. He raised his hands to touch his face, his expression darkening. Wait a minute, what's happening to me? Yun Xiang stared at his reflection in the mirror, frozen in place. A cold sweat broke out as he started to tremble. Then he let out a horrified scream, his eyes bulging. Dude, what the hell is this? Am I? No. Has this old man returned to his true form? Just then, Qing Dai pushed the door open. Young Master Yun Xiang, she called out, peeking inside. Young Master, the head butler Song Mu is here. But when she saw him, her concern turned to raw fear. She froze on the spot, her face draining of all color. On pure instinct, she drew a dagger hidden in her dress, her face hardening. Who? Who are you? Where is young Master Yun Xiang? He stood up, awkwardly waving his hands. Qing Dai. Just let me explain. Moments earlier, at the door to Yun Xiang's quarters, Qing Dai had bowed respectfully. Head butler, and you two squad leaders, please wait here a moment. I'll go inform the young master. Song Mu gave a slight nod. Go on. The two young men behind him were a study in contrasts. The one with tan skin and an intense gaze was the 27-year-old Gao Gaixia, leader of the Song family's Shadow Guard Squad 1. The other, with platinum blonde hair and a faint smile, was Ma Jinhua, also 27, leader of Shadow Guard Squad 2. She opened the door and called out, Young Master Yun Xiang, head butler Song Mu is here. But the sight that greeted her made her freeze for a full 5 seconds. This is bad. Qing Dai's hand instinctively went to the dagger at her thigh. Who are you? She demanded. Where is young Master Yun Xiang? He was still completely stunned. He stood up, his face a mess of anxiety. Qing Dai, listen to me. I can explain. But she lunged forward, stabbing at him without a shred of hesitation. He barely dodged in time. Hey, are you for real? Yun Xiang quickly grabbed her wrist, twisting it behind her back. Qing Dai cried out in pain, her eyes wide with shock as she tried to scream. Assassin, he whispered in her ear. Qing Dai, you need to calm down. Yun Xiang clapped a hand over her mouth, his tone serious. Shh, don't scream. The position was definitely intimate. He pinned her against the mirror, a weary look on his face. Ahem, you can't blame me for this. You're the one who attacked first. I told you to calm down. His wrinkled face turned to the side and thought, this mask, appearance is born from the heart. Could it be that it can create an illusion based on my thoughts? Yun Xiang squeezed his eyes shut. Well, let's give it a try. In an instant, there were two Qing Days, one real and one an illusion, pressed tightly together. He gave her a suggestive look that made her entire face flush crimson as she whimpered. Yun Xiang smirked. Heh, just as I thought. By imagining my own appearance, I can freely change my form. Then it hit him. No wonder I instantly turned into that old man. So this is how I truly see myself deep down inside. Just then, a voice called from outside. What was that noise? This isn't good. Qing Dai? Young Master Yun Xiang? By the time Song Mu peeked inside, he had already changed back to his normal form. But the compromising position remained. Are you two all right? In that situation, they both broke out in a cold sweat. He explained, Uncle Song Mu, it's nothing. I was just messing around with Qing Dai. Jinhua popped his head up and gave a thumbs up. Damn, the young master really knows how to have fun. You're a true role model for us all. Gaixia looked completely done. Shut your mouth. The butler cleared his throat, changing the subject. Ahem, young master. About the Song family banquet tonight, your fiancée, Miss Kong Xingxin, will also be there. Yun Xiang quickly let her go. All right, Uncle Song Mu. You've said that like a million times today. Qingdai's cheeks were still bright red as she thought, ah, so it really was the young master. He then put a finger to his lips. Don't say anything stupid. She understood, looking embarrassed. I'm sorry, young master, I thought. She looked like a guilty kitten who just made a mess, which made him smile. It's fine. Yun Xiang straightened his collar and started to walk away, leaving her flustered. So, what's up? Did you need me for something, Uncle Song Mu? I was instructed to ask the young master to move to the study. Qing Dai bowed her head. Then, this servant will take her leave. He looked back with a smile. No need to go. Help me clean up the things on this table and put them in my bedroom. Yes, sir. The four men left the room, the door closing with a soft click. Only then did he ask, Uncle Song Mu, be honest with me. Qing Dai, Grandpa arranged for her to be here, didn't he? The butler's face was unreadable, but he finally conceded. Yes, Song Mu wouldn't even meet his eyes. This was supposed to be kept secret from you. She is a master of the Earth Realm from Squad 2 of the Song family's Shadow Guard. You could say she's my subordinate. His face grew serious. Yun Xiang pressed his lips together, his eyes gleaming. The Song family Shadow Guard? Could they be the ones who died trying to get me out of Yongan City in my past life? The butler opened his eyes and continued, the Song family Shadow Guard has 3 divisions. Squad 1 handles operations, Squad 2 handles intelligence, and Squad 3 is for protection. Each has its own duties and they don't interfere with each other. The old lord has just given the order. From now on, the entire Song family Shadow Guard will follow your commands. You are the sole master of all Shadow Guards. He gestured behind him. This is A Xia, leader of Squad 1, and Ajin, leader of Squad 2. The platinum-haired one waved cheerfully, but Yun Xiang's expression suddenly soured. A Xia? Ajin? What kind of ridiculous names are those? The 2 men knelt in unison, clasping their hands in salute. Subordinate Gao Gaixia pays his respects to the young master. Subordinate Ma Jinhua pays his respects to the young master. He looked incredibly awkward. Your names are certainly interesting. Song Mu pointed at them. Young master, watch your words. They are both orphans. Their names were given to them by the 3rd mistress. Your mother. My mother named them? Gaixia looked at him with fierce loyalty. Yes, the 3rd mistress said my name belongs to a great hero. A hero from some story in a super ancient civilization. Jinhua smiled gently. And my name is even more incredible. The name the 3rd mistress gave me is said to be the name of a legendary demon god from that same super ancient civilization. Gaichia's expression turned somber. The 2 of us are orphans, with no family names. If we hadn't been lucky enough to meet the 3rd mistress, we would have starved to death in the slums outside Lingyan City long ago. Yun Xiang stopped joking and grew serious. A super ancient civilization, the mother he had no memory of. What was her real story? He grew more pensive. He had no memories of his parents from his previous life. He vaguely recalled the old man saying they had vanished 16 years ago, telling the world they had died in an accident. He was only 2 when it happened, leaving him with absolutely no memory of them. Hazy memories flashed through his mind. In his youth, he'd been too arrogant to care. Later, as a fugitive on the run, he was too busy surviving countless life-or-death struggles to ever think about them. Could it be that I've missed something crucial all this time? Yun Xiang stood with his back to them when a sudden realization struck him like lightning. He turned around. Uncle Song Mu. The butler bowed his head slightly. Yes, young master. What are your orders? Yun Xiang looked him straight in the eye. My parents. And what happened 16 years ago? You know the truth, don't you? Song Mu's brow twitched, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Young master. Yun Xiang's lips formed a grim line. That's right. In his past life, no one ever spoke about his parents either. He turned away again, waving a dismissive hand. If you can't say, then don't. I won't make it difficult for you. Thank you for your understanding, young master. The other 2 remained silent. He glanced back over his shoulder. Take me to the Song family's ancestral hall. I want to pay my respects to them. Uncle Song Mu, please make the arrangements. Song Mu bowed his head. Yes, sir. He walked back into his room. Qing Dai jumped in surprise. Young Master Yun Xiang. He gave Tong Mok a half smile. So, does that mean she takes orders from me now? The old man closed his eyes and calmly replied, Of course. Tan Huan, come and reacquaint yourself with young Master Van Tuong. From now on, young Master Van Tuong is the one and only master of the Tong family's shadow guards. She dropped to one knee, her head bowed. Number 28, third squad of the shadow guard, Tan Huan. Greetings, master. Van Tuong looked at her and pointed. Protecting me in secret for all these years couldn't have been easy, right? He handed her a box. You've worked hard. Think of this pill as a small reward. Than Dai's eyes went wide with shock. Huh? Tong Mok and the two other guards stared, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. She was too flustered to even move. This was a 5-star pill. A single one could be worth hundreds of thousands. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets. A 5-star Earth Spirit pill. It can raise an Earth rank master by 1 minor realm with 0 side effects. But it only works the first time you use it. The two guards were completely dumbfounded, unable to close their mouths. What? A 5-star Earth Spirit pill? A minor realm in the Earth rank? She broke out in a cold sweat. An item this precious would be considered a priceless treasure, even among the imperial family of the capital. He gave her a reassuring look. It's just a 5-star pill. I have plenty of these, he thought to himself. Now is the time to gather allies. I need to choose trustworthy people and raise their power levels. He looked at the other two guards. Perform well, and you'll get one too. They gasped, a mix of shock and excitement. Huh? Really? Both men knelt and roared with determination. Young Master Van Tuong, rest assured, we will follow you to our deaths. We will leave no trace of your enemies. Tong Mok watched him, his thoughts unreadable, before Van Tuong turned to him. Uncle Tong Mok, make the preparations. We're heading to the Tong family's mausoleum. Oh, and Squad 2 is in charge of intelligence, right? I need you to investigate someone for me, as you command. Under a clear blue sky, their group soared through the air, looking down upon a city shrouded in a light mist. The blond man piloting the craft asked Matam, the young master is going to the mausoleum to pay his respects. Why is a diviner like you tagging along? The old man just chuckled. Don't you think young Master Van Tuong has changed since his return? They both glanced back. Behind them sat Van Tuong, with Tong Mok and Than Dai on either side. Right, I need 25 kilograms of each of these herbs. Also, look at this list of ingredients. See if you can find a way to get them for me. He swiped through his system's interface. The man on the other end replied, All right, young Master Tong, let me take a look. Hong Fuang's eyes crinkled into a smile. Young Master, I've seen the list. To be honest, I've never even heard of some of these herbs. The room he stood in was filled with intricate carvings. Young Master Tong, please wait a moment. I'm currently at the Hong Commerce Guild headquarters. I'll go consult with our pill experts here. Van Tuong smiled. Good. I'll be waiting for your answer. The man closed his eyes, navigating a screen. Understood. I'll have a definitive answer for you by tonight at the latest. The screen went dark. Hong Fuang turned to the side, his expression instantly turning serious. He walked toward the center of the room, where a figure was seated. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Lady Ngoc Tiu. The seductive woman sitting there with her legs crossed was Hong Ngoc Tiu, 21 years old, the direct heir of the Hong family, in charge of all the Hong Commerce Guild's business in the southern continent. She pulled up a screen, her eyes fixed on the image. Song Yun Xiang, huh? He is. Interesting. She stood up. Hong Fuang, a message for my subordinates. Ngoc Tiu did a slow turn, her eyes glinting. Clear my schedule. I want to personally meet this young lord of the Tong family. With that, she left, leaving him alone in the room. Yes, my lady, I will make the arrangements immediately. They arrived at a place surrounded by high mountains and flowing streams, where mist hung heavy in the air. A vehicle dipped and soared through the sky, piloted by a woman at a breakneck speed. Her eyes were wide and sparkling as she touched the comms unit in her ear. Call sign 896.289, requesting permission to enter. The vehicle kept moving as the voice on the other end replied, verifying call sign 896.289. Alias, Atan. Authority level 2. Access granted. Once approved, she spun the vehicle in a full circle mid-air before diving straight toward the massive waterfall ahead. The turquoise water rushed toward them, but Atan showed no signs of slowing down. She passed right through it, entering a secret chamber where a door was already open, waiting for her. She landed the vehicle, skidding to a halt in a shower of sparks. Atan stepped out, her stiletto heels clicking on the floor, smoke still swirling around them. Call sign 896, the system announced. .289. Welcome back from your mission. She happily took off her sleek helmet and let out a sigh. Phew, finally back. This fiery redhead was Tan. 18 years old, host of the spirit soul of General Lubu, an assassin trained by the secret organization, Tai Yuan. Tan hurried toward the railing. Nearby, a young girl was running frantically. She reached the intersecting hallway and suddenly realized something. The girl's eyes shimmered, her lips trembling as if she were about to cry. Then she launched herself at Atan, bursting into tears. Senior Sister Atan, you're finally back. Atan was taken aback. Tu Nam? This child was Tu Nam, 12 years old, Atan's junior disciple. Tu Nam clung to her, sobbing uncontrollably. This is bad. Atan was confused. Tu Nam, weren't you supposed to be with Master in the northern continent? What's wrong? Why are you crying? Tu Nam's face was streaked with tears. She wiped them away and choked out, Master, to save me. She walked right into an ambush set by those Di Luan dogs. Her words struck Atan like a bolt of lightning. Her face went dark. What? They both started running. Quick, take me to her. Yes, she's in medical bay number 3. The helmet slipped from Atan's hand, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Inside the medical bay, doctors were scrambling. 12th attempt to formulate an antidote has failed. Beginning the 13th trial. Atan burst through the door, calling out, Master. Tu Nam stood timidly beside her. The woman on the bed struggled to open her eyes, an oxygen tube in her nose. Atan rushed to her side, her face etched with worry. Master, how is this possible? You're a heaven rank expert. How could this happen? Tu Nam couldn't stop crying. The woman was Zoa Nuang, 37 years old, Tai Yuan's ace assassin and master to both Atan and Tu Nam. Her face was pale as she whispered, Is that my little Tan? It's good that you've returned safely. Dark purple veins covered the back of Zoa Nuang's hand. Master, you've been poisoned? A doctor finally updated her. Miss Atan, Senior Zoa Nuang was caught in an ambush by the Di Luan. Her external injuries aren't serious, but a strange toxin is corroding the core channels of her spirit soul. Atan's eyes flashed with fury. What? Corroding her spirit soul? What kind of poison is this? Don't tell me that with all of Tai Yuan's technology, we still can't create an antidote? The doctor looked at her with sorrowful eyes. I'm sorry. We've attempted to formulate 12 times. All have failed. Right now, all we can do is use our technology to stop the toxin from reaching her brain, but even so, we don't have much time left for more trials. The man pointed to a chart. Look here, we can't find a corresponding detoxification method in the Tai Yuan database. Looking at the toxin's structure, chemical substances were intricately bonded using soul power to form a single element poison. I feel like this resembles the techniques of the alchemist clan from an ancient civilization. Atan's face darkened, her pupils shrinking. Alchemists. Pills. Are you saying an alchemist might be able to cure my master? The man lowered his gaze. Yes, but unfortunately, the art of alchemy is not well developed in the Eastern continent. Furthermore, the alchemy process relies almost entirely on an individual alchemist's experience and intuition. The Tai Yuan medical AI system is of little use, she muttered in a daze. Pills. Her mind flashed back to Van Tuong. This is for the intel you gave me. Take it. It's a pill. You'll need it. Atan pulled out the item, her voice tense. I have some pills here. See if any of them will work. From a card in her hand, she produced a whole pile of pills. The two doctors were absolutely stunned. So many. They picked them up one by one. This vial is a 3-star rejuvenation pill for healing. I don't recognize this one, but it likely boosts cultivation efficiency. This red one can forcefully increase combat power for a short time. Then, one of them spotted something special, a white vial. He quickly uncorked it, sniffed it, and passed it to his colleague. Quick, analyze the components of this white one. This might be the antidote. Tu Nam, his face beat red with confusion, looked at her and asked, Senior Sister Atan, how do you have so many pills? Don't tell me you robbed the Hong Trading Company's pharmacy? Atan affectionately explained. How could I do that? A strange person gave me these pills. The analyzer showed a perfect match between the elemental structure of the pills and the elemental structure of the poison. They joyfully reported the news. It's working. The powder from the white pill can neutralize the elemental toxin we extracted from Senior Zhaoniang's body. Tears of joy streamed down Tu Nam's face. That's great! Does this mean Master is saved? He held the vial, analyzing it with the medical AI. To completely neutralize the toxin in Senior Zhaoniang, they'd need exactly 2.36 of the white pills. These 3 were just enough. Quick, give them to her. They scrambled to prepare the medicine. But Atan stood frozen, lost in thought. Could this really be just a coincidence? Song Yun Xiang. Who are you? His image flashed through her mind once more. A gift to thank you for the intel, he'd said. Take them. They're pills you're going to need. The colorful vials sat neatly on the bed. At the Tai Yuan headquarters, in the audience hall, a door creaked open just enough for one person to enter. A figure in an oversized cloak, arms completely hidden, shuffled inside. He immediately dropped to his knees before Lord High Priestess C. Above him sat a woman in a hooded robe. her face completely obscured. The walls around her were covered with images of Yun Xiang. What's the situation with Zhaoniang? The figure replied, My lady. The doctor administered the pills Atan got from Target 69-1. The strange toxin in Zhaoniang has been stabilized. The woman repeated the code, 69-1. Song Yun Xiang. She brought up a search on her system, revealing Star Soul General Physique Restoration Prime. This must be a technique known only to Times that Times Lord. Her eyes were covered, but her lips moved. Could it be that this ordinary male body has been possessed by him? She stared at the screen. Why not use the vessel I prepared for you? The question echoed in her mind. Have you truly returned? As dusk fell, the sky turned a deep orange. At the Song family mausoleum, Yun Xiang, who was focused on a campfire, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose. Damn it, who's talking trash about me? He was sitting in the Song family cemetery. Yun Xiang sneezed again and again. Jinhua, standing guard, turned to tease him. Heh, maybe some girl is thinking about you. Damu shot him a sharp glare, and Jinhua immediately changed the subject, whistling as if nothing happened. Before Yun Xiang was the joint grave of his father, Song Lang, his mother, Ling Juer, and his grandfather, Song Jingzong. He thought, there are no remains here. As I suspected, it's a cenotaph. Is the old man trying to deceive the world? He reached a hand into the fire, his gaze distant. From the mask, known as the visage of the masses, he knew his parents were no ordinary people. What secrets did they disappear with? A watch beeped. It was Jinhua's. He checked the message, and his face tensed up. He walked over to Yun Xiang to report. Young Master Yun Xiang, we found him. Xunxia, 19 years old, is a street rat from the Yongan city slums. He once served time for grave robbing. Recently, he formed a gang called the White Dragon Gang, naming himself the leader. Their main business is tomb raiding. Yun Xiang asked, where is he now? He looked at him and replied, an abandoned house at number 13, Dog Beating Alley, in the North District. Team 2 already has eyes on him. Yun Xiang left with them. All right, let's go check it out. The campfire flickered and died. At the Song Cemetery's aircraft landing pad, 2 guards were talking. I'm telling you, that Kong Shinshin woman is no good. Ma-san closed his eyes. Young Master Yun Xiang has had a breakthrough. Not only has his soul vein recovered, but his cultivation has soared. There's no need for the Song family to hide his talent by marrying him off to someone like that. The man smoking beside him glanced over. Are you suggesting the young master break the engagement? The old master would never agree to such a dishonorable act. He turned and sighed deeply. Besides, isn't the second master's son, young master Song Yun Rui, in love with that Kong Shinshin? We can just push the engagement onto them. Let that clueless kid take the fall. And speaking of engagements, don't forget the older woman, the third mistress betrothed to the young master years ago. You know the saying, marry a woman 3 years older and you'll hold golden bricks. Marry one 9 years older and you'll have it all. Seeing Yun Xiang's group approach, the man quickly shushed him. Shh, stop talking, the young master is here. The 2 men lined up and bowed. Young Master Yun Xiang. He walked past them and ordered, to Dog Beating Alley in the North District. The aircraft shot into the sky as the full sun dipped below the hazy clouds. They arrived at the North District of Yongan City. By late afternoon, they were at the abandoned house, number 13 in Dog Beating Alley. The place was dilapidated and hadn't been maintained in years. A buck-toothed lackey of Xunxia stood at the door, carrying a sack and sweating profusely. Boss! He called out cheerfully as he ran inside. Boss, we hit the jackpot! Boss, look at this! The hall from Huzi's crew was full of treasures. Inside, a man lounging on a chair shot up, annoyed. Dumbass. What's this boss crap? Call me gang leader. Bucktooth quickly plastered on a smile and opened the bag. Yes, gang leader. He laid everything out in 2 neat rows, grinning proudly. This is amazing stuff. Look at this. Heh. He wiped his sweat, a goofy smile on his face. Boss, I mean gang leader, which ones should we keep? Huzi and the others are waiting at the gate. The man leaned on his knees, thinking. He squinted slightly and picked up a ring he wore as a necklace. Elder Du, please appraise these for me. Which ones are valuable? Top row, 2nd and 3rd from the left. Bottom row, 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Thank you, Elder Du. He turned back, full of confidence, pointing rapidly without even opening his eyes. This one, and this one. Bucktooth was thrilled. Are they all great treasures? Chunxia stood up, a smirk on his face. These are all garbage. We're taking the rest. Tell Huzi that according to White Dragon Gang rules, we'll sell it for him. Our fee is 7%. Plus, they have to cover all the bribes and transportation costs. The lackey broke into a cold sweat and quickly interjected. But gang leader, that means they only get a 3% cut, and they still have to cover shipping. Isn't that? Plus, we're still holding last month's payment. Shunxia cut him off. Less talk. I control the supply chain here. That makes me the boss, and my word is law. With his hands on his hips, he ordered, "Tell them to come back in a month for their money. If they complain, we'll hold it for another month." Bucktooth scrambled away. "Yes, sir." Sun Xia's eyes gleamed. "Wait, give this junk back to him." The lackey stood at attention. "Yes, gang leader." Their every move was being watched from a nearby building. The observers were none other than Yun Xiang and Jinhua. Yun Xiang watched through binoculars while Jinhua marveled, "Young master, this concealment formation is incredible. It doesn't just bend light and block sound, it also hides the movement of soul energy. It's the perfect tool for infiltration and assassination." Yun Xiang called to him, "Jin, let's move closer." Jinhua jumped, startled. "Huh? Any closer? What if they spot us?" They left their position. "It's fine. Follow me." They crept behind a wall, moving stealthily. They found a prime vantage point and peeked over. Shun Xia was lounging with his feet up. "Elder Du, is there anything here that can boost our cultivation quickly?" "No." The two were now right next to him. He spoke casually. "Oh well, can't get lucky every time. But selling this stuff will still net me a few 100,000. Ha ha ha. Thanks, Elder Du." He continued nonchalantly. "If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet you, Elder Du, I wouldn't have come this far so fast." "Elder Du," he asked, "do you really think I can become the host of the Star Soul General, Cao Ren?" The ring replied, "Don't worry. As long as we work together, I can feel the life flame of the Cao Ren host is about to ignite." Yun Xiang stared without blinking. This Sun Xia seemed very different from the Sun Xia he would meet in the future. Wrong. The soul power fluctuations from this Tuan Ha are completely different from the one I know. Wait a second. That ring on his hand. Van Tuang's expression froze. He remembered the image of a powerful man in full armor, with a glowing ring worn on his chest. The soul power radiating from that time's ring belonged to the man he knew. The scene shifts to the Origin Peak Mech Institute's workshop, where machines are running at full capacity. A group of researchers are gathered around a screen. "Director Thang, long time no see, long time no see. Is everyone doing well?" Yes, we are. Did you and your family get out of Origin Peak City safely?" Thang Kim Tui replied from the screen. "We did. We made it to my mother-in-law's. The journey was treacherous, but thankfully, we're all safe." "And how are things at the Mech Institute?" The man on this side glanced at two researchers studying a soul core. "Heh, we're busy as hell. Professor Nam Quach has us working on a special new shipment." The man on the other end was intrigued. "Oh? What kind of shipment are you working on?" "Ah, it seems to be a special commission from the Mech Institute's former director." Tu Nuye stood with her arms crossed, watching intently without blinking. "Dang," Fong addressed her directly. "Miss Secretary, please assure the former director not to worry. Within 3 days, this old master will overcome the technical hurdles of these two robots. After that, mass production will be absolutely no problem." Her eyes sparkled as she watched. Regarding production and output, he frowned slightly. "Rest assured, as long as the material supply chain is stable, we can definitely deliver the full quantity before Master Song's deadline." Dang, Fong turned, his excitement growing. Furthermore, this old master plans to give Master Song a huge surprise. He expertly manipulated the screen. "I was up all night, thinking of a masterpiece that would truly make Master Song's eyes light up." The screen before them split into multiple fragments. It showed a design with both the defense of heavy armor and shields, and the destructive power of cannons and flying swords, plus the mobility of an aerial pack. He pointed a hand towards the machine in front of him. "Tsk, tisk." To call this the final form of the Thuk Ui Vien would be no exaggeration. The machine was an intricate, colossal masterpiece. Ha ha ha. When Master Song sees this, I'm afraid he'll be willing to accept this old master as his direct disciple, no matter what. Tu Nugie looked unimpressed, mustering a weak reply. "It seems very powerful." But she thought to herself, isn't this just slapping all the equipment together, even if it could be assembled? The soul power consumption would be astronomical, wouldn't it? He was practically bursting with pride. "You flatter me, you flatter me." "But," Dang Fong added, crossing his arms in satisfaction, "I feel there's still room for optimization, like here, and the number of shields." The crowd behind him watched in silence, offering no opinions. The man on the call then spoke again to Kim Thwai with an apologetic smile. "Well, we're building something incredible. But Director Thang, you know our rules. I can't reveal the specific details to you." I understand. It's a confidential project, of course," Director Thang laughed. "But no matter what you're forging, you'll still need a steady supply of materials, right? My mother-in-law's family is in the mineral and metal materials business." He stroked his chin. "If you ever have a need, don't worry. We're former colleagues. I'll definitely find a way to prioritize supplying you." The man on the other end was delighted. That would be great, Director Thang. I'll report this to Professor Nam Quach. If we have a need, I'll be sure to contact you. Goodbye for N. Ah, wait. And don't worry about the price. Kim Thui fumbled with the screen. Hey, I'm not finished talking yet. Thom Dai, who was trying to get their child to sleep, looked at him with exhaustion. She covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. Honey, he hurriedly ended the call. It's okay. I'll just contact some old classmates at the Tandu Forge Academy. The child slept on, oblivious to the world. Kim Tui dialed a number. No matter what, he had to land an order. To prove his business skills to his father-in-law, his wife turned her head away, saying nothing. Meanwhile, he had already connected with the other party. Hello? It's me, Ju Thuong. Don't you remember me? As dusk settled over the golden sky, we returned to Pier 13, where Van Thuong and Kim Hoa were hiding. Van Thuong's face was tense, having just received a notification. Young Master Van Thuong. A scout from Division 2 reports that Miss Kong is on her way here. His mind was elsewhere, the sole power from that ring. Asterisk that times is the Tuan Ha, I know. So who is this person in a body identical to Tuan Ha's? He asked absently. Which Miss Kong? His subordinate quickly moved closer. Your fiancée, the young lady of the Kong family, the city lord's daughter, Miss Kong Hin Hin. The name finally registered with him. Huh? Kong Hin Hin? Why is she coming here? Kim Hoa brought up a system to check. She's en route now. She'll pass through 2 more checkpoints before arriving. Van Thuong scoffed. Oh? And how can you be so sure she's coming times here, asterisk? The subordinate paused before answering. I previously picked up some intel. It seems Miss Kong has some private dealings with the White Dragon Gang's leader. Kim Hoa quickly added, Please don't be angry, young master. These are all unconfirmed rumors. Actually, our Division 2 has already infiltrated a few people into the Kong family, so I've started an investigation. Van Thuong gave one last, lingering look. It doesn't matter. We should pull out. The fake Tuan Ha was still peacefully studying the ring. As they left, Van Thuong couldn't help but glance back one more time. That ring is seriously strange. Kim Hoa landed on the ground first, with him right behind. As they walked away, he gave an order. Arrange for some men to keep watch on them. Yes, young Master Van Thuong. He handed the man a card. Inside are 200 Shadow Veil talismans. Give them to the undercover brothers to use. Kim Hoa's eyes went wide with surprise. 200. Shadow Veil talismans? Is that the concealment technique you just used? Van Thuong continued walking as he replied. The effect isn't quite as good. Think of it as a weaker version, but it does have an aura-suppressing effect. It should give them a bit more of an edge. His subordinate was ecstatic. This is a divine tool. 200 of them. We've struck gold. Thank you, young master. I'll go make the arrangements right now. Go on, Van Thuong said. Yes, sir. In an instant, the man vanished. Van Thuong looked up at the sky, a sad look in his eyes. It's getting dark. He put his hands in his pockets, gazing upward. Time to return to the estate and get ready for tonight's banquet. He had arrived at the entrance of the Anhao estate, the site of the Song family's outer court banquet hall. A crimson aircraft landed smoothly, its engines creating a powerful downdraft. A pair of red high heels stepped out. A woman dressed head to toe in fiery red made her entrance. 3 people were already waiting at the door. The woman in the purple dress was Tong Van Tu, 24 years old. She was the eldest daughter of second uncle Tong Ba and Song Yunxiang's cousin. She's in charge of the Song family's external investments, a sharp-witted strategist who dislikes cultivation, only at the early Xuan stage. She fanned herself upon seeing the newcomer. Well, if it isn't Big Sister Van Cam, what made you leave your busy military duties just to attend a normal family dinner? Don't tell me you blew through your budget and came home for a free meal? Haha. The young man beside her was Tong Van Thui, 17 years old, son of second uncle Tong Ba, and another of Song Yunxiang's cousins, at the mid-Xuan stage. The old man was Tong Tui, the head butler of the Song estate's West Court. The woman with the stunning figure and hair covering one eye was Tong Van Cam, 26 years old, the eldest daughter of first uncle Tong Than, and the eldest of the Song family's 3rd generation. She built the all-female Crimson Loan Army and serves as its commander. She's at the early Earth stage. She narrowed her eyes, letting out a soft humph. The scene then cuts to Song Yunxiang's residence, the main building of the Song estate's East Court. 2 lines of servants stood ready to greet him as he walked in with his 2 maids. Van Thuong adjusted his cuffs with a stern expression, while the 2 girls behind him were all smiles. Tong Mu and the others clasped their hands in unison. Young Master Van Thuong, he changed direction, heading for the banquet hall in the outer court. Yes, at the hall, everyone was already seated at the grand table. Tong Kin Trung, the current patriarch of the Song family, stroked his beard and asked, Has the eldest not arrived? An older woman with salt and pepper hair spoke up. This was First Aunt, Madame Ha, 46 years old, the the wife of first uncle Tong Than. She came from the prestigious Ha family of Trung Shao. She was the daughter of the Marquis of Wei Din and the mother of Tong Van Cam and Tong Van Koi. She answered sorrowfully, "Father, Tong Than said he's too busy with military affairs to make it. He'll return when he gets leave at the end of the month." He waved his hand dismissively while pouring tea. "Fine, fine. And where is the second son?" The woman in lavish clothes was second aunt, Madame Trin, 40 years old, wife of second uncle Tong Ba. She hailed from the Trin family, one of the three great financial powers of the Tandu nation. A renowned beauty in her youth, she was the mother of Tong Van Tu and Tong Van Tui. She looked at Qin Trung, frowning slightly. "Father, Tong Ba said he had a social gathering to attend tonight." He glanced over, his eyes half closed. "A social gathering?" His eyes flashed open, narrowing sharply. "With whom?" She lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering. He didn't say. Qin Trung slammed his teacup down on the table. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face twisted with fury. "To hell with courtesy. Drag that punk back here this instant." The youngest one with the short hair is Zhao Yiniang, 34 years old. She's one of second Uncle Songba's concubines from a family of healers, and she manages all his pharmaceutical businesses. She spoke up. "Marquis, please calm your anger. Our husband and son said an envoy from the Zhang family in Zhangzhou arrived. They say it's about a huge business deal." He just scoffed. "The Zhang family of Zhangzhou? They're nothing but new money." She continued, "But this time, it's about the Zhang family's succession war. They're apparently willing to pay a massive price for our support. My husband said he'll end the meeting quickly and come home soon." "Marquise, young Master Yun Xiang has arrived." Just then, Yun Xiang walked in with a smile. "Grandfather, greetings, first aunt, second aunt, and hello to you both." Jingzong nodded. "You're here, have a seat." Lady Cheng crossed her arms, annoyed. Chu Yiniang, 33 years old, another of second Uncle Songba's concubines, was once a handmaiden in the East Courtyard. She handled Songba's daily life and was a huge fan of the third mistress, always trying to copy her style. She's the mother of Song Yunhua, the youngest girl of the third generation. She shot up with a beaming smile, pulling out a chair. "Yun Xiang, come sit over here. You seem to have gotten taller. Has the food at the Martial Arts Academy been good?" He smiled back. "It's been great. Thank you, Aunt Chu." He thought to himself, Aunt Chu, another of second uncle's concubines, but she seems different from the others. She's always been genuinely kind to me. I heard she used to be a maid here in the capital. I wonder if that's why. Jingzong pointed. "Yun Xiang, come sit over here." Yun Xiang, who had just sat down, immediately got back up. "Yes, sir." "Oh, second uncle." The man just gave him a warm, dismissive wave. "It's nothing. Just come on over." As he moved, Yin Yang's nose twitched. Such a strong scent of alchemy pills. She smiled at him, starting a conversation. "Are you carrying something special on you, Yun Xiang? That potent aroma. Could it be a 2-star pill? No. It must be 3-star or higher, right?" He gave a gentle laugh. "You have a sharp nose, Aunt Zhao. They are indeed alchemy pills." He thought, Aunt Zhao, another one of second uncle's concubines. I heard she used to be his secretary, from a family of healers. She knows the basics of alchemy and manages the Song family's pharmaceutical business for him. Yun Xiang turned to his grandfather. "Is second uncle not coming?" Lady Cheng cut in, her arms still crossed. "Your second uncle is busy. He can't make it." He replied with a flat, "Oh." Yun Xiang sighed internally. "Second uncle Song Ba. He manages all the family's worldly businesses. He's a hardcore realist who only cares about what's useful. He always looked down on the old, useless me. I can just sit down? In that case, I won't be polite." He looked at her, his eyes tinged with sadness. This second aunt is also a pragmatist, seeing only profit. But thankfully, even though they're obsessed with benefits, they do have their limits. Even if the family were to face ruin, they would ultimately put the collective interest and honor of the Song family first. On a side note, I heard this second aunt was a great beauty in her youth. But I guess her figure or personality wasn't second uncle's type, because he never favored her. He then looked across the room and noticed another empty spot. Huh? First uncle's seat is also empty. He turned to Lady He. First aunt." She smiled. What is it, Yun Xiang? "Is first uncle not coming tonight either?" She explained gently. "You know your first uncle leads the Iron Soul Army, guarding the Southern Wasteland's Great Wall. He can't leave his post so easily. I hope you can understand." But her words barely registered in his mind. However, Yunjin made a special trip, leaving her military duties behind, and Yunchi will be here after class. It's better for you young people to be together. If there's anything you don't understand from your lessons, you can always ask your sister Yunjin. His mind conjured an image of his first uncle, Song Qing, a stubborn and righteous soldier. He was one of those generals who put the nation's people above his own family's interests. Naturally, he used to despise the spoiled brat he once was. In his previous life, he remembered his uncle's cultivation being at the peak of the Earth realm, but thinking back now, he was probably just hiding his true power from everyone. First aunt was the same. She came from the He family of the Whiting Marquisate, an entire clan of loyal patriots. Too bad she's a bit of a traditionalist, always obsessed with appearances and rules. She loved to lecture me when I was a kid. I heard they were classmates at the academy in the capital. A school romance. Heh. He let out an awkward laugh. Yes, first aunt. If I have any questions, I will definitely ask Sister Yunjin. At that very moment, a boisterous voice filled the room. Yo, everyone's here pretty early. The boy dressed in hip-hop style was Song Yunxiang, 16 years old, at the early stage of the Earth realm. He was first Uncle Song Qing's son and Yun Xiang's cousin, a gifted kid who loved to slack off and fight. Grandpa, I'm here! With him was Song Tu, the head butler of the North Courtyard, also an early Earth realm master. Lady He sighed in exasperation. Yun Qi, what on earth is that outfit? Didn't I tell you to go home and change into something proper? He slung an arm around his mother's neck playfully. Heh. Come on, Mom, I came straight here from the academy. I didn't even have time to swing by the North Courtyard. She was mostly helpless against him. This child, Jingzong waved his hand. It's fine. It's just a family dinner to welcome Yun Xiang home. No need for all that formality. Yunqi immediately straightened up and called out, Yo, if it isn't little Xiang! Hello. Yun Xiang crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Have some respect. Shouldn't you be calling me Big Brother? He closed his eyes. Song Yunqi, the only son of my first uncle, Song Qing, a young genius with extraordinary talent. He broke through to the Earth realm before he was 16 without even trying that hard. This also made him incredibly arrogant, looking down on everyone else. But at his core, he was a good kid. In the beast tide of his past life, he and a few other youths made a last stand to defend the city, covering the citizens' retreat. In the end, he fought until he died from exhaustion. You're just an early-stage Earth realm master, and you're already that cocky? You want me to call you Big Brother? Fine. I will, as soon as your cultivation level is higher than mine. In one fluid motion, Yun Xiang stood up, laughing. Haha. The taunts continued. You've been stuck at the early yellow realm for years. After a whole year at the academy, I wonder if you even reached the mid-yellow realm. Just then, glowing particles of light began to swirl around Yun Xiang. He stood there defiantly, hands in his pockets, letting the chaos unfold. Yunqi's jaw hit the floor. What? An Earth realm aura? How is that possible? The ladies also broke into a cold sweat. An Earth realm aura? What? Earth realm? Zhao Yinyang shot to her feet. That smell of pills from earlier. Only Chu Yinyang remained calm. Yun Xiang broke through to the Earth realm? That's wonderful. I knew it, she thought to herself. I knew it all along. He truly is his son. Yunqi couldn't stop stammering. How is this possible? You actually broke through to the Earth realm. You're not a, My soul vein is circulating normally. Yunqi was trembling from head to toe. Yun Xiang just smiled. So? How about it? Let's hear you call me Big Brother. Yunqi cleared his throat awkwardly. No! I already said it. I'll call you brother when your realm is higher than mine. Right now, you're just an early-stage Earth realm master, same as me. But I'm 2 years younger, so the #1 genius of the Song family is still me. Yun Xiang opened the pill box, took one out, and without hesitation, popped it into his mouth. Seeing the flare of light in front of him, his cousin jumped back in shock. What is that? This is the aura of a breakthrough. Song Yunqi's face lit up with glee. He latched onto Song Yunxiang's leg, his voice full of flattery. Brother, from this day forward, you are my one and only big brother. Yun Xiang looked down at him, exasperated. Hey, you change your tune pretty fast, don't you? Yunqi's eyes were practically sparkling as he stared, drooling at the pills in his brother's hand. Forget brother. If you wanted me to call you grandpa, that's not off the table either. Just then, bam, Song Jingzong smacked him hard on the head. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Get up this instant! But even so, he wouldn't give up. He scrambled right onto Yun Xiang's back, whispering in his ear, Brother, my dearest brother, come on, you got any of those pills you can spare for your little bro to try? Lady He, Lady Cheng, and Chu Yinyang all sighed, completely fed up with his behavior. Suddenly, Zhao Yinyang seemed to realize something. Staring at the bottle in Yun Xiang's hand, she asked curiously, Yun Xiang, that bottle in your hand, could that be? The legendary 5-star pill, the Earth Spirit pill, Lady Cheng asked, jolting in her seat. A 5-star pill? How is that even possible? Lady Zhu shot up as well, her voice filled with disbelief. A treasure like that? I doubt even the imperial family of Tandu has many of those. Old man Jingzong chuckled inwardly. Heh, and just like that, you're all stunned. Truly a sheltered bunch. Lady He frowned in deep thought. A 5-star pill? Is it really a 5-star pill? I heard even the entire Weiting Marquis estate only has one, and it was passed down from 400 years ago. Lady Cheng was already running calculations. She'd heard the Hong Chamber of Commerce had recently caught the eye of some great Dan master. A few days ago, they auctioned off a batch of 3-star pills, and their revenue multiplied several times over. This kid, Yun Xiang, her nephew. The value of that bottle in his hands was likely immeasurable. He didn't try to hide it, stating the truth plainly. Auntie Zhao, you have a sharp eye, as expected of someone from a family of medicinal masters. That's right, this is indeed the 5-star pill, the Earth Spirit pill. She responded with excitement. I've seen it described in the ancient texts passed down by my ancestors. The 5-star Earth Spirit pill can raise an Earth rank powerhouse by one minor realm with absolutely no side effects, he continued. Correct. But unfortunately, it's only effective the very first time it's used. Old man Jingzhong sipped his tea leisurely, thinking, this bottle of Earth Spirit pills can elevate the core strength of our Song family to a whole new level. Even though I already saw Yunxiang's pills over at Third Brother's place and steeled myself for the shock, it seems this old man's composure still needs more training. Lady He's gaze sharpened as she assessed the situation. Although it's 5-star, the Earth Spirit pill in Yunxiang's hand is just a cultivation support pill. If it were a combat-type pill, it would be legendary enough to become the ultimate treasure of a first-tier family, even if Brother Qing doesn't need one. If I could get one for Jinner and Chier, what's a little loss of face for a mother like me? But, while we've never treated Yunxiang badly over the years, we were never particularly fond of him either. If I'm too enthusiastic now, won't I be seen as a petty person, fawning over him just for profit? He'll surely look down on me. Before she could think further, Lady Cheng made her move. She grabbed Yunxiang's sleeve, coaxing him relentlessly. Nephew Yunxiang, come, sit down and talk, she thought to herself. He who strikes first wins. He smoothed his clothes and replied politely, yes, thank you, second aunt. Lady he stood by with a friendly smile, but a storm was raging in her heart. How could I let this nouveau riche woman beat me to it? She kept her gentle tone. Chier, you were just being rude and reckless. Hurry up and pour some tea to apologize to your cousin Yunxiang. Suddenly, the table trembled. Yunqi flipped over a few times, using his own flashy skills to gracefully bring a teapot before Yunxiang. Old man Jingzong's face darkened, but the boy didn't care. Speaking earnestly, brother, my dear brother, please have some tea. I was just being foolish earlier. It was all a joke. Please don't take it to heart. He sighed and patted the boy's shoulder. All right. I'll be watching your performance these next few days. If you do well, I won't hold it against you and I'll give you a push. He thought to himself. Maybe I should just take this kid in. Whatever. His talent isn't bad. I'll just help him temper his foundation and break through to the heaven rank. That should be enough. The boy beamed. Thank you, brother, he replied. Okay, go back to your seat. Just then, footsteps echoed from the hallway. Grandfather, we've arrived. Song Yunxiu and Song Yunrui walked in, and she clasped her hands respectfully. Grandfather, we're here. Greetings, grandfather. Greetings, mother, first aunt, and second aunt. Her eyes darted to the seating arrangement, and a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. That's strange. Why is that piece of trash sitting in father's seat? No, grandfather may favor him, but not enough to change my mother's attitude. Knowing my mother's profit-first personality. ASPI. For her to be so polite to him. No, this is beyond polite. She's practically fawning over Song Yun Xiang. But Song Yunrui arrogantly shouted, is that a seat you deserve to sit in? Get up for me. She quickly clamped a hand over her brother's mouth, thinking, you idiot, can't you read the room? She tried to smooth things over. It's nothing. Song Yunrui is just in a bad mood today. Cousin Yunxiang. Please don't mind him. All he could do was let out a muffled sound. He replied just as politely. Cousin Yunxiu, it's been a long time. He recalled his memories of her, Song Yunxiu, number 2 of the Song family's 3rd generation, second uncle's eldest daughter, dislikes cultivation, but has a sharp mind. A bit greedy, but she's a survivor who knows when to advance and when to retreat, a true vixen, unlike the fool next to her. Song Yunrui, second uncle's son, number 4 of the 3rd generation. His talent is second only to Yunqi's, but his personality is extremely arrogant. He's desperate to get stronger, working tirelessly to maintain his image as a genius. Unfortunately, he's a sycophant for that woman, Kong Xinshin, and because of her, we've never seen eye to eye. He was also the only member of the Song family to luckily survive this generation's great beast tide. 3 years from now, in the decisive battle at Tiandu City, the blood-armored guard will be completely annihilated. After my master's death, I was protected by the Empress and drifted to the Shishui nation. In the capital of Chengdu, I met Song Yunrui again. He once told me, Even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will kill him. That damn bastard. If it weren't for him, my Song family wouldn't have been wiped out in the beast tide. You just stay here and serve the Empress. It's for the best. I'll come back to visit you when I have the chance. He thought back. At that time, it seemed he was hunting someone down. Our meeting was unexpected, and we parted ways in a hurry. By then, we had already reconciled our differences. Wait a minute. The person he was hunting all those years. The bastard he spoke of. Could it be related to the upcoming beast tide? Could there be a traitor within the direct bloodline of the Song family? Just then, another person appeared. Grandfather, mother, second aunt, cousin Yun Xiang. Song Yunjin thought with a frown, if I hadn't seen the report from the Crimson Luan army, I would never believe the hero of Yuanding City was this kid. To face a god-rank beast and remain calm under pressure, leading them all to a safe retreat. There's more to this kid than meets the eye. Yun Xiang clasped his hands and greeted her. Greetings, eldest sister. He recalled his memories of her. Song Yunjin, first Uncle Song Qing's only daughter, the eldest sister of the third generation. Even with the family's backing, building up the all-female Crimson Luan army required true skill. In my memory, she was always stressing about funding. The upbringing she had made her fixated on money. This constant worry made her seem very anxious. Suddenly, he spoke up. That's right. Thank you, eldest sister Yunjin, for specially sending the airship to pick me up. She didn't expect him to say that and was slightly taken aback, but she quickly composed herself. It was nothing. It was all grandfather's idea. The old man stroked his beard, pleased. Jinner made good arrangements. Bring me the invoice for this trip and I will reimburse you. At this, Song Yun Xiang spoke up sarcastically. I knew it. What could possibly make eldest sister come back for dinner? Turns out she's here to settle the bill with grandfather. She fanned herself, thinking smugly. Didn't eldest sister used to look down on Song Yunxiang's conduct the most? Now even her attitude is so polite. It seems my judgment was correct. This Song Yunxiang has definitely made something of himself. He said, Grandfather, how about I cover this expense? The old man didn't refuse. That's fine too. I heard you've made a huge fortune recently. A few million shouldn't be a big deal for you. He scratched his head, replying sheepishly, Haha, not at all. Using money to make money is true business. The money I have was all earned through hard labor. He sighed inwardly. Money earned is never as fast as money spent. I've only got a few tens of millions left. Suddenly, he sensed something. More people are arriving. An announcement came from outside. The Marquis, the Fourth Master, and Miss Shi have arrived. Song Shi, 28 years old, the old Marquis's adopted daughter, supervisor of the Yongan Mecha Reserve Team, early stage Earth rank. Song Huo, head steward of the South Courtyard. Song Shang, 38 years old, early stage Xuan rank. The Song family's fourth master and lord of the South Courtyard. A man skilled in neither martial arts nor literature, who only knows how to eat. He was a simple guy, always living in the shadow of his three older brothers. He and the old Song Yun Xiang were two peas in a pod when it came to partying. Three of them bowed respectfully. First sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. Spotting familiar faces, Yun Xiang decided to break the ice. Hey, fourth uncle, youngest aunt, it's been a while. His uncle strode over, clapping him on the back. Yun Xiang, ha ha, you're finally back. Your fourth uncle missed you like crazy. He suddenly leaned in, whispering in his ear. Later tonight, call up old Ma. It's on me. We're going out for a few drinks. Yun Xiang reluctantly agreed. Yeah, we'll talk later. He couldn't help but wonder, is my initial Xuan core stage really this weak, or am I just overthinking things? In the banquet hall of the Song family's central courtyard, old Master Song Jingzong looked over the table. Is everyone here? Someone go get the two girls, Yun Zhao and Yun Hua, for me. One of the attendants immediately replied, Yes, sir. Fourth uncle pointed to the empty seat next to him. Yun Xiang, come sit over here with me. But he politely refused. It's all right, fourth uncle. I'll sit next to Grandpa. Can we talk privately later? The old master nodded, understanding completely. I get it. Go back to your seat. Yun Xiang couldn't help but think about his fourth uncle, Song Shang, master of the South Courtyard, and Song Yu, Grandpa's youngest son. He remembered a rumor that his uncle was born from Grandpa's second wife. His talent was way worse than his three older brothers. He was almost 40 years old and still stuck at the initial Xuan core stage. His status in the Song family was probably even lower than my own in my past life. Song Shi waved at him. Yun Xiang, long time no see. She seemed momentarily shocked. What? But she quickly composed herself and continued. You seem to have gotten taller. She was secretly trying to gauge his power level. How is this possible? Could he have already surpassed me? He waved back with a smile. Ha, long time no see, youngest aunt. You're looking more beautiful than ever. He remembered that his youngest aunt, Song Shi, was his grandfather's adopted daughter. In his past life, he never bothered with her background. All he knew was that she was a teacher in the prep class who got promoted to cultivation manager. She was a genuine initial Earth rank master. Reaching the initial Earth rank before turning 30 wasn't bad at all. At least, she was way stronger than most instructors at the martial arts hall. But if none of them are the problem, then who was the inside traitor that Song Yunxiang hinted at all those years ago? I wonder if this brat has any clue who the bastard he's running his mouth about really is. Maybe I should just create an opening and test him. Suddenly, a small voice called out to him, "Brother Yunxiang?" He barely turned, letting out a simple humph. The next second, Yunhua launched herself at him, exclaiming happily, "Brother Yunxiang, you're finally back. When you're gone, there's no one to take me out for good food." He gently patted her head. "It's been a while, Huayer. Why haven't you grown at all? You're still so tiny." The little girl quickly shot back. "Huayer doesn't want to grow up. Being a kid means you can get whatever you want. Isn't that great? Grown-ups have way too many rules." This was Song Yunhua, 7 years old, the third daughter of his second uncle. Hearing her logic, he laughed. Right. You're a clever little devil," he thought to himself. Yunhua, the youngest girl in the family. The daughter of my second uncle and Auntie Zhu, is probably the sibling I'm closest to in the entire third generation of the Song family. Just then, he looked over as another girl greeted him. "Hello, brother." She was Song Yun Xiang, 13 years old, the second daughter of second uncle Song Ba, born to concubine Zhao. He forced a smile and greeted her back. "Ah, hey, Yun Zhao." The situation felt a little awkward. Back in the day, concubine Zhao used Yun Zhao to climb the ladder, going straight from being his second uncle's secretary to a wife. I don't really talk to Yun Zhao much. She's the quiet, reserved type. Exactly the kind of person I'm not good at dealing with. Old Master Jingzhong's voice boomed. "Everyone, take your seats. Stop standing around. Sit down and talk." Yunxiang leaned down and asked little Huaer, "Do you want to sit here with me?" She answered without a second of hesitation. No way. I'm sitting with my mom. That's fine. This isn't a good seat. Every time we eat, whoever sits here gets a huge lecture from Grandpa." Her answer made him burst out laughing. Ha, what a clever little imp," the old master began to speak. "All right, now that everyone's here, bring out the wine. Let's raise our glasses. The first toast is to celebrate." Before he could finish, Yunqi jumped in, shouting, "Brother Yunxiang, let me pour you a drink." Everyone at the table was stunned by his sudden enthusiasm. They all muttered, that kid has always been so arrogant. He never even paid attention to his two older brothers, Yunxiang and Song Yunrui. Why is he suddenly sucking up to Yunxiang like this? Just then, a man named Da Mu spoke up. "Marquis, please wait a moment." The old man looked startled. What is it?" The man quickly explained. "Weren't you also expecting guests from the Kong family?" Hearing this, the old master finally realized. "Ah, that's right. I did invite them to join the feast. I was so happy I completely forgot about them. In that case, this round doesn't count. I'll take a penalty drink myself." Damu spoke again. "Then I'll go and hurry them along." But Song Jingzong waved his hand. "Forget it. Don't rush that punk Kong fan. At the end of the day, he's a city lord, a loyal dog of the imperial court. We still have to show him some respect. Waiting a little longer is fine." Hearing this name, Song Yunrui's face lit up. He turned to his sister and asked, "Sister, are City Lord Kong and Miss Xin really coming to our house tonight?" Yunxiu looked at her brother with exhaustion. "Hey, I'm telling you, don't be so desperate. Kong Xingxin is engaged to Song Yun Xiang, which makes her your future sister-in-law." But her words went in one ear and out the other. He replied shamelessly, "Don't worry, Miss Xinxin would never fall for that good-for-nothing. Just wait until I break through to the Earth rank. I'll prove that I'm the #1 genius of the Song family. Then, I'll ask Grandpa to change the engagement partner to me. A useless playboy with no parents versus a genius teenager who's the heir to the Song family fortune. I'm sure City Lord Kong knows which is the better choice." She replied with open disgust. "I really don't understand why all of you guys are so obsessed with Kong Xingxin. I can tell she's a total green tea snake with just one look." Unable to stand her criticism, he scowled. "Sister." Music. "Don't talk like that. You don't know Miss Xinxin that well. Don't judge people with such prejudice." Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and stared at her. "Wait a second. You're not just jealous that Miss Xinxin is more popular than you, are you? But it's true. Miss Xinxin has more class than you, is gentler than you, and she has a way better body than you." At that, his sister looked down at her own flat chest. Her head felt like it was about to explode. She rolled up her sleeves, fuming, and screamed, Song Yunrui, are you asking for a death wish?" Seeing the chaos erupt, concubine Zhao covered her face in shame and yelled, "You too! Watch yourselves!" She quickly turned to the old master. "My apologies, father, But Song Yunri couldn't care less. He bolted outside, shouting over his shoulder, "Grandpa, I'm taking Song Rui to the main gate to greet City Lord Kong's group. Song Rui, follow me," the old man replied calmly. "Very well." Concubine Zhao yelled after them, "Hey, you get back here!" But the old master intervened. "It's all right. Let them be." Just then, Qing Dai entered and walked over to Song Yun Xiang's side. "Young Master Yun Xiang, Team Leader Ma has returned. He wishes to report to you and the Marquis. He's already waiting in the side room," Yun Xiang quietly called out. "Grandpa," Jingzong responded calmly. "I heard. Let's go." He immediately stood up and announced, "We have something to discuss. You all stay here and chat for a bit." He didn't forget to tell Damu, "You come as well." Damu quickly replied, "Yes, Marquis." Yunqi stared after the three of them, muttering curiously, "What are they up to?" In the side room, as the three of them entered, Qing Dai quickly shut the door, leaving a nosy Yunqi staring from the outside, completely bewildered. Two assistants saw them and bowed their heads. "Young Master Yun Xiang, Marquise," the old master replied, "No need for formalities. Give us the report." Ma Jinhua pulled out a stack of photos he had collected. "These are pictures we secretly took. The photos were all of Xin and a man named Junxia, looking way too lovey-dovey." The sight made a cold sweat break out on his forehead. The man continued his report. "According to our spies planted in the Kong family, the old master of the Kong family has broken through to the heaven rank, and he plans to have Junxia marry into their family. They intend to break off your engagement in front of everyone at tonight's party." The old master of the Kong family even arrogantly declared that he wants to make a move against the Song family. Just a little while ago, Kong Xin led the city lord and the old master to secretly meet with Junxia. Our people managed to record their conversation. He pressed a button, and a whiny voice filled the room. "Brother Junxia, tonight I'm going to the Song family's house, and I'm going to cancel my engagement with that useless playboy." A man's voice replied, "Don't worry, my dearest Xingxin. Forget about me marrying into the Kong family. For you, I would give up my life." Everyone in the room was completely stunned. The cringe alone was enough to give them all goosebumps. Van Tuong spoke hesitantly. "Huh? So the Kong family's confidence comes from their old man breaking through to the heaven tier?" Elder Song stroked his precious beard, annoyed. "What kind of joke is that? They want to make a move on our Song family? Are they trying to make me laugh myself to death? Van Tuong, what's your plan? If you want to keep this engagement, our Song family isn't afraid to reveal a few trump cards." He raised a hand to stop him, speaking bluntly. "Forget the engagement. I have zero interest. Just cancel it, and there's no need to reveal the Song family's trump cards." But the old man had other ideas. "They're stepping all over our faces. We can't let that slide. We won't show our trump cards, but we can play a few new ones. A Sa, a Kim, a Dai." Hearing their names, the three guards froze for a second before quickly responding. "We are here!" He held up a medicine bottle with a grin. "Right now, I'm going to make you three break through to the heaven tier. Let's see just how tough that old Kong geezer really is." Outside in the Song Estate's main hall, while everyone sat quietly, Van Koi was pressing his ear against the door, curious about what was happening inside. He thought, "Weird. I can't hear a thing. Not even a ripple of soul power." Suddenly, someone pinched his ear. He cried out in pain, "Ow, ow, ow!" Van Cam scolded him sternly. "What kind of behavior is this? Sit down properly." Her hand didn't let go, and his face twisted in pain as he begged, "Sis, it hurts, it hurts. Let go." Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the side room, shaking the entire main hall. Van Cam froze and asked her brother, "Did you feel that?" The sound was faint, but that was the fluctuation of a heaven tier breakthrough, wasn't it? He nodded quickly. "Yeah, definitely. There's no mistaking it." She immediately covered his mouth and gestured for him to be quiet. Shh. Unable to breathe, his face quickly turned pale. Van Tu, who had been silently observing them, was doing some calculations. That felt like a soul power surge, and from the look on their faces, it must be something huge. Too bad my cultivation is too low to sense it clearly. But I think I smell the scent of money. Song Teach felt it too. She stared at the door in shock, thinking, that heaven tier aura, it doesn't feel like grandma's. Seeing her distracted, Song Thuong, who had been happily eating, turned to ask, little sis, are you okay?" She quickly composed herself and replied, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Van Koi was buzzing with excitement. "I knew it! Brother Van Tuong had some good stuff up his sleeve. This heaven tier breakthrough, it has to be his doing." Hearing this, Van Cam was confused. "What are you talking about?" Seeing his sister's blank expression, he ran over and whispered, "Sis, you don't know, do you? Before you guys arrived, Brother Van Tuong ate a pill right in front of us and jumped from the early Earth tier straight to the mid-Earth tier." Her jaw dropped. "What?" "An Earth spirit pill. That treasure." He puffed out his chest. "Heh, I was smart. I knew what was up instantly." I dropped to my knees and called him Big Brother right away. It was a brilliant move. Brother Van Tuong said if I behave well for the next few days, he'll give me one too. From now on, Brother Van Tuong is my real brother. Sis, you should call him brother too. One Earth Spirit pill. That's 2 or 3 years of hard training saved. Her mind was in turmoil. Foolish. So foolish. I thought Van Tuong had made some huge progress, but I can't believe he just ate it himself to win an argument with me. It's just saving 2 or 3 years of cultivation. If he'd sold that pill, it would have covered several months of expenses for my Crimson Phoenix army. What a waste. Suddenly, she remembered something. Wait, what did you just say? He mumbled his previous words again. I said you should call him brother too. Van Cam grabbed his shoulders and shook him frantically. You're telling me he has more than one of those rare treasure pills? Song Van Tuong. He doesn't just have one? He was dizzy from the shaking but answered honestly. He just casually pulled out a bottle earlier. I didn't count, but there must have been over a dozen pills inside. She repeated in disbelief. Over a dozen. Van Tu, still watching them, grew suspicious at their strange behavior. Why do those two from the North Branch look so freaked out? Did they figure something out? Mom seemed to know something too. I'll have to ask her about it later. Van Cam, realizing she'd lost her cool, cleared her throat and tried to compose herself. Song Van Cam, get a grip. Calm down. You're the eldest sister of the Song family's 3rd generation, commander of the 800 female generals of the Crimson Phoenix Army. So what if it's just a dozen priceless 5-star pills? I absolutely cannot look like some country bumpkin in front of my younger siblings. Absolutely not. Phew! She took a deep breath, but suddenly another wave of heaven-tier aura blasted out, cracking a vase on the table. Van Cam stumbled and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Ah! Another heaven-tier! Beside her, Van Koi's face was pale with shock. 3 heaven-tier auras! Sis, do you think if I had been shameless and followed him inside, I'd be a heaven-tier master by now too? Back in the side hall, Van Tuong spoke. Well, it was a formation I set up in a hurry. It could only handle 3 heaven-tier breakthroughs before collapsing. Old Man Song witnessed the scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. I can't believe this kid's skill with formations is just as insane as his alchemy. Do you have any idea how much money it costs to hire a formation master to set up even a single-use barrier like this? Dai Mu spoke with some shame. I thought young Master Van Tuong was joking. I never imagined he could really use external force to push the 3 of us to the heaven tier. Van Tuong walked over to them. Thundai, how do you feel now? She sensed the heaven tier power in her body, speaking in disbelief. I just broke through to the heaven tier. Just like that? It's unbelievable, young master. This was too fast. This is Thon Dai, a member of the Song family's Shadow Guard Team 3, early heaven tier. He continued, fast? You were the one who took the most effort. Those 2 were already at the peak of the earth tier, so they only needed 1 barrier-breaking pill each. You were only at the early earth tier. Pushing you up to heaven tier cost me 5% of my resources. She knelt on one knee respectfully. Master, Thun Dai is a death soldier of the Song family. This life and this body have always belonged to you. Thun Dai can never repay the master's kindness. From this day forward, I vow to be the sword in your hand. He was pleased and used a purification talisman. Good, rise. He thought, Thon Dai's natural talent is limited. Forcibly pushing her to the heaven tier wasn't a total loss. Immediately, a formation appeared, and a ball of water enveloped her. Stunned, she looked around at herself. Seeing her completely cleansed, he nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Clean like this, you finally look like the head maid of the Song family's east courtyard. She bowed her head. Thank you, young Master Van Tuong. He then turned to the other 2. Have you both stabilized your realms? They both knelt. Thank you, young Master Van Tuong. We are stable. One was Cao Kai Ka, leader of Shadow Guard Team 1, early heaven tier. The other was Ma Kim Hoa, leader of Shadow Guard Team 2, early heaven tier. Cao Kai Ka felt the power in his hands. So this is the strength of the heaven tier? It's incredible. I really want to form my astral soul and find someone for a good fight. Meanwhile, Ma Kim Hoa was already gleefully flying around the room, chirping, haha, this is amazing. Walking on air. So this is what it feels like. It's awesome. The main character looked at the 2 of them helplessly and chuckled. Hey, you 2, don't show off too much, he thought to himself. Heaven tier is just the shell. The saint tier is the real beginning. With their potential, reaching the saint tier shouldn't be a problem after some slow grinding. Just then, Kim Hoa suddenly said, I think I can suddenly feel the soul power in my body connecting to somewhere in the sky. Kai Ka heard this and asked in surprise, Huh? Really? Why can't I feel anything? Van Tuong hadn't expected this. He stared at him, thinking, the star web. A Kim can actually sense the existence of the star web. It seems he has a high talent for spiritual sense perception. I should consider getting him a sensor-enhanced mecha in the future. As for Asia, he seems to be a pure power type. Elder Song explained, "Your feeling is correct. That is the heavenly Tao." Kim Hoa was stunned. So that's it. That's the heavenly Tao. The legends were true. Soul power really originates from the will of the heavenly Tao. The old man shot him a quick wink, and he instantly got the message. It was clear Grandpa was afraid he'd blurt out something about a love web. This concept of the heavenly Tao was common knowledge among the top sects. After all, something most saint-level and a few heaven-level masters could sense. A fiery subordinate looked at him, his spirit burning. "Young Master Yun Xiang, what are my orders? Should Ah Jin and I go pick a fight with one of the Kong family's heaven-level masters to get things started?" He rubbed his hands together and replied, "No, that's not it. It's too soon to push our conflict with the Kongs to the breaking point. My original plan was for you three to put on a show of force, to intimidate the old man of the Kong family. A gentle, low-key resolution is our best bet." Hearing this, Jinhua immediately raised her hand with an idea. "I've got a plan. How about Brother Kaisi and I change into the uniforms of the East Courtyard's gatekeepers? Then, Sister Qing Dai, as the head maid, can lead us to welcome the Kong family's esteemed guests." After a moment of surprise, Yunxiang clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. Not bad at all. You've got a bright future ahead of you." "Ha ha." The two of them beamed at each other. Daimu turned to the Marquise, questioning the move. "Is it wise to reveal our strength like this?" The old man just smirked. "It's fine. This is actually perfect. The Song family has laid low for over a decade. It's about time we showed these punks a few of our tricks. How can you tell who can piss farther if you don't make them drop their pants?" Hearing such crude words, Daimu had to intervene. "Ahem, Marquise, please, watch your language." Outside the main gate of the Song estate, Song Shui looked up at the sky and announced, "Young Master Song Yunrui, I believe that's the Kong family's airship." A smile spread across Song Yunrui's face. "Yes, that's it. Prepare to welcome our honored guests from the Kong family." Suddenly, a powerful aura washed over them. The two men spun around, startled. "Who's there?" Song Yunrui recognized the sign instantly. Walking on air, a heaven-level powerhouse. Song Shui noticed something was off. Young Master, their clothes. They look like the gatekeepers from the East Courtyard. Not long before, aboard the Kong family's airship, Hin Hin covered her face with her hands, looking shyly at Kong Zheng. "Grandpa, what do you think of Brother Jungxia? Compared to a lazy, gluttonous rich kid like Song Yun Xiang, he's far more outstanding, right?" The old man leaned back leisurely. While you and the boy were talking, your father and I observed him from behind. Though he comes from a poor background, he carries a heroic and extraordinary spirit in his eyes. He truly is a hidden gem. I've met that Song family boy a few times. Setting aside his flawed spiritual veins, his temperament alone doesn't even compare to this young man. Hin Ni, your eye for people is quite good. Hearing that, she beamed. Hehe, thank you for the compliment, Grandpa. But beside her, Kong Fan didn't seem to agree. Father, I think you're exaggerating. That kid is only at the Xuan stage. With that meager level of strength, he's no better than one of the guards from our own city lord's mansion, is he? The old man chuckled. An excellent point. Fan, do you know what I sensed from that boy? A faint, transcendent aura. I fear he might truly be what he claims. The host of the Star Soul General, Cao Ren. Kong Fan's jaw dropped. Father, are you serious? You can't possibly be mistaken, can you? The old man shot him an annoyed look. I am a heaven-level powerhouse. My spiritual sense is far beyond your earth-level cultivation. Furthermore, I once served that great lord. That transcendent aura is unique to a host. How could I possibly be wrong? Still unconvinced, Kong Fan pressed on. But what if the boy used some kind of trick to deceive us? I don't think we can bet everything on him. Hearing her father slander her beloved, the girl instantly flared up. What nonsense are you talking about? My brother Jungxia is not that kind of shameless person. I won't let you slander him behind his back like this. Kong Fan roared back at his daughter. But Old Man Kong quickly stepped in. All right, there's no need for you two to argue. We can use this banquet at the Song family's estate to our advantage. If that grandson of the Songs is truly worthless, we'll just cancel the engagement on the spot. And if that old fox Song dares to say a single word against it, it will give me the perfect excuse to fly into a rage. If Song Yunxiang really is the rumored host of Zuo Qi, then Hing Hin, you can just play along with him for now. We will continue to cultivate young Junxia in secret and slowly find a chance to devour the Song family's entire fortune. Kong Fan finally agreed. Father, you're right. I think that's a much better plan. Though unhappy, Hin Hin could only fume internally. Do it yourselves. No matter what, I will destroy this engagement. Just watch me tear the Song family apart later. Back at the gate of the Song estate, Song Yunrui stared at the three imposing figures before him, stammering, You, aren't you? Aren't you the head maid of the East Courtyard? Qingdai gave him a respectful bow and introduced herself. Head maid of the East Courtyard, Qingdai. At your service, young master Song Yunrui. We are here under the orders of young master Yun Xiang to welcome the esteemed guests from the Kong family. Song Shui whispered in his ear, Young master Song Yunrui, be careful. The aura from these three is extraordinary. I fear their cultivation is at the heaven level. His eyes went wide and he shouted in anger, Are you kidding me? I'm not blind. I saw them walk through the air myself, the older man added. Those two men in the gatekeeper outfits. I think I've seen them around the Song estate before. They're definitely not ordinary gatekeepers. They might be part of the group secretly trained by the Marquis himself. Hearing this, Song Yunrui quickly turned to him. Ah, uncle. Are you saying they're from the Shadow Guard? The man spoke in a hushed tone. Young master, watch your words. The Shadow Guard is one of the Song family's greatest secrets. The Marquis wouldn't deploy them for such a trivial matter. Song Yunrui stroked his chin, thinking hard. Uncle, what are you trying to say? Just then, the Kong family's airship came into view. The airship is here. It's the Kong family. Quick, prepare to welcome our guests. As the airship slowly descended, Kong Xinshin was the first to emerge. The moment he saw her, Song Yunrui rushed forward with a bow. Miss Hin, welcome. She feigned surprise. Oh? Classmate Song Yunrui, what are you doing here? You and Song Yun Xiang are? He put on a gentlemanly air. Ah, you didn't know, Miss Hin? Song Yunxiang is my older cousin. She acted shocked. Wait, classmate Song Yunrui, you're also a member of the Song family? Oh my goodness, you're so serious and hardworking at school, and so humble. I never imagined you were a young master from a great house. But in her heart, she sneered, You fool. I've known that for ages. That guy's cousin can't be anything good either. Her praise went straight to his head. He couldn't stop grinning. Ah, Miss Hin, you flatter me. Ha ha. But her thoughts were dripping with disdain. Look at that smug expression. You're just another fool entranced by my beauty. Pathetic. At that moment, Kong Fan stepped down and saw them talking. Oh, Hin-ni, who is this young man? She ran to her father's side, linking arms with him excitedly. Father, this is my classmate, Song Yunrui, from our reserve team. He's our class monitor, normally so serious, hardworking, and humble. I never expected he was also from the Song family. She then turned back to Song Yunrui. Classmate Song Yunrui, this is my father, and this is my grandfather. He clasped his hands in a formal greeting. Song Yunrui pays his respects to City Lord Kong and to Elder Kong. Kong Fan walked over and patted his shoulder with approval. Oh, Song Yunrui, what a fine and capable young man. Truly extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, your father must be the Song family's business genius, Song Ba, the second master, correct? He let out a goofy laugh. Haha, Uncle Kong, you praise me too much. My father always says it's all thanks to the City Lord's brilliant management, which has brought prosperity to the tens of millions of people in Yongan City. Your achievements are #1 among all the cities in the southern continent. Old Man Kong gave a dry laugh. Not at all. Not at all. Ha ha ha. Internally, the old man sneered, still spouting this clueless commercial flattery. Is this supposed to be interesting? Let this old master release my heavenly stage aura and put you all in your place. As he unleashed his power, a crushing pressure descended, making everyone cry out in shock. Ah, what is this terrifying pressure? Song Shui shielded himself. Song Yunrui could only think, could this be a heaven-level master? Kong Fan thought to himself, so father intends to hit them with a show of force right from the start, huh? Old Man Kong smirked with confidence. Brat. Don't blame me for embarrassing you in front of Hin-ni. You deserve it for being the grandson of that old fox, Song. But Qingdai's group remained perfectly calm. She turned to her companions. Team leaders, shall we make our move? Jinhua nodded. Yes. And with that, all three released their own heaven-level auras, shattering the old man's oppressive force completely. Kong Fan was stunned. How is this possible? My third-level heaven-rank aura was completely blocked? Don't tell me it was these three totally insignificant nobodies? Xing froze, asking, What's going on? Grandpa, why did you pull back your aura? Song Shui asked with concern. Young. What's wrong? Song Shui asked with concern. The young master gritted his teeth. It's nothing. You! Keep your mouth shut. Kong Fan turned to the three servants. And who might you three be? Qingdai bowed respectfully and introduced herself. Forgive our rudeness. I am Qingdai, head maid of the Song family's East Courtyard. These two are the guards of our East Courtyard. By young Master Yun Xiang's order, we are here to welcome the esteemed guests from the Kong family. Please, come in. Kong Zheng's mind reeled in shock. How can this be? Impossible. Why does the Song family have 3 heavenly realm experts? Meanwhile, in the central courtyard's banquet hall, Yunshu was stunned by what Zhao Yinyang told her. Mother, what did you just say? The earth spirit pill? Her mother quickly shushed her. Quiet! Keep your voice down! Yunshu pressed on. Mother, are you serious? That kid actually got his hands on a treasure like that? Her mother snapped. You think I'm lying? Your cousin Yun Xiang used one right in front of us. Even that sly little devil Yun Qi passed out from the shock. It's true. Believe it or not, why would I lie to you? Yun Xiao had to agree. You have a point. I knew their reactions were a bit strange. Her mother asked mysteriously. So, you understand what I'm getting at? Yun Xiao nodded. Yes, if there are truly more than 10 pills, then Yun Xiang must have a master alchemist behind him, someone at least at the 5th tier. I know what to do. Don't worry, Mother. This opportunity will definitely belong to our west courtyard. Seeing her speaking so loudly, her mother coughed as a signal. Asterisk, ahem, ahem, asterisk. Yunshu instantly caught on. Mother, are you worried someone might try to steal it? Her mother just coughed and nodded. Yunshu calculated in her head. That's right. Aunt Zhao manages all of Father's medicine business. It seems I'll have to plan this out carefully. Just then, the door opened and 3 people walked out. Yun Qi reacted instantly, rushing to his brother Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang frowned, thinking, the 2 sisters from the north courtyard are both at the earth realm. They must have sensed the breakthrough fluctuations from inside. Yun Qi ran up and whispered in his ear, Brother, were you guys testing something incredible in there? Yun Xiang feigned surprise. Oh, you figured it out. The boy grinned, following him closely. Brother, see if there's anything I can help with. If you need to test some pills, I wouldn't mind being a guinea pig. Yun Xiu also seized the chance, pulling out a chair for him. Yun Xiang, sit. Please sit. He gave a strained smile. Thank you, Sister Yun Xiu. She beamed back. Don't be a stranger. Suddenly, a subordinate appeared, reporting to the Marquis. The Kong family's airship has arrived. Young Master Wen Rui and the others from the east courtyard are greeting them now. The Marquis replied, Oh, so they've arrived. Then, an idea struck him. Da Mu, come here. I have some arrangements to make. Yes, my lord, Da Mu replied. The 2 shared a knowing smirk, leaving the Yunjin sisters completely clueless. Yun Xiu, however, immediately grew suspicious. They're smiling like they're about to watch a good show. Are they planning to set a trap for the Kong family? At the main gate of the Song estate, Qing Dai spoke respectfully. Esteemed guests, this way please. Wen Rui added with a smile. Yes, please come in, come in. Shinshin walked forward with an air of arrogance. Noticing the silence behind her, she turned back. Father, why isn't grandfather moving? Kong Fan quickly urged him. Ah, right. Father, are we going in or not? Old man Kong Zai's mind was racing. How is this possible? 3 heavenly realm experts in the Song family? And they look so young. He paused. Wait, they're wearing servants' clothes. That's it. They must have used some dark arts or demonic tricks to deceive me. Yes, that must be it. I was caught off guard and didn't see through their illusion. Even if such young heavenly realm experts existed, why would they willingly be servants for the Song family? With that thought, his confidence returned. He strode forward. Let's see what kind of games you think you can play. On the way to the banquet, Old Man Kong secretly pulled Kong Fan aside. Fan, take this Sword Soul talisman. If anything happens later, you grab Xingshin and escape immediately. His son took it and asked, Yes, father. But if you give it to me, what about you? The old man revealed another talisman. Don't worry, I have a spare. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure flash before his eyes. Then, an immense force yanked his leg, and he cried out in pain. Ah! The talisman in his hand fell to the ground. Kong Fan rushed to his side. Father, what's wrong? Are you all right? The old man gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. Who was that? But when he looked again, there was no one there. Where did they go? Was I just seeing things? Seeing them lagging behind, Xingshin came back. What's the matter? Kong Fan quickly covered for him. Oh, it's nothing. Your grandpa just dropped something, the old man said, trembling. Fan, help me up. My knee. It feels a little weak. Kong Fan supported him. Yes, father. But the further they walked, the more Old Man Kong's dread grew. He thought, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Song estate have an expert of that level? Just then, he saw the same shadowy figure again, sitting in a wheelchair. The figure stared at him, and an invisible force crushed his internal organs. He screamed in agony. Arg! Kong Fan cried out. Father! Xinshin also asked worriedly. Grandpa, are you okay? The old man forced himself up. I'm fine. I just tripped. But Grandpa, there's blood on your lips. He quickly wiped it away. I bit my tongue when I fell. It's nothing. Panting heavily, he glanced back at the spot, terrified. The figure was gone again. A short distance away, Qing Dai and the two guards stood silently under the moonlight. She thought to herself, so the two of them made their move. Back in the east courtyard, I always felt there was something profound about these two. I never imagined they were not only heavenly realm masters, but also skilled in such bizarre techniques. Damu, observing from afar, remarked. The Marquis only said to quietly pin down the old man without alerting the others, just to intimidate him a bit. Your methods were a little too vicious. Ma Xin scoffed. Humph. He dared to cause trouble at the Song estate. We're already showing the imperial court great respect by not shattering his family jewels. Damu sighed, helpless. Please, watch your language. The procession continued on. Kong Zheng clutched his chest, his mind in turmoil. So it's real. It's all real. The Song family has been hiding so many masters. How audacious. How dare they? When I get back, I will report the Tong family's treachery to the imperial court. They'll all be executed for treason. Wait. That's not right. Those two experts only locked onto me. They didn't alert anyone else. But to reveal such power, could it be? Could it be that the Tong family never planned on letting me return alive? Am I about to be finished? Kong Zheng's heart filled with terror. In the end, I, Kong Zheng, underestimated the heroes of this world. This banquet is a death trap. He suddenly pulled his arm free from Kong Fan's grasp and took out a pill. I can't just wait to die. This is the only way. I'm sorry, Fan, Xin. Once I use this power surge pill and activate my soul form to escape, not even the entire Song family will be able to catch me. Suddenly, a voice called his name from behind, Old Master Kong. He was so startled that the pill slipped from his fingers. Damu stood there, respectfully gesturing forward. Our Marquis is waiting for you in the banquet hall. This way, please. Old Man Kong's eyes widened in sheer terror. This man, he's even stronger than those two monsters from before, he stammered. You, who are you? Damu introduced himself. I am Song Mu, the chief steward of the East Courtyard. A pleasure to meet you, Old Master Kong. Please. The old man's body trembled. Ah, yes. After you. Qing Dai gracefully entered the hall and announced, Marquis, young Master Yun Xiang, the esteemed guests from the Kong family have arrived. Old Master Song set down his teacup. Excellent. Men, play the welcome music for our guests. Bring out the Suona horns. Qing Dai was taken aback. Ah, Marquis. Are you serious? He frowned. I'm kidding. Qing Dai bowed respectfully. Of course. Esteemed guests, please enter. As they walked in, Xingxin quickly offered her greetings. Xinxin pays her respects to Lord Song and the esteemed elders of the Song family. Kong Fan also bowed. The city lord of Yongan, Kong Fan, pays his respects to Marquis Song and the esteemed ladies of the Song family. The entire Song family rose to greet him. We greet City Lord Kong. Old Master Song laughed. No need for such formalities, City Lord Kong. Please, have a seat. He turned to the women. Daughters-in-law, move back a bit. They replied, Yes, father. Kong Fan nodded. Thank you, Marquise. Wenrui rushed over to Xingxin's side. Miss Xingxin, why don't you sit next to me? Old Master Song then spoke up. Where is your family's Old Master Kong? Weren't you supposed to arrive together? Just then, Kong Zheng walked in. We're here. We're finally here. Kong Fan couldn't help but feel suspicious. His father had been acting strangely ever since they arrived at the Song estate. Could it be? With his sharp senses as a heaven-tier master, did he detect something unusual about this place? Just then, Kong Zheng spoke up. Brother Jingzhong, my apologies for being late. But with a single, sharp glance, Elder Song unleashed an immense pressure from his eyes, forcing the old master to his knees and silencing the entire room. Hin's face flushed with embarrassment. Asterisk. Ugh, Grandpa, what are you doing? You're a heaven-tier master, for crying out loud. This is so humiliating. Asterisk. Yun Xiang watched, resting his chin on his hand with a smirk. You were a little late, it's true, but there's no need for Elder Kong to punish himself quite so dramatically. The entire Song family couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Song Jingzhong stroked his beard casually. Someone help Elder Kong to his feet. Brother Kong Zheng, are you all right? As Kong Fan helped him up, the old man forced a laugh. I'm fine, just fine. I was just so excited to see you, brother. I wasn't watching my step. How embarrassing. Elder Song simply replied, As long as you're all right. Please, have a seat. Elder Kong quickly agreed. Yes. Head butler. In my haste to greet the Marquis, I carelessly dropped a precious treasure on my way in. Could you please have someone look for it? I would be most grateful. Damu replied, Rest assured and enjoy the banquet, sir. Nothing dropped in the Song estate simply disappears. Then he called out, Listen up, Elder Kong dropped a valuable treasure on his way here. Whoever finds it will be handsomely rewarded. All the subordinates responded in unison, Yes, sir. Elder Kong then turned and whispered to Yun Xiang. That little trip I took earlier, that was some kind of formation you set up at the entrance, wasn't it? You wicked little brat. A smile flickered in Yun Xiang's eyes. Weren't you planning on making a move yourself, Elder? Ha ha ha, I'd say we're even. Then Yun Xiang called out, someone bring in the wine and the food. As the banquet was served, Elder Kong sat fidgeting, unable to relax. But Hin Hin, completely clueless, was fuming inside. Asterisk. Weren't we supposed to come here and just break off the engagement? Why are Grandpa and Dad actually sitting down to eat with them? Asterisk. Asterisk, this is ridiculous. I'll have to bring it up myself. Asterisk, just as she planned, she stood up abruptly. Actually, the main reason we came here today was, before she could finish, Elder Kong cut her off. Hin Hin, do not be rude, he snapped, thinking furiously. Asterisk, you foolish girl, are you trying to get me killed? Asterisk, Kong Fan also urged her to calm down. Hin Hin, just listen to your grandpa and sit down for now. Elder Kong turned to apologize. My brother, please forgive her. I'm afraid I've spoiled this girl rotten. Elder Song just laughed. Ha ha ha, it's quite all right. A young lady as exceptional as Hin Hin must be the apple of your family's eye. Come everyone, let's drain this glass. To everyone, cheers. Come on, let's eat and drink. To you, sir, a toast. Hin Hin's expression soured. Asterisk. This isn't working. I need a new plan. If Grandpa and Dad won't let me speak, then maybe I can use that other kid. He doesn't look too bright. Asterisk. Sensing her gaze, Yun Rui's face lit up. He turned to his sister, Yun Xiu. Sis, look, it's Miss Hin Hin. I think she's checking me out. Suddenly, Yun Xiang's phone buzzed. Seeing the notification, he quickly excused himself. Grandfather, everyone, please eat first. I need to step out for a moment. Elder Song nodded. All right, go on. In the hall, Yun Xiang opened the message. A voice came through. Young Master Song, this is Hong Fang, he replied. Oh, Manager Hong. What's the matter? The man began. I have news on the 4 main ingredients you were looking for. The Hong Commerce Guild has already found a way to acquire one of them. It's being shipped from the northern continent through our Lingyan City branch. 2 of the others are in the Xia Kingdom. We have a source, but it will take some time. The real problem is the final main ingredient, the Endless Flower. The Endless Flower is incredibly rare. Right now, we've only tracked a single plant to the Mo clan in Sangul City. Manager Hong explained, Sangul City is in the Xia domain, surrounded by the Death Desert, a critical military stronghold for the kingdom's defense. It guards against the beasts of the southern wilds and the demon tribes. As the Xia kingdom rapidly expands eastward across the desert, massive numbers of people settled there to build the city less than a century ago. It's been expanded several times, and behind its 100-zhang-high walls, 4 distinct districts have formed, with the noble clans residing in the inner city. They live lives of luxury, protected by layers of high walls. 90% of Sangul City's military forces are stationed in the Western District. Though it's separate from the 3 main city tiers, connected only by the outermost wall, the Western District is actually the most heavily fortified area in all of Sangul City. The middle ring, surrounding the inner city, is the commercial hub. Auction houses, slave markets, restaurants, and entertainment are all concentrated there. The outermost ring, however, is reserved for slaves and the destitute. The Mo clan, which possesses the Endless Flower, resides in the Clan District. They belong to the expansionist faction of the Xia Kingdom. In fact, the Mo clan controls over 60% of the military force in the Western District, making them one of the 3 great public powers in Sangul City. If they were part of the neutral or conservative factions, we could use the Hong Commerce Guild's connections to negotiate. But the expansionist faction is extremely hostile towards us, Sky Road merchants. This makes things complicated. Yun Xiang's brow furrowed. Aside from the Endless Flower, when can the other ingredients be delivered to me in Yongan City? The manager took a moment to calculate. Let me see. To be safe, I'd say it will take about 10 days. Ah, but there is one condition, Yun Xiang immediately asked. What is it? Manager Hong explained. The last 2 ingredients, the Heaven's Finger Root and the Purple Sand Herb, are in the hands of researchers controlled by the Samalin family of the Xia Kingdom. They don't accept money for transactions. They only wish to trade for specific beast materials. Yun Xiang repeated quietly, asterisk, a direct trade, huh? Asterisk. Asterisk, a very clever calculation on their part. Asterisk, the manager continued. The issue is, on their list of requested beast materials, more than half can only be found on beasts from the southern wilds and the Death Desert. For us to acquire them would require immense luck, and the time frame is unpredictable. Yun Xiang understood the situation perfectly. I see, that's not a problem. Just send me the list. I'll prepare the materials myself. He thought to himself, asterisk, this is actually perfect. I need some real combat to stabilize my new Earth-tier realm anyway. Plus, I need to go to the Death Desert to find the Star-Lord's secret realm, based on my calculations from last time. When I accidentally stumbled upon it, it should reappear in about 4 months. Asterisk, asterisk. If I leave for the Beast Wilds tomorrow to gather the materials, and then head to Sangol City, I should still have plenty of time to spare. Asterisk. Hearing this, the manager replied joyfully, "Young Master Song, if you're able to collect the beast materials yourself, that's wonderful news. Then, barring any major incidents, we can absolutely deliver the other spirit herbs to your estate within 10 days. Yun Xiang finalized the plan. Then it's settled. I'll prepare the beast materials to trade for the Heaven's Finger Root and Purple Sand Herb first. After that, I'll personally make a trip to Sangol City and see if I can get the Endless Flower from the Mo clan. I'm leaving the rest to you." The manager agreed at once. Of course, young Master Song, but if I may be so bold as to offer a warning, the Mo clan of Sangol City is immensely powerful. A peaceful transaction would be best. Please, do not do anything too reckless. Yun Xiang simply replied, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Meanwhile, back in the main banquet hall, Hin Hin was whispering into Yun Rui's ear. He blushed and turned to her, asking, "Miss Hin Hin, is what you're saying really true?" She whispered back, her lips close to his ear. "Of course it is. I honestly think you're the most talented person in the entire Song family, Yun Rui. It's just a shame Elder Song shows so much favoritism to that Yun Xiang. I really don't think it's fair to you at all." On the other side of the table, Elder Kong was still desperately trying to salvage the situation. "My brother, I toast to you. May your cultivation advance to the next level," Elder Song replied cheerfully. "I'll take you up on that. Come, let's drink." As he drank, Elder Kong prayed inwardly. Asterisk, oh heavens, please make sure that girl Hin Hin doesn't cause a scene. She absolutely cannot stir up trouble in the Song Mansion. Asterisk, asterisk. Her grandfather just broke through to the heaven tier. I want to enjoy this mortal world for a few more years. Asterisk. Seeing the two whispering so intimately, Yun Xiu couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, you little two-faced witch! I'm warning you, if you start drama in the Song household, things will end very badly for you." Hin Hin put on an innocent act. "How could you say that, Sister Yun Xiu? I was just chatting with Yun Rui about things at school. You have to understand, Yun Tui is the top genius in our academy's reserve corps. Forget Vinan City. Even if you searched all 5 continents, he'd still be a top-tier prodigy." Her face darkened as she warned him in a cold voice. "Don't think I don't know what you're trying to pull. If you want to see a headline about a girl in a green dress found dead in the street tomorrow, then go ahead, try me," she thought furiously. "Trying to use my brother, Tong Van Tu, as your pawn? I will literally kill you." Yet, she maintained her smile and replied, "Sister Van Tu, you love to joke. Vin and City is under our family's management, so the security is excellent. I hear you're now in charge of the Tong family's business investments. Tax issues can get complicated. If you ever need my help, don't hesitate to ask. Mobilizing the tax department is as easy as a single word from our city lord's mansion." Inside, she was cursing, "You flat-chested nobody, you dare threaten me? Just wait until I get back. I'll deal with you then." Her dumb brother chimed in, "That's right, sis. Miss Hin can definitely help our family business." Van Tu clutched her head in frustration. "Shut up, you brainless idiot." Meanwhile, Van Coy was enjoying the show, turning to his brother to comment, "Bro, you seeing this? Are those 2 ugly witches about to start a catfight?" The tension in the air was thick, and it looks like Tui Tu is taking that Kong family witch's side. Pathetic. Van Tuong walked back into the room, and Hin Hin greeted him with a bright smile. As Van Tuong chatted with her, Old Man Kong shot a glance their way, thinking, "Hin Hin, don't play with fire." Kong fam also found it strange. Weird. I thought Hin Hin hated this Song Yun Xiang guy. Old Man Tong also noticed the two of them, thinking to himself, that rascal Van Tuong is stirring up trouble again. I wonder who he's planning to trick this time. Seeing them talking so cheerfully, Yun Tui nearly lost his mind as rage flared within him. What's there to talk about with a piece of trash like Song Yun Xiang? Why does she look so happy talking to him? "No, I can't let this happen. I have to make Song Yun Xiang lose face in front of Miss Hin Hin and everyone else. That's right, I'm a peak Xuan-tier powerhouse. In front of a woman, true strength is a man's greatest charm." He slammed his wine glass on the table with a crash, roaring, "Song Yun Xiang, I challenge you to a spirit duel. The winner earns the right to associate with her." A flag of victory rose in her heart as she thought. Finally, he took the bait. Suddenly, Van Coy flew out of nowhere, landing a swift kick right in Yun Tui's face, catching even Van Tuong by surprise. He wiped the blood from his lip. "Ah, Tong Van Coy, are you insane?" Van Coy stood defiantly before him and declared, "Thui Tu, You dare disrespect my brother, Van Tuong? You've got a serious death wish. He then proclaimed, Come on, if you want to fight, you'll fight me. Yun Tui screamed in fury. Tong Van Koi, what does this have to do with you? He frowned, thinking, that was too reckless. I didn't expect that brat Van Koi to jump in. I need a new plan. No matter what, I absolutely must make this loser lose face in front of Miss Hin Hin today. I've got it. He changed his tone, approaching Van Tuong calmly. Song Yun Xiang, I don't mean anything by it. Look, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. How about a friendly little spirit spar to liven up the party? I'm sure you learned a lot this past year at the Kivo Institute. It's a perfect chance to show off your progress to your grandfather and the elders, right? I remember when you left last year, you were still at the mid-Xuan tier. After a whole year at that institute, I bet you still haven't broken through, have you? But don't worry, I'll suppress my cultivation to match your level. I won't use my superior strength to bully you or take advantage. Those who knew Song Yun Xiang's real level scowled, thinking, what an idiot. Van Koi wouldn't give up. A friendly spar, right? We'll stop when it's time, right? Then fight me. But Van Tuong finally spoke up. It's all right, since Brother Yun Tui has put it that way. I should be the one to go. Aunt Triu rushed to stop him. Tui, don't! But Van Tu stopped her. Don't interfere just yet. She was confused, but Van Tu explained, this is a perfect opportunity to see what Song Yunxiang's true strength is now. Besides, if cousin Van Tuong can teach this arrogant fool a lesson, it might not be a bad thing. At least a family member won't be too heavy-handed. Otherwise, if some scheming girl can lead him by the nose this easily, I can't imagine how badly the real world will crush him later. Hearing the agreement, Yun Tu excitedly ordered, Uncle Tui, prepare the training grounds for us. But Old Man Tong interjected, there's no need for the training grounds. The two of you can fight right here in the open space outside the hall's entrance. Since the younger generation wants to provide some entertainment for the party, we should show our appreciation, don't you think? My dear brother Kong Tron. Old Man Kong nodded his head like a woodpecker. Show appreciation? Appreciation? Old Man Tong continued, Brother Kong Tran, you've come from so far away as our guest. How about you spare a little something to put up as a prize for the winner? Old Man Kong could only agree. Yes, of course. A prize? He was fuming inside. You know I'm a guest from far away, so why are you making me pay? Old Man Tong kept pushing. Brother, you're a man who has seen the world. I trust that whatever you offer will not disappoint everyone, right? Sweat dripped down his face, but he forced himself to speak. This is a rejuvenation pill. This old man barely managed to win it at the Hongthi auction. Since these two talented young men are sparring to entertain us, this old man will reluctantly part with his treasure. I will offer this precious pill as a reward for the victor. Kong Pham quickly whispered to him, Father, you can't. That's the pill you were saving for a life or death emergency. The old man waved his hand. Say no more. He trembled inwardly, knowing that if he didn't shed some blood to please the Tong family today, that pill wouldn't be able to save his life anyway. That damned girl, Hin Hin. I'll deal with her as soon as we get home. Van Tu was stunned. A rejuvenation pill. Old Man Kong was actually willing to give that up? Wait, something's not right. I get my aunt being calm, but why are my own mother and second aunt so composed? Yun Tui clasped his hands together arrogantly. The City Lord's family is truly magnificent. This junior thanks Old Man Kong in advance. He thought excitedly. A rejuvenation pill. A high-grade elixir that can save even a dying person, restoring half their life force. On the battlefield, having one of these is like having a second life. This is a treasure that money can't buy. This match is a guaranteed win. That precious pill is as good as mine. Not only can I humiliate that worthless trash in front of Miss Hin Hin and the Kong family elders, but I'll also get my hands on a treasure like the rejuvenation pill. Then I'll gift it to her grandmother in Hin Hin's name. I'm sure that even my strict father will think more highly of Miss Hin Hin then. After that, begging Grandpa to change the engagement will be a piece of cake. Heh. Meanwhile, Old Man Kong was seething with rage, glaring at Hin Hin. This is all your fault. Feeling his gaze, she jumped, thinking, oh no, Grandpa looks really unhappy. It's okay. Once that guy who doesn't look too bright wins the pill, I'll just trick him into giving it to me. Then I'll return it to Grandpa. Just then, Yun Tui looked around, unable to see Van Tuong. Hey, where did that guy go? The butler replied. While you were daydreaming, sir, young Master Van Tuong already went out to the clearing to wait for you, he said confidently. Let's go, to the clearing outside. As he reached the door, he remembered something and turned back. Oh, that's right. Isn't Miss Hin Hin coming to watch? The girl looked around in a daze. Should I go out and watch? Old Man Kong asked. Brother, shouldn't we go out as well? But Old Man Tong replied, no need. We can eat and watch from here. Someone, Bring a panoramic projection stone, a maid replied. Yes, sir. Instantly, she produced a large screen, projecting the entire scene from outside. At the same time, Van Tuong stood there, looking incredibly cool and collected. Seeing that pose, Yun Tui thought, damn it, that loser actually looks pretty cool with one hand in his pocket. Is he looking down on me? Just you wait until I'm grinding you under my foot. Humph. That cool pose belongs only to this young master. He pointed a finger straight at his face and yelled, Song Yun Xiang, don't say I didn't warn you. A man needs to know his place, and you are not worthy of Miss Hin Hin. Van Tuong kept his eyes closed, unimpressed. You talk way too much. Let's begin. Yun Tui fumed. Humph? Let's see how long that tough act lasts. His spirit construct materialized instantly, a combat robot from the Vinan City Military Reserve Academy. He shouted, Still haven't formed your spirit? Heh, I get it. You're just trying to stall for time, aren't you? A weak spirit bloodline like yours can only hold its form for 3 minutes. He smirked, tossing a few constructs behind him. Instantly, a flash of blue light erupted as he taunted, What's this? A barrier? I get it. You're trying to use some dirty trick to ambush me, aren't you? I can't believe a worthless cripple like you came prepared. In that moment, Van Thuong transformed, his spirit materializing. He never saw it coming, screaming in terror. What's happening? What did you do? No, this aura. How is this possible? How can your cultivation level be higher than mine? Van Thuong ignored his cries. A single slash severed his spirit's arm, sending it dissolving into nothing. Van Tui screamed in agony. Van Thuong pointed the sword right at his face and said, Well, you've still got one arm left. Looks like it works just fine. The rival stammered, How can this be? Are you really Song Yunxiang? No, that's not right. Who? Who are you? Why are you so powerful? He answered with an ice-cold voice. Me? Of course I'm Song Yunxiang, because I have returned. Meanwhile, 100 miles from Sand Sculpture City, a group was trekking through the desert. A man in the convoy spoke up. We can't be too far from Sand Sculpture City now, right? Riding these beasts is slow, but at least we avoid the monsters. Another man began to stutter. Chief. In the sky, the leader replied. What is it? Speak clearly. What's in the sky? The man pointed up and stammered. There's a giant fish. In the sky. Through a viewing lens, the members of the Tong family gasped. What kind of red spirit general is that? How can that be Song Yunxiang? What is that spirit form? It's so massive and intimidating. It's terrifying. He disabled Van Thui's academy robot in a single blow. Kong Pham broke into a cold sweat, thinking, So Song Yunxiang, once a cripple with a defective spirit vein, has become the vessel for the heretic spirit general. The information from the Grand Duke was right after all. Old Master Kong turned and whispered to him, Phamer, could this Song Yunxiang really be the legendary heretic general? But that appearance. His son replied, Father, you've been in seclusion for 5 years to break through to the heaven tier, so you wouldn't know the rumors spreading in the southern continent. They say the heretic spirit general can change its form into other spirit generals. The old man cried out in shock. What? The heretic spirit general has a power like that? Then isn't it? Tong Tich asked curiously. Could Marquis Heretic truly be him? Song Yun Xiang? Zhao Yinuang also asked her father. Old Master Tong roared with laughter. You've all heard of the beast-tide battle at Nguyen Din Citadel, haven't you? Van Tu immediately chimed in. I heard that during the battle for Nguyen Din, a spirit general in red armor, wielding a Tenzong halberd, descended like a war god. He single-handedly turned the tide of the entire war. Tong Teach added, I also heard that during a major conference, that same spirit general completely changed the battlefield's outcome. He was the body of the Southern Continent's first Mech-Martial Academy dean. His vessel was a first-year student, who was celebrated as a hero at the victory banquet. I can't believe that person was Van Thuong. Everyone at the banquet table exclaimed in shock. Song Yunxiang is the vessel of the heretic spirit general. The Tong family patriarch's face beamed with pride as he laughed loudly. Ha ha, that's right. The vessel of the heretic spirit general, the hero of the Great Nguyen Din War, is my grandson, Song Yun Xiang. Zhao Yi Nuang whispered in disbelief. It's really Van Thuong, Madame Ha asked curiously. Father, does this mean you knew all along? The old man didn't hide it. The Star Observatory likely kept it a secret for Van Thuong's own safety. All information related to his identity as a vessel was hidden. It's too late for them to do anything now. I was originally planning to announce this news at tonight's party. Madame Ha realized something. A vessel. Father, does this mean our residence, our Tong family, has produced another Saint-tier powerhouse? Zhao Yi Nuang was speechless with joy, thinking, Saint-tier, this is perfect. The Tong family has another saint. If the Tong family returns to its peak, My voice back in my own family will carry so much more weight. For Tuanyi and Tuyanyi, and for my own ventures, I need to get a piece of this from my nephew Van Tuong. What a shame about before, but no matter what, I have to build a good relationship with him now. Who cares about face at a time like this? Tongtich burst into tears of joy. Saint Tier, this is wonderful, young Master Van Tuong. Old Master Tong said proudly. Ha ha ha, it's still too early to call him Saint Tier, wouldn't you say, Brother Kong? Old Master Kong quickly stood to offer his congratulations. My deepest congratulations, Brother Tong, and to the entire Tong household. I always knew this child possessed an extraordinary fate and outstanding talent. This is truly an honor for the Tong family, and an honor for my Kong family as well. An honor for Hin Hin, right? Hin Hin, being put on the spot, forced to smile despite her annoyance. Yes, yes. Congratulations, Grandpa Tong. Congratulations to the Tong family. But inside, she was fuming. The heretic general is nothing special. He's definitely not as strong as Brother Tuan Ha's Cao Ren's spirit general. But Old Master Tong corrected them, cutting them off. The honor belongs to the Tong family. It is our ancestors' virtue. For your Kong family, it could be an honor. Or a misfortune, correct? Fourth Uncle Tong Thuong thought with despair. Van Tuong, you traitor. We were the two failures of the Tong family. We promised to drink wine and play games together. How could you suddenly become so outstanding? Now I'm the only piece of trash left in the Tong family. Suddenly, Tong Tik tapped his shoulder. Look, Van Tui is starting his counterattack. Back in the arena, Van Tui dragged his battered body up. Unable to stomach the humiliation, he grit his teeth and snarled, Impossible! You must have used some kind of illusion trick. That's right, it's an illusion. Let this genius expose your cheap tricks. Instantly, he unleashed his technique, armor reconstruction. Van Tuong was surprised he knew this skill. Armor reconstruction, he thought. Interesting. This little brat has actually mastered such a high-level combat skill. It requires complex calculations and precise structural engineering. One mistake, and the soul power consumed is greater than just building it from scratch. Only true, hardworking geniuses can pull this off with a 100% success rate. The fact that Tong Van Tui has mastered this technique makes him a talent in his own way. If that's the case, I'll test your abilities using the same cultivation level. He also unleashed a skill, Spirit Dissolution. His rival gasped. What? Van Tuong executed his move, Spirit Soul Construct, Southern Continent Mech-Martial Academy's UVN-type robot. Back at the banquet, the crowd was buzzing. Van Tuong's Spirit Soul. Why does it look exactly like Van Tui's now? Is this the legendary shape-shifting ability of the heretic general? He couldn't believe his eyes. The UVN Academy robot. His aura changed again. This is peak Xuan tier, the same as me. Ha! I knew it! Your Earth tier aura and that other form were just illusions after all. Watch me shatter your pathetic trick in one blow. With a roar, he charged forward, swinging his sword wildly. But Van Tuong effortlessly dodged every single attack, enraging him further. Damn you. Nearby, Ma-san was also watching the fight. The blonde man asked the Xuan armor guard suspiciously, Did you teach him that? The guard shook his head. How could I have? Wasn't it you? The man quickly denied it. Of course not, Ma-san muttered to himself. Could it be her? Did that little girl secretly meet with young Master Van Tuong behind our backs? On the field, the two were still locked in a fierce battle. Watching Van Tuong perfectly mirror his every move, Van Tui screamed in frustration, Is it fun copying my techniques? But the battle raged on. After a moment, Van Tuong thought, this kid's skills are decent on paper, but his actual combat experience is pathetic. Kicked to the ground, his rival cursed him out. Song Yun Xiang, you dare use such a despicable trick to fool me? Van Tuong casually replied, All's fair in war. This look of helpless rage on your face is really ugly. He smirked, thinking, this is a good chance to probe him. Let's see how he reacts if I push his buttons a little. He then began to taunt him. You've spent far too much energy on useless theories and flashy moves. No wonder second uncle has always looked down on you. You really are so much worse than that bastard child. His rival's hands clenched into fists, his brow furrowed. Song Yunxiang knows about their existence too? Could it be what my sister suspected before was true? In a dining hall elsewhere, another group sat around a table, watching the reflected images of the fight. A middle-aged man spoke up. Well now, this Song Yunxiang is far more powerful than anyone imagined. Song Yunrui was totally helpless, like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Outside the barrier, the sheer force of the two battling mechs sent shockwaves out, making the onlookers' robes whip around violently. Witnessing the spectacle before him, Song Yunqi's eyes blazed with excitement. His jaw dropped as he shouted, Incredible! That move from Brother Yunxiang was absolutely perfect. Beside him, Song Yunjin observed with stunned silence. She thought to herself, Song Yunxiang's combat experience. It feels so vast. It's hard to believe. What in the world did he go through in the year he was gone? Nearby, Qing Dai stared at him with pure adoration, whispering, Young Master Yunxiang is so amazing. Then she realized the person next to her had vanished and cried out in alarm, Huh, where did Uncle Damu go? Just then, on a rooftop, a white figure materialized in the moonlight behind two shadowy men, startling them both. Song Mu stood silently behind them, making the two men jump. Ma San finally broke the silence, saying, I swear, can you please stop appearing behind people like a ghost every single time? Hearing this, Song Mu closed his eyes and asked a question. His voice was grim, prompting Ma San to respond seriously. Song Mu's tone was heavy with suspicion. Why is young Master Yunxiang using the footwork of the Xuanjia guard? When did you two teach it to him? Ma San immediately denied it. That's impossible. Song Mu fell into deep thought. If it wasn't you two, could it be him? As if thinking of the same thing, all three went silent. Then Ma San spoke up. You're thinking it was that girl Yu Lan, aren't you? Song Mu immediately dismissed the idea. No, that's not it. All these years, Marshal Yu has poured countless efforts, both in public and in secret, just to raise the banner of the Xuanjia Guard. The blonde-haired man finally spoke. Let's not guess wildly. It's just a movement technique. It's not exactly a top-secret art. The young master is the third master's son, so what if he knows a few of his father's combat skills? The other two fell silent at his words. Down below, the smoke from Song Yunxiang and Song Yunrui's battle began to clear, revealing two figures in the center. One was struggling to stand, while the other stood firm like an unshakable pillar. A voice crackled from inside the damaged mech. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I have no idea what you're talking about. As Song Yunrui struggled to control his mech, he wondered, how does he know? Could my sister's guess have been right all along? Hearing his denial, Song Yun Xiang grew suspicious. So he really doesn't know what it is? He even wondered if the spy was that infamous playboy from the north. I'll test him a bit. Wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, Song Yunrui muttered, I won't fall for that so easily this time. He then piloted his mech to charge forward, screaming, Now you die. Inside his own mech, Yunxiang watched him with a smirk. Pretty fast. This kid's explosive power isn't half bad. The mech's foot stomped down, shattering the ground beneath it. He then leaped high into the air, unleashing a strike with pure arrogance, yelling, You won't dodge this one. He then drove his mech's twin swords straight into his opponent's armor. He roared in triumph, a direct hit. But in that instant, Song Yunxiang's mech began to fade away. Song Yunrui screamed in shock. What? An afterimage. Suddenly, Song Yunxiang appeared directly behind him, sending a chill down his spine. His hand slammed down on Song Yunrui's head, choking him and making him cough violently. Cough! Cough! Then his head was yanked back forcefully. Above, Song Mu's group stared in disbelief. The 7 star steps? Ma San gave a wry smile. If it were just some basic footwork floating on spirit energy, that would be one thing. But the 7 star steps, that's not so easy to explain away. The blonde man turned and said, Should we contact Marshal Yu? With a flicker, Song Mu vanished, leaving only his words behind. I will consult the Marquis first. Back in the banquet hall, everyone watching the fight on the projector was completely astonished. That last move Yunxiang pulled was insane. He actually used the air as a foothold. What a demonic technique. Kong Fan and Kong Zheng were sweating bullets just from watching the battle on screen. Kong Fan exclaimed, Does this kid have the same talent as a prodigy? Kong Zheng was also deep in thought, utterly shocked. The 7 star steps of the Xuanjia Guard. Could Song Yunxiang be connected to that woman? This is bad. The Song family's waters run far too deep. Song Jingzhong simply crossed his arms, pondering in silence. But on the other side of the room, someone was seething with rage. Kong Xinshin bit her finger furiously, thinking, That useless trash Song Yunrui. He can't even defeat a washed-up good-for-nothing playboy. This is a disaster. Now I'll never get Grandpa's pills back. That damned Song Yunxiang. How did he get so strong? After biting her nails, she started pulling her hair in frustration. But he's definitely no match for brother Sun Xia. Just like that, her target shifted to Sun Xia. I'll just have to get brother Sun Xia and the White Dragon Gang to get the pills back for me. And while they're at it, they can teach that punk a lesson. Back in the arena, Yunxiang held Song Yunrui's head from behind. Song Yunrui, I'm going to ask you seriously one more time. If you were to call someone a half-breed, who would that person be? His voice trembling, he repeated the words, A half-breed? Who else but you, of course. Yunxiang's hand shifted its position, then slammed into the armor with crushing force, shattering it to pieces. Song Yunrui coughed up blood. Cough! Cough! His entire body was sent flying, crashing hard against the protective barrier before plummeting to the ground below. After the fall, he struggled to push himself up, only for a foot to slam down hard on his back. Yunxiang looked down on him from above and said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully before you speak." Meanwhile, in a desolate suburb of Sandiao City, black smoke slowly faded. A massive mound of earth shifted, and two heads popped out from the dirt, gasping desperately for air. That sky-devouring fish monster, it's finally gone. It looked like it threw up a bunch of stuff over there. Let's go check it out. Under the dim, eerie night sky, two figures moved through the lingering smoke, heading toward the spot they mentioned. They approached a massive crater and peered inside to see what was there. A man with a white goatee and a red hat cursed, his eyes wide with shock. Holy crap, is all this what that monster vomited up? A crimson-purple crystal lay at the center of the deep pit. He quickly shouted, "Quick! Report this to the My Family of Sandiao City. What in the world is this? It came from the mouth of a divine beast. Could it be a relic?" Back in the arena, after the brutal beatdown, Song Yunxiang was sprawled on the ground as the dust settled. With his foot pressing down on his back, Yunxiang repeated his ultimatum. "Think carefully." Trembling, Song Yunxiang glanced up at him, trying to push himself up as he answered, I don't know what half-breed you're talking about, I swear." He trailed off, a sliver of curiosity entering his mind. Why is Song Yunxiang so obsessed with this? I need to talk to my sister about this later. But Yunxiang could read his thoughts like an open book. He thought, from the look in his eyes, he's not lying. Fine, I'll have the Shadow Guard investigate him later. With that, he lifted his foot off Song Yunrui's back and turned away. "You're no match for me," he said coolly. "Just surrender." Song Yunrui was stunned, his eyes wide. He's just letting me go like that? Then, with a simple snap of his fingers, the barrier surrounding them dissolved into nothing. The crowd at the banquet erupted. Did Yunxiang win? Did he really win that easily? Song Yunxiang, who had watched the whole fight, stroked his pure white beard thoughtfully. After a battle like that, even without those pills, no one in the Song family will dare to look down on my grandson ever again. Over here, as the shield disappeared, Yunxiang was already a good distance away from his opponent. As Song Yunrui slowly got to his feet, a small line of text suddenly appeared, floating in the air before him, leaving him completely baffled. With a flicker, Song Mu reappeared in his original spot behind Qing Dai. Sensing his presence, she turned around to find the chief steward standing there once more. Qing Dai gestured toward a distant corner, asking Song Mu, "Uncle, see that sneaky-looking maid over there? Should we take care of her?" He looked over, confused. An intern from the outer court was sent here? Hold on, let's not make a move just yet. Young Master Yunxiang likely has his own arrangements. Meanwhile, hidden in the bushes, Ziwen was surveying the scene with binoculars. Then, she carefully recorded her findings in a notebook. In another corner of the building, Zisu was just as fired up, peering through her own binoculars. She also had a pen and notebook in hand. With a couple of soft grunts, she furiously scribbled dark lines across the white paper. Her notes detailed the intern maid, Ziwen, skulking around the bushes. The mission: spy on the battle between the Song family's #1 prodigy, young Master Song Yunxiang, and their #1 pathetic simp, Song Yunrui. The scene then shifts to another part of the estate. At the dining table, Song Yunxiang placed a hand on Kong Zheng's shoulder. He casually called him Old Brother Kong. At the same time, his other hand snatched the pill bottle from right in front of Kong Zheng. The message was clear. "Give it to me." Kong Zheng froze in stunned disbelief, his jaw dropping and his eyes practically popping out of his skull. Wearing the smug grin of a con artist who'd gotten his way, Song Jingzong asked, "So, what did you think of my boy's little spar? Wasn't it spectacular?" Kong Zheng broke out in a cold sweat, scratching his head nervously. "Utterly ball-tacular." Realizing his mistake, he quickly corrected himself. I mean utterly spectacular. Young Master Yunxiang is truly a dragon among men. He's a world apart from that useless son of mine. Suddenly, a soft cough cut through the air. "Apologies for the interruption, Elder." Song Yunxiang walked in through the door, followed closely by Song Mu and Qing Dai. "Elder Kong, there's no need for such high praise," he said calmly. When Kong Xingxin saw him, she shot up from her seat. "Oh!" The fakeness in her expression was obvious to everyone. She forced a stiff smile and said, "Yunxiang, you were amazing. I knew you were the strongest all along." But inside, she was grinding her teeth in pure rage. That useless trash Song Yunrui is completely worthless. Looks like I'll have to ask Brother Sun Xia to make a move after all. Seeing his grandson, Song Jingzhong held up the pill bottle. "Yunxiang, I doubt you have any use for this reward from Elder Kong, so I'll just hold on to it for you." Song Yunxiang immediately stopped him. Don't, he warned. Using such a low-grade pill will leave behind residual pill poison. With that, he reached into his robes, then tossed a much finer bottle toward his grandfather. I have something better for you. Song Jingzong instinctively shot out a hand, snatching the object out of the air. He stared at the vial for a moment, his eyes widening in shock. Beside him, Kongjing gasped, completely dumbfounded. That's a supreme grade. No, that's a peak grade spring return pill. Is that a whole bottle? Hearing this, Concubine Zhao, Madame Cheng, Madame He, and Song Yushu all snapped their heads towards Song Jingzong, their faces masks of astonishment. Concubine Zhao, Madame Cheng, and Song Yushu stared at him, their eyes gleaming with greed. Marquis, father, grandfather, they all cried out. Song Jingzong immediately shut them down. What are you looking at? Don't even think about it. This is a gift from Yun Xiang to me. Just then, a servant girl entered from outside. She bowed respectfully and announced, reporting to the head butler, we found this pill in the courtyard. We were wondering if one of the esteemed guests from the Kong family might have lost it. Hearing this, Kong Zheng scrambled from his seat, rushing toward the maid. Huh? What? Let me see that. Kong Zheng examined the pill closely. Yes, that's right. This is mine. This is the one I dropped. But then his face fell, a look of disappointment washing over him. Well, after seeing a peak-grade spring return pill, this Zhenggong pill doesn't seem so great anymore. Song Yu turned to the maid. Well done. Go to the treasury and collect your reward. The maid bowed. Thank you, head butler. But Song Yunxiang stepped forward. Let me handle this reward. I see you have no cultivation base. I assume your aptitude is lacking. Is that right? He held up 2 small bottles, one pink and one blue. The pink one is a 4-star jade skin pill. The blue one is a 4-star spirit seed pill. You can only choose one. The jade skin pill will make your skin as flawless and beautiful as jade. The spirit seed pill will grant you the aptitude for cultivation, beauty, or power. Which will you choose? A wave of shock and envy rippled through the room, everyone's eyes locked on the 2 pills. The choice split the room. All the women murmured about the jade skin pill, while the men's eyes burned for the spirit seed pill. Song Yun Xiang ignored their chatter, looking only at the maid. A difficult choice, isn't it? If you can't decide, I can just give you a cash reward instead. But the maid dropped to her knees with a loud thud. I choose power, she declared, her voice resolute. Thank you, young Master Yun Xiang. Hearing her answer, the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Power, you say? He then handed the blue spirit seed pill to the kneeling maid. After that, he simply turned and walked away. Little did Song Yunxiang know that this small, impulsive act of giving away a single pill would one day give birth to a fierce, legendary female general on the eastern continent. After the commotion died down, everything returned to normal. Laughter and chatter once again filled the dining hall. Come on, let's continue. Toasts were made, and the feast went on. Servants moved back and forth, endlessly bringing out new dishes. With the spar concluded, the drinking and eating continued for several more rounds, as Kong Zheng and the others toasted Song Jingzong. A few empty seats now sat next to Song Yunshu, but the missing people didn't dampen the lively atmosphere of the banquet. However, Song Yunrui never showed his face again. Though everyone had their own hidden thoughts, on the surface, they all appeared cheerful. People approached to offer toasts to Miao Ying. Kong Xingxin used the excuse of feeling unwell to leave early. Neither side mentioned the marriage alliance again. Finally, the old marquis of the Song family declared the family banquet over. Everyone was dismissed. One by one, the guests left the estate to return to their own homes. In a dark corner of the mansion, several figures moved through the shadows. Song Yunxiang led the way, with Song Mu, Qing Dai, Gao Gaisha, and Ma Jinhua following behind. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the rooftops. Someone was up there. He gave a quiet command to his men, a Jia, a Jin. The two acknowledged instantly. Yes, sir. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the corridor. On the roof, 3 shadows clashed violently. A pained voice cried out, Wait! This is a misunderstanding! Don't hit me! I won't fight back! A bruised and beaten Kong Zheng was dragged before Song Yunxiang by Gao Gaisha and Ma Jinhua. Even in his state, he managed a weak smile. Song Yunxiang looked at the familiar face with mocking amusement. Well, if it isn't the mighty heaven-tier expert, Elder Kong himself. You left, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So why did you come back? The question made Kong Zheng choke on his words. He hesitated, his face a storm of contemplation. Then, with a sudden, decisive motion, he clenched his fists and dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. I, old Kong Zheng, from this day forward, pledged to be young Master Yun Xiang's dog. Not long before, after the banquet at the Song estate ended, the Kong family's airship was speeding through the sky. Suddenly, Kong Zheng cried out, This is bad! Kong Fan watched his father pace back and forth frantically. Father, what's wrong? Why are you so anxious? We already left the Song estate safely, didn't we? Kong Jung grabbed his head, his face dark. I was too careless before. I never imagined the Song family's foundation ran so deep. Even those servants in Song Yun Xiang's eastern courtyard. Several of them are heaven-tier masters. Kong Fan cried out in shock. What? Several heaven-tier masters? How is that possible? Doesn't that mean all the intel we had on the Song family was a lie? They say that year, when the late emperor suddenly died, Imperial Grand Tutor Zhang initiated the 8 generals selecting the emperor. The 4 great families of Tiandu City all chose a side. In the end, the battle at the Imperial Mausoleum was a disaster for everyone. The Saint-tier masters from both the Zhang and Song families perished in the conflict. 4 princes died in that battle, and in the chaos, the northern pacifying king, who is now the current emperor, seized his opportunity and reaped all the benefits. The Zhang family failed their coup, and the Song family was branded with the crime of slaughtering the royal family and exiled to a border city. I even heard that the Song family's Grand Empress Dowager in the palace cut all ties with them over it. A terrifying idea suddenly flashed through his mind. But what if there's another possibility? What if the Song family's exile was a strategic retreat from the very beginning? A way to hide in the borderlands and secretly recover their strength? His eyes flew open, pupils shrinking in absolute terror at the implication. If that old ancestor from the Song family never actually died, and now, on top of that, there is Song Yun Xiang. Hearing this, Kong Fam's face went pale, sweat trickling down his cheeks as he stammered. Just then, Cao Tran walked to the edge of the boat, looked at Kong Fam and said, "In a whole lifetime, you only get a few crucial choices. Don't." Kong Tran left him with those parting words, then leaped from the boat. Kong Fam lunged forward, shouting after his father, "Father, don't be rash." As dusk settled, the lights of Yongan City began to flicker to life. At the same time, in the city's most luxurious entertainment district, the Yongan restaurant was buzzing with noise. "Come, young Master Zhang, this toast is to you. May our partnership be a great success." "You're too kind, Second Master Tong, please." As the 2 glasses met with a crisp clink, the golden-haired man with a large belly downed the drink in one gulp. The other man, however, calmly brought the cup to his lips. The stout, blond man laughed heartily. Ha! After the initial strong kick, a gentle, elegant aftertaste blossomed, stirring something deep within his soul. Good wine, truly excellent wine. The man couldn't stop praising the cup in his hand. He was Zhang Dagui, the second young master of the newly risen Zhang family of Zhangzhou. The other man, his face flushed from the drink, smiled at Zhang Dagui and gave him a thumbs up. "Well done, young Master Zhang. Your tolerance is impressive. A true hero of Zhangzhou," just as the rumors say. This man was none other than Tong Ba, the 43-year-old second master of the Tong family. He was in charge of all their worldly business, a known playboy with many wives and children, and a cultivator at the Earth Realm. "Flattered," Zhang Dagui replied humbly. "Second Master Tong, you praise me too much. I'm just a straightforward guy who can't stand bullies. It's just a shame my own strength is lacking." Then, his expression brightened as he looked at Tong Ba. "But enough about that. This wine of yours is a treasure. I'd love to bring some back for my old ancestor. Can you tell me where to buy it?" Tong Ba just laughed and waved his hand dismissively. "Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, young Master Zhang. This wine is called Heaven's Arrival. It was personally brewed by the East Courtyard back when the Tong family was still in Tiandu City. The technique has long been lost. I only have a small stash left myself." He looked at Zhang Dagi and added, "These past few years, I only bring out a jug when I meet a true hero worth sharing it with." Zhang Dagui let out an ah of understanding. "What a pity." Then he called to his attendant, "Here, fill my cup. I must toast Second Master Tong a few more times." He chugged glass after glass, slurring, "This one's for you, Second Master. Bottoms up for me. You can sip." "Amazing. Fill it up again. I need another toast for the Second Master." Seeing him relentlessly downing his precious wine, Tong Ba felt a pang of regret, but he kept a gracious smile on his face and offered a word of caution. "Ahem, young Master Zhang, that's enough now. Please, slow down." Just then, a tall man in glasses behind Tong Ba leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Second Master, your wife just sent word, urging you to return at once. Director Zhao sent a similar message. They say there's something important to discuss with you." Noticing Tong Ba's demeanor, Zhang Dagi waved his hand. "Second Master Tong, if you have business, please, go ahead. We've already covered the important stuff. I'll just have a few more drinks here. Don't mind me, it's fine." Tong Ba took the opportunity and rose to his feet, clasping his hands. "Ha ha, then I thank young Master Zhang for his understanding. There's a banquet at home, so I must take my leave." Then he added with a smile, "This wine has a delayed effect. Don't drink it too quickly. Zhang Dagui grinned, drool nearly escaping his lips as he snatched the wine jug from a servant. Haha, don't you worry, Second Master Tong. I'll drink it nice and slow. I'm fine. Tongba then turned and left, leaving Zhang Dagui to cackle by himself. Following behind him were a long-haired woman named Zhang Chao, the president's assistant from the Mushui group, and the man in glasses, Mei Dai, Tongba's personal bodyguard from the Taihuo mercenaries. As they walked down the lavish corridor, all the servants bowed respectfully. Tongba looked at Zhang Chao and ordered, Zhang Chao, for the next few days, investigate carefully and prepare our defenses. Secretly ensure the safety of this second young master of the Zhang family, my mad dog older brother. I'm afraid he'll try to make a move on him within our territory. Zhang Chao received her orders. Yes, second master. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements immediately. As she departed, only Tongba and Mei Dai remained. He then turned to Mei Dai and asked, what's going on at the manor? Is the welcoming feast for that brat Yun Xiang still not over? The two of them slowly made their way towards the exit. Mei Dai immediately replied, the madam just sent a message. She said, young master Song Yun Rui challenged young master Yun Xiang at the banquet table. Hearing this, Tongba was a bit surprised. Oh? His bodyguard continued. He was utterly defeated. The madam requests your presence to discuss the matter. Tongba stopped in his tracks, shocked. What? Ruier lost to that kid? That useless waste of space. Humph. So he lost. What's there to discuss? The madam's intention, Mei Dai explained, is to discuss with you whether or not to go to the East Courtyard to apologize to young master Yun Xiang and ask for his forgiveness. Tongba's eyes widened. Oh? He asked, are you sure that's what she said? Mei Dai's tone was certain. Absolutely. That's exactly what the madam said. His face darkened. That's not like her at all. Could it be that Song Yun Xiang had some great fortuitous encounter on his return? He was silent for a few seconds, then said, fine, I understand. Let's go back. At the back exit of the hotel, Tongba let out a sigh. Ruier's personality is too impulsive. Not at all. He paused for a moment, then lightly placed a hand on Mei Dai's shoulder. If only he were half the man you are, I could rest easy. Mei Dai instinctively stepped back. I am unworthy of such praise. Tongba's hand was left hanging awkwardly in the air. He sighed again. There's no one else here. We don't have to be so formal. For now, stay by my side and learn. I'll slowly figure out a way for you to be officially accepted back into the Tong family. Hearing this, the bodyguard bowed respectfully. You have already done so much for me. My brother and I have no other desire but to fulfill our mother's last wish. A wave of guilt washed over Tongba, the Tong family. We failed her. The airship arrived. Tongba took a few steps forward. Let's go. Mei Dai followed. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at the Nanhuang Great Wall, a massive barrier separating two lands. Southeast of Yongan City, at the Nanhuang Great Wall's Iron Wall Army Barracks, the wind rustled through the desolate plains. On a training ground, several figures were practicing in advanced mechs, the Iron Wall Army Marshal's headquarters. The figures of two men appeared at the main gate. A guard inside addressed the muscular man respectfully. Captain Zhang, please wait a moment while I announce your arrival. Inside a command room, a stern-faced man sat observing a projection screen. A subordinate entered and knelt before him. Reporting to the Marshal, the captain of the 2nd Battalion requests an audience. The serious-looking man didn't take his eyes off the screen. Next to him, a chef was preparing a meal, steam rising into the air. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then replied, let him in. This was Tongqing, Song Yun Xiang's uncle. He was the Marshal of the Southern Continent's Iron Wall Army for the Tandu Nation and the Golden Commander of the Nanhuang Joint Defense Line. The subordinate acknowledged the order. Yes, Marshal. At his side, the chef began to carefully plate the food. The muscular man from the gate entered, dropping to one knee in a respectful salute. This was Zhang Mu, captain of the Iron Wall Army's 2nd Battalion and a peak Xuan rank warrior. He held up a white data slate and reported, 2nd Battalion Captain Zhang Mu pays his respects to the Marshal. General Liu from the Shishui sector of the Nanhuang Joint Defense Line just contacted us. They want to dispatch a team to the Southern Wastes to conduct combat trials for a new type Soul General. They need to pass through our barracks. I need your approval, sir. The chef beside them spoke up. Allow me. He then took the bowl of food to Tongqing. Marshal Tongqing read the slate in his hand. 20 people, 12 soldiers, 8 researchers. Everything is in order. Approved. Just then, the chef brought the bowl over and said respectfully, Marshal, please eat while it's hot. With his answer clear, Zhang Mu rose respectfully and replied, yes, sir. I'll arrange their passage immediately. His eyes carried an unspoken order. Assemble 2 squads to escort them discreetly. Remember, discreetly. Zhang Mu accepted the command. As you wish, General. Rest assured, I know exactly what to do. The general nodded. Good. You're dismissed. With that, Zhang Mu departed from the military camp. Inside, the chef finally spoke up, looking confused. General, why would those women from the Hai Tuai nation test their new mechs on our territory? Aren't they afraid we'll steal their secrets? Blowing on a bowl of food, the general replied, alliances between nations are a delicate dance. You have to maintain an equal level of strength and let your rivals see it clearly. That's the only way to ensure lasting peace. The chef was still lost. Huh? You mean they're letting times us watch on purpose? The general just chuckled. Ah, this porridge is a little bland. Go get more salt. Meanwhile, at the Song Manor's east courtyard, Kong Zheng bowed his head low. Young Master Yunxiang, I, Kong Zheng, was blind before. From this day forward, I am willing to be your loyal dog to atone for my offense. I, Kong Zheng, will serve you like a horse to make up for my past sins. Song Yunxiang's expression didn't change at all. Serving me like a horse is a bit extreme. It seems old Master Kong has weighed the pros and cons and finally made his decision. Kneeling on the floor, Kong Zheng looked up, thinking, damn it, as if I had a choice. If I hadn't acted decisively, these guys probably would have killed me in my sleep. Out loud, he said, I would never dare to weigh the pros and cons. The Kong family has always followed the Song family's lead, and we always will. If young Master Yun Xiang doesn't find it beneath him, I am willing to come to the Song Manor and serve as your personal attendant. His mind was racing. Seriously, does Song Yun Xiang have to take it this far? Even the family maids are at the heavenly stage, and I'm just an early stage expert. In a place this big, is there really no position for me? Come on, Kong Zheng, think. What other advantages do you have? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ah, I've got it. He looked at Yun Xiang and asked, by the way, young master, is your east courtyard perhaps in need of a chef? I'm not just bragging. Back in my youth in the central province, I used to serve. Before he could finish, Song Yun Xiang cut him off. Haha, all right, that's enough. Get up and then we'll talk. He immediately straightened up. Yes, thank you, young master. Song Yun Xiang looked at him. Old master, if you're truly serious about serving my family, I actually have a mission for you. Hearing this, Kong Zheng dropped to one knee again. Young master, just give the command. I would rather die than refuse. Yun Xiang sighed in frustration. Get up. Why are you kneeling again? He scrambled to his feet. Yes, your orders, young master? Yun Xiang pulled out a purple vial. As I understand it, besides you, there are 4 other peak Earth stage patriarchs in Yongan City, correct? The old man replied, yes, that's right. There were 5 top-tier families. I just barely broke through to the heavenly stage, but the old masters from the Chen, Lu, Dao, and Chu families are all stuck at the half-step to heavenly stage. Among the second-tier families, the Shen and Su families also have a late-stage Earthmaster. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned on his face. You mean? With trembling hands, he accepted the vial. These are 4 barrier-breaking pills. I want you to pay them a visit and have them all break through to the heavenly stage for me. He stared at the vial, tears welling in his eyes as if he'd seen a divine treasure. Barrier-breaking pills? Are these the legendary barrier-breaking pills? As he spoke, he cried inwardly, boo-hoo! It took me 5 agonizing years of seclusion to break through that bottleneck. I finally got a leg up on those old geezers, and I didn't even get to enjoy it for a single day before you leveled the playing field. Boo-hoo. Song Yunxiang watched him with his arms crossed. So, do you understand my intentions? The old man looked up. Are you planning to subdue them? Yunxiang replied flatly. Or else. The old man broke into a cold sweat, realizing his place. I understand. You plan to start with the patriarchs to bring their entire families under your control, for your use. Yunxiang smiled. You're not wrong. He then took out another small vial containing a single green pill. Do this well, and this heavenly spirit pill will be your reward. Kong Zheng replied hastily. Yes, rest assured, young Master Yun Xiang. I will definitely bring all 4 families under your banner. Yun Xiang waved his hand dismissively. Good, go do it. He bowed respectfully. Yes. Your subordinate takes his leave. He turned, about to use his movement technique to depart. But Yun Xiang suddenly spoke up. Oh, right, come back. Startled, he snapped to attention. Yes! With a fawning expression, he asked, at your service, does the young master have any other instructions? Yun Xiang casually picked at his pinky finger, looking away. Right, about that engagement. Before he could finish, the old man dropped to his knees again, surprising Yun Xiang. He pleaded, young master, please forgive me. I'll bring that girl Xinxin here for you immediately. But I know Xinxin is no longer worthy of being your main wife. If you don't mind, she can serve you as a concubine, or even just a bed-warming maid. Song Yunxiang held up a hand to stop him. Whoa, stop. I have 0 interest in her. My meaning is, find a legitimate reason and just cancel the engagement. As for Kong Xinshin, whatever she thinks is her own business. I don't want to interfere, and frankly, I can't be bothered. Kong Zheng looked up, stunned, snot still dripping from his nose, his eyes wide enough to fall out. Huh? Cancel it? Yunxiang's gaze turned sharp and cold. Old Master Kong, you're a smart man. I don't need to teach you how to handle this, do I? Kong Zheng knew he couldn't argue. He stood up respectfully. Yes, please rest assured, young master. I will handle this matter perfectly. Hearing what he wanted, Yunxiang waved his hand. Good, now go. As Kong Zheng prepared to leave again, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Yunxiang. Song Mu watched him, confused. He hesitated, as if he wanted to ask something. He pointed to his own face. I'm really leaving now. Yunxiang replied, Go. Then he added, and don't climb the wall. Use the door. The old man scratched his head in embarrassment. Huh? Yes. Thank you, young master Yunxiang. He then hurried away. Once he was gone, Yunxiang let out a soft sigh. Phew, that went in a slightly unexpected direction. But at least that engagement business is finally over. At that moment, Song Mu looked at him and bowed his head. Young master Yunxiang. He glanced over. What is it, Uncle Mu? The old retainer warned him. I fear this Kong Zheng hasn't truly submitted. I think he only gave in because he saw our family's power and is either afraid of revenge or he's trying to make a political gamble on us. Ma Jinhua chimed in, using a projection from her bracelet to report what she'd seen. He's right, young master. That Kong Xinshin girl left here and immediately went to find that thug. I agree with Uncle Mu. Keeping the Kong family around might just cause trouble in the shadows. We might as well see this through to the end. Gao Gai also adopted a dangerous posture. Tonight is a good night for wiping out a clan, Qingdai gasped. Seeing their discussion, Yunxiang's face went pale, and he quickly held up his hands to stop them. He let out a breath. It doesn't have to come to that. He then fell silent for a few seconds, looking down mysteriously. Listen to me carefully. Before long, Yongan City may face a great war. Visions appeared of the city under attack by hordes of flying beasts. Millions of beasts will break through the walls. Countless citizens will be separated from their loved ones in the fight. When that time comes, every ounce of power we can control will be one more flame of hope preserved for the heavenly capital nation, for all of humanity. Facing a national crisis, the rise and fall of our people, the very survival of our race, we must focus on the bigger picture. We cannot waste our strength on petty family grudges. Qingdai's face was filled with pure admiration. Young Master Yunxiang. After hearing this, Song Mu was so moved he had tears in his eyes. To think the young master possesses such magnanimity, willing to set aside his own dignity and face for the greater good. Looking at him, he thought, the young master's growth is truly astounding. His presence has become as great and dependable as the third master's. Everyone looked at him with admiration and trust, but they had no idea what terrifying schemes were running through his mind. First, he'd use a carrot and a stick to control them, to play with them. For the great Southern Wasteland Beast-Tide War, the more power, the better. His plan set, he remembered something and turned. Oh yeah, Uncle Damu. The old man answered the call. What is it? He ordered, prep one of your better void shuttles for me. I need to head out for a bit tomorrow. The old man heard this and simply replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at the Southern Wasteland Great Wall, inside a Shishui Kingdom transport ship, two massive mechs appeared next to a small shadow. The two platinum-armored giants standing on the open ground were the Su-Nu models, mass-produced mechs from the Xshui Kingdom. In front of the two mechs stood a girl with green hair tied in a high ponytail, blowing in the wind. In the distance, a black shadow was closing in at incredible speed, kicking up a massive dust cloud behind it. The black-armored figure charged relentlessly towards them. The Su-Nu pilot moved its mechanical arms into position, then shouted, Identify yourself. The shadow leaped high into the air, then landed right in front of the green-haired girl, announcing Starfall as the armor dematerialized. The moment the armor vanished, the person inside was revealed. Second in command, Zhang Muying, at your service. Greetings, General Liu. He then held out a folded document towards the girl known as General Liu, saying, My marshal, Song, has granted passage. I was sent specifically to deliver this official document. The green-haired girl, Liu Ning, a mid-tier Earth-ranked general guarding the Southern Wasteland's joint defense line, took the document. Thank you, Captain Zhang, for making the trip yourself. And please, give Marshal Song my thanks as well. The young man then said, I have other duties to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Farewell. Liu Ning nodded. Go ahead. He returned the gesture with a please. They both went their separate ways, one boarding a ship, the other returning to the barracks. Inside the aircraft, in the Xishui Kingdom Transport's workshop, sat a prototype Swan-Nu model, a second-generation test unit from the Xishui Divine Mechanism Institute. Liu Ning entered and reported respectfully, Princess, The Tiandu army has approved our passage. Are we cleared for departure? A girl with hair mixed with shades of pink and blue smiled at the news. Yes, we can go. It's about damn time. This was Princess Ling Huan, the half-sister of the Shishui Empress, chief of the Divine Mechanism Institute, and the lead designer of the second-gen Xuan Nu Spirit General Mech. She looked up at her creation with anticipation, declaring, "Let's roll. I've been dying to find some beasts to test out these 3 adorable little killing machines of mine in a real fight." Early the next morning, inside a secret room in the Song Manor's east courtyard, several figures appeared. Song Mu was reporting to Song Yun Xiang. "Young Master Yun Xiang, a bay has prepared the void shuttle you requested." The cellar door opened, revealing a part of the shuttle, shining and brand new. As it was finally lifted into view, a man's voice called out, "So, what do you think, young master? Satisfied?" Song Yun Xiang hopped onto the shuttle and replied, "Not bad. It's exactly what I had in mind." Hearing this, Abe grinned. "As long as you're satisfied, young master, let me just run a few final checks, and she'll be ready for you." But the young master cut him off. "No need for checks. This is fine. I'll take it from here." Then, the engine began to start up. Abe panicked slightly. "Huh? Young master? You're leaving for the Southern Wasteland right now? That's not a great idea." Song Mu also chimed in worriedly. "He's right, young master Yun Xiang. You can't possibly go there alone. You should at least take a few shadow guards for protection." Qing Dai also cried out, "That's right. Young master, you can't go without an attendant. I'll go with you." He glanced over at them, then reached into his pocket. "No need. I'm better off alone. It's more efficient this way." He then tossed 2 black cards with spiral symbols towards them. "Catch." Song Mu and Qing Dai caught the objects and examined them curiously. "Huh? What are these?" he asked. "Inside these storage tokens are elixirs," he answered. "Uncle Damu, I want you to pick out the best prospects from the Shadow Guards and the Song Manor. I need you to cultivate some high-level combat power for me." Qing Dai, you gather the handmaidens of the East Courtyard and find anyone in the outer courtyards with cultivation talent. Push their combat abilities to the absolute limit. Both accepted their orders at the same time. "Yes, sir." The hangar door opened, and he piloted the shuttle out. Before leaving, he said, "This trip will take me 3 to 5 days, maybe 7, but I will absolutely be back within 10 days. Well, I'm heading out. Uncle Damu, let the old man know for me." The old man heard him and replied, "Understood." The shuttle's speed increased. As it flew out of the hangar, he shouted, "Later." A streak of light shot past the manor's rooftops, leaving behind a trail of white smoke. In a room nearby, 3 people were sitting together. Song Ba asked with some curiosity, "Whoa, what was that sound?" "That sonic boom. It has to be an incredibly powerful void shuttle." Hearing Song Ba, Lady Cheng turned and said, "Huh? Don't tell me it's that punk, Song Yun Xiang. Did that nephew of ours run off to play again?" Realizing it must be him, she started nagging Song Ba. "See? I told you to go find him last night, but you wanted to wait. Now he's already gone to see his grandfather first," he replied gently. It's fine. It's better to ask for father's opinion first anyway. Otherwise, even if the 3 of us went to see him, I doubt we could get our hands on any of the treasures he's holding." Just then, Song Jingzong walked in and overheard them. What's this about taking treasures?" Seeing him, Song Ba, Lady Cheng, and concubine Zhao all stood up and greeted him respectfully. "Father, Lord Marquis." He walked to his seat and said, "All right, sit down. Coming to greet this old man so early. Spit it out. What's this about taking treasures?" Song Ba looked at him and explained, "Father, it's like this. I was busy with official business last night and couldn't properly welcome Yun Xiang back. So, I wanted to take the initiative and host a banquet for him tonight at Yongan restaurant." Hearing this, the old man held up a hand, cutting him off. "Enough. You think I don't know what you're really after? You're just scheming to get the elixirs in Yun Xiang's possession, aren't you?" Caught red-handed, Song Ba scratched his head. "Well, that's not exactly it. I mean, Yun Xiang is a member of our Song family. Those treasures are just sitting in his hands. It would be better to give them to the family so we can control the Shui Mu conglomerate. By using a commercial model, we can leverage these resources for maximum profit," he argued. "Isn't that right, Dad?" Just then, Song Mu walked in. "Lord Marquis, Song Jingzong." Seeing it was Song Mu, the old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Ah, Damu, you're here. Was that commotion just now caused by that boy Yun Xiang?" He bowed his head and replied, "Yes. Young Master Yun Xiang said he was heading to the Southern Wasteland to hunt beasts, and then he plans to visit Sandiao City in the Xiaoyu Kingdom." After hearing the report, Song Jingzong said, "All right, I understand. You may all leave." Concubine Zhao was stunned. "What? He's going to hunt beasts in the Southern Wasteland? Damu, are you sure you heard that right? That kid is going to the Southern Wasteland? He wants to hunt them? Are you sure he won't be the one getting killed by them?" Song Mu replied coldly. That is what he said. Lord Marquis, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Just then, the old man seemed to remember something and asked, Humph, did he say when he'd be back? Song Mu replied, 3 to 5 days at the shortest, no more than 10 days at the most. Hearing this, the old man's expression grew a little dark as he simply said, Seeing his silence, Song Mu spoke up. Lord Marquis, I will excuse myself then. Song Yunxiang nodded in reply. Go. Suddenly, Song Ba shot up and said, Wait a minute. He turned to his father, looking furious. Father, the Southern Wasteland is swarming with beasts. Even Big Brother's Iron Wall army can barely advance there. Isn't he just going there to die? Then he turned towards the door where Song Mu had left. Hey, wait up. I'm not done talking yet. Seeing this, Song Yunxiang said, That's enough. Calm down. At that moment, Song Yunxiang raised his wristband and holographic screens materialized in the air. Here, he said, take a look at this. After you've seen it, you can decide if you still want to mess with Yun Xiang. He was stunned by his father's words. Huh? What was this? He wanted to both marvel and curse at the same time. Oh my god, how is this possible? Is that really Song Yun Xiang? The scene begins. Outside, his shuttle left a streak of blue light wherever it flew, piercing through layer after layer of clouds. Inside, he could feel the shuttle's systems and couldn't help but be impressed. Truly worthy of a shuttle personally tuned by a Bay. This feature was seriously incredible. The shuttle continued to accelerate. Just then, a private jet belonging to Lu Ning's group appeared, flying right alongside them. Ling Huan, sitting inside the jet, was observing her surroundings when she spotted the shuttle, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. They eyed each other's aircraft, sizing them up. Song Yun Xiang was a little surprised. Wait, a transport ship from the Jishui Nation. Why is it flying in the Iron Wall Army's defensive airspace? Ling Huang was wondering the same thing. A sky shuttle from the Tandu Nation? How can it maintain such a high altitude and speed? This pilot's skill and power are off the charts. Then, his shuttle suddenly accelerated, vanishing into thin air, leaving only a flash of light that made her gasp. What in the world? A spark of interest ignited within her as she murmured to herself. What an incredible burst of power. It passed us in an instant. And he wasn't even affected by the high-altitude wind pressure. Does he have some kind of formation array on the outside of that shuttle? This man is no ordinary person. To think I'd run into someone this strong by chance. The Tiandu Nation is truly full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. She then sighed with a hint of regret. Too bad the Shishui Nation's army is all female. Otherwise, I'd really want to capture him and have him test out my little babies. 4 days after Song Yunxiang left for the Southern Wilds, a shuttle was slowly descending onto the landing pad outside the Song estate in Yongan City. With a loud thud, the ship touched down completely. The force of its landing blew away the dust and dirt, clearing a perfect circle on the ground. A ramp extended from the side of the shuttle, reaching down to the ground. A pair of feet in thonged sandals stepped onto it. The man, dressed in a loud floral red shirt and shorts, was Tu Hemming. Standing on the ramp, he let out a little oof. He scratched his head, which had only a few tufts of hair, and looked around. Yongan City, huh? The last time I was here was over 30 years ago. Qing Yi followed right behind him. He looked around wildly, his eyes practically bugging out of his head as he shouted, Oh my god! Is this that punk Song Yunxiang's house? As they both walked off the ship, Qing Yi just couldn't stop himself. Dude, this is way, way too rich. Once the two had disembarked, Qing Dai stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Qing Dai, servant to young master Yun Xiang. Hearing this, the old man chuckled and waved his hand. A pleasure. I am Tu Hemming, a master from the Southern Continent's Martial Arts Institute. He smiled warmly on the outside, but was secretly sizing her up. For this kid's handmaiden to have such a high cultivation level, the reputation of the Marquis of Yongan is well deserved. Qing Yi also struck his most dashing pose and introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Qing Dai. My name is Qing Yi, one of Song Yun Xiang's instructors. Like the old man, he couldn't stop assessing her. Whoa, this kid's handmaiden is seriously stacked. The legendary playboy of Yongan. He really lives up to the rumors. He then held up a black suitcase. Tu Hemming saw this and smiled. I'm sure young master Yun Xiang has already told you. We've come today on his instructions from a few days ago. The items he requested have been prepared and delivered. Hearing this, Qing Dai gestured towards the estate. Yes, the young master has made all the arrangements. This way, please. The old man nodded. Please, lead the way. Qing Yi also chimed in. After you! As he walked, Qing Yi's head was on a swivel, taking everything in. Just then, he saw 2 maids sweeping the courtyard, and his jaw dropped. Wow, how can Song Yunxiang's house have so many beautiful women? In another corner, 3 other maids were hanging laundry in the sun. He clenched his fists tightly. This guy's everyday life is just too perfect. It's like living in a garden of paradise. Meanwhile, in the main reception hall of the Song estate, a handmaiden was giving a report. My lord, the guests from the Southern Continent's Martial Arts Institute have arrived. The East Courtyard's headmaid, Qing Dai, is receiving them. Song Yunxiang nodded. Go to the North Courtyard and bring Yun Jin here. Song Mu, standing beside him, waited for the maid to leave before speaking. My lord, according to young Master Yunxiang's instructions 3 days ago, the Institute is likely here to deliver a new prototype machine. Miss Yunjin and I can receive them. There's no need for you to personally. But before he could finish, the Marquis cut him off. No, the guests are likely Yunxiang's teachers. They've come a long way. We should show them a minimum level of respect. Outside the main hall, Qing Dai was leading Tu Heming and Qing Yi inside. Two maids saw her and bowed in unison. Sister Qing Dai. She was used to this and gave a simple nod. The greeting startled Qing Yi. Even after the two maids left, he was still staring after them with tears streaming down his face. His heart ached with envy. Sniff. It's just too amazing. Maybe. I should just quit my job and come work for the Song family. The more he thought about it, the better the idea seemed. He clenched his fist. I wonder if the Song family requires a certain cultivation level. But for a profound rank expert like me, becoming captain of the guard should be a piece of cake. In his mind, he pictured himself living a life of luxury, with a beautiful woman in each arm. No, I should hide my true power, get a menial job, and infiltrate the Song household. Then, at a moment of crisis, I'll reveal my true cultivation, instantly winning the hearts of all the beauties. Thinking this, he began to giggle like a total fool. Heh. Tu Heming finally had enough. Young man, get a grip. Try not to wear your desperation all over your face. But Qing Yi was so lost in his fantasy that he didn't even notice the blood pouring from his nose. Arriving at the entrance to the main hall, Qing Dai stepped to the side, bowing and gesturing them in. This way, please. Inside the reception hall, Qing Dai stepped forward to announce them. Uncle Mu, the guests from the Southern Continent's Martial Arts Institute have arrived. She was mid-sentence when she noticed the other person. Oh, Marquis, you are here as well? Song Yunxiang saw her surprise but simply gestured to the seats beside him. It's fine. Please, have our guests sit. Tu Heming walked in and let out 3 hearty laughs. Haha, I never expected the great Marquis Song to greet us in person. This old man is truly overwhelmed. Heh. Seeing his guest's face, Song Yunxiang was taken aback. Could it be? He paused for a moment, as if recalling a name. Semi-Saint Tu? He clasped his hands and laughed. Haha, to think that Semi-Saint Tu, one of the legendary 3 swords of the Southern Continent, would grace my home. My estate is truly honored today. Ha ha ha. Tu Heming returned the gesture of respect, leaving Qing Yi to look back and forth between them in utter shock. Tu Heming replied, You are too kind, Marquis Song. In your presence, who would dare to arrogantly call themselves a semi-saint? Ha ha ha. Song Yunxiang had now walked right up to him. Come, please, take a seat. He then called out, Serve tea. Song Mu immediately replied, Yes, sir. The 2 men sat down at the table together. Song Yunxiang spoke first. That boy Yun Xiang is truly thoughtless. How could he trouble the great semi-saint Tu to personally run an errand? I will be sure to scold him when he returns. Tu Heming waved his hands and laughed in response. Haha, not at all. 2 days ago, that kid sent a message to the Institute, requesting a rush order on a new batch of goods. The moment I heard, well, he chuckled, how could I not shamelessly tag along to deliver it myself? Heh. Just then, the clacking of high heels could be heard from the doorway, followed by the appearance of a pair of red high-heeled boots. Song Yunjin walked in. Qing Dai saw her and bowed. Miss Yunjin. The young woman nodded gently. She then turned to her grandfather. Grandfather, you were looking for me? Hearing her voice, Song Yunxiang turned to introduce her. This is my granddaughter, Song Yunjin, that boy Yunxiang's older cousin. Yunjin, he continued. These 2 esteemed guests are from the Southern Continent's Martial Arts Institute. They are Yunxiang's teachers. Tu Heming and Qing Yi turned to look. The moment Qing Yi saw her, he froze, his face turning bright red. After the introduction, Song Yunjin curtsied respectfully. Yunjin greets you both. Song Yunxiang then explained. A few days ago, Yunxiang asked the Institute's workshop to create a new batch of automatons for us. He specifically mentioned that a portion of them are for your Crimson Sparrow army. Are these 2 the main event today? As he spoke, he noticed the man in front of him was totally mesmerized, with hearts for eyes and steam puffing from his nose. Both Song Yunxiang and Xu Heming just stared, their faces covered in shadow lines. But Qing Yi was completely oblivious to how ridiculous he looked, still lost in his thoughts. This woman is so bold. What a queenly aura. I just want her to step on me. Seeing this, Xu Heming slapped him on the back. Instructor Cheng, show everyone the goods already. Startled, Cheng Yi nervously scratched his neck and replied, "Oh, right." He pulled out a suitcase and unlocked it. The case unfolded into 3 tiers, revealing rows of cards in 3 different colors: blue-violet, orange-red, and green. He began his presentation. "Gentlemen, please take a look. These are the special armed-type remote mechs, rush-produced by our Martial Arts Academy's workshop based on the design plans provided by Song Yun Xiang. A total of 30 units. Please, inspect them." Meanwhile, in another part of the Southern Wasteland, the corpses of spirit beasts were scattered across the ground. The spirit general, Lubu, was cutting down the last of the beasts. Afterward, the main character used the mech to search through the pile of monster corpses. The war machine's hand picked up a stone covered in beast slime. He examined it. Another perfect grade, high-quality spatial crystal. Not bad. After a look, he tossed the spirit core aside. What a huge harvest. But all these cores from different beasts piled up together. I looks kinda gross. Then, with a command, his spirit form dissipated, revealing his true body. Before him stood a mountain of multicolored spirit cores. He started planning. I think I've been killing a bit too much these past few days. A tenth of this should be enough to trade for medicinal ingredients. He'd keep some for upgrading his production machine and sell the rest for cash. He then summoned power into his palm to inspect it. A potent blue energy radiated fiercely. After several days of non-stop fighting, his realm had finally stabilized completely. Before I head to Sand Sculpture City, I'll break through to the late-stage Earth realm first. Elsewhere, deep within the Southern Wasteland, hundreds of spirit beasts stampeded towards a pulsing light as if hypnotized by it. The roars of the beasts shook the heavens. Ruar! They converged, surrounding a cube-shaped object that contained a pulsating, purple-pink orb. Inside the orb, a single black dot was forming. Outside the cube, the beasts howled relentlessly. At that moment, Song Yunxiang was in the final stage of his breakthrough, his power radiating in waves around him. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed. Crack! His breathing grew heavy. Humph! Lightning crackled around his clenched fist. Then, he shattered his limits. The very space around him fractured. A beam of light shot into the dark sky as his immense power exploded outwards. Song Yunxiang landed gently on the ground. He looked at his hand, still sparking with raw energy, and smirked. A flawless breakthrough. This feeling of being completely filled with soul power. This is the late-stage Earth realm. The current me is probably 3 times stronger than I was in my past life at this stage. Based on this state, by the time I reach the Saint Realm, I'll be able to unleash 5, maybe even more than 10 times my combat power. Just like that, Song Yunxiang had leveled up to a late-stage Earthrealm Spirit Master. Outside the barrier he had created, monsters were relentlessly attacking and howling. Hearing the commotion, he glanced over and let out a soft chuckle. You've gathered so many beasts, yet you can't even break a tiny heaven-tier defensive formation? And here I was, being extra careful, setting up a whole 3-layered 6 Harmonies Origin defensive array. A whole day has passed, and they haven't even broken through the outermost layer. Looks like I was being a little too cautious. A horde of red-headed beasts relentlessly slammed their heads against his shield, roaring in frustration. Seeing their struggle, he almost felt sorry for them. He raised a finger. All right. It was rare for so much raw material to deliver itself right to his doorstep. With a snap of his thumb and middle finger, he gave the command. Dispel. The barrier shimmered with power and slowly faded away. The spirit beasts, sensing the obstacle was gone, grew even more frenzied. They swarmed him in an instant, roaring as if to summon their comrades. In seconds, they completely engulfed him, forming a massive, writhing black mound that grew larger by the second. But from within that swarm, his voice rang out, and a spirit soul pierced through the bodies of the beasts. Deploy! A brilliant purple-pink light shot towards the sky, tearing through the horde and slicing the beasts to pieces. Spirit General Lubu had arrived, sending the remaining monsters flying. As Song Yunxiang controlled the Spirit General, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, System Host. Can you craft me 2 heaven-shattering claws? The system's voice immediately chimed in. Beep. Augmenting armor for the host. Heaven-shattering claw augmentation +2. Complete. Please be mindful of soul power consumption. Feeling the change, he wondered aloud. With my current power, I should be able to barely handle a heaven-tier combat skill now, right? Alright, let's try fusing Lubu's new armor with a heaven-tier skill. With that thought, he roared, Dual heaven-shattering claws, combined with the Tyrant Blade Frenzied Dance. Heaven-tier skill. Heaven-shattering frenzied dance. A razor-sharp wave of blue light sliced through the air. The attack carved a massive fissure in the ground, and any beast caught in its path was instantly vaporized into ash. As the dust settled around Song Yunxiang, he marveled at the power. He'd only wanted to replicate one extra claw after his breakthrough. He never expected the result to feel this good, but he wasn't satisfied yet. He thought of another move. Let's try combining another skill. For example, the Xuanjia Guard's sevenfold wave. With that, Song Yun Xiang prepared his second technique. Dual heaven-shattering claws combined with the space-time piercing sevenfold wave. Heaven-tier skill. Heaven-shattering sevenfold wave. He moved like a blur through the remaining beasts, dicing them into countless pieces. Afterward, he tore through the beasts' carcasses, revealing the spirit cores still dripping with their fluids. With a squelch, he grabbed another one. The experiment was a success, and he had a new pile of cores in his hands. He turned and surveyed the area. The corpses of spirit beasts now littered the entire landscape of the Southern Wasteland's interior. Seeing that everything was dealt with, he assessed his own strength. To avoid damaging the beast's inner crystal cores, I had to suppress 70% of my strength. The power was just passable, I guess. He raised a hand and commanded, "All of you, get over here." A stream of light was sucked into the palm of his spirit general, Lubu. Instantly, all the spirit cores were ripped from the monster corpses, gathering into a massive, multicolored sphere that levitated in the air, held together by his power. Watching the mountain of cores fly into his hand, he sighed. Another huge score. He figured he'd keep what was useful, and the rest. He could probably sell it to the second prince's crew for a few tens of billions. Standing alone amidst the field of carnage, he reconsidered. Wait, no, that kid is already out of money. I'll have to find a richer buyer. In the distance, a massive beast was silently watching him, but he was too lost in thought to notice. I wonder if the Red Market Chamber of Commerce can handle a shipment this big. Whatever. I'll just store it in the system space for now. Just then, the giant beast let out a deafening roar that sent powerful shockwaves through the air. He finally noticed it. He calmly stored the cores and muttered, all right. Stop shouting. I'll get to you in a second." The beast leaped from a cliff, charging straight for him with a mighty roar. In response, he unleashed his own power. With a blinding flash, the beast's body simply disintegrated in midair. He landed gently on the ground. Behind him, the monster's remains vanished, leaving only a single, brilliantly glowing red spirit core. He raised his arm and absorbed it into his space. Not long ago, I had to struggle and use tricks to fight a heaven-tier beast. Now, at full power, I can take one head-on. The inner core of a heaven-tier beast is a great item. I can use it to enhance the mass production machines. I should grab a few more when I get the chance. Inside the spirit general, Song Yun Xiang tossed a few pills into his mouth while checking a device in his hand. This whole area is still a dead zone for signals. I wonder if Headmaster Gu and the others delivered the mass producers to the Song family like I asked. Song Yunxiang looked up at the sky. 5 days have already passed. I guess I haven't been wasting time. It's time to head to Sand Sculpture City and take care of my real business. Getting to Sand Sculpture City from here is going to take a while. He sighed, realizing his personal starship would be way faster than this floating shuttle. On that thought, he pinged the system. Hey, Star-Lord system, is that custom starship you were designing for me done yet? His question was met with total silence. Then a streak of light shot into the sky. 100 miles outside Sand Sculpture City, a massive protective barrier was now active. This was a restricted zone, meant to contain a god-tier relic, a crimson celestial core resting in a crater lake. In the distance, a white vessel was parked on a high dune. Several figures stood aboard the ship, observing the scene. A man with long golden hair spoke first. I can feel it. This is definitely the aura of a god-tier power. A bald man, his head covered in scars, heard this and grinned. Doesn't that mean the old ancestor finally has a chance to break through? The blonde man nodded sharply. Exactly, Uncle Fa. The Huyan family must claim this god-tier relic. The man with the long golden hair was Huyan Xing, young master of the Huyan clan from the Lower Domain Nation, a late-stage Earth-tier powerhouse. He mused that this trip to Sand Sculpture City was already paying off. Young Master Jin, I think we can make a deal. This came from the bald man with the thick beard and scarred head. This was Huyan Fa, one of the 4 elders of the Huyan clan and Huyan Xing's guardian, an early-stage heaven-tier expert. Across from them stood a man with long black hair obscuring half his face. This was Mai Jin, the first-in-line successor of the Mai family. The late-stage Earth-tier heir replied calmly, Young Master Huyan, you know my Mai family is backed by the Mulu clan. We are not short on money. Huyan Xing just gave him a cunning smile. Don't worry. When you make a deal with the Huyan family, I'll make sure you never lose out. Mai Jin laughed at that. Haha, well, that's certainly something to look forward to. At that very moment, on the other side of Sand Sculpture City, the market district was buzzing. Amidst the laughing crowds and noisy shoppers, a figure with stark white hair was watching a demon slave auction from a distance. The auctioneer shouted, Gather round, everyone. A freshly captured demon race slave. Starting bid is 8,000 lower domain coins. In a nearby tavern, a blue-haired man watched the auctioneer, his hand gripping a wine glass so tightly it trembled. The auctioneer's voice boomed again. This gentleman bids 12,000. Do I hear any higher? Anyone at all? Going once at 12,000. Going twice! Sold! As the deal was struck, the blue-haired man's fury intensified, and he let out a low growl. Meanwhile, at the tavern's staircase, a heavily cloaked figure was slowly ascending to the second floor. Their eyes scanned the room, confirming the demonic aura they'd sensed earlier. They spotted the blue-haired man in the corner and smirked to themselves. Heh, so it's a mixed-blood earth tier from the dragon folk. I didn't expect to see an ant from the Dragon Sea Kingdom all the way out here. A god-tier relic appearing in Sand Sculpture City. It seems all the major players are gathering for the storm. Thinking this, a smirk played on the figure's lips. Back in the city's main square, at the demon slave auction block, a female demon was chained to a post. The crowd laughed and jeered, while a lone blue figure watched silently from the shadows. Soon after, two people in green cloaks moved through the city center, heading towards that same tavern. As they entered, the one walking behind spoke up. That dragon folk woman we saw earlier, I couldn't sense her cultivation level at all. Uncle Jian, you're an earth tier expert. Did you get a read on her? The one asking was Lan Li, a rank 3 warrior from the Dragon Sea Kingdom's royal guard. The man he asked, who had a fierce look, replied in the dragon folk language. He continued. Based on my experience, that woman is probably just some minor heaven tier nobody. She's likely here to test her luck with the god tier relic. That's all. Lan Li was stunned. I see. As expected from the rank 1 warrior of the royal guard, Uncle Jian, your experience is truly amazing. The older man just grunted. You still have much to learn, Lan Li. Come on, we need to rendezvous with His Highness. This man was Lan Jian, a rank 1 warrior and royal guard of the Dragon Sea Kingdom. As they walked, Lan Li suddenly started looking all around them. Lan Jian scowled. What is it, Lan Li? Why are you looking around like some country bumpkin? I told you, she was just a small fry. Forget about her. Lan Li kept searching. It's strange. I swear I saw that woman come this way, but now she's gone. The two then approached the table of the blue-haired man, bowing respectfully. Your servant, Lan Jian, greets His Highness. Your servant Lan Li greets His Highness. The blue-haired man by the window was Lan Kun, a prince of the Dragon Sea Kingdom, a half-blood mix of dragon folk and human. He acknowledged them with a simple grunt. Then he gestured for them to sit down and talk. They both complied instantly. Yes, sir. Lan Kun looked at them, his voice low. Report, what did you find? Use the common tongue. We don't need to attract attention. Lan Li pulled down the cloak, covering his mouth, and began his report. Your Highness, the traitor who stole the god Jade is currently located in the West District of Sand Sculpture City. We have pinpointed his exact location. Lan Kun's expression instantly darkened. The West District? That's a military-controlled zone. How did he manage to infiltrate that place? Lan Jian spoke up. Your Highness, based on my investigation, this is the situation. The traitor, Lan Ju, used His Majesty's birthday celebration as a cover. He pretended to offer a treasure but stole our clan's god Jade instead. After the Dragon Sea Kingdom issued a kingdom-wide manhunt, he fled towards the Heaven Capital. His Majesty dispatched the princes on separate routes to the Heaven Capital's sea to intercept that scoundrel. But as I suspected, the traitor never went to the sea. He deliberately set up a decoy to lure the princes ashore in the Lower Domain Nation, our enemy's territory, intending to sneak onto a boat to the central continent. Logically, he should already be on a ship to the Heaven Capital by now. According to my original plan, we were supposed to follow him, but because the legend of a god-tier relic suddenly appeared outside Sand Sculpture City a few days ago, the city went into high alert. The strict lockdown trapped Lanzhou here, completely ruining his escape plan. Lan Kun had heard enough. I already know all of this. Get to the point. Lan Jian nodded quickly. Ah, yes, of course. Lan Zhou, as a member of the Dragon Sea royal family, naturally knows some of our clan's secrets about the god Jade. He's been stuck at the peak of the Heaven tier for 10 years. My guess is, he stole the Jade to finally break through his bottleneck. Now, with the god tier relic appearing while he's trapped, he's allied himself with the Mai family, hoping to get a fragment of its crystallized power and use the opportunity to achieve his breakthrough. Suddenly, Lan Kun felt a strange premonition. Something about this felt wrong, too easy, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I see. So, is our clan's god Jade on his person right now? Lan Li answered. We were afraid of alerting him, so we didn't dare get too close. Lan Jian then voiced a concern. Your Highness, are you worried that Dog might trade our god Jade to the Mai family for a piece of the relic? I think that's unlikely. He's either carrying the god Jade on him at all times, or he's hidden it somewhere very safe. Lan Kun stared out the window. Why did this all feel so convenient? Still, he had no other choice. The inheritance of the spirit general Ao Bing is too important. We have to risk it all. Besides, with that thing in my possession, even with just a few of us, we should be able to handle Uncle Lan Zhou. With his resolve hardened, he stood up. Let's go. We're heading to the West District. His two guards immediately rose. Yes, Your Highness. The tavern fell silent once more, until the cloaked figure from before slowly materialized from the shadows. They had heard the entire conversation. The god Jade of the Merfolk clan, they mused. Could it be the one left behind by the old patriarch? The previous generation's Ao Bing? Outside Sand Sculpture City, the blazing sun beat down. Song Yun Xiang was zipping along on his sky shuttle when a signal suddenly beeped from his bracelet. Beep, beep. He glanced down at it. I'm back in signal range? The screen showed an incoming call from Song Mu. He accepted it. The voice of his uncle Damu came through, filled with relief. Young Master Yun Xiang, thank goodness, we've finally reached you. Hearing this, he just laughed and said, Ha, Uncle Mu, my bad. There's no signal out here in the Southern Wasteland. Back at the Crimson Lone Army's training grounds, Song Mu processed that answer, his mind racing. No signal. Could the young master have ventured deep into the heart of the Southern Wasteland? He then replied, It's good that you are safe, sir. Oh, by the way, young master, the Jiwu Academy has delivered the prototype Soul Talisman mechs, just as you arranged. Hearing that, the main character perked up. Oh, you got them? So, what do you all think? Song Mu replied, I'm with Lady Yunjin now. The Crimson Lone Army is putting them through their paces as we speak. Inside the Crimson Lone Army's virtual combat testing zone, the mechs held a perfect formation. Heavy armor types for defense, gun shield models, and Gatling units designed to wipe out smaller beasts. The assault types readied their weapons. Sharpshooters prepared to fire. A torrent of energy erupted from the mechs. Fire, eliminate all long-range threats. The shoulder-mounted cannons unleashed a relentless barrage. The holographic beast models were instantly blown to smithereens upon impact. Aerial combat test, commencing now, a pilot's voice announced. All right, bring it on. Flying beasts screeched as they dove toward the mechs. With a deafening roar, the pilot commanded, Gun shield units, lay down suppressing fire. Roger that, opening fire. A synchronized volley of bullets tore through the sky, ripping into the airborne monsters. Boom, boom, boom! Airstrike units, deploy! Take out any that slipped through the net. Two mechs soared into the sky, closing in on the remaining beasts. The pilots initiated their next attack. Switching to aerial mode. Javelin type ready. Both pilots confirmed in unison. Roger, roger. Down on the ground, two other mechs commanded swarms of blades. Flying sword units, provide cover. Both pilots responded instantly. Understood. A whirlwind of flying swords shot towards the airborne beasts, perfectly coordinating with the two mechs above to shred the monsters mid-flight. The simulated beasts plummeted from the sky in pieces, trailing smoke and fire. The ground shook with massive explosions as they crashed. Just then, one of the pilots warned, Don't let your guard down. Stay vigilant. There could be survivors. And just as predicted, a lone flying beast burst from the smoke, roaring as it charged them. Incoming! The pilots yelled. Heavy armor type, move up! A pilot swung his mech's massive mace and hurled it at the beast, shouting, Die! The monster was instantly obliterated. A voice echoed from the training ground system. Simulated combat test. Complete. Simulation concluded. All units, stand by. Calculating combat data. Number of beasts, 100. Number eliminated, 100. Mission completion rate, 100%. Hearing the system announcement, the pilots erupted with a mix of excitement and utter disbelief. Combat participants, 10. Survivors, 10. Survival rate, 100%. Mech unit elimination data. Heavy armor, 10. Gun shield, 28. Assault, 108. Flying sword, 24. Airstrike, 10. Damage sustained, heavy armor, 12%. Gun shield, 32%. Assault, 36%. Flying sword, 10%. Song Yunjin stood there, beaming with pride. So, everyone, what do you think? Report to me later. With the final results tallied, the simulation officially ended. The pilots all shouted in unison, Combat concluded! All mechs, power down! The female pilots began to stretch and relax. A girl with long pigtails sighed wistfully. Huh? It's over already? Another girl with pink hair agreed, I wasn't done yet. A pilot with long, silky black hair walked up behind them, holding a talisman. I feel like these test mechs aren't just stronger. Their power output has been boosted. but their energy consumption is way down. Plus, the efficiency of converting soul power has been optimized. The female soldiers started joking around. I want to try the airstrike type next time. Diving straight into the fight from above must feel amazing, right? Nah, I think that heavy armor type is way cooler. Song Yunxiang, the marshal of the Crimson Lone Army, just smiled faintly. Walking beside her was Zifu, her adjutant. A short-haired soldier exclaimed with fiery passion. They're just too strong. The combat power of these prototypes is beyond all expectations. This was Song Xiao, general of the Crimson Lone Army's Eastern Division. The young woman with short hair studying the stats tablet was Shen Ying, general of the Southern Division. If our entire Crimson Lone Army could be equipped with these new mechs, our overall combat strength would increase by at least 3 times. A girl with cream-colored hair turned her head in shock. Are they really that incredible? This was a man, general of the Western Division. She smiled at her marshal. Where did you get something this good? I haven't heard anything about new products from Taishuan Heavy Industries. Did they secretly develop these just for our Crimson Lone Army? A woman with her hair in a high bun appeared. This was Bai Su, general of the Northern Division. She looked at the marshal and stated, as far as I know, Taishuan Heavy Industries doesn't possess the technology or the ability to develop a spirit treasure of this caliber. A man looked at Bai Su, confused. Huh? They don't? Song Yunxiang just let out a light chuckle. Ha ha ha. After a moment, she revealed the truth. This is the Distant Might Enhanced Armament Plan, designed by my cousin, Song Yunxiang. These test units were built by the Jiwu Academy's workshop in Southern Continent City. Of course, the master mechanics from Taishuan Heavy Industries also lent their efforts. Bai Su, Aman, Song Xiao, and Shen Ying all gasped in unison, Song Yun Xiang. The discussion exploded. Song Yun Xiang, the same Song Yun Xiang we know, one of the Song family's 2 infamous failures? I remember him. 2 years ago, he was messing with new female recruits in the army and got a public scolding from the marshal herself. A spoiled, uneducated rich kid like him. R is a genius creator? That's impossible. Zifu watched them, thinking to herself, I can't believe young Master Yunxiang not only has the power to escape a divine beast unharmed, but also possesses such a high level of craftsmanship. Haha, just wait until you witness young Master Yunxiang's terrifying combat power. You'll be even more shocked then. At the same time, at the southern border of Yongan City, stood the Great Wall of the Southern Wasteland, the garrison of the Iron Wall Army. On the Iron Wall Army's training field, Song Wenqi was talking with Song Qing. He asked his father, So? What do you think, Dad? Song Qing stared back at him. Are you telling me these test mechs were all made by that kid, Yunxiang? Wenqi puffed out his chest with pride. That's right, Yunxiang bro made them all. Ha ha ha, how cool is that? Hearing this, Song Qing fell into a deep thought, stroking his beard in silence. After a moment, he called out, Men! A soldier instantly appeared behind him, kneeling. Yes, General! Go through every battalion in the army. Select the best elites suited for these mechs. I want a special operations unit formed immediately. Also, use the Iron Wall Army's name to contact every supplier. Buy up a massive amount of manufacturing materials at market price. Get me as much as you can. The general acknowledged his orders. As you command, Song Qing then turned to the mech his son brought, laughing loudly. Incredible. Truly incredible. If the entire Iron Wall Army was equipped with these, we could do more than just defend the Southern Wasteland's Great Wall. We could probably conquer 100 miles deep into the Southern Wasteland itself. Hearing this, Song Wenqi thought, if Dad knew that Yunxiang bro also has those pills, he'd probably demand a few for every soldier in the Iron Wall Army. Meanwhile, our main character was speeding along in his flying shuttle when he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. As he piloted the shuttle, he listened to Song Mu's report on everything that had happened over the past few days. Through the communication screen, Song Mu finished his update. And that's the summary of the last few days, young master. He rubbed his nose and replied, Good. I'm heading to Sand Sculpture City now. I should be there before nightfall. Song Mu suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. You mentioned Sand Sculpture City. According to the Shadow Guard's intelligence network, a powerful treasure appeared outside the city a few days ago. The whole city is on high alert. You must be careful, young master. Hearing the warning, he just reassured him, I got it, Uncle Mu. Don't worry. He slammed the button, ending the call. After hanging up with Song Mu, Song Yunxiang immediately threw on a disguise. A treasure, huh? No idea what it is. But the ancient sage said finders keepers. I'll check it out first and figure out the rest later. Once cloaked, he blasted off at full speed. Outside the western district of Sadiao City, a guard spoke up. Are you the ones trying to get into the west district? The group looked at each other. Then one replied, That's right. Old Chu from the Merchants Guild sent us. The guard scoffed. Ahem. You all understand the rules, don't you? You know this is a path for distinguished guests, not common folk. He trailed off, his meaning perfectly clear. Lanjian pulled out a card. I get it. A little something for your trouble. The guard instantly snatched it from his hand. All right, follow me. As he led them, the guard warned. Be careful. This is a VIP road. If we run into anyone, I'll say you're merchants from the Tandu kingdom. Don't you dare say a word. Plus, the West District isn't like this place. It's crawling with powerful experts. If you stir up trouble, you'll die a miserable death. Got it? Hearing this, Lanjian just chuckled. Yes, don't worry, little brother. We heard the hot springs over there are insanely luxurious. We just want to broaden our horizons. Sorry for the trouble. Just then, several figures appeared up ahead. The guard instantly whispered a warning. Someone's coming. Seeing them, Lanjian and Lan Li broke out in a cold sweat, their bodies tensing up. The guard noticed and hissed, Hey! You don't have to be so tense. Just relax a little. Lanjian then whispered to Lan Li, Get ready. If anything goes sideways, protect His Highness at all costs. Lan Li's face went pale, but he still nodded. Yes. He drew a card, bracing himself for a fight. The guard quickly intervened. I'll handle the greetings. You keep your mouths shut. He called out to the other guard. Tough shift. The other guard nodded back. You too. As Hu Yanxing walked past Lam Khan, he glanced at the figure hidden beneath the cloak, unable to see his face clearly. Suddenly, Hu Yanxing called out, Wait a moment. Using the Sharkin language, he said, Gentlemen, haven't we met somewhere before? Hu Yanfa and the guard looked at him, confused. Lam Khan's mind raced. The Sharkin language? Is this guy trying to test us? Realizing this, Lam Khan threw back his hood and replied in the language of Tiandu. My good sirs, can we help you? Apologies, this is our first time here. We're not familiar with the language of the lower domain. Hu Yanxing looked puzzled. The human race? Still, he felt a strange sense of unease. He turned to the guard leading Lam Khan's group. Hey, who are these people? The guard nervously replied, Huh? Is there a problem? The guard next to Hu Yanxing jabbed his comrade with a look. Hey, the young master is asking you a question. Are you deaf? This man is a distinguished guest of the Huyan family. The guard's face fell in sheer terror. The Huyan family? Lam Khan's two guards sensed the shift in the air and immediately went on high alert. Their own guard quickly stepped forward. Reporting to the young master, these three are merchants from the Tiandu kingdom. He paused for a second, then continued. They're merchants from the Central Plains, suppliers for our very own young master Tai. Hu Yanxing continued to observe them for a moment, then simply said, I see. Hu Yanfa, standing behind him, whispered, Young master, that Ti Xiao is the fourth of the My family's 4 stars. He's my Jin's younger brother. I've heard he deals in some of Tiandu's gray markets. Oh, so that's how it is, Hu Yanxing replied. He turned and gave a wave of his hand. All right, you can pass. The guard let out a sigh of relief. Yes, thank you, young master. He then spun around and glared at them, shouting, What are you waiting for? Get moving! Lanjian and Lan Li quickly turned and walked away, the whole group letting out a collective sigh of relief. Phew. They followed the guard through the corridor without any further trouble. But as Lam Khan walked away, something clicked. He glanced back at the group, disappearing in the distance. Outside Sadiao City's West District, Hu Yanxing and Hu Yanfa emerged from the VIP passage. Hu Yanxing immediately ordered, Uncle Fa, get someone to tail those 3 merchants. Hu Yanfa was confused. Young master, do you think there's something wrong with them? Hu Yanxing's brow furrowed in disgust. It's like having a bad reaction to seafood, he spat. There's something about them, an aura that's just deeply unsettling. It's an unbearable feeling, like it's engraved into the very bloodline of the Huyan family. Hu Yanfa understood immediately. Young master, are you saying they might be sharkkin? Realizing he shouldn't say more, he paused, then added, but that handsome, pale-skinned man just now looked like a normal human. Hu Yanxing brought a finger to his lips. Shh, keep your voice down. Trust my instincts. Just investigate them. Yes, sir, Hu Yanfa replied, accepting the order. He then vanished into the bustling street, leaving Hu Yanxing to walk through the market alone. Merchants were hawking their wares left and right. New shipment of rabbit ear clan slaves. Buy 2, get 20% off. Hey boss, come take a look. Our demoness slaves are fertile. Pure-blooded fox tribe. The sounds of the slave market filled the air. Hu Yanxing just chuckled with delight. I've always heard that the quality of Sadiao City's demoness slaves is the best in the lower kingdom. Looks like its reputation is well-deserved. It's rare that I get to sneak away from Uncle Fa. Today, I think I'll do a little quality inspection myself. Meanwhile, in the West District, a massive barrier enveloped the city's hot springs bathhouse. On top of a nearby building, Lam Khan's group was observing the area. One of them shouted, I've found him! Lan Jian gritted his teeth, his voice seething with anger. Damn it, Lam Xiao, that despicable bastard. After all the trouble we went through tracking that scumbag. Lan Jian couldn't stop cursing. Through his binoculars, he saw Lam Xiao bathing with several women in a pool. He's using the power of the Sharkkin jade to take human form and live it up here. That traitor. Uncle Keen! Uncle Keen! Let me see! Lan Li begged, his face flushed. Furious, Lan Jian shoved the binoculars at him. Here! Ugh! Just looking at him makes my blood boil. Fine, you take over surveillance for a bit. Lan Li grabbed the binoculars and exclaimed, Whoa, it's so clear! He wasn't even looking at Lam Xiao, but at the girls in the pool. Wow, they can actually set up an anti-peeping formation over an open-air bathhouse. Lan Jian, missing the point entirely, boasted, Of course. This is high-grade equipment exported from the Tandu kingdom. It cost me a fortune. As if remembering something, Lan Li said, Oh yeah, let's go check out the women's bath. Smack! Whack! Bam! Lan Jian beat Lan Li until a massive lump swelled on his head and smoke poured out. Stop messing around, he roared. Having waited long enough, Lam Khan finally spoke up. Uncle Kien, is the traitor Lam Chao still hiding in that public bath? Lan Jian turned to him. That's right, Your Highness. He's still inside. He then asked, Would you like to see for yourself? Lam Khan held up a hand to stop him. Just waiting here won't solve anything. No, we have to infiltrate the bathhouse directly. Lan Li panicked. But our cloaks conceal our Sharkkin aura. If we go into a bathhouse, we have to take everything off. We'll be completely exposed. Lam Khan clutched his cloak. We have no choice. He threw off his own cloak and stood up. Then I'll just go in alone. Suddenly, Lan Jian shouted, Wait, Your Highness! That bastard is coming out! Hearing this, Lam Khan immediately commanded, Follow him, now! Yes, sir, they both replied. The three of them instantly used their movement techniques to take off, completely unaware that they were being watched. The woman in the ornate yellow cloak was none other than Huang Miaoyin, one of the 4 saint protectors of the Shishui kingdom and the vessel of the Star Soul General, Wen Zheng. Her age was a complete mystery. She had followed them all the way from the tavern to the West District, and now everything finally made sense. So that's it. The traitor from the Dragon Sea Kingdom has stolen the inheritance of the Star Soul General, Ao Bing. The half-demon prince and his cronies were in hot pursuit. They were originally just after the divine relic, but this was an unexpected jackpot. Talk about a freebie. But lurking in another dark corner, someone else was watching her. A silver-haired man, shrouded in a cloak. He sneered, You think you got a freebie? I'm taking the whole damn pot. Let's rewind a bit. Outside San Condor City, Song Yunxiang's shuttle hovered, completely invisible. Bam! The shuttle slammed onto the ground. Leaning against his ride, he thought, Even with the cloaking array, it's better to be safe. I'll store the shuttle in the system space and walk into San Condor City. No sooner said than done. System space, open. A wave of power shot out, and his hand became a vortex, sucking the shuttle into the void. After it vanished, a massive crater was left in the ground. He didn't give it a second glance. Turning towards San Condor City, he started walking. First, he thought, I've got to trade for those medicinal ingredients Manager Hong arranged. Then, he summoned a white mask, all beings formless. He put it on. He just tossed it into his system space before, without a second thought. He hadn't had time to study it yet. Once I'm inside San Condor City, I can finally try out a new look. On the way, his body morphed into Fei Koch. After a few steps, he glanced at his hands and feet, thinking, disguising as someone from the lower realms might be better, but I'm supposed to be trading with a researcher from the Samran family. This look is definitely not gonna work. Time for a change. He tugged at his collar, and his body instantly transformed into Yi. He silently inspected his new form, then muttered, Change. He kept walking, his body shifting non-stop. Now he was Lu Zhenyu, but it still felt wrong. Change. Next, he became the white-haired man, the captain of the black-robed squad. Still not right. Change. This time, he became Tuan Ha. His footsteps never faltered, but that familiar command echoed again and again. Change. His body shifted into Song Mu. Still not satisfied. Change. His voice was the only sound on the road. Change, 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 he cursed. By the time he reached the central market of San Condor City, the place was bustling with people. Just then, a man in a long-bearded, cloaked disguise entered the gate. A female attendant saw him and rushed to greet him. Welcome, honored guest. What can this old master help you with today? Song Yunxiang had taken on his appearance from before his rebirth. He pulled back his hood and asked, Excuse me, is Manager Lu in? Hearing this, the woman called towards the back, Master Lu, this gentleman is here to see you. Manager Lu came out, bowing respectfully. I am Lu Yong of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. And you are? Song Yunxiang replied with equal politeness. Manager Lu, you're too kind. The old master was sent by Manager Hong of the Southern Continent for a trade. Lu Yang looked a bit nervous. He raised a hand to his lips, signaling for quiet. Sir, please, let's speak somewhere more private. He gestured for Song Yunxiang to follow, who returned the gesture. Once they were alone in a hallway, Lu Yang finally whispered, Are you from the Song family? Song Yunxiang answered, You could say that. Yes, I am indeed working for the young master, Yun Xiang. I'm here to trade for the Sky Crimson Tendon and the Purple Sand Gallbladder. Hearing this, the manager's face cleared. Someone from young master Yun Xiang's side? Then it's all correct. Please, this way. The traders sent by the Samran family have been waiting for a while. By the way, have you prepared all the beast materials they require? Song Yunxiang's voice was calm. Don't worry, everything is ready. Inside a secret room, a short-haired, white-haired girl spoke to the man beside her. Professor Fans, I don't understand. This was Gala Samarine, the second daughter of the Samarin family, a construct engineering research student with no inheritance rights. She asked, The Sky Crimson Tendon and Purple Sand Gallbladder are your own precious spiritual medicines. While not priceless, their production is extremely rare. Why are you paying out of your own pocket, using these two treasures just to trade for materials to develop a new airframe? The man with the full beard, addressed as Professor by Gala, was Fans, a fourth-rank forging master of the Samarin family and a highly respected scholar. He looked at her and explained, Lady Gala, while we are representing the Samarin family on behalf of the My Family's commission, we get to keep the development data for the new airframe. If it speeds up our research, what does it matter if I spend a little of my own money? It's just pocket change, really. I have high hopes for the My Family's new mech design, an idea that could potentially rival the Shui Yuan Star Soul General. She replied, But you didn't have to come in person for this transaction. The My Family could have just sent someone. Just then, a knock came from the door. They both turned towards the sound. Lu Yang opened the door and entered. My apologies for the long wait, he said, introducing them. This gentleman is here to purchase the Sky Crimson Tendon and Purple Sand Gallbladder. Song Yun Xiang extended his hand. An honor, he said. Lu Yang quickly introduced him in turn. And these two are, of course, the suppliers of the treasured medicines. Manager Lu and Song Yun Xiang then sat down opposite the pair. With Manager Lu acting as guarantor, the trade proceeded smoothly. Then, Song Yun Xiang took out a pile of harvested essence cores, laying them out. The sight of them stunned Manager Lu and the two from the Samarin family. Although they were shocked by the quality of the cores Song Yun Xiang presented, the transaction concluded without any other surprises. The deal was done. Both parties said their goodbyes and left. Manager Lu personally saw Song Yun Xiang to the gate. He pulled his cloak over his head as he walked away. 2 treasures down. All that's left is the My Family's peerless flower. Now, I'll head to their district in the west and wait for nightfall to make my move. That afternoon, in the western district of Sand Condor City, he used an invisibility technique to fly into the compound, landing on a roof. He thought, Is that it? They call this a military zone. But I expected the security to be much tighter. The My Family should be in this direction. With that, he began leaping from rooftop to rooftop toward his target. Suddenly, he sensed something. He ducked behind a building to observe. Even with 2 layers of concealment, there's no mistaking it. That's the aura of a saint rank. He wondered. Strange. Who is that woman? Her soul force signature isn't familiar. Have I met her in my past life? He tilted his head, trying to see who she was spying on. System, Star-Lord scan. An image appeared before his eyes. He found the target, a young, green-haired boy from the Jiao Ren clan, radiating soul force. Something clicked. A massive, terrifying figure flashed in his mind. He thought, This feels oddly familiar. Meanwhile, in the central district of Sand Condor City's street market, at the most exclusive high-class club in the city, Yo, the Tears of the Music Fairy played as dancers performed. In a private room, a young man was flanked by 2 female demon slaves. The one in the pink dress cooed, My lord, let me feed you some grapes. The one in the green dress purred, My lord, you must try this. It's a spirit wine made from the milk of a demon horse mother. The man they called young master was Huyan Xing. He smirked. Let this young master have a taste. The demon slave brought the purple grapes to his lips. My lord, is my grape wine delicious? Huyan Xing replied, The taste isn't bad. You're a good girl, Xiao Bai. He lifted her chin with his hand. The girl in pink, Xiao Bai, put on a cute act. Oh, my lord, you're so mean, Xiao Bai. My name is Yan. Just then, a man approached and addressed the young master. Annoyed at the interruption, Huyan Xing shot him a disgusted look. The man bowed respectfully. This humble one is a bot, the supervisor for the second-floor VIP area. I saw that the young master has an extraordinary air and is quite generous. Huyan Xing was already tired of his rambling. Spit it out, or get lost. The man began to sweat. Uh, I was just wondering if the young master is satisfied with these two cat girls. He stroked the heads of the two demon slaves. They're adequate. Top-tier goods. The man flashed 3 fingers. For this price, young master, you can take them both home and have all the fun you want. These two cat girls are bred in-house, with official bloodline certificates. They're not some untamed, feral demons, so you can rest easy about your safety. Hearing this, the 2 slaves immediately put on a show for Ho Dien Han. Please buy Yen Yen, master. Yen Yen just learned the High Two Kingdoms dance. I'll perform it just for you when we get home, okay? Master, I can't dance, but I'm great at warming your bed. Buy me too. Ho Dien Han thought for a moment. Not a bad price. I'll take them both. The 2 beast girls cried out in joy. Thank you, young master. Abba quickly chimed in with flattery. Such generosity, young master. Ho Dien Han's expression shifted, and he looked at the man. Right. You mentioned wild demons. I heard your shop recently acquired a premium grade one. Is that true? Abba's face changed. Ah? The young master's sources are fast indeed. Yes, it's true. Our humble shop did acquire a top-tier specimen, but she's already been reserved by a regular client. The young master scoffed. Humph. Do I look like someone who's short on cash? Bring her out for me to see. If I like her, I'll pay double. The merchant quickly tried to explain. I wouldn't dare. It's not that I'm refusing you, but she was reserved by the Mage family's 4th young master. Our shop can't possibly offend the Match family, please understand. Ho Dien Han let out a short huff. The Match family's 4th young master again. Fine, just bring her out for me to see first. If I'm satisfied, I'll place a reservation for one just like her. Abba chuckled nervously. My apologies, young master. This wild demon is far from tamed. She's currently locked up for training in the dungeon. If you truly wish to see her, please follow me. Hearing this, Ho Dien Han stood up instantly, startling the 2 cat girls beside him. Well, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. Abba bowed immediately. This way, please. Inside a taming room, a female demon was bound and suspended in the air. Abba gestured towards the demon girl, speaking to Ho Dien Han. Please, young master, take a look. This horse demon is the premium item reserved by the Match family's 4th young master. I hear she was the strongest warrior of her tribe. She has a rather fierce temperament. The horse demon's entire body trembled. Her eyes were blindfolded, her limbs bound in the air. Don't be fooled by her current state. When we captured her, she killed 5 of our Xuan rank masters. We were lucky we used a few foals as bait, or we never would have lured her into the trap. Suddenly, the 2 cat girls beside him started trembling, on the verge of tears. Master, this place is too scary. Master, can we please leave now? Abba saw his chance and pressed on. Young master, if you like this type of horse demon, you can place a 30% deposit today. Just then, a device on Ho Dien Han's arm beeped. He glanced down, then pushed the 2 cat girls away and tapped the watch on his wrist. A holographic screen appeared, showing Ho Dien fought. He reported, Young master, your instincts were right. Those 3 are definitely trouble. Ho Dien Han raised an eyebrow. What's the situation? He reported, those 3 have been tailing a heaven-rank guest of the Mech family. Our investigation shows he's a traitor wanted by the Longhai Nation. After the report, he asked, Young master, should we inform the Mech family? No need. Send me your location. I'm heading over to rendezvous with you now. After ending the call, he turned to Abba. I have urgent business and must leave. This storage talisman holds the payment for Little White and Little Black. Keep the change. I'll be back when I return. With that, he tossed the talisman to the man, then scooped up Little White and Little Black and left. Abba was left completely flustered. Huh? Young master? Realizing he couldn't say more, he just called after him. Young master, please have a safe trip. He clutched the storage talisman, muttering to himself. Incredible skills, and ridiculously generous. I bet he's the young master of some great house. He then glanced back into the training room, still muttering. To avoid any complications, I'd better deliver this demon to the 4th young master at the Santoon City Grand Bathhouse in the West District. Meanwhile, back with Lam Khan's group, Lam Khan said, There's no other way. I'll have to go myself. Suddenly, Lam Kian shouted, Wait, young lord, that bastard is coming out. Lam Khan gave the order. Follow him. Now. His 2 guards replied, Yes, sir. But the 3 of them had no idea they were being watched by multiple parties, and whether they were friend or foe was impossible to tell. At that moment, a woman tailing them, Hoan Dio moved in. She laughed as she flew through the air. Hehehe. Looks like the early bird gets the worm. Song Yun Xiang was also close behind. He gloated, I'll take the big fish and the small fry. Meanwhile, Lam Shao, fresh from a hot spring bath, was strolling along and humming a tune. Behind him, 3 powerful auras were closing in fast, trying their best to stay hidden. He must have sensed them, because he stopped dead in his tracks. Lam Qian quickly ducked for cover. The man shot a wary glance behind him, then used a lightness skill and vanished in an instant. Lam Qian turned back to find him gone. He was shocked. Then Lam Li shouted, "This is bad. I think he spotted us." Lam Kon gave the command, "Forget stealth." After him, Lam Shao was already leaping across the rooftops, putting a huge distance between them. Lam Qian reported to Lam Kon, "Young lord, it looks like he's heading for the city exit." Lam Shao was moving at incredible speeds toward the city wall. He gathered his ki and shot forward like an arrow, clearing the massive wall in a single leap. The two guards below saw it and shouted, "Who goes there?" Lam Qian yelled to Lam Li, "Lam Li, you block his rear. The young lord and I will go over." "Got it," Lam Li replied instantly. As Lam Li neared the wall, he leaped up, grabbing a handhold and shouting back to the others, "Uncle Qian, hurry, get over." Lam Qian leaped into the air, using Lam Li's shoulders as a launch pad. He scrambled up the high wall, then turned and called out, "Your Highness, use us as a foothold to get over." The prince then rocketed towards the wall, using his two retainers as a springboard to launch himself clean over the city defenses. He flew over the wall and slammed into the ground, landing far from the guards with a powerful impact, startling the two soldiers once more. Lam Qian landed right after him. The guards who had just seen him shouted angrily, "How bold! You think you can just barge out of the city?" But before they could finish, Lam Qian zipped past them, giving them yet another shock. The two pursuers sped after Lam Shao, leaving the two city guards completely dumbfounded. Lam Kon led the chase, with Lam Qian close behind. Lam Qian shouted, "Your Highness, we're outside the city now. It's time to use the spirit generals." Hearing this, Lam Kon took out a summoning card and nodded. "Right." Lam Shao, running ahead, glanced over his shoulder. "Humph. So they dared to follow me out here?" Suddenly, two massive shadows shot over his head, landing in front of him with a ground-shaking thud. He stared at the two spirit generals before him, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you idiots? Using the Tandu Navy's color scheme in the middle of a desert, only a fool from the Longhai Nation would come up with such a stupid camouflage. In the vast desert, two massive figures and one small one faced off. Lam Shao glanced at the two spirit generals and scoffed. Humph. Then he smiled slyly and said, "And here I was, hoping I might lure out a different prince." Controlling his spirit general, Lam Qian roared in anger, "Lam Shao, you damn thief! Cut the crap and hand over our clan's sacred treasure." Lam Kon also spoke up, "Uncle, our clan's treasure is of grave importance. If you return now, all can be forgiven. I can even ask Father to spare you from the death penalty." The man just laughed out loud. "Forgiven? Ha! You were born from the womb of a human woman, a half-blood who even talks like one of them." He held up a piece of jade and sneered. Weak, useless humans and pathetic demons belong on the shore. But the noble Zhao Ren clan, my true dragon bloodline. Our home is in the endless deep sea. Let me show you the true martial arts of the deep sea people." He grabbed a summoning card from his back and shouted, "Spirit armament, activate!" A golden light slammed into the ground, and a massive sand vortex erupted in the desert. Lam Qian shouted, "No! That damn thief is escaping into the sand." The vortex of sand closed in around them, as a voice echoed from within, "Don't think I'm a fool like you all." With that, a wave of power erupted towards them. "You worthless trash really have some nerve. You knew I was at the celestial peak, yet you dared to pursue me." The energy blast ripped through Lam Qian's soul avatar. He continued, "So that old fox, the Dragon Sea King, must have given you something to deal with me, right?" His eyes sharpened. The Dragon's Fang Trident, a weapon designed specifically to counter the artifacts of the Jiaoren clan. The previous soul avatar user, Lord Lam Gao, was brought down by this very same trick. "Without it, did you really think you trash could do anything to me?" He finished with a booming laugh. Lam Qian cried out, "This is bad, young master. That twisted dog figured out our trump card. What do we do?" Lam Kun calmed him down, telling him not to panic. He told him, "Uncle Qian, you draw his attention. I'll find an opening to use the Dragon's Fang Trident and bind him." Hearing this, Lam Qian looked at him with worried eyes and said, "What?" The young master whispered, "We stick to the plan we discussed before." Lam Qian, as if understanding, replied, "Huh? Oh, right. I understand." With that, Lam Kun planted his feet, while Lam Qian launched into the sky. He began to distract Lam Shao. "You coward! If you've got the guts, come out and face me for 300 rounds by the city walls." Meanwhile, Hoan Duam was observing the battle from the desert's edge. She crossed her arms and smiled faintly. The main character stood silently, watching her every move. He had already lowered his hood, thinking, is she just planning to watch the show and reap the rewards? This saint-level woman, is she purely here for the spectacle, or is she waiting for the perfect moment to strike? In a city alley, a squad of soldiers was running. One of them shouted, "Strange, still no signal. What do we do, Captain?" The man called Captain replied, "Something's not right. There's a battle happening outside the city, but no alarms have sounded. This is bad. We need to hurry to the West District and report to the Mech family." Suddenly, two figures blocked their path. The soldiers immediately took a defensive stance and yelled, "Who's there?" Ho Dien Han approached them casually, saying, "No need to be alarmed." He smiled. "I'm a guest of your young master, Mach Kim. What's going on here?" One soldier recognized them and said, "Captain, I saw these two during the day. They really did enter with General Mach Kim. I heard they're from the Hodien family." Hearing this, the captain was startled. "The Hodien family?" He immediately lowered his guard, saluted them properly, and reported, "My apologies for the disrespect. Esteemed guests, we are the guards of the West District. Tonight, we're on patrol duty for gate number 13. A moment ago, someone forced their way out of the city and started a battle about 10 miles out. And I don't know if someone sabotaged the warning array or what, but not only did the alarms fail, our communication devices can't reach our superiors either. Then, a mysterious powerhouse appeared and ambushed our soldiers. Only a few of us managed to escape. We were just on our way to the Mach estate to report the situation and request backup." Hearing this, Ho Dien Han glanced at Ho Dien Fat and said, "So you're saying the Mach family hasn't received any news yet, right?" The captain replied, "That's correct. If you two are guests of General Mach Kim, then..." But he wasn't allowed to finish. Ho Dien Han shouted, "Uncle Fat!" Ho Dien Fat immediately responded, "Understood." The two of them charged towards the soldiers. The captain saw this and yelled, "Wait, what?" But Ho Dien Han had already knocked him unconscious. The remaining soldiers were taken down in an instant. The entire squad was out cold. With the job done, the two stood firm, the fallen soldiers lying behind them. Ho Dien Fat looked at him and asked, "Should we do something with them?" Ho Dien Han replied, "It's fine. No need to bother. Let's go. We're going to join the fun with the Jiaoren clan." His uncle replied, "Yes, sir." Then, the two of them zipped through the streets of Sand Sculpture City. Back outside in the desert, white smoke and immense power radiated outwards. Lam Kun, trapped in a sand vortex, was on high alert. From the air, Lam Kian yelled, "Damn it, get out here, you scoundrel." Lam Kun saw this and warned him, "Uncle Kian, be careful, don't be reckless." Just then, Lam Shao burst out from the sand vortex, appearing right behind him. Sand flew everywhere as the young master yelled in shock. "What?" Lam Shao attacked him from behind, roaring, "Die, you half-blooded fool." The boy dodged, twisting his body and raising his hand to grip his sword tightly. He smirked, "You're the fool. Did you really think the Dragon's Fang Trident was with me?" Then he turned and shouted, "Uncle Keen, now's the time." From within the sand, Lam Keen charged out, shouting, "Dragon's Fang Trident, reveal yourself." A red trident materialized, hovering over his hand. Hoan Duam heard this and grew curious. "Is that the Dragon's Fang Trident recorded in the old Empire's archives?" Song Yun Xiang also thought, "In my past life, I remember that thing falling into the hands of Nam Tong too." Ho Dien Han's group was also shocked. "The Dragon's Fang Trident? Isn't that the legendary artifact of the Nine Aunties?" Lam Kun shouted, "Uncle Kian, hurry! I can't hold on for much longer." But a grim look washed over his uncle's face. "Don't worry, your highness. This servant will help you find release." He then threw the trident forward, piercing straight through the boy's soul armor. The young master cried out in shock, "What?" He then screamed in agony, "R!" The trident's power completely enveloped his body. He cried out in pure pain as the trident, still controlled by Lam Kien, slammed him into the ground. He collapsed, and his soul avatar dissolved. Lam Chao walked towards him and said, "And that's why you're the fool. Did you really think I fell for your trap? Did you honestly believe a few worthless scrubs like you could hunt down a celestial peak powerhouse?" Lam Keen, now using his own soul avatar, knelt respectfully before him. "Your subordinate, Lam Kien, pays respects to the master." Lam Shao ignored him and continued speaking to the boy. "I arranged for Lam Kien to deliberately lure you here." Then he sneered, "You idiot," and let out a huge laugh. When he finished, he noticed Lam Kien showed no reaction at all. Feeling disrespected, he grew angry and cursed. "Damn it, did he pass out?" He barked impatiently. Lam Kien immediately answered, "At your service," the master ordered. "Wake him up." Lam Kien replied, "As you command." He channeled power into the trident, causing the boy to scream in pain. The agony was so intense, his vision went completely white as he let out a hoarse shriek. Lam Shao watched the boy's suffering with a delighted grin. "Heh. Prince Lam Kun, how does the Dragon's Fang Trident feel? Not very pleasant, is it?" "Ha ha ha ha." Lam Kun slowly regained consciousness. He endured the pain, forcing out each word. "Uncle Kian, you, why?" After struggling for a moment, he finally managed to say what was on his mind. Uncle Qian, you were a veteran of the Royal Guard, directly under my father. Why would you betray the Dragon Sea? Why would you betray my father? Lam Qian replied, My apologies, Prince Lam Kun. From the very beginning, this servant has only ever been loyal to Lord Lam Shao. Lam Kun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. What? Then, as if realizing everything, he looked towards the other man. You mean to say, you've been plotting this for a long time? The prince, racked with pain, cried out, Uncle Lam Shao, what is it you truly want? The man looked down at him and said, Oh, Prince Lam Kun, your uncle just needs to borrow a little bit of your Jiaoren essence blood. Hearing this, the prince frowned through the pain and asked, Jiaoren essence blood? His uncle held up the jade pearl around his neck. Do you know why the Jiaoren jade is the ultimate treasure of our clan? Legend says that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the West Sea was ravaged by vicious beasts. Our Jiaoren clan was forced to abandon our home and seek refuge in the Central Lands under the Human Empire's protection. Then, the first soul avatar user, Ao Bing, gained his immense power. He fought a great war for 3 days and 3 nights, single-handedly slaying tens of thousands of sea beasts. Lord Lam Dong, using the supreme power of the Ao Bing soul avatar, quickly pacified the Endless Sea, and our Jiaoren clan reclaimed our ancestral lands. They hailed Lord Lam Dong as their king, founding the Great Dragon Sea Kingdom. Everyone knows that when the master of a soul avatar falls, the soul avatar reverts to its soul jade form to find its next worthy host. To ensure the Ao Bing soul avatar would forever protect the Jiaoren clan, Lord Lam Dong went to great lengths and was finally granted a secret technique by a descended immortal. Elder Dong sacrificed his own life force, using a forbidden art to seal Ao Bing's soul into the Jiaoren jade, the greatest legacy of the Jiaoren people. And that is the origin of our clan's most sacred treasure. Whenever the master of Ao Bing's life force is depleted, the secret ritual must be performed again. Ao Bing's soul is sealed within the Jiaoren jade, awaiting the next chosen clan member to activate the inheritance. Hu Yanxing heard this and wondered, an inheritance ritual? Why does that sound so similar to my Huyan clans? Hang Miao Yin thought to herself that it was a shame this forbidden art was lost. Otherwise, the Shishui kingdom could have sealed its soul generals as legacies for future generations, and conquering the Central Plains would have been inevitable. Hearing this, Song Yun Xiang considered it. Is this the Jiaoren clan's version of the story? The tale he always heard was that the Dragon Sea King was appointed by the Heavenly Emperor himself. Lan Kun processed this and spoke up. So, to activate the inheritance of the Soul General Ao Bing, you need Jiaoren blood essence? The old man replied, Legend says that to awaken the Jiaoren jade and begin the ritual, you need the blood essence of 3 members of the royal family. As he walked, a small dagger materialized in his hand. He continued, My original plan was to cut through Sand Sculpture City to the Tiandu Kingdom, set an ambush with my allies there, and capture 2 princes. I never expected some divine stage remnant to suddenly appear and completely wreck my plans. Hearing this, Lan Kun just smirked. So you need the blood of 3 royals, huh? Ha ha ha, no wonder father ordered each prince to take a squad and chase you on different routes. It was to make sure you couldn't gather all 3 of us. Lan Kun looked over at Lan Jian. There are only 2 of us here. What are you gonna do now, huh? Guess you're out of luck, right? Don't tell me Lan Jian is secretly your long-lost son or something. The more he thought about it, the funnier it got, and he started laughing out loud. Ha ha, Lan Zhu shot him a look like he was the dumbest person alive. Are you an idiot? If I was out of options, why would I bother luring you out here? Fool. Lan Kun was stunned. Huh? Song Yun Xiang sighed. Man, I remember the look on those 2 Jiaorens' faces. It's uncanny. That clueless expression is almost identical to the Jiaoren prince I met in my past life, the one who got sold and then helped his captors count the money. Suddenly, he detected movement. This is bad. They've been talking for way too long. The Sand Sculpture City Guard is about to show up. He immediately turned to leave. God, these chatty villains are the worst. As he left, he glanced at Hang Miao Yin. Her stealth technique wasn't exactly top tier, but given her saint-level cultivation, she probably wouldn't be spotted by these Xuan-level city guards. At the city gates, a line of mechs deployed. Move out and pursue them. Yes, sir. The squad of mechs rushed out, their speakers blaring. Warning, hostiles ahead. Cease aggression immediately. The sound of gunfire erupted. Warning, hostiles ahead. Cease fighting, disarm, and place your hands on your head. Bullets rained down on them. Lan Jian fired back at the mechs, yelling, Get lost. The machines that were hit sparked. Warning, damage sustained. 2 mechs charged forward. Engage and restrain the target. At that moment, Lan Zhu transformed into his soul general form. Stop fighting. We're leaving. He took off first, then called to Lan Jian. Bring that idiot with you to the divine stage remnant. He heard the command and replied, Understood. One of his hands fired at the mechs while the other grabbed the dragon spine dagger. Out, he roared, yanking it free. As the serrated blade was pulled out, it tore at Lan Kun's wound, making him scream in agony. AGHH! Then he commanded his soul general to fly away. Lan Kun groaned in pain. The two of them shot off toward the divine stage remnant. The mechs from Sand Sculpture City saw this. Not good. They're heading for the divine stage remnant. Notify the guards over there immediately. They cannot be allowed to destroy the divine stage remnant. The captain received a reply. The fourth young master of the Iron General and his personal guard are on their way. Hang Miao Yin watched them fly off, thinking, could it be that Jiaoren plans to use the energy of the divine stage remnant to jumpstart Ao Bing's inheritance? Seeing this, Hu Yanxing said to Hu Yanfa, Uncle Fa, we're following them. He acknowledged the order. Right. At that moment, Song Yun Xiang, watching from another hidden corner, noticed two more figures flying past. Great. Now who the hell are these guys? Whatever. I'll follow first and figure it out later. Without hesitating, he unleashed his power. At the divine stage remnant, a volley of energy blasts rained down, causing explosions all around the ancient structure. Then, Lan Zhu and Lan Jian landed, with two defeated mechs smoking behind them. Lan Zhu approached the divine stage remnant while Lan Jian slammed the dragon spine dagger into the ground. Lan Zhu laughed maniacally. Ah ha ha, my idiotic little nephew. Lan Kun, allow me to explain how just the two of us can gather the 3 portions of fresh Jiaoren blood needed to activate the inheritance ritual. He pulled out a vial of dark red liquid, then ripped the pendant from his neck. Inside this vial is the blood essence of Lan Ao, the previous master of Ao Bing. It was quite an unexpected discovery, the energy from this divine stage remnant. He held the vial near the artifact, and the liquid inside began to boil. He laughed. Can make even inactive blood boil with life again. As he poured the blood essence onto the jade, he announced, and so, I pour in this second portion of royal blood. The jade began to stir. He let out a thrilled laugh. Ha! Lan Kun was in shock. What? How is that even possible? Around the divine stage area, the defending mechs lay defeated on the ground. A huge hole had been blasted through the protective wall, and 2 red mechs stood watching from a distance. Young miss, it seems those Jiaoren are activating the inheritance ritual for the Soul General Ao Bing. Should we interfere? Hu Yanxing brought a fingernail to her lips, deep in thought. The inheritance of the Soul General Ao Bing. It's surprisingly similar to the inheritance ritual for our Soul General, Na. If the key works the same as it does in the Huyan family's ritual, then right before he adds the 3rd component, he won't dare reinforce his body, fearing he'll miss the window to enter the secret realm. If that's the case, we might be able to fish in troubled waters. With that thought, Hu Yanxing ordered Hu Yanfa, Uncle Fa, disrupt their ritual. Find a chance to either steal or destroy the Jiaoren clan's sacred artifact. Hu Yanfa replied, good, I will deal with the heaven-rank warrior. Meanwhile, Lan Zhu was slowly approaching Lan Kun. He raised the small dagger in his hand right in front of Lan Kun's face. He looked at him and said, Nephew Lan Kun, now it is your turn. Then, he viciously swung the small dagger, slashing it across Lan Kun's body. The prince screamed in pain. Lan Zhu then began chanting a Jiaoren incantation, his eyes glowing with power. The spell pulled Lan Kun's blood into the blade. He was completely unaware that high above him, Hang Miao Yin was floating, watching everything. It seems I absolutely must take a piece of this divine stage remnant back to Jishui. It might even be able to awaken the Saint Emperor from his hibernation. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang was also observing the 3 of them. That's an ancient goo incantation for extracting the blood essence of the demon clans. The more Song Yunxiang watched, the more interesting it got. It was just like the records from the spirit race's alchemy arts. I hope they managed to successfully complete the inheritance ritual. That way, no matter who gets Ao Bing, I can just swoop in and replicate it. On the ground, Lan Kun was in agony. His whole body felt as though the spell was draining, his blood essence dry. The blood was drawn toward the Jiaoren jade. Lan Kun's blood flowed out of him without stopping. As the blood touched the Jiaoren jade, it began to glow with a brilliant blue light. That blue light then began to suck Lan Kun's blood essence even faster. After the Jiaoren jade finished absorbing Lan Kun's blood, it emitted a sound. Please provide the 3rd portion of the royal blood. Lan Zhu heard this, looked up, and replied, very well. Now, it is my turn. He raised the small dagger to his own wrist, preparing to draw his own blood. But suddenly, a wave of power shot toward him. Lan Jian saw it and yelled, Your Highness, be careful. Lan Zhu instantly reacted. Just as the blast of power was about to hit him, he leaped back, narrowly avoiding the attack. He furiously roared, Who dares interfere? The Red Spirit General unleashed a constant volley of attacks. The old man cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it all to hell. He frantically dodged each and every energy blast the spirit fired his way. Hu Yanxing commanded his spirit general, Uncle Fa, now, while he's afraid to fully materialize his armor, kill the other merman and take it. Standing behind Lan Zhou, Lan Jian was completely baffled. Suddenly, Hu Yanfa lunged at him, yelling, "You got it!" The blow connected, forcing Lan Jian to whip his head around and instantly twist his spirit general's arm in a counterattack. The arm of Lan Jian's spirit general sliced past Hu Yanfa's own spirit, who dodged back to evade the blow. Seizing the opening, Lan Jian swung his spirit's leg in a devastating sweep toward Hu Yanfa's. But against that attack, Hu Yanfa had his spirit general snatch the leg of Lan Jian's spirit right out of the air. Suddenly trapped, Lan Jian looked toward Hu Yanfa's spirit, where a wave of power was gathering in the hand gripping his own. Without a second's hesitation, he used a staff to completely sever the leg of the spirit he controlled. He crashed to the ground, spiritual fragments scattering everywhere. Lan Jian glared at the old man, gritting his teeth in fury, then used an earth-burrowing technique to reappear right under Hu Yanfa's spirit general. Reacting instantly, Hu Yanfa's spirit drove a knee straight into the head of Lan Jian's. The spiritual form shattered into pieces, dissolving and revealing his physical body. He was violently ejected, hitting the ground with brutal force. Lan Zhou screamed his name, "Lan Jian!" At that moment, Hu Yanfa's spirit general turned to face him, its master's voice booming with rage. "Damn you! You're looking for death!" He roared, preparing to materialize his spirit's full armor. But before he could finish combining, a blast of power slammed into his spirit's chest, making him spit blood. Through the pain, Hu Yanfa directed his energy toward the dragon-subduing mace. A surge of power wrapped around the mace, yanking it upward. The energy radiating from it struck Lan Kun, causing him to scream in pain. Lan Zhou yelled, "What? Who the hell are you people? How do you know the secret to controlling the dragon-subduing mace?" The weapon had Lan Zhou pinned firmly to the ground. Hu Yanxing and Hu Yanfa dispelled their spirit generals, landing right in front of him. Hu Yanxing sneered at him, "You fool. The dragon-subduing mace was forged by my Hu Yan family specifically to deal with your pathetic seafood clan." Lan Zhou's eyes shot to the bodies of his fallen comrades as the truth hit him. "Damn it!" he roared. "Damn it all! I should have figured it out sooner!" The searing, disgusting sensation of the mace's power was infuriating. Damn the Hu Yan family. He then looked to the sky and yelled, "Expert in the heavens!" Hu Yanxing gave him a surprised look. He shouted toward the sky, "Please, reveal yourself and aid us. My Longhai nation will reward you handsomely." Hovering invisibly in the air, Huang Miaoyin looked down at them and smirked to herself. "Oh? So he can actually sense my presence. This heavenly stage ant from the merman tribe has some skill after all. But instead of showing myself, I'll just wait for these two Hu Yan family ants to snatch Ao Bing's inheritance. And then I'll just take it from their hands. Wouldn't that be so much easier?" The merman below gritted his teeth, staring up at the empty sky. "I can feel it. There's an expert with a higher realm than me, spying on this place, but they're indifferent. Are they an enemy, not an ally?" Hu Yanfa heard this and looked to the sky. "An expert in the sky? Where? Young master, do you detect anyone?" Hu Yanxing, standing before the mace, replied, "Uncle Fa, if a heavenly stage master like yourself can't sense them, why are you asking me?" He glanced at the merman pearl. "As I see it, there is no expert. This piece of seafood is just bluffing. Ignore him. We need to focus on how to get our hands on this thing first." Hu Yanfa nodded. "Right." He walked past Lan Zhou, who was still pinned by the mace, and stretched a hand towards the merman pearl. Hu Yanxing focused on sensing its power. Let me think. If this thing is like the spirit pearl passed down in the Hu Yan family for generations, then all we need to do is... Suddenly, there was a sound behind them, as a pair of boots landed firmly on the ground. Hu Yanxing was shocked. "What? Impossible! How could he break free from the dragon-subduing mace's binding?" Lan Zhou raised his blade, ready for battle. He charged towards the two of them, yelling, "I don't know who's helping me, but it looks like fate is still on my side." In a corner of the god-tier ruins, the main character watched and scoffed. Who else could it be? Obviously me. If I let them take Ao Bing's soul pearl, how the hell am I supposed to replicate it? From what they were saying, in the original timeline, Lan Kun probably made it to the heavenly realm, and that merman traitor had allies in the sky helping him set an ambush there. I don't know the specifics, but Lan Kun eventually obtained Ao Bing's spirit general inheritance. But now, the Hu Yan family has interfered, adding a ton of new variables. It's the sudden appearance of this so-called god-tier ruin that has thrown the original timeline into chaos. Where did this thing even come from? Could it be a butterfly effect that I accidentally caused? Hu Yanfa immediately jumped in front of Hu Yanxing, shouting, "Young master, get back!" "I'll hold him off!" Hu Yanxing yelled back, "Uncle Fa, this seafood's realm is higher than yours. Don't be reckless." But Hu Yanfa charged forward to stop Lan Zhou anyway. Who would have thought he'd leap away, dodging him completely? Hu Yanxing also retreated to avoid the attack. Lan Zhou then sliced his blade across his own wrist, laughing maniacally as he chanted an incantation into the blade. Hu Yanxing's eyes widened. Not good! Hu Yanfa looked back and shouted in alarm, This is bad! But Song Yunxiang thought, Excellent. On the other side, Huang Miaoyin was totally confused. What the? A shadowy figure suddenly coughed. Asterisk. Ahem, ahem, asterisk. The merman pearl began to activate. Streams of blue energy swirled around it, pulling in Lan Zhou's blood. A voice echoed from the pearl. Inheritance ritual activated. The Longhai mystic realm is now open. A spirit appeared from within. I am the first vessel of the Spirit General Ao Bing, servant to the master of the Great Western Endless Sea, King of Longhai, Lord Lan Tong. Warriors of my clan, chosen by this inheritance ritual, enter the mystic realm and undergo the 3 trials. The final victorious warrior will become the next vessel for the Spirit General Ao Bing. The merman pearl began sucking in the blue streams of water. Everyone present was pulled in along with it. What the hell is happening? Why am I getting dragged in too? Even Huang Miaoyin was caught completely off guard as she was sucked into the vortex. And it wasn't just her. Song Yun Xiang, hiding in a corner, was also pulled in. He was completely helpless, thinking to himself, was the creator of this inheritance array a complete idiot? Why the hell is it sucking in enemies? His mind raced, cursing the person who made this formation. What kind of garbage design is this? It doesn't even have a function to identify who's eligible for the trial. The scene then shifts to a barren desert, where a massive castle stands defiantly against the golden sands. This is Sand Sculpture City, the territory of the Mai family. In front of the Mai estate, 2 guards stand watch outside the family head's bedroom. From inside, the delicate moans of a woman could be heard, along with the heavy breathing of a man. But they weren't doing anything dirty. The head of the Mai family and Lord of Sand Sculpture City, Mai Biao, was tossing and turning on his bed, letting out pained groans. Beside him, 2 women watched over him with concern. My lord, are you having a nightmare? The man on the bed continued to groan. He seemed to be reliving a memory. An image of himself in Nanzhou's Tiandu nation, on the very edge of the death desert. A massive battle was taking place. Smoke and fire filled the air, and the chaos of the fight was causing countless people to fall. From high above, powerful rockets rained down from the sky. The warriors in the battle could only try their best to dodge. After all, they were mere mortals. There was no way they could fight back against advanced machine guns like that. They could only endure the onslaught. The whole group never expected this to happen. Someone roared in anger. Who is responsible for this? But in response, they unleashed another volley of missiles, all converging on a single point. His magnificent wings unfurled, completely unfazed. The White Valiant spirit armor had been activated. The men watching from afar cried out, This is bad. The intel was wrong. That's the Celestial Kingdom's White Valiants on this battlefield. They quickly fired infrared beams from their arms. Open fire! Pin him down for me! But every attack that struck the armor was completely useless. In a flash, he appeared directly behind them. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. What is this speed? What we hit was just an afterimage. White Valiant swung his weapon, cutting straight through them. All they could do was let out agonizing screams. They were paralyzed with fear. No, please! In the end, they could only turn and flee for their lives. Stay away! Save us! But from high above, White Valiants unleashed his power, blowing them all away. At that moment, outside the canyon, the survivors were desperately trying to escape. Panting, they were so enraged, they wanted to scream curses. That damned White Valiant spirit armor! That bastard Nanrongi! The men turned to look back. Protect the Patriarch! We'll stay and hold him off. Maibu and the remaining men could only abandon them and continue their escape. Your noble sacrifice. I, old Mai, will remember it always. Don't worry about your wives. But before he could finish his words, White Valiant's weapon shot down from above, piercing right through them. Maibu never imagined they would be wiped out so easily. The 2 men beside him were instantly killed as well. What? He simply couldn't believe it. Just then, White Valiants appeared before him with an arrogant air. Maibu was utterly terrified of his opponent and could only fall to his knees, whimpering. Maibu was reduced to a coward. Great hero, spare my life. Spare me. White Valiants appeared and demanded, Are you the patriarch of the Mai family from Sand Sculpture City? Maibu bowed his head and replied, Yes, I am. Great hero, if you can spare this lowly one's life, my Mai family will offer you everything we have. White Valiants continued, That won't be necessary. I can spare your life. He then pointed toward a distant mountain. See that canyon? Let that be the border. If I ever find out that a soldier from Sand Sculpture City dares to cross this line, for any reason, I will personally visit your city and take your head. Hearing these words, Maibu kowtowed repeatedly. Yes, This lowly one will ensure my subordinates never dare to cross this border, not even by a single step. Then everything felt like a dream, and the scene grew quiet. Lying on his bed, my boo slowly began to wake up, muttering in a daze, "I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare to cross that line by a single step." Two women sitting beside him asked worriedly, "Master, were you having a nightmare?" But he could only clutch himself in fear, panting heavily. He gritted his teeth, truly enraged, his hands clenching the sheets below as he muttered the names. Celestial Kingdom, Nan Rong Yi, White Valiant Spirit Armor. He then began shouting orders to those outside. "Guards! Is the Patriarch calling for something? Get my clothes. I'm going to the underground robot hangar, and bring Dr. Dan Pai to me." "Yes, sir." Late that night, they walked down the long, winding corridors of the Mai family estate in Sand Sculpture City. The underground robot hangar. Patriarch. Mai Bu nodded, slowly regaining his composure. Where is Dr. Dan Pai? Master Dan Pai and his disciple are already waiting for you in the hangar. His attendant bowed respectfully. By the way, Patriarch, not long ago there was a battle outside the city with an unknown force. He gestured to his opponent. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Let Mai Jin and the others handle it. Afterwards, they went to the underground robot research hangar. Gala and fans were already waiting there and quickly bowed in greeting. Patriarch. Patriarch. He stepped forward, completely stunned by the sight. This is almost finished? Fans spoke up from behind him. We were lucky to trade for the missing materials from the Merchants Guild today. It's barely considered complete. Mai Bu was truly captivated by the robot's beauty. He let out a few gasps of admiration. It's so beautiful. This is truly the will of Sand Sculpture City. Good. I will personally name her. Let's call her. Never mind. I haven't thought of it yet. Then his expression became incredibly determined as he continued, but with this robot, we can fight back against the Shui Yuan Spirit Armor, White Valiant Spirit Armor, Nan Rungi. I will repay the humiliation of that day 100 times over. Gala, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. Master, didn't you already give it a cool name based on its appearance? Should I tell the Patriarch? I was just speaking casually. Don't take it seriously. In another place, a voice echoed continuously in someone's ear. Song Yunxiang, Song Yunxiang. A blurry figure appeared in front of him. Song Yunxiang, wake up. Lying in bed, Song Yunxiang slowly opened his eyes. Who are you? His gaze was a little dazed. He then scratched his head and sat up, asking, where am I? What happened? Wasn't I? In his mind, he remembered his situation at that time. Ah, right. I remember now. I was activated by Ao Bing's Soul Inheritance Grand Formation and got sucked in here. Luckily, I was quick enough to set up a defensive measure in my sea of consciousness to block the illusion. That was close. He looked at himself in the mirror and was rather surprised. Whoa. As expected, the first level of the trial is based on the illusion world of my memories to test for some kind of inner demon. The third level of the trial will definitely have an illusion array. It's always the same old tricks. Too bad for them, I've cleared countless secret realms in my past life. This kind of trial really isn't much of a challenge. Then he slowly stood up. But it's rare to have this kind of immersive experience, so I might as well play along for a bit. This is the uniform of a Xuanjia guard captain. He carefully touched his face. There's no knife scar on my face. If I calculate it, this illusion's timeline is probably 2 years after the Southern Emperor Beast died. After he opened the tent and ran outside, 2 people were already standing guard there. They bowed respectfully. Captain Song, Captain Song. Song Yunxiang heard these words and sneered. Captain of what? You should be on your knees calling me daddy. The 2 of them were stunned when they heard this. Huh? Captain, you must be joking. Song Yunxiang curled his lip in contempt when he heard their reply. Damn, the dialogue for these illusion NPCs is pretty smart, huh? He then looked around everywhere. Since this is an illusion world, I can probably mess around a bit, right? The place where they gathered was a high cliff, and next to it was a large airship waiting. Someone from behind saw him about to leave and called out loudly, Captain Song, that's a cliff over there. I know. I'm going to the cliff to take a leak. You want to come with? Captain, you're joking. Song Yunxiang then actually walked to the cliff, carefully looking at Dan City in front of him, an important base city on the southern border of the central continent. Based on this timeline, the southern continent has already been destroyed by the Beast Tide. The Dai Lun army took the opportunity to seize the southern continent. The prison marshal led half of the Xuanjia guard to the northern lands to reinforce the northern garrison, and I followed the other half to guard the front line of the central continent. But at that time, my ego was inflated and I was too arrogant. I carelessly fell for the Nightweb's trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The result was that the southern front line of Dan City was destroyed by Tai He Yongping. It was also not long after this that I got that scar in a duel with the Nightweb. So that's how it is. This illusion is meant for me to reflect on the mistakes I made because of my youth. He thought about these things and laughed with interest. It's a pity. he said as the power in his body erupted. It's like when your consciousness is in your own dream, you can dominate your dream. In this illusion world, my word is law. He then slowly floated up, with a golden light enveloping him. It seems there's no problem. I can finally satisfy the saint stage from long ago in this illusion. The soldiers below could only stare, their heads tilted back in disbelief. They cried out in alarm as he flew through the air. The saint-level powerhouse, Song Yun Xiang. He surveyed the scene below with a smirk, planning to fight the nightweb for fun, then just shatter this illusion with brute force. He sped onward, flying over countless places, across endless golden deserts. Inside this phantom world, in the southern region's 3rd defense sector, a brutal and chaotic battle was raging. The entire squad was fighting desperately against robotic hounds. One soldier roared through gritted teeth, "Die already." Then, with a burst of power, he blasted the machine off of him. And so the slaughter began. The brothers unleashed their 5-robot combo, the 9 kills technique. They fought to hold their formation against the relentless, tough-as-nails hounds. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity. A soldier ducked down to report, "Captain, this wave of beasts is almost finished. Are the brothers holding up?" With the beasts finally defeated, the order was given. All units, deactivate your combat gear. 30 minutes to rest and resupply. Exhausted, they reverted to their normal forms, and one man collapsed, completely spent. Someone nearby rushed to his side. "Big brother, are you okay?" Zhang Degui helped his older brother, Zhang Defu, to his feet, saying, "That was way too close." Zhang Defu, trying to stay calm, replied, "Don't worry, Degui, I'm fine." Their captain stood nearby and started barking orders. "Medics, tend to the wounded. Logistics team, get the supplies and start cooking." "Move it, people!" "Yes, sir." Zhang Dagui supported his brother as they walked. "Come on, let's go over there and get some food." Okay. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. "Zhang Dagui." He quickly looked back and immediately greeted the person he saw. "Captain!" Their captain had come over to praise him. "Your performance back there wasn't half bad. I never thought a rich kid would be reliable. But once you're in that soul rig, you're a real warrior." Hearing this, Zhang Dagui couldn't help but smile. "Heh, thank you for the compliment, Captain." But then, the captain's tone turned stern. "Zhang Dafu, I don't know why you fight with a death wish, but as a soldier of the heavenly capital, I won't allow any of my men to die a meaningless death. Do you understand?" Zhang Dafu could only lower his head and say, "I'm sorry." After that, they bowed their heads and asked to be excused. "All right, go get some rest. Zhang Dagui, make sure your brother rests up." "Yes, sir." Just then, a blonde-haired guy behind them asked, "Boss, who are those 2 kids?" The captain replied quickly, "It's nothing. Just the 2 disgraced young masters of the Zhang family from Zhangzhou. I have some history with their elders." The blonde man behind him smiled. "I see. Well, those 2 brothers definitely have potential." They then headed over to the supply area to grab some food. Zhang Dagui brought a plate over to his brother and sat down, speaking caringly. "Here, big brother, eat up. If it's not enough, I still have some dried meat." Zhang Dafu took it and said, "Thanks. What's with the formalities? I've got a lot of stuff hidden away." He then pulled a strange bottle from his bag and with a mysterious smile asked, "Want a little something extra?" His brother immediately refused. "No, thanks." Hearing this, Zhang Degui looked a little sad. He leaned back against a rock and said, "I'm not trying to lecture you, bro, but why do you keep chasing death like this? You're making things so hard. Maybe the fall of the Zhang family was just fate. No one ever blamed you. I think dedicating ourselves to the army, protecting the country, isn't that a pretty good life?" Zhang Defu just sat there, drowning in self-blame. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was so confused back then. I even tried to hurt you, but Zhang Dagui just kept eating cheerfully. Why bring that up again? I told you I forgave you a long time ago." His brother, however, was still trapped in his own guilt. "The mistake I made. I'll pay for it with my life." Zhang Degui's head snapped up in shock. "I told you I don't blame you. You don't have to." But in the distance, the captain's whistle blew, signaling them to assemble. Far away, they had spotted something. "Warning! A horde of beasts has appeared. All units, battle stations." The entire group instantly shifted into combat mode. "Activate soul rigs! Activate soul rigs!" In the distance, a massive swarm of beasts was charging straight for them. "This is bad, Captain. There are too many of them this time. We can't handle this. Light the signal fires and request backup from defense sectors 2 and 4. Medics and logistics, get on the airship and evacuate now." "That's not gonna work, Captain. There are flying beasts. The airship will be a sitting duck. Damn it." The squad could only watch in horror as the monsters closed in. But suddenly, they realized something was off. They looked up in shock, scanning the area. Far away, a pillar of blue light slammed down onto the empty ground, revealing what looked like a person. This figure unleashed a single powerful attack, one sword to shatter mountains and rivers, and that one move completely obliterated the swarm of scorpions. From a distance, the soldiers saw everything and could only stare in utter disbelief. From that spot all the way to their position, a perfectly smooth path had been carved through the battlefield. An anonymous soldier stood there, a cloak covering half his body, his long ponytail making him look incredibly mysterious. The men began to speculate among themselves. "Captain, could that rig be the legendary Nanzhou ghost?" Hearing this, another soldier asked, "The Nanzhou ghost? You mean the legendary half-saint of the southern region? I thought the rumors said he died 2 years ago during the beast tide at Yuanding City. Then, about a year ago, new stories started. People claimed to have seen an old, unconventional gentleman sword-type rig, moving like a phantom through the beast-infested nests of Nanzhou, unseen by gods or ghosts. That's how he got the name, the Nanzhou Ghost. Before they could even speak to him, he turned, leaped into the air, and vanished. "Wait, senior. Sir, forget about him for now. Finish off the remaining beasts, quick." "Yes, sir." But high above, Song Yunxiang had seen it all, and a seed of doubt was planted in his mind. What the hell? Isn't this illusion supposed to be built from my own memories? How am I seeing something I've never experienced before? With no other choice, he immediately took off after the mysterious man. It seems these phantom worlds created by the Soul Jade secret realm aren't so simple. The Nanzhou ghost, huh? Fine, let's see who you really are. Here in the hot, arid desert, a gentle breeze was blowing, but suddenly, something in the atmosphere seemed to shift. Someone had just swept through this area. Song Yun Xiang pushed his power to the max and shot forward. He could see the figure still leaping in the distance. "Caught up to you," but the mysterious man just kept vaulting through the air. His speed was incredibly steady, not too fast, not too slow, just enough to let Song Yunxiang keep pace behind him. A question burned in his mind. Who the hell is this guy? Could it really be Old Shu? In the original timeline, if I hadn't been there to help the second prince, it's possible Old Shu would have been the one to save him. In this timeline, because of my interference, Old Shu managed a temporary breakthrough to the first level of the Saint stage. He was only able to defeat the Sky Demon's dissolved state, but in the original timeline, it's highly likely Old Shu met with disaster. But this Nanzhou ghost, he looks like a gentleman's sword, but feels patched together. Song Yunxiang made a decision. I need to see what's under that tattered cloak, just a little closer. As if sensing his pursuit, the figure suddenly turned its head to look back. Song Yunxiang realized something was wrong. He noticed me? Model. I couldn't believe my eyes. How is this possible? My opponent slammed on the brakes, screeching to a halt. He turned his head, looking back as if waiting for a final showdown. He even pulled out his gun, aiming it straight at me. A volley of powerful, shimmering bullets erupted from the muzzle. I knew this was bad, and immediately tried to fall back to dodge the assault. This isn't good. I scrambled through my pockets, but I couldn't find what I needed. Damn it, no formation talismans. My opponent unleashed a devastating attack, the Mountain Breaker sword technique, with enough power to obliterate everything in its path. The blade of light sliced through my body, and then it was over. And yet, I hadn't taken a single scratch from it, all thanks to a magic circle that had appeared to protect me. You have no idea how many sighs of relief I let out right then. Damn, that was close. Out of habit, I almost reached for a talisman, nearly forgetting this was my own illusion world. The mysterious man seemed to realize something was off, too. He was shocked for a moment, then turned to flee. I called out from above, "Running away already?" Suddenly, his body began to transform violently, as if he'd found another way out of this. He turned his head, preparing to launch his next attack. Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Dark, wax-like energies erupted from under his feet, manifesting his incredible power. From my vantage point, I couldn't believe what I was seeing in that black light. That Heavenly Demon technique. In a flash, I decided to give chase. Wait, I shot forward at maximum speed, chasing that dark energy, when suddenly a massive pink barrier appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the desert. What in the world was that? The man fleeing below ran straight for it, but he didn't even hesitate, phasing right through the barrier. In a flash, he was gone. I hovered there, completely stunned. What just happened? It was a shimmering, flickering wall. I charged forward myself, but the barrier violently threw me back. Powerless. I could only fall from the sky. I sat on the ground, holding my head, exhausted. Damn it, what the hell was that? That guy went right through, but I got bounced right off. I flew up again and calmly reached out to examine the barrier, my mind racing. What is this wall? Then, I shot off at maximum speed, flying along its edge. I tried to gauge its length, but after hundreds of miles, there was still no end in sight. I finally stopped, considering a new possibility. Could it be that this wall has no border? How is that possible? I quickly tried to summon my system for help, Star-Lord system, but nothing appeared in my hands. Then it hit me. I groaned, frustrated. I'd forgotten the system doesn't work so easily here. If this illusion is created from my memories, then I need the system from my peak. Using my memory alone, I summoned a different version. Come to me, max-level Star-Lord system! Instantly, intricate designs materialized on my hands. I immediately started questioning it. Star-Lord system, tell me what's going on. The golden circle began to reply. Beep. Scan complete. The host is currently in a state of consciousness within an illusion world generated by the host's memories. Because the illusionary world is fundamentally generated by the host's memories, its effective range is limited to the host's own memory. The operational radius of the original body is 500 miles. It all clicked. So that's how it is. And here I was, hoping to use this chance to explore a little. A 500-mile radius isn't much to see. I can't even get out of Zhongzhou. I guess I'll have to investigate the ghost of Nanzhou some other time. I had no choice but to head back. It's time to find Ye Wang, fight him, and end this illusion world. Later, in a land of ice and snow, inside a small port city in the illusion world, the air was thick with smoke and fire. War and chaos were everywhere. They were using their overwhelming power to crush countless robots. A man stood high above the chaos, giving orders. Clear the battlefield, now! Take all the supplies you can carry. Next, we launch a surprise raid on the altar city in Zhongzhou's heavenly capital. We'll use the lure the tiger from the mountain strategy to draw the Xuanjia guard here, leaving us free to plunder the altar city. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, he noticed something hurtling towards them from the distance. What is that? A blinding flash of light appeared, shocking even him. And there I was, Song Yun Xiang, descending with an air of pure arrogance. I slowly rose to my feet, a triumphant smile spreading across my face. So, you were here after all. The man recognized me instantly. He stared, completely on guard, his hand gripping the sword at his side. You're that Tong guy from the Xuanjia guard. How? Wait a minute. Did you fly here? Impossible. Only saint-level experts can fly. A lowly Tianhu of the Xuanjia guard like you. No, it's absolutely impossible. Hearing that, I just let out a mocking laugh. Haha, I'm done pretending. You guessed right. The man below, Ye Wang, began to transform his body as a pale blue aura exploded around him. In this moment, I am the saint-level expert. The port quickly became a disaster zone, with smoke billowing from all directions. A massive battle had erupted, and I was already preparing my Star Soul transformation. A huge pillar of light descended from the heavens as my body rapidly transformed, encasing me in brilliantly colored armor. Standing amidst the red smoke, I looked like a true demon. The men below looked up, completely unable to believe their master possessed such a form. Ye Wang cried out, stunned by my power. Star Soul General Shui Yuan? That's impossible! I transformed again, my entire body now covered in shimmering golden armor. Star Soul General, Lord of the Grotto Abyss. The men below were terrified. It's an enemy ambush, but they still tried to steel themselves, drawing their swords and charging forward. Quick, protect the general! Protect the general! I stood there calmly, preparing my attack. Dozhan sword formation. Deploy. Instantly, golden swords materialized on my back, and a moment later, they all shot out, raining down on the enemy below. His men couldn't believe it. The attack happened in the blink of an eye. What? Yi Wang's eyes went wide with disbelief. Ephemeral flying swords, a perception-type armament, just like the Star Soul General Ganjiang. Realizing the danger, he yelled an order to his men. This is bad! All of you! Dodge! But they couldn't possibly escape. The swords moved too fast for them to react, and every last one of them was cut in two. From my position high above, I wiped them all out with that one area of effect attack. The Dozhan swords returned to their formation as I reverted to my Dongyuan Lord form. Ye Wang, stop hiding. Summon your Star Soul General, Ganjiang. Down below, Ye Wang couldn't understand. How could he know that I obtained the Star Soul General Ganjiang? My mercenary group has no traitors. Besides them, only the people of Taiyuan knew. A new thought flashed in his mind. Could Taiyuan have deliberately leaked this information to the heavenly capital? Taiyuan always preaches about peace and opposes war. On the surface, they use their military power to prevent conflicts between nations. But behind the scenes, they're deliberately controlling the balance of power. Are they hoping the Eastern continent will be torn apart, only to be reunified again? What are those bizarre women really planning? Standing there in my massive Star Soul form, I continued. You used the lure the tiger strategy to draw the Xuanjia guard away to Xiangchang port, then planned a surprise night raid on the altar city. I gotta admit, that was a brilliant move. You really are a rare military genius. Hearing this, NightNet smirked. So, you saw through my entire plan? I used to think you were just some low-level officer. It seems my NightNet has underestimated the heroes of this world. From his high perch, Song Yunxiang couldn't help but laugh. I'm basically cheating and it's still this easy. He was having the time of his life, but his voice remained cold. Cut the chatter. Hurry up and summon your ace. Let this master have some fun before I shatter this pathetic illusion. Nightnet showed no fear, pointing his yang green sword forward. I don't know what you're talking about, but you're right. Only my Star Soul General is worthy of facing you. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. The Star Soul transformation began. His entire body shifted and reformed as another thunderous blast descended from above. In his new Star Soul form, Nightnet raised his weapon to the heavens. Wind, come forth, great wave! An immense dragon of pure energy erupted from his blade. The Wind Dragon Burst technique. Seeing this, Song Yunxiang couldn't help but sigh internally. So, this is the ultimate move of the Star Soul General, the Wind Dragon Burst? It might have been a terrifying strike once upon a time, but now, it's just child's play. He casually waved his hand. Shield swords, deploy. 3 should be enough. The 3 swords on his back prepared to strike. A completely random attack. In a flash, the massive dragon was completely bound, only able to let out a few struggling cries. Nightnet, standing opposite, couldn't believe what he was seeing. What? Meanwhile, the 3 swords were still hurtling towards him at incredible speed. Nightnet roared, "Shield swords! Form a defensive line! Protect me!" Instantly, the struggling dragon dissolved, reforming into a solid shield. The moment the 3 swords slammed into it, a deafening screech echoed through the air. From inside, Nightnet screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? A defensive shield made of wind blades can't even block it? The attack from those 3 swords was so powerful, it seemed ready to shatter the shield completely. The man behind the shield realized the situation was dire. This is bad. Moments later, the jade-green barrier exploded into countless fragments. Song Yun Xiang stood with his arms crossed, speaking calmly. Give up the struggle. You can't escape. The sword plunged directly into the control core of Nightnet's spirit constructs. He could only let out one final cry. Damn it. In the next instant, the massive form was completely annihilated, pulled into a vortex of immense power. Trapped within, Nightnet was utterly helpless. Impossible! How could the Heavenly Capital Kingdom have someone this powerful? A massive explosion rocked the sky above the harbor. Song Yunxiang stood there calmly. He's dead already? That was even more boring than I imagined. So, the core of this secret realm must be right here. Alright, time to end this tedious illusion. In a quiet, separate dimension, a man existed in silent meditation. His long beard and ancient robes gave him an aura of profound mystery. Suddenly, his sharp eyes snapped open. He sensed that something was wrong. Someone actually passed the first trial in such a short amount of time? Has such a talented junior appeared in my merman clan? A massive crack suddenly appeared in the beautiful, tranquil space. This was something the old man had never anticipated. A junior who passes the trial is supposed to wait for the formation to transport them, not act recklessly. So why in the world was someone tearing the rift open with their bare hands? The old man inside stared in shock. Hey, wait. Kid, don't mess around. Song Yun Xiang appeared from the crack, looking around curiously. So this is the core of the secret realm? The old man pointed an angry finger right in his face. You insolent brat! How dare you cause such a ruckus? Wait a second. What kind of Star Soul General is that? It was only then that he realized something was terribly wrong. No, that's not right. You're not a junior of my merman clan. He then channeled his power, summoning magical chains to attack. Who are you? How did you enter the secret realm of my merman clan? Surrender now. But Song Yunxiang wasn't one to be easily subdued. With a single wave of his hand, he completely turned the tables. The old man couldn't comprehend why his own chains were suddenly turning back to attack him. Effortlessly, the chains wrapped around the old man's entire body. What is this? How can you control them? Song Yunxiang looked at the man before him with a hint of interest. So you're the administrator of this little secret realm? Get over here. The man finally realized he had messed with the wrong person and began to beg loudly. What do you want? No, senior, please spare my life. Song Yunxiang grabbed his body, examining it closely. Even though you're just a remnant soul replicated by the original owner, you'll have to bear the brunt of my anger. Hearing this, the old man seethed with rage. You damn brat! With a pathetic skill level like yours, you dare to copy others and create a secret realm? Didn't you think to add a line of code to verify the bloodline of those who enter? Song Yunxiang was ready to settle the score. You dragged me into this place for no reason at all. From this moment on, I am taking over all administrative rights to this secret realm. Do you submit or not? In the core of the Aobing Star Soul General's inheritance realm, Song Yunxiang had barged in and seized the guardian himself. The old man heard this and roared in defiance. I refuse! Impossible! Who are you? Why aren't you bound by the realm's restrictive arrays? Song Yunxiang answered calmly. I found a loophole in the illusion of the first trial. Entering the world built by the erase code just took a little bit of time. Hearing this, the old man asked in shock, What? You're a formation grandmaster? No, that can't be. Even a formation grandmaster shouldn't have that kind of power. Damn it, what kind of divine being are you? All right, enough talk. If you know what's good for you, hand over control of this realm to me. Otherwise, I'll just have to take it myself. The Guardian was stunned by this demand. The inheritance of the Star-Souled General Ao Bing belongs to my Merman clan. I will never let an outsider take it. Song Yunxiang had no intention of wasting words. I never said I wanted your Ao Bing. You give me control of the realm, and I'll help you pick the next successor for Ao Bing. We don't need to waste any more time, but the man was defiant. Impossible. I may not be a living being, but I'm not that easily fooled. Even if I have to sacrifice this remnant soul, I will never let you get your way. Song Yunxiang completely ignored his refusal. Sorry, but I was just informing you of my decision. I wasn't asking for your opinion. Since that's how it is, you can just disappear. Something strange quickly materialized in his hand. With the help of the Star-Lord system, finding and forcing a loophole in this array's central programming is a simple matter. The circle grew larger and larger, before flying off in one direction like a guide. Song Yunxiang looked toward it, intrigued. So, it's this way? Then, he dragged the old man behind him with the chains. Finally, the chains snapped, and the old guardian was thrown brutally to the ground. Song Yunxiang had found what he was looking for. The central loophole is right here. He immediately struck at the spot with his hand, channeling his power. A massive column of light erupted behind him. The entire landscape began to transform, as black, blocky squares appeared everywhere. The old man, lying on the ground, looked up and watched it all unfold. The very space he had lived in for so many years was being effortlessly destroyed. He stared, wide-eyed in utter disbelief. How can this be? The entire secret realm is collapsing. That thing, it's infiltrating the array sequence that keeps this entire mystic realm stable. My body, it's even starting to transform. What? It's even corrupting my own data. The old man on the ground cried out in terror. Great Master, Immortal One, please stop this at once. If you stop right now, this venerable one will hand over complete control to you. But you have to promise me one thing. You won't take Ao Bing's soul jade. Song Yunxiang had no intention of being merciful. Too late. This old master will deal with you shortly. The old man knew his fate was sealed. This is bad. If this continues, forget the mystic realm, the entire legacy of the Merfolk clan will be lost. Finally, grinding his teeth, he put his pride on the line and screamed, This humble servant is willing to surrender the realm and recognize you as my master. Please, show mercy. Hearing these words, Song Yunxiang finally cracked a satisfied smile. You've lived so long, yet you only see reason when you're at death's door. Why didn't you do this sooner? The old man knelt below, trembling as he begged, Your Highness, please release my bindings. This lowly one will hand over the mystic realm's core to you. The chains binding his body instantly shattered. Thank you, Your Highness. Song Yunxiang looked down from on high, issuing an arrogant command. I've released you. Go on. Let's see what other tricks you've got up your sleeve. The old man looked in terror at the figure walking towards him, saying, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. A moment later, he reached into himself and pulled something out. A brilliantly shining golden orb appeared in his hand. He respectfully held the object out towards him. This is the control core of the mystic realm. Please, Your Highness, accept it. Seeing the item, Song Yunxiang felt a flicker of interest. This was a star unraveling. His entire body began to shift and change. Song Yunxiang shed his astral soul form, returning to his true appearance, now dressed in a different set of clothes. He smirked to himself. Looks like entering the central zone restores your original form. But as they say, appearances are born from the heart. It can even fool the realm's own array. Truly not so simple. Looking up, he saw the old man's colossal form. He quickly shrank his own body, then nimbly landed on the giant's massive palm to grab the sparkling jade. With another swift leap, his feet landed softly on the ground. Song Yunxiang held it, his mind racing. This thing, it feels like I've seen it somewhere before. A memory from his past flashed in his mind. That's right. Inside that yang, there was something almost identical to this. Finally, his curiosity got the better of him, and he turned to the old man. This is the control core of the mystic realm? The man bowed his head respectfully, replying to Your Highness, yes. Song Yunxiang, on the other hand, felt a little tired. Can you shrink down? Talking like this is kind of a pain, you know? What the hell? The old man replied calmly, replying to Your Highness, I cannot. He then continued, "However, now that your highness holds control, you may be able to adjust my size. Please, channel your divine sense into the core, and you can become the master of this entire world." Song Yunxiang gazed at the jade in his hand thoughtfully, then quickly unleashed the stone's power. His eyes blazed with immense energy. The orb pulsed, its power spreading everywhere. This world seemed to connect entirely with his very soul. So that's how it is. This mystic realm is a pocket dimension, a small world opened in a special space. Song Yunxiang gripped it, snorted coldly, then looked up and asked, "So, I'm in complete control now?" Replying to your highness, "I can feel it. You have become the supreme lord of this world." Song Yunxiang raised his hand. "Restore." Instantly, every part of the surrounding landscape was transformed. Seeing this immense power, Song Yunxiang smiled happily and directed a shrinking spell at the old man. The old man was a bit stunned to be returned to his normal size. Song Yunxiang suddenly flashed a strange smile, one that clearly meant trouble. This is pretty interesting. "So, can you change into other forms?" "No." Ignoring the man's terrified expression, Song Yunxiang used his power to completely transform him into a woman. The body of a withered old man morphed into a beautiful girl with a hot body, smooth skin, and long hair flowing down her back, leaving him, or her, completely speechless. The most alarming part was a chest that was a little too large for her frame. Even he was stunned by his new appearance, and then let out a horrified shriek, "Your Highness, please stop messing around." Song Yunxiang just watched the scene in silence, then let out a twisted laugh and made them bigger. Before she could even react, that area had expanded completely. Huh? Everything suddenly felt so much heavier, because that thing was now truly, unimaginably huge. The poor old man was about to cry, "Your Highness, please have some self-respect." Song Yunxiang, on the other hand, was having a great time. Ahem, a slight miscalculation. But since he's not fighting back, I guess his surrender is for real. He then turned his attention to using his new authority as the master of this place to check on the others. He could easily see every scene here through several floating screens. Song Yunxiang's attention was suddenly drawn to one place, the astral soul general of that saint-level woman. He reached his hand forward with interest, teleporting to her location. In a flash, a powerful column of lightning descended on her battlefield, instantly obliterating another monster. The astral soul had easily destroyed everything. This was the astral soul general, Yun Zhong. It stood tall and majestic, like a god. From the distance, someone suddenly ran closer, calling out, "A meow, a meow." The astral soul quickly began the star unraveling process. A meow then returned to her true form. A small, beautiful girl appeared from behind the white smoke. She looked over with her crimson eyes. "Father, I've handled the beast. Are you all right?" This was Huang Miaoyin's mental demon illusion, a place deep in the mountains of Xikong, a fresh and cool landscape. Back then, her father held his daughter tightly, carefully instructing her. "Hey Meow, let me remind you again. If you run into a beast, just run away. You must never summon your astral soul general to fight. Why won't you listen?" Song Yunxiang, watching from above, saw it all. A Meow looked incredibly guilty, wringing her hands together. "I'm sorry, father. A Meow won't do it again." Song Yunxiang had his own thoughts. The astral soul general, Yun Zhong. I have some memory of it. I heard about it back in the Xishui Nation. One of the kingdom's guardian saints, a member of the royal family, was the host of the Yun Zhong astral soul. It must be this woman, *. He never expected her mental demon illusion to be from her childhood. Using the admin privileges of the Mystic Realm Core, he quickly checked her illusion. After a closer look, he couldn't help but marvel. This illusion has already looped 13 times? Damn, how can a saint-level powerhouse be trapped by a mental demon, unless she herself can't, or won't, wake up? Thinking about these things, he felt a little spark of interest. He looked down at the family scene below and began to think. He originally wanted to use his admin privileges to forcibly break the illusion, but since it's like this, he might as well watch the show. I'll just observe a little longer. Who knows? I might even dig up some strange clues. This place was a breathtakingly beautiful cherry blossom forest, and under the blooming cherry blossom trees was a strange little cave. Getting closer, he could see it was a tomb for someone. Placed in such a dreamlike setting, the person must have been carefully buried by their loved ones. A Meow and her father had already stepped inside this place. As the man entered, he turned and sealed the entrance with a barrier behind him. A Meow's eyes sparkled as she looked at the person beside her. "Father, can you teach me about arrays?" This man was named Si Kong Ying. He carefully stroked his young daughter's head, asking gently, "Why does a Meow suddenly want to learn about arrays?" Hearing this, the little girl's face lit up with a sweet, innocent smile. If she learned the formation, She could visit her mom whenever she wanted, without having to wait for the peach blossoms to bloom just once a year. A pang of bittersweet emotion hit Si Kong Ying. With a heavy heart, he gently nudged his daughter forward. Come on, let's go say hello to your mother first. They knelt reverently before the small grave mound. Watching from above, Song Yun Xiang saw it all, and a few theories started clicking into place. That's a sealing formation, one built with advanced techniques. He recognized the man, Si Kong Ying, from the Imperial Tomb's secret realm. He had to be the legendary hereditary formation master of the continent, the tomb keeper responsible for sealing that very realm. In his past life, Song Yun Xiang had witnessed this man burn his own life force just to suppress the gate to the Imperial Tomb. Legend has it that the tomb seals away the one who conquered the entire eastern continent, founding the Empire's centuries-long dynasty of the Star Soul General. They say that Star Soul General possesses an unbelievably brutal power. If it ever acknowledged a master, the entire continent would be plunged into a never-ending war. To prevent this, the Tomb Keeper has borne the heavy burden of sealing the realm for hundreds of years. This had to be Shikong Mountain, and the timeline fit perfectly. He couldn't help but wonder, why such a perfect coincidence? Si Kong Ying gently stroked his daughter's head. Yao, go play nearby for a bit. Let Dad have a private word with Mom, okay? The little girl obediently nodded, but before leaving, she gave him a careful warning. Okay, but remember, no constructing a Star Soul General. Yao then playfully turned and made a funny face at her father. I know, I'm going now. Si Kong Ying silently watched her go before sitting beside the gravestone. He took out some paper and a few small cups and began a quiet conversation with his departed wife. The Luo Chiao Poetry Gala. It feels like a dream. The flowers fall, year after year. Yuji, not a day has gone by that I don't miss you, he whispered, setting the paper aflame. Song Yun Xiang watched it all unfold, muttering to himself, Old Song, you're really something else. When it comes to snooping and stirring the pot, you're a true professional. He reasoned, hey, this is a mind demon illusion. It doesn't technically count as spying on private matters. This says nothing about my character. I'm simply gathering intelligence. That's right, just gathering intelligence. He then activated the jade, using his special authority. Perfect. Using the secret realm's core should do the trick. And, what do you know, a few cups of tea and a juicy watermelon suddenly appeared next to him. Truly living up to his title as a professional drama watcher, he settled in for the show. He heard the man's promise to his master. More than half of the 10 years had already passed. He still remembered the Luo Chiao Poetry Gala, just like the day they first met in that forest of peach blossoms. Time truly flies. Meanwhile, in another part of the woods, a Yao was hiding in a thicket. In front of her, a massive wild boar was foraging for food. Threatening grunts rumbled from its throat. Suddenly, it snapped its head up, sensing something. It was the hungry face of Yao, staring right at it. The girl was practically drooling at the thought of pork. Without a shred of fear, her eyes gleaming, she pounced on the giant beast, easily taking it down. Think you can run? Just obediently become my braised pork belly. The boar was no match for the tiny powerhouse. Yao sat on its back, laughing gleefully as she headed back toward the peach blossom grove, the craving for meat written all over her face. And just like that, Song Yunxiang finally understood the whole story. So that's what happened. The Tomb Keeper's heir is granted 10 years of freedom to marry and produce an heir to continue the bloodline. The young heir, Si Kong Ying, left the Imperial Tomb's secret realm to see the world, destined to return in 10 years to take up his sealing duty. He traveled to the capital of the Shi Shui nation, and at the Luo Chiao Poetry Gala, he met Yao's mother, Huang Yuji. For them, a lifetime passed in the blink of an eye. It was love at first sight. In a cherry blossom forest, they pledged their entire lives to one another. Back then, Si Kong Ying had no idea what kind of trouble he was getting into by falling for a royal princess. He abandoned his sacred duty as the Tomb Keeper, choosing to grow old with the princess. They shared a brief, peaceful life together, but it wasn't long before the royal family found them. Huang Yuji was fatally wounded. She gave birth to Yao prematurely and then passed away. So Si Kong Ying created this massive sealing formation on Shikong Mountain, hiding his daughter from the world. Man, what a heart-wrenching, tragic tale. Just then, Yao's voice cut through the air. Dad! Song Yun Xiang glanced over and immediately spat out a mouthful of watermelon. This tiny girl was effortlessly dragging the colossal boar back, a cheerful grin plastered on her face. Look, Dad! I caught a huge pig! Let's go home and have Sister Ju Xiang make us braised pork belly. From his perch, Song Yun Xiang could only marvel, as expected of a natural-born vessel, already at the Earth rank at her age. Unbelievable. He followed the pair home as the barrier parted for them once more. Impressive, Song Yun Xiang noted. This is definitely the legendary sealing formation of the Tomb Keeper lineage. They returned to a small cottage, where a young woman was sweeping the yard. Seeing her, a Yao beamed. Sister Ju Xiang, look, a Yao caught a giant pig. The woman's hands and feet were bound in chains, yet she offered them a gentle smile. Sir, Miss A Yao, you've returned. Song Yun Xiang's eyes widened in recognition. Wait a second, isn't that the old hag? He knew this woman. He was sure of it now. Yeah, that's definitely that old witch. Back when Tandu fell, he was gravely wounded and fled to the Shi Shui nation. Once he'd recovered a bit, he ignored the Empress's warnings and tried to head back, only to be ambushed by this very same woman. Back then, she had him completely surrounded. His flawed soul vein won't last much longer. Don't engage him directly. Just wear him down and drain his soul power. And he couldn't break free from those damned chains. Damn it. Warning, soul power insufficient. Warning, soul power insufficient. Warning, soul power has dropped below the threshold. Forcibly deactivating construct in 3, 2, 1. And just like that, his massive form began to crumble. He reverted to his normal, battered form, his heart burning with pure rage. Damn you, old witch. You and your secret mirror division. You're like ghosts you can't shake off. An entire squad blocked his path. It was the secret mirror division's Su Nu style, with that old hag leading the charge. She spoke, her voice cold as ice. Song Yunxiang, there's nowhere left to run. Surrender peacefully. This woman was Song Yunxiang, the chief of the Shishui Nation's secret mirror division. At the time, he had screamed in defiance, Chief Tong, the Empress herself granted me leave. Is your secret mirror division defying a direct order to hunt me down? What the hell is the meaning of this? Does the Empress's word mean nothing? Song Yunxiang shot back angrily. You insolent brute! Shut your mouth, Song Yunxiang. I have reason to suspect you have stolen vital military intelligence from our nation. I'm arresting you now under the charge of espionage. He knelt there, seething. Bullcrap. You old witch, don't think for a second I don't know what your real game is. Just then, a boat appeared on the river behind them. A voice called out, sharp and clear, an imperial edict from Her Majesty, the Empress, arrives. What? Song Yunxiang couldn't hide her irritation. What? Convenient timing. It seems Her Majesty came prepared. She was determined to protect Song Yunxiang after all. On the ship, the Imperial Guard announced loudly, by order of the Empress, the Shadow Mirror Division will cease its pursuit immediately. Both sides will stand down and disarm. The woman next to her leaned in to speak, but was silenced with a single gesture. The chief lowered a grand bridge from the ship. 2 towering female guards stood beside her, their presence overwhelmingly majestic. A figure in the center then began to issue a decree. Let it be known, Song Yunxiang, for his loyalty, valor, and intelligence in rescuing the throne, is hereby granted a title. Today, he is named Marquis of the Southern Court. He is to enter the palace immediately, without delay. Song Yunxiang was completely blindsided. This wasn't the rescue he was expecting. Marquis of the Southern Court? Wasn't that the highest possible title for a male consort to the Empress? That position was basically equal to the Empress of the Heavenly Capital Kingdom. What kind of sick game was this Empress playing? Was she seriously trying to make me her boy toy in the harem? Hell no! A eunuch before him bowed respectfully. Congratulations, Marquis Song. Please, accompany this humble servant back to the palace to report. Song Yunxiang stood there, grinding her teeth in fury. This is bad. Her Majesty actually brought this brat into the inner palace. The secret he holds about the super ancient civilization. She'll discover it sooner or later. No, his power is just like the legendary Tai Yuan. I must have it for myself. Wait, she screamed. The 2 female guards from the Shadow Mirror Division behind her instantly shifted into a combat stance. The eunuch's voice turned ice cold. Chief Dong, is the Shadow Mirror Division planning to defy an imperial decree? Or perhaps, you're planning a rebellion? Song Yunxiang could only bow her head. I wouldn't dare. But her heart seethed with resentment, thinking, Asterisk, this bastard is trying to frame me. Asterisk, it's just that this Song Yunxiang is highly suspicious. The eunuch ignored her and turned to Song Yunxiang. He scoffed. If Senior Dong finds any actual proof, she can report directly to the saintly emperor in the capital. Her Majesty, the Empress, will make her own judgment. My only duty is to escort Marquis Song to the palace. Your Shadow Mirror Division has no authority to interfere. With that, they began boarding. Marquis Song, please. I'd like to see which blind fool dares to stand in our way. Before leaving, Song Yunxiang turned back with a smirk. Well, Chief Dong, this young master will be on his way. I wish you good health and a long life. May you live to be 100. Oh, wait, my bad. I forgot you're already over 100. I didn't mean to jinx you by saying you've lived long enough. Don't take it to heart, okay? Song Yunxiang felt like she was about to explode from pure rage. Song Yunxiang. Just you wait. she muttered. Your Majesty, if you insist on being a foolish ruler, lost in lust, then don't blame me for severing the 400-year legacy of the Shishui Kingdom, the Shishui Kingdom's Shadow Mirror Division. Legend says the previous empress formed the special agency from criminals and servants. It seems the legend was true, and that old hag is the living proof. How interesting. To think I'd run into an old acquaintance in a place like this. Back in the day, this old woman was even after my Star-Lord system's power. Wait a second. Between the two of us, who's the real fossil here? Whatever. Time to sit back and watch the drama unfold. Meanwhile, Ayao quickly threw the wild boar she was carrying onto the ground. Zhu Xiang looked towards the father and daughter, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The little girl immediately ran towards her. They were as close as a real family. The woman then looked up at the man before her. It was a face she had dreamed of countless times. Just seeing him made her heart flutter, and a beautiful blush crept onto her cheeks as she shyly looked away. Watching from below, Ayao giggled at the scene. Song Yun Xiang, however, had no idea how to process this relationship. The scene quickly transitioned to a beautiful sunset. A warm, cozy family meal was already set on the table. A delicious-looking braised pork dish sat in the center. Ayao's eyes sparkled as she looked at it, unable to wait another second. The three of them began to enjoy a happy meal, but from his perch, Song Yunxiang couldn't help but complain. Ugh, all this useless filler. I'd better use the power of the Secret Realm Jade Core to speed things up. It was like watching a movie on fast forward. Speed up. Skip all this irrelevant daily life stuff. Time jumped to night. At the house, after the time skip, the air was still, and a crescent moon hung poetically in the sky. Song Yunxiang chuckled, seeing Ayao's funny childhood sleeping pose. This little girl sleeps like she's ready to fight someone. Then he looked at her father, still reading those boring books. Looks like he's studying seal formation techniques. This is actually kind of interesting. The 5 elements transference windling array? It looks as effective as that old ancestor's combat seal formation. If I get the chance, I should try to secretly learn it. Just then, his attention was drawn to someone outside. Huh? Is that old hag spying at the door? Is she trying to learn the seal formation too? But, to his surprise, Song Yunxiang watched, completely baffled, as she simply opened the door and walked in. What the hell is that old hag trying to pull? Sikong Ying looked up toward the door. The clothes she was wearing looked a bit different. Song Yunxiang was totally lost. Where is this going? Just kick her out! Dude, go back to your book, bro! But from Sikong Ying's point of view, he was seeing a stunning young woman. He quickly stood up, shook his head, and tried to look away. Zhu Xiang's face flushed red, and she trembled with embarrassment. Song Yunxiang could feel it. This was going to be a legendary moment. Where's my popcorn? Get over here! She actually started removing her outer robes. Soon, only a thin chemise remained on her body. From his high vantage point, Song Yunxiang could see everything, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of trick this old hag was playing. She continued, untying the clothes on her body. The delicate chemise slowly began to fall. Everything came off. She took a light step forward, and the book in Sikong Ying's hand fell to the floor. Song Yunxiang, munching on his popcorn up above, did a literal spit take. Holy crap! The young girl's entire body was now on full display before the man. On a clear, breezy night like this was some top-tier entertainment. High above, Song Yunxiang watched carefully, still happily chewing his popcorn, as the lamplight from inside the house cast a soft glow through the window. He couldn't help but let his mind wander. Man, this is some quality drama. But Sikong Ying wasn't tempted in the slightest. Instead, he drew his sword, pointing. Completely shattered, tears of pure humiliation streamed down her face. She clutched her supposedly innocent body, looking as wronged as possible as she fled the scene. Song Yunxiang absolutely lost it, bursting out laughing. Seriously? Trying to climb into the master's bed only to get shot down cold? Her little seduction plot was a total failure. Ha! Who knew the old hag had such an embarrassing skeleton in her closet? Watching this in real time is way too slow. Let's try fast-forwarding by 10,000 times. Instantly, time warped ahead, the events blurring together like a sped-up movie. Countless images of a young Ayao flashed before his eyes. A month flew by, then 6 months later, and then 2 years after that. Finally, a moment caught Song Yunxiang's interest. He reached out his hand, pausing the playback and returning it to normal speed. Ayao at this age was practically bursting with joy. Dad, are you for real? Are you finally going to teach me array magic? Sikong Ying calmly replied to his overexcited daughter. Ayao, in 6 months, you'll be 10 years old. It's time I taught you a few things. Ayao was so happy she literally jumped up and down. This is awesome, Sikong Ying replied gently. The arrays I'll teach you are different from the common ones on the eastern continent. A strange polygonal shape then materialized in his hand. This is the sealing magic of the Eastern Continent's Grave Watchers lineage, an ancient tradition that dates back to before the Second Era. But all this talk was completely over the little girl's head. Watching from above, Song Yun Xiang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This was the legendary sealing art of the Gravekeeper lineage, no doubt about it. But trying to teach it this way to a kid under 10, this Song Ying guy really sucks at being a teacher. Still, I can definitely learn this sealing technique myself. If I ever get back into the Jade Mirror Emperor's tomb, I can explore those areas I couldn't enter before. The vast blue sky marked the beginning of their training. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed in this place, and the scenery began to turn a golden autumn yellow. But Yao was still struggling to master the array, trying to demonstrate her power for her father. Yet, the formation she conjured was still far from complete. Every attempt she made came out warped and ugly, but Yao was incredibly proud. "Dad, I did it. I finally learned it." Song Ying looked at her creation and said nothing. From his perch, Song Yun Xiang was thoroughly unimpressed. This silly girl's talent for arrays is just terrible. Pfft, I already mastered it just by watching her. He never would have guessed that the Gravekeeper's sealing arts shared the same roots as the 5 Elements Great Array that suppressed the Battle Ancestor's Spirit General. Before, he was only 60 or 70% sure he could break the 5 Elements Array with brute force. But now, with the Gravekeeper's sealing technique in his arsenal, he could probably shatter it perfectly. And after that, he could even seal something far more powerful. Heh. Song Yunxiang chuckled at the thought. I could even add a password to it. Then, feeling a bit bored, he looked back at the image of the father and daughter training. This foolish girl is probably going to be practicing for a long time. Time to fast forward and see how these people are doing. Let's speed things up over here. I bet those other guys are starting something again, huh? Get to the important stuff. Why am I watching a mermaid? Could this woman be the master of the Huyan family? Nice. Going bald in your 20s. Are you an array master too? He was as happy as a kid of nearly 50. Among all the things he saw, there was a bizarre image of a snowman. Song Yunxiang stared at it, completely baffled. Why is there a snowman here? Back at the small house where Yao and her father lived. 2 months later, time had flown by, and Yao could now use her power to undo all sorts of seals. The shackles on Zhu Xiang's hands were finally broken. She looked down at her own hands, a little flustered. Thank you, young Miss Yao. But if the master returns and finds out... Before she could finish her sentence, the little girl activated an array, and in an instant, the door flew open. Yao spoke with a sad expression. Sister Zhu Xiang, go quickly. Get out of here. You've suffered all these years. Now, on behalf of my father, I'm giving you back your freedom. Zhu Xiang was completely stunned by her words. Young Miss Yao, this. But Yao just bowed her head and gave a cold command. Go, now. Zhu Xiang realized she couldn't stay any longer. She quickly ran towards her freedom, turning to step through the gate and bowing carefully. Thank you. Yao then used her power, preparing to close the gate. Watching from high above, Song Yunxiang was still confused. What's with this snowman? Just a single scene of it sleeping for over 100 years? Let's just keep fast-forwarding. Suddenly, he saw that scene again. Whoa, wait a minute. He couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Did that foolish kid really set the old hag free? I think we're getting to the important part. Time to rewind and see what went down. Hold on, where are my melon seeds? Did I finish them all? In a flash, he summoned some more snacks. All right, let the drama begin. Song Yun Xiang watched with keen interest from above. Where did I leave off? Ah, right here. Song Ying waved goodbye to his daughter. Dad's going down the mountain for a bit. Don't worry, I'll be back before your birthday. You have to remember the warnings I gave you. Yao smiled happily and waved back obediently. Don't worry, Dad. Be careful on your way. Oh, right. Don't forget to buy fruit for Yao. You absolutely cannot forget. Song Yunxiang, having just jumped to this scene, was a bit lost. What warning did her dad give? I don't remember at all. I gotta go back and check. Back then, he had said that the structure here was unusual, that she shouldn't think about stability when the paths and surfaces were combined. The girl, activating an array, calmly replied, I know. But the more Song Yunxiang watched, the more confused he got. I think I rewound too far back. This probably isn't it. Song Ying had also once said, all right, I promise you. As long as you can master the sealing array and cultivate to the 3rd stage, when we come back, I'll take you to Tiandu City to eat Tiandu roast duck. Yao cheered happily. Really? You have to keep your promise, Dad. But of course, this wasn't what he was looking for either. He skipped ahead a bit more and saw Song Ying giving his daughter something. Could this be it? Back then, he gently stroked his daughter's head. Yao, help me take good care of this item. Also, I have 2 warnings for you. First, even within the array's range, you cannot easily transform into the Spirit General Van Trong. Second, you absolutely cannot leave the range of this array before I return. Hearing this, A Yao's face fell with sadness. Ah Yao understands. But Dad, can you not go? Hearing this, Si Kongying smiled and scratched his head. Don't cry now. I promise you. After I finish my work and come back, I'll take you away from this place. When that time comes, we'll go to the Tiandu nation. I'll take you to eat all the delicacies across the land. Hearing this, A Yao's face lit up with joy. Huh? Really? Si Kongying replied with a gentle smile. For real. Can we eat the roast duck in Tiandu City? Of course. What about the steamed buns from Lingyan City? No problem. The carp noodles from Zhongzhou, the smoked seafood from Nanzhou, the lamb dumplings from Beizhou. It's all no problem. The little girl was so happy she started jumping up and down. Really? Then pinky promise. Don't you dare lie to me, Dad. My word is my bond. I will keep my promise. The girl took the token, but her heart was still a little sad. Then you have to come back quickly. Si Kongying gently patted his beloved daughter's head. Don't worry. If you happen to encounter a dangerous situation, just use the array I taught you to activate this item. It will trigger the array's defense system, and I will sense it too. I'll immediately return to protect my A Yao. Watching from above, Song Yun Xiang finally understood the situation. So, these were his parting words before leaving the mountain? That item looks a lot like the life tokens used by the major sects in the central continent. If the name is lit, it means they're still alive. So, what happened next? As he spoke, he started fast-forwarding the footage. The screen showed A Yao's activities in the following days, after Zhu Xiang had been miserably sent away. Young Miss A Yao, is there no need for thanks? Zhu Xiang was, after all, just a slave. Boo-hoo, Sister Zhu Xiang, I miss my dad. Boo-hoo, I miss my family too. It's been over 10 years. I wonder if they're still okay. Song Yun Xiang watched the scene between them, and his heart couldn't help but... So, that's how it was. The old hag played the victim card to get sympathy. What a scummy move, tricking a naive little girl who knew nothing about the world. A Yao lowered her head, her expression full of sorrow. Big sis Ku Kwang, you should go. Just leave this place. You've been treated so unfairly for so long. On behalf of my father, I'm setting you free. Ku Kwang acted like she wanted to leave, but inside, she was panicking. Young Miss A Yao, this is. But A Yao just opened the barrier, pushing her out. Hurry up and go! You won't be able to leave if my dad comes back! Thank you, young Miss A Yao. But the moment she turned around, a smug, satisfied smile crept across her face. And just like that, the woman disappeared through the barrier. Song Yunxiang face-palmed, feeling totally helpless. Man, this kid was way too easy to fool. Could it be that she could never forgive herself for this mistake? Nah, it couldn't be that serious, right? Let's see what happens next. For the next few days, the little girl was heartbroken, playing all alone in the shadow of the small house. The little girl let out a hopeless sigh. Man, she was starting to regret letting Sister Kuxiang leave. Now she was all alone, and it was getting super boring. A few more days dragged on as she carefully counted down, waiting for her father's return. It's been almost 5 years. Just 7 more days until Ah Yao's birthday. Why wasn't he back yet? After a few more days passed, she sat alone on the small rocks, playfully splashing her feet in the cool river water. Could her dad have gotten lost? From his vantage point high above, Song Yunxiang couldn't help but sigh. And just like that, the kid suddenly heard a huge commotion in the distance. A Yao's face lit up as she looked ahead, calling for her dad. Then, as if she'd sprouted wings, she sprinted forward. Is that you, Dad? Are you finally back? A thought crossed Song Yunxiang's mind. Was someone deliberately attacking the formation? Without a second thought, he shot off into the distance to check it out. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, 2 massive spirit souls appeared, ready to tear the formation apart. They gathered an immense power, preparing to unleash a devastating assault. A woman bowed respectfully to the lavishly dressed matriarch behind her. Family head, we've located the area covered by the formation. This has to be the place. The old woman was dressed in luxury, but her face was wrinkled with age, and her hair was completely white. To think they'd actually run back to the Zhikong mountain range to hide. This is Huang Chengnan, the family head of the Fengtian royal family. The woman beside her bowed her head respectfully. Family head, your insight is brilliant. We mobilized so many people and searched for 10 long years. Ha! If it weren't for that little snitch tipping us off, who would have guessed they were hiding right under our noses? She turned to the giant spirit souls behind her. Hey, how long will it take you to destroy this formation? They thought for a moment before answering. It's hard to say. This formation is strange. With the weapons we brought, it'll be tough to break. We should probably summon the grandmasters of formations. Hearing this, she snapped in fury. A bunch of useless trash. Why does the family head even bother feeding you? Inside, a Yao yelled with joy, Dad, is that you? Are you home? But she immediately realized something was wrong. A group of towering figures stood before her, and the little girl was instantly terrified. Huh? You're not my dad. Who are you people? The woman pointed forward and commanded, The formation opened from the inside. Move out, now! A Yao reacted instantly, trying to close the formation. But it was too late. The outsiders had already smashed through the barrier with their massive weapons. The woman ordered her subordinates, "Hurry! Go capture that little brat!" "Yes, ma'am!" Fear flooded Ah Yao's heart as she screamed, "What do you think you're doing? Stop!" They immediately activated their power, transforming into spirit souls. The entire group grew to a colossal size. 6 massive spirits now surrounded the tiny little girl. The woman outside smirked tauntingly. "Nowhere to run, little one." For the first time in years, A Yao felt truly cornered. "You're all bad people." An incredible power began to surge from her body. In a flash, her spirit soul awakened. Her entire body transformed, and a powerful column of energy shot down from above. The woman couldn't believe her eyes. Even Huang Chengnan, watching from a distance, was stunned. In an instant, A Yao had transformed into the spirit general, Yun Zhuo. The woman was in total shock. "Is that a primordial spirit general? Family head?" She pointed a trembling finger. "Does that mean the brat is an innate saint? Family head? Could she be the cursed child of Lady Yu Ji and that bastard?" In the next second, a sharp slap from Huang Chengnan cracked across her face. The matriarch's expression had turned terrifyingly cold and grim. The woman clutched her stinging cheek in disbelief. "Family head, why did you hit me?" Huang Chengnan shot her a terrifying glare. "Even if she's an outcast, she is still of my royal family's bloodline. Who gave a lowlife like you permission to insult her? I can't believe Yu Zi's child is an innate saint. An innate saint. She could guarantee our royal family's prosperity for hundreds of years." The spirits outside began to shift. "All of you, go, capture that child alive. Be careful, and do not harm her. If anyone carelessly hurts her, your entire family will be executed." The chains on their bodies began to lash out. "Yes, family head." Several massive chains shot forward with incredible force. Yun Zhuo's entire body was instantly captured. The men outside yelled, "We got it!" But then, the arrows on Yun Zhuo's back began to glow and shot outwards, unleashing a brilliant light. A Yao bowed her head, channeling the great spirit general. "By the might of heaven, I borrow your power." The energy released into the sky quickly gathered into massive thunderbolts. With a powerful shout, she screamed, "Lei, Lai, or thunder, come." The people nearby watched, their minds completely blown. "What?" The surrounding clouds were sucked into the attack. Smoke billowed endlessly, making everyone's eyes go wide with utter shock. Because from the heavens descended a colossal pillar of lightning. It was powerful enough to wipe out everyone present. The transformed men below could only scream in agony as the lightning shocked them into unconsciousness. Even Huang Chengnan was stunned by the spectacle. What kind of technique is this? She can actually channel the power of heavenly thunder? The iron chains binding Yun Zhuo were completely shattered. A single attack had easily defeated the entire squad. Huang Chengnan was amazed. A cultivator at the earth rank causing this much damage. She was a true genius. "If we can nurture this girl," she thought, "our royal family will become one of the top clans in the Shishui nation." The terrified woman beside her pointed forward frantically. "Hurry up! Keep attacking!" Another assault was launched as they configured their spirit armors, but Yun Zhuo stood there, completely unfazed. Just as they were about to charge, she swung her weapon, unleashing a massive slash. The woman with glasses outside was so scared she dropped to her knees, trembling. "Family head, this esteemed child is not to be trifled with. Our forces here are limited. Look! Perhaps the heaven rank peak master should personally take action." Over on the battlefield, Yun Zhuo had the complete upper hand, taking down the entire group with a single, effortless blow. With no other choice, Huang Chengnan slowly walked into the battlefield, holding a green jade tablet, a bunch of useless trash. The grunts, still fighting inside, shouted warnings. "Everyone, attack together! Get her from behind!" Worn down by the constant attacks, Yun Zhuo was starting to breathe heavily. Just then, someone from behind her launched a chain straight at the little girl. Yun Zhuo quickly dodged, but the chain managed to wrap around her weapon. But things didn't go as they planned. Yun Zhuo managed to overcome it all. However, she had walked right into another trap. Her whole body was bound tightly by iron chains. With no real combat experience, A Yao had to admit defeat. Suddenly, her eyes blazed as she glared forward, letting out a furious roar. Her entire body became enveloped in golden lightning. "You wicked people!" With a furious scream, she unleashed a powerful blast of lightning. The attacking spirit souls were instantly scorched black. At the same time, Yun Zhuo, exhausted, collapsed to her knees. Inside, A Yao couldn't hold on for much longer. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed nearby. Peerless talent, truly worthy of the royal bloodline. A Yao turned her head to see another spirit soul had appeared, looking down on her with arrogance. "But what a pity. You and I are a whole realm apart. Don't blame this old woman for bullying a child. Suddenly, the girl clutched her head in pain, then quickly grabbed her weapon again, swinging forward with a powerful strike. But before it could even touch the old woman, she had already ducked. Yunzuo's massive body was completely overpowered. Yao, inside the spirit form, cried out in pain as her opponent's movements slowed. In the next moment, the old woman easily began to twist the massive spirit's body. Enraged, the woman unleashed her power. "Come out here this instant, you brat!" She brought her full weight down on Van Trong's form, striking with a crushing blow. In an instant, the spirit was shattered, collapsing into the tiny form of a little girl. Yao, completely overwhelmed, fell weakly. Powerless to resist, she could only collapse onto the ground in pain. Her small body lay exhausted, all the immense power she just witnessed completely neutralized. Lying on the ground, Yao sobbed uncontrollably. She clutched the emerald tablet in her hand, crying in agony as tears streamed down her small face. "Daddy, bad people are in our house. They're hurting me. They're trying to take me away." But the emerald tablet remained completely silent. "Daddy, where are you? Why haven't you come yet?" From above, Song Yun Xiang felt a pang of sympathy. "That's Sikong An's command tablet. Has its light gone out? So that's how it is." Surrounded by towering figures, the little girl just sat there and wailed. "Daddy, Daddy, why can't I control the mountain's protective array? You lied to me." Her cries were heartbreaking. Song Yun Xiang felt a deep sense of pity. Huang Qingnan stepped forward. "Little girl, what's your name?" Yao just clutched the jade tablet, ignoring the woman completely while mumbling to herself. "Daddy, why aren't you here? Why haven't you come for me?" The woman with the glasses watched the child's defiance, her own anger flaring. "Hey kid, our family head is asking you a question." But Yao's heart was filled with nothing but sorrow. "Don't come any closer. Stay away. Yao has to wait here for Daddy to come home." Huang Qingnan stood before her and said, "There's no need to be afraid. Your mother's mother and I are cousins. No one is going to hurt you. Come home with me." But the little girl refused to listen to a word she said. "I'm not going. This is Yao's home. I have to wait here for my daddy to come back." Song Yunxiang's heart ached for her. It was clear now. She already understood what the darkened tablet meant. In a flash, Yao was struck down. They picked up her tiny body and began to leave. "Family head, allow me." "Get lost." "Yes, ma'am." As they slowly walked out of the array, the entire world suddenly faded to gray, freezing in place. Why has everything stopped moving? Is it over? The scenery began to shift around them. This world of illusion was collapsing, and the image was beginning to reset itself once more. Song Yunxiang glanced over and let out a sigh. A new loop had begun. Once again, it was Sikong An and his little daughter Yao, living in a forest of cherry blossoms. The two of them were walking and talking together. "Haha, I know, Daddy. When will I finally grow up?" Yao doesn't need to grow up. Nay, nay. For Song Yunxiang, watching this was like seeing a film in slow motion. Is she just going to repeat this nightmare in her heart forever? Is this already the 14th loop? So this is it. This is the reason she's been trapped in this endless cycle. The obsession chaining her heart is waiting for someone who can never return. The 15th loop began, and that same battle unfolded without a single change. The 16th time, it was the same image of a little girl surrounded by giants. Song Yunxiang watched, bored out of his mind, through the 17th loop, the 18th, the 19th, the 20th. Oh, come on. This is unbelievable. He had sat here watching this tragic scene repeat itself over and over. At this rate, when would it ever end? He didn't want to interfere, but whatever. Consider it tuition for learning that ceiling formation. Just as Huang Qingnan stepped forward to ask, "Little girl, what is your name?" Yao clutched her tablet, her heart sinking in despair. "Daddy, where are you? Please, come save Yao." With a simple wave of his hand, Song Yunxiang appeared in the form of Sikong An, effortlessly activating the grand array. All the spirits there were instantly trapped inside a glass-like cage. What in the world is happening? Yao slowly looked up, unable to believe the sight before her very eyes. Song Yunxiang, disguised as Sikong An, powerfully wielded the formation he had just learned. The invaders were in total disbelief. "What's going on? This is bad. Family head, save us." But with a single flick of his wrist, all those massive bodies completely exploded. Huang Qingnan spun around in shock. "A formation master. It's you? Impossible. How can you be here?" Seeing him, Yao burst into tears. "Daddy, you finally came! Yao was here all by myself, waiting for you for a long time." Huang Qingnan stared at the man, crying out in shock. Sikong An. She could never have expected this, her face a mask of utter disbelief. "You're not. You can't be. You were already?" Then her eyes darted around. She let out a cold snort and quickly leaped backward, dodging his attack. Another ceiling formation? This gear won't let me keep up with a heaven rank speed. Meanwhile, Song Yun Xiang had his own thoughts. This one seems to have a lot of experience with formations. Huang Qingnan smiled arrogantly. Your formations are only good for sneaky ground attacks. As long as I'm fast enough, your array is useless. Spirit. Before she could even finish her sentence, she slammed into a barrier wall behind her and was sent crashing to the ground. Huang Qingnan still couldn't believe it. What just happened? Song Yun Xiang slowly approached her, a smug smile on his face. Idiot. As long as my barrier is big enough, no matter how fast you are, you're just a fish in a tank. In an instant, the barrier began to shrink. The captured group couldn't fight back against this immense power. The powerful barrier was forcibly lifted into the air. The royal family members could only watch with faces full of hatred, accepting their fate as they were carried away. Song Yunxiang raised his hand and smiled. Vanish. In a flash, the sphere containing them was flung into the distance, shooting across the sky like a tiny star with no destination in sight. Just then, the sound of a child's sobs broke the silence from behind him. Daddy! A Yao ran toward him, crying loudly as she threw her arms around the man she had missed for so long. She just cried and cried. You big meanie! You big meanie! Why did you take so long to come back? I really thought. Song Yunxiang looked down at the tiny girl with a gentle smile, then slowly knelt to embrace her. Shh, it's okay. I'm back now, aren't I? A Yao hugged her father tenderly, but suddenly, she realized something wasn't right. Daddy. This is wrong. She instinctively pushed him away and backed up defensively. Her voice was sharp with alarm as she shouted, Your soul force! It's changed! Wait, are you really my daddy? Song Yunxiang couldn't believe it. Damn it, that was careless. I completely forgot to disguise my soul force fluctuations. Crap, how can a kid this young detect changes in soul force? Is this little girl a prodigy? Or are children just naturally sensitive to this stuff? Song Yunxiang scratched his head awkwardly and tried to explain. Listen, let me explain, okay? It's like this. Daddy took a trip to the heavenly capital nation. Oh, right. I received the ancestral inheritance of our tomb guardian bloodline, so that's why my soul force fluctuations changed. Yao looked completely unconvinced by this weak explanation. Song Yunxiang just smiled and continued. Look, I can even switch back to my old soul force fluctuation. This new fluctuation is a combination of a great master's soul and 60 years of combat experience. See? Didn't I look super experienced during that fight just now? That was all experience from a great master. See? A Yao asked with a hint of suspicion. Really? Song Yunxiang immediately nodded. Yep. In fact, I even brought you a present back from the heavenly capital nation. He quickly pulled a watermelon out of his storage and pointed at it. Look, it's roasted duck! A Yao's face immediately soured with anger. That's not roasted duck! That's a watermelon! You're lying to me again. Song Yunxiang awkwardly tossed the watermelon aside and pulled out an actual roasted duck. Whoops, my bad. Sorry, force of habit. The moment a Yao saw the real roasted duck, her eyes lit up. Roasted duck. The little girl quickly.